This performance, that's what it from put out left us in awe. And now he's looking to move them therefore. The Terminator is ready to flex those muscles in the body.
The exact Another candle from the hashways, rice pudding. God damn, that was delicious.
No parts. When does it take start? I was going to say when that's right.
Good chance dragging in and still get a strong echo. Yeah, right. Yeah, make it nice.
Now he's looking for a new partner. Speaking of sorry, how about leading man?
Hashways was so fucking good, dude. You get your fucking, whatever, was it chocolate sodas you used to give me? Was it egg cream or something? Okay, and a roast beef, on the roll. But I had to get the full chocolate.
I think of the things I might have recognized before.
I was going simply.
I Nope.
Yeah.
It's amazing.
I did everything. That was before one of the hashways had the mom. Okay. But Mama still came in and had great rice pudding. And then that was my first time at hashways. This is how cool this place was. 6 months later, 8 months later, I'm going through and going, fuck it. I don't know any place. I'm going to go to the city. I don't know any place. I will park over there. I'm going to fuck JFK, but I'm get off. Right before I go into the tunnel, I go JFK. And then boom, go right into hashways. I'm there. I gotta say hello. I gotta tell them to tell Coco they said hello. And then Mama Hashway. Not only did I get my roast beef sandwich, she made me an extra one. And then she goes, I heard you love my rice pudding. So here, take a bigger bag. And she gave me extra rice pudding. And what are those, what's the chips that they had there? Wise chips. With the owl, right? That's the ones. That's the fucking ones.
It's funny because one day we'll have a conversation with you. Like that pizza in the neighborhood.
Right, yeah.
It's the best pizza in the world.
There were good 3 or 4 years in a row where the winner was
when everybody says, no, you got no Johnny's on First Street. You're stupid. That still tastes as good as it did when you were fucking kid.
Absolutely.
That was actually all with the yellow and the chocolate. People give it gossip, you know.
So it seems like there was
Man, how about that heart attack on a roll in the morning sandwich? The shit makers. Oh my god, you picked up 2 of those.
I started eating there. Gotta figure in 1975. Rafi, I went up there. I was a downtown kid, but I went up there. I went on the street. I was about to get better at basketball. I got there with rough kids in the daytime. There's kids in New York, practically out of slam. Catch him on the baseball game by mistake, slam. And he goes, man, I'm sorry. So he got me on roast beef on with Swiss cheese, thin shaved lettuce. Let me tell you something, when I been at I went there every day after that too. September 19th on Disney Plus.
Yeah, absolutely.
That's where you go going now. A lot of good knowledge here tonight, everyone. I feel it's been very productive, a lot of fun.
Yeah, right.
I want to thank everyone for
What are you talking about?
joining us. That was like the
Earlier.
So I said when they first that first bounce check. All right. You know what? Mark Thompson here saying good night. Hey, AM 640 is what you're listening to. Heard everywhere.
It's only an hour.
Don't make me give you references. That first bounce with that even if they give you a little pressure right away, news and information on full blast.
I don't know. No one. Let him on the fight. He's got a coat on. He'll be fine. He just comes down some stairs. Who has?
It's not very interesting about this. I have no idea what happened.
I think they have to bet. That's my boss. And then fucking Lisa had to get to scare the snake. That was tremendous. You gotta say that for the fucking high rail. So I got a $10,000 stake in the back arrows. Look like 10,000. I'll get you. I'll come on. I'll sit there. I'm gonna start look, man, I'm not gonna let you not sit there at the table and not fucking play with me. I mean, here, I'll give you money, I'll keep you there. Oh my God. The snake. Yeah, find the yellow. So funny.
Yeah.
I'm watching him.
You said that here to post that. What? I got things to do.
Just so everyone else knows, this isn't for anyone else listening to the podcast. This is just for him. He's just putting an iPad. He's going to call me in 3 hours.
I made it. I was too wrapped up. So I did go back in.
He's Armenian.
$675 million in weapons to Ukraine to help Ukraine defend its territory. We've committed unprecedented security assistance. The United States has swiftly delivered a broad range of capabilities, and Secretary Modi
It's yellow. It's yellow.
thousands of documents to the FBI book President Trump home in Florida.
I'm telling you, man. Fucking this leg was funny. Like, he doesn't like somebody. That That's even funnier. Okay, all right. How about telling the story about how you doing, my Blackjack Wilson? All right, with the guy. Wait, remember when we found out that he liked to cross dress? Of course, you know somebody named Blackjack Wilson.
Lakeview Parish, where they worked on his father left out for weekends back then.
At the comedy store, she was thinking about making
Oh,
I don't know anything. Never heard anything. Leave that rock close.
Did you know you could dramatically improve the look
So
and
funny.
sound of your home?
Coco, when you don't like somebody,
garage door can occupy up to 70% of the
you'll
front of your
find out
home.
where they
If
work.
your garage door is
Call
not
them and somebody was complaining. I was at the
garage door will dramatically
at
improve
9
the
o'clock
look of your
show. Our
home
show
and
started
garage
at 7.
door. And right
Then
now,
it was the 7 o'clock show.
$500 off.
And you just be so mad. And so mad that, okay, can't hang up, call. Right? And then like an hour later, pick the phone back up and call the guy who hates. Who he hates. Yeah, what's going on? Another, hey man, nothing but the club just called me and asked me if I wanted to come in and do your week. Oh my God, they did? Let me talk to him. So he would make sure that they would talk to the couple. And then he's like, yeah, we heard some complaints. Okay, some complaints. Then the guy gets scared. Hey, I'm in there. They got me at the fucking airport. All right, you're going to lose your job. All right, yeah, they're good. All right, hey, come pick me up and I'll have a lunch feature. All right, we did that twice. But the best of the best you've ever done is when you used to fuck me out of the fucking, from the last stop, out of that fucking airfare money. Like I want to say probably 10, 15 times. You could just be paid up for fucking airline money. Like, hey, wrist tight. Fly me down. I need the money now, though. So, send me the money. I'll be there. I swear to God. I'll be there. I'm Exactly. Okay, you had Pete at the fucking Intercontinental Airport waiting on a continental flight, alright? And you're like, no, and he's like, Joey, you hear these same messages, and Joey can hear baggage from Phoenix. There's a carousel 3 for Phoenix, alright? And you can hear this, and then that's what makes you laugh. You're like, wait, listen to this. And we're in my apartment, smoking weed, and fucking you're supposed to be at the laptop and fuck them. I beat them out of 800. And we keep on hearing the baggage of the carousel. Hey, I'm here. I'm here. No! That's a 60-mile trip.
Good morning, wherever you may be across the nation, around the world. I'm George Laurie. Welcome to Coast to Coast AM. Tonight, here's what's happening. We're going to listen at the second. You've probably heard by now, Britain's longest reign on our
We were at my kitchen table, and you know this is like what is Pete driving home from the airport?
Doctors said earlier that they were concerned for Her Majesty's health, and that she is resting comfortably at Belmore under medical supervision. She died peacefully this afternoon. Prince Charles, now King Charles, the Las Vegas Metropolitan Police Department
45 a.m. and they'll tell you, we gotta get all the way down there. They connect on again, and they put you on additional. Let me tell you something. It's like when you're on a plane from Hollywood to go down, you go now.
photos of the suspect
Yeah, shut up.
Vehicle as the Las Vegas Review were German works in 2010.
Oh, Coco, when you fucking get
One
into
difference
people,
in their highest points since
and
November of
you
2008 is
play nice,
home buyer
like
demand.
nothing.
The rate on the 30-year
Them
mortgage
Clintons
jumped
should be calling you, giving you proof.
5.89%
Like, all you need is his phone number. All right, if we feel find out how much you fucking got into it, it's like fuck a fat guy on a bed, all fucking cyber attack. Let Coco have like a number. Which one? I mean, like which street?
I always talk. We talk
Countries,
once a month.
Afghanistan and Lebanon,
We talk
more people were living in misery than anywhere else on the planet. Last year, Afghanistan and Lebanon, the two highest scores in the world, 59.58 on the Negative Experience Index, which is a composite measure of people's daily experiences of sadness, stress, worry, anger, and physical pain. People who felt stressed, anxious, lonely, depressed, and worried about COVID before getting infected were at higher risk of developing long-term symptoms from the illness, according to new studies.
The top shelf.
A case published in the Journal of Psychiatry is seen at Harvard, which has surveyed responses from 55,000 people of that group. More than 3,000 participants said they had COVID, and around 1,400 said they had long COVID-defined COVID-related symptoms lasting 4 weeks or longer. Here's our Christian Wild from our Hartford.com. Christian, why is it because people get COVID better? Well, welcome to George. I would wonder if the words worry, lonely, anxious, depressed,
You also had a lot of credibility because you had also knew Bobby fucking Brown and Whitney Houston. All right, and that's legit.
That was no, but they never
No.
But they, I kept back
and worry
about the life existed. But it was funny how that's how I would get this particular guy down there. Because I always owned the house.
to actually developing
Women are like that. You owe me money. You know,
particularly
money.
if someone who has a family member
But I'm
either
telling you,
becomes
they couldn't do it
seriously ill or
because you
who
can sell a
actually
fucking
dies
house
from
down
the
there. Everybody's here.
There
Rick
have
James is
been literally millions
he's
of
here.
family
But now
members seriously
he's
ill,
always looking for
which we
fucking
don't know, some 10 million deaths
So I would make him go down there.
worldwide.
I would
So
make
this
him go down
stress
there.
factor is in fact
I
a
would make him go
reality.
down there.
Now here's the thought
And he
that we
goes
can
on a drug deal.
take, we'll take any drug. Yeah, sure. Just last week we talked about brain stimulating devices
Are you serious?
that have already been approved by the FDA for marketing. And just now, this week,
Stack
as a major
100, stock
and
100,
coincidental in the big thing,
Even if I just
the
held on
FDA
for one
has
team,
just
just give him
approved
the
deviant devices for home
That's
use
better than
for depression and anxiety, the same conditions referred to in this new study
I gotta go to the laundry room at 14. Oh my God. Yeah. We're outside of our apartment complex.
Tell me if I had a check,
Yeah.
like an hour before you were I had a check.
Yeah, man.
I'll leave that time. We're gonna check for $3. Check for $3,000.
Yeah.
Sometimes we gotta learn something right here. I would just
Kevin Randolph watches the Sky Sports. What do you have for us this week, Kevin? I guess. On a personal note, this is my one. How many come more? Well, how about that? Let's think about 100 more. And I'm truly thinking that the opportunity to provide information about UFOs, especially when it comes to the topic. Well, NASA has added to the radar UFO investigation, and it seems to be interested in learning more about the topic. I mentioned
Sitting out there and people laying around and
the success of the project. The problem here is that it seems NASA will be looking at reports from civilian while the DOD investigation, according to the staff, will be looking at reports by military personnel, especially pilots and other trained observers. In other words, this investigation is looking at different aspects of the operation. The NASA side doesn't seem to have anyone involved who holds very high security clearance, and the evidence gathered will be open to the public, at least that's what they suggest. The trouble here is that a highly classified military project that results in a civilian UFO radar might fall into the unidentified category because of lack of communication between the two agencies. And the DOD, as individuals with high security clearance, is one aspect of not. That is due to the I have seen no evidence over the internet of the validity of that. Which creates something necessary for a proper analysis of that data. This can be readied by a superhero of appointing a liaison officer with somewhat
Judge me like kitchen.
By estimating the distance between those towers, we got UFOs about 700 feet long. But they saw any alien being. And finally, I don't know how many reports I saw last week about high-flying planes of light. Once again, these unvalidated satellites never get to see pictures of those things. And while we are technically expecting them, they're also expressed self-manufactured. And that's something that 100% okay, my brother, I'm not here for a while. And next year, and then that power, that's already recalled over someone.
It's working. Everybody loves their asshole. Scratch your asshole. And say, Jesus Christ, what do I do with myself? Every day, it comes out of my ass. I do that right now. Oh, I know for a fact I can't go back and get the shot like 7:30. It's a 7:30 to 2 shifts. Wait, I'm it smells like armpits.
This is a great thing for women to fucking buy their guy because they're good at it's February. You're gonna have to suck some dick, so you might want to play that song that
So stop by the participating store near you or find these green mattress online at Casper.com. These are the live with Casper.com.
Because Mama's bottle doesn't need to be clean. It's the whole rule. That's the one. But again, I don't want it to be clean. Just a little bit more clean. Just a little bit of spit clean. I don't want you to get the fucking foot down. I want that in time. You know what I'm saying? That's right. It's beautiful. And it's a 16-day It's lasted 4 months of my house the size of my ass and the size of my shit. And the amount of water it takes to wash that little brown muffin. No one in this field will push it. Listen, please spit it out, cocksucker. Yes, HelloTushy.com right now. Press it, church. CHURCH. And get 10% off. And if you want to do it, you get free shipping. Like the fucking and if your clothes is clean, you feel confident. You won't get that stink coming out of your back. You know what I'm saying? You can wear shorts again. It's a different experience. HelloTushy.com. Go to HelloTushy.com right now. Get a fucking bidet. I'd like to do 10% Church, and get your 10%. That's right. HelloTushy.com right now. I want to thank HelloTushy.com. I want to thank Don't take the flyers. You as well. It's going to help
Well, here we are. We're in September, rolling along with lots of food today. What's the rest of 22 look like? So we kind of this year America is dealing with this, and it's really like a whole wave, almost like several tsunami waves of death and rebirth and transformation and metamorphosis, and it's really hard to predict in terms of the climate, politically, socially, emotionally, and financially, because students represent very different competition. So that's one of the big things. It's really three sort of points of a wave. But it felt like one of the challenges is that there's so much technology going on, like today, if somebody will say, oh, today, this is fine, I actually found skills, yesterday. So people will focus on one thing. But that lasts for 3 weeks. The cooler thing is that as you're along, it goes into next year, and it's expecting the college to America, so that that's really the independence. That's the drive for 2026. So that's one category. That's the global energy and an archetype, as I said. We all have very data, technology, the public, and the big focus of what we do with psychology and medicine, and things like emotions and fear, but also a giant field here with one transformation into something big. So you handle what's going on in the family. Now, so a lot of people that would want to something like that. It's not that at all. Well, it's really weird. I think that must be just weird. When I got into it, nobody considers it that way. You really want to say what you do on your own person. But one day, astrology has always been the phenomenal, looking at Thursday, world leaders, really involved in alignment. So that's what pioneers, because as pioneers, 1981 was the first place in America who was a great astrologer. We were focused. I guess the way I call it was the first astrology, which is that really was in my belly. The word my belly is exactly like you said. It's like kind of whole heart. It's basically like what? Yeah, world leaders, great things. It's a lot of folks and they have a total winner of six. So November 8th, the world is in election. And that's part of one day
This podcast is brought to you by Onyx.com.
I can say it again between Coke and then one Coke.
The smartest choice. Get a great shave and a great price. Convenient. Listen, right for your soul. It's the Dollar Shave Club. And right now, Dollar Shave Club is going to give you a deal of a lifetime. The new members get the first month of executive razor with a tool. The Dollar Shave Club only $5 with free shipping. Go to DollarShaveClub.com for insurance. Number 2, practically everything is free. Why the hell? Daily for $100 when you can get stamped postage on demand. Right now, today. My name Joey. For a full week trial, postage and a certificate. So the stamps.com right now is President Joe. Welcome to the church of what's happening.
I love it.
Monday, June 5th, Top Suckers. Couple Joey's in your living room. Ralphie May's here. Syed's here. This place of people way better than this room is definitely open. Take it open. This is Joe Curry with the Good No one knows the way but me with me. Oh shit. Here we go. Good morning, glory. Here we go. Living like a king. Are you fucking kidding me? Or what? Break up the gorilla biscuits. It's the church who is happening now. What's happening, you bad motherfuckers? Happy Monday. Happy Tuesday. Uncle Joey here. The right from Havana. My main man, Ralphie May.
Everybody, how are you?
I call him Ralphie May because that's what some invitations I put my
My ex-wife is dyslexic, and she proofread it, and I didn't. Yeah, good. I'm Ralphie.
Lisa, what's going on? Great power on the picture. I'm accurate. Shot my blood.
I'm feeling good, Coco. I'm doing good. I just got back from Denver. Tremendous. That place is on fire. It's great. The way it was 10 minutes and the smoke, it was good enough to realize yeah, he is the best. I've been trying to get him out there and trying to get him a hotel. And I'm trying to get him the bag. And I want to get Tammy taken care of. I'm not there. I know. Well, you know, I mean, I've got a big residency now. They've extended me a couple for another couple of years. So, yeah, I got a great house. Swimming pool. Hot tubs will be right there. Just walk out. It's high walls. Nobody can see anything. Walk out in shorts. Okay. And for a while, I got breakfast cooking. Jump in the pool. It's 100 degrees. Feel like a champion. Go in. Eat breakfast. Have some coffee. Wake up and get motivated instead of being all bummed out and depressed, laying up in the bed all day. You know, it's right now it's half and half. I've got to sell my house there. But I'm gonna buy some land. You know, my house is double the price in like 8 years. Nashville's booming, and so I'm gonna buy like 10 minutes outside of town. It's 10-minute drive to go to the freeway drive. I get to it, but I can do it, man. It's land. So, 40 acres. Stop about me 20 feet underground. Bunkers. Yeah. One thing. Sorry, everybody's going there fucking love it. I feel good, Coco. I feel
Chance of rain and more temperature tonight. Goes around 70 degrees. A little bit more chance of rain and hot again tomorrow. Saturday, best chance of rain. It's probably going to rain on Saturday.
not yet. I don't know. That's as soon as it gets done. Probably. That's all of the bills I get. Another 60,000, 70,000 there, 85 over here. I mean, there's 6 lawyers involved in 2 states. So, I mean, it just keeps on adding up. But, you know, I'm married a great girl. She's a great mom to my wonderful children. And God bless her. That's all you can do. I wanted to find love, be happy, and just go on with about it.
First of all, I don't say love.
Yes.
Seriously? You're just
We all know how these things can go to the wrong place for car repair. So don't risk it. Take your card to Exit and go. Double A, MCO. Check engine light on? We'll check it for free. Hey everyone, Mario Lopez here. I'm a native Southern Cali boy, so I know a little bit about temperatures and drought. Unfortunately, but we're in the third consecutive year of it. Lopez being banned, stepping up to make water skating a way of life. We even made it fun, planting water smart plants with our kids and adjusting our sprinklers so we only water where needed. Has totally changed our yard game, and we're doing other things too. And so can you. Visit saveourwater.com to get more tips. Let's save California water. Yes, brought to you by Atlanta Monster and Papa Spin of the True Crime Podcast, The Monster. In the 80s and 90s, Belgium was plagued by a real-life monster who was crimes were among the darkest in that country's history. Somebody who understands that's a lot of places stay away from those mirrors. The mirrors that are doing 8 times bigger than you are. Look at the skin and you're like, oh no.
You know, it's fucked up. You know, you can say you got left back, but they kicked me out of school. I didn't get to graduate. So, like, my classes had reunions. They don't invite me. One from Arkansas. I don't know. Been on TV, night specials, Netflix, stand-up comic. Yeah, we're not gonna have it. It's so crazy. You know, this a couple of years ago, in 2010, the class 2010 wanted me to come and give the graduation speech and the fucking school. So I canceled a week of work. All right, I get a nice suit made for me. All right, get my car shined up. I'm ready to go back like a doctor. Be nice. 2 days before, they had one of my old buddies call me up and go, "Nah, an insurance guy's gonna talk." All right, the kids wanted me and they invited me and I accepted it. And so it's like that whole thing cost me like $60,000. We called a motherfucker. It's just like, what? They did not let me be there. God bless. Maybe somebody in Clarksville, Arkansas is a fan of this. I got my buddy, Dirty Sanchez. He's Nicky. Is right there running a barbecue place with this Peckerwood white guys, hillbilly. I got cut out of school in 1990.
He's done.
In 27 years. I know. My girlfriend's 25.
Every 10 years, fuck this month. So yeah, we have a reunion. It's Thanksgiving week. Which is weird. I don't keep in touch with anybody.
Where are you from?
Right outside of house.
Okay, like in North Andover?
Sudbury.
I know what Sudbury is.
Oh yeah.
Yeah, there used to be a Chinese food place there that had comedy.
Yeah, no, they have comedy in Sudbury. Yeah, I think they have comedy in Worcester.
Now, Worcester had it, but and then there's Kowloon.
Yeah, that's one.
Yeah, it's on Route 1. And then Sudbury had a Chinese place that I did comedy at one time. It was owned by Nick's. So I did that in the 90s. I think so.
Shit, that's crazy.
Yeah, I never been in your hometown.
Yeah, I drove from you always talk about that, like seeing where you were. One of the last times I wanted to go see my mom, I wanted to go alone. She ended up driving me south, telling me like just drove past my house, and it was weird. It was kids I babysat are at 2 years in college and about to go to college.
And you can't go home. It's different.
Yeah, it's terrible.
Just
Without doubt. First of all, I'm a fan now. Yeah.
High cholesterol,
The part that made me want to be a comedian and not go to college and or give a shit about high school. So I was going to college and high school at the same time. Was I performed at a Shakey's Pizza and I won like $50 and the whole table got a tab. Okay, and they were drinking pitchers of beers. Okay, and slippery one. I mostly I was fucked up on big red cokes. Okay, and shit weed. Right? And I got a fucking I was in my 79 Phil Cutler Supreme. Okay, burgundy on burgundy, baby. Okay, and I was walking out there and this kind of ugly chick came on. We started talking, and then made out, and she blew me by the fucking dumpster behind Shakey's Pizza on Highway 71 in Fayetteville, Arkansas. And I said, fuck school, fuck it off. I just did 5 minutes that I've never done before, right? And made people laugh. I got free pizza, I got fucking $50, and an ugly girl sucked my dick. I'm in.
Right?
The difference between then and now is I was a kid then. I was a kid because, you know, all my friends were much older, so they always talked to me as a kid. Because I was the youngest person doing stand-up in Houston, you know? And I was a kid. I had no peers, nobody my age or my level in stand-up. And I was pushed around and protected and everything until I got so mad I almost killed some of those old fucks in Houston. They don't know how close they came. I had a pistol, but I was out of my fucking mind. Okay, I was fucked up on codeine syrup, and I was ready to fucking kill somebody. Okay, I'm serious. And I moved out here after the Latino Laugh Festival. Joined the band, and I met you. And being out here was a chance to remake myself in the image I wanted to be. And it was harder than what it was in Houston to survive. It's more expensive. And that really, from 98 till when my father passed, was me becoming a man. And the last straw was that my father passed. I don't think you're a man until you don't know you're a man until your father passes. You're no longer a son. You don't have a dad. That's the point where you go, this shit is fucking real. Okay, and I've got to get my shit together.
Are you done?
You know, have responsibilities.
Are you done?
That's the whole thing. Yeah, right. So when you ask me, was I the same man as I was then? I say I wasn't. Had I fucking comment somebody? Yes. Was I having my dick sucked? Yes. Was I 18? Yes. Could I vote? Yes. Was I a dumb fuck? Wait, yes. Was I naive and stupid to the ways of the world? Yes. Yes. Without a doubt. And it took me a long time to get motherfucked to learn that lesson.
Mark, so many people are sad, angry, upset these days. Astrologically speaking, is there any tie in there?
If you give me 60 to 90 seconds, I'm going to just have that answer for you and for the audience. Okay, so everybody listen. We have to find the planet that's around us. We have to do it. The moon is really not a planet, but satellite. One of my great teachers was named Dave Redcar. He was a Renaissance guy. Produced a lot of good astrology, all kinds of amazing things. And one of the things he kept telling people is build astrology. As you know in word, okay, George took them through those, you can build what we call the outermost planet, you can set it down. Now, here is always possible to the Pluto astrology planet, and then Neptune is one
Your 22 is a lot different than today's 22. I mean, it's not for nothing. It's like your 22, the way you had to come up, losing your mom, your stepdad, and all the shit you went through. You were forced way before. You know, the biggest part about being a man is realizing you got balls for fuck live, you gotta survive, you gotta fucking work. Nothing's free. You gotta fucking have to make it happen. And you had to do that. You had to fucking live. So you lived with the cop. Okay, you lived with, your other friends, and you go drink in the hashways. You go down and get you a yoo-hoo and a roast beef sandwich with mayo or white. Okay, and you go and you throw in a little rice pudding. You were raised by a lot of people, but you had your roots. You had to go around where you are. You had to survive, and you weren't given a choice. Today, kids, they ride bikes with helmets. And kids go to school, they got $100,000 in college loans, they got a liberal arts degree, and they're living at their mama's house. That was not you. You had no backup plan. No backup plan. I was all flirt. Who doesn't?
That was so amazing. I was like, ding.
Oh, hang your fruit. That's true. I don't think I did. Oh, shit.
There's my family and chicken, and then black people. Why? All these black people are like, what? Like, motherfucker. Whether it's a black wedding, a white wedding, a Hispanic wedding, my father, before the MC is even done saying, let's welcome the new Mr. and Mrs. Bride and groom. He's already up there with a pyramid of chicken legs. Really? My dad will eat hummus, 40 chicken legs. He'll eat as many as you have. Yeah, it's really he's on like way like fruit eater at a wedding. If you have fried chicken, really eat runs. It's psycho. Really? Once he sees it, they could watch each other. Salad, they think like it's the same shit. Except he'd say, would he eat chicken breast? Never. Oh, I'm sorry. Yeah, would he eat chicken like thigh or a wing? Never. He won't. He will never eat it. Not once. What? Never. Really? And never once. I don't think ever once. Wait. What are you doing here? I'm doing some breasts. Oh, like some breasts? So no thighs? Would you eat it? Whatever you do, don't do it right fucking family. You make the house have to be like 1,000 fucking dollars. Yeah, I'm sure you can do it in air first. Oh my god, this is so hot.
Jesus Christ.
Yeah.
That was way away. Guys like Ralphie,
Where are we starting? Where are we going?
so what they would do is they would fucking get a job and they would leave us a
couple weeks ago, a month ago, very long spoke that was going to make a deal about the Ukraine thing. This is another thing. So prices are going up. This has to do a lot with Jupiter and Neptune related conjunction in April. They only come together to leverage the policy. The Neptune is a god of currency with the higher options.
Matt put the screen on top of the yeah, where Jesus changed. Computers have been the same for like 100, 20 years. It's the same design. 30 years, it's the same laptop. Nobody's like, I want to take a baseball stick. I know they make tough ones. Stepping on one when it's like for a light flat instead of worry about breaking the other one. Like people actively trying to break things. See if you can improve it.
I had an body melt in Lodi, Texas. Okay, that's so funny.
Are you done? Ladies are going to get by
That's how easy it is. I know, it's around here. There's a fucking bee in here.
It was so crazy. Think about it. And my shame to this Ralphie made, you know, I can't lie.
And this is what's happening is normally the autopilot, because they move very slowly,
And I still to this day, I'm
but when we get a situation which we had earlier this year, what it is kind of a kitchen sink situation. Pluto comes back from the first 3 waves to the U.S. never had it before. We get translated, we get the return. We feel the country where we get where we're going. It's kind of like something now in our and then Pluto moves it quickly says, oh, by the way, I'm invading Eastern Ukraine because we want to take it back. And now we have this, our legislative culture every day, actually, it's the same World War III, and I always feel horrified when I hear that, because the one thing about nuclear, what's happening with that nuclear plant, when the Russians went in, one of the first things they went in was Chernobyl in the north.
You landed your getaway driver without it knowing it.
No, it was always a part of it. I would give it
I remember back in 2010, okay, New Year's everybody thought New Year's was so the very thing we could tell that early 2001 when I just is on March 20th, I think in March of 2011,
You don't need no air right now.
I gave you a date, and that was the day of Fukushima, the tidal wave there. It wasn't that I see that was going to happen, but I can, when I see what the pilot to do it, okay. So one other example, the total lunar eclipse on Tuesday, November 8th. I find it astounding. Why are we having a powerful event that is going to activate the Sun and the Moon, Mercury, and Uranus on the exact day of the midterm election? And what will happen is, at this point, what I want to say is I can't tell you today, oh, the Democrats will lose this, Republicans that, but I can tell everybody this. Uranus and the Republicans are expected to whatever the conditions that and that's very significant date. You know, the real Aquarius, and on that same day, there's a Pluto line. It's very important that as we go over the next couple of years, these things that we now talk about, kind of, halfway around and inflation, working rate, you don't want these things getting out of hand. What you need to do is just sort of work together and contemplate through the work of a life, building up life, building up wealth, building up goodwill, and many people
Yeah.
I became whatever name you gave. Whether it was Mohammed, Sheikh Salman, I was a Chinese guy from about 2 months. Because I lived in San Francisco, dog. I was a Chinese guy for at least 2 years. Because I used to go to that fucking Japan San Francisco.
That's how it was. Yeah, I'm over the visa. I'm from different options. I've seen you do that.
And the guy would be smiling, we have a great time. We give him the card. Thank you for coming.
Thank you for coming, Mr. Kim.
Yes, and that's everything. And the card, and we was asked for a license. One of the things we asked for a license, the other one of the things was that was a police now. He flashed over the credit card in LA and they said that you were like they were in Jersey. The bands to go there because of all the breakdown. So breakdown in the West Coast.
Did it on Friday. You had till
You had to do thousands scams. Remember those days? I'm saying you give me like 550. I didn't have much trouble. I could buy 5 pounds worth of travel shirts. They will give you fucking 30 cents on the dollar, whatever. They'll be buying t-shirts. You have no idea. You have no fucking idea. I can make you day. I can send you a $100 travel shirts. The travel shirts was good. Okay, 30 cents on the dollar. Hey, give me a favor. Like in those days, the kiosks. You sell the travel shirts. But they got
He ain't black.
And they come up with that stuff as like just on the fly. Make these big like it's you're running an empire.
Suffering with knee pain? Have you tried shots, pills? If you are still suffering with chronic knee pain caused by bone osteoarthritis, a torn meniscus, a fall, or accident, have you been told that you need a knee replacement? Here is good news from Dr. Philip Hughes, founder of 21st Century Pain Institute. You may now have hope of reducing or eliminating your pain with a new non-surgical painless laser stem cell treatment. The next dose, only laser-guided stem cell therapy. This new treatment may reduce or eliminate your knee pain and panic. And Dr. Hughes is using this treatment on NFL alumni players with their knee and back injuries. Here's a special offer. Dr. Hughes is offering a special $97 new knees and a day of use that includes an infrared laser joint inflammation scan, a Euro 7 nerve test, and X-ray MRI review. Normally $375, but just $97 for the first 27 callers. Grab your cell phone and dial pound 250 and say knee pain. There is only a limited number of $97 exams, so on your cell phone, dial pound 250 and say this year was worth the hype.
And it's a good way to stay on top of my health.
Yes, on Colophon, a prescription Columbian brain wash is for people 45 plus with average risk. Are you ready for colon cancer? Don't wait. It's more treatable when caught in early stages. Cologuard is non-invasive and
Poor Matt Becker.
it detects healthy DNA in your food by 92% of colon cancers.
92%.
Yes, even those in early stages.
This was seen in a clinical study with patients 50 and older. Any positive results should be followed by a diagnostic colonoscopy. False positive and negative results may occur. Cologuard is not a replacement for colonoscopy in high-risk patients. Do not use if you have had adenomas, have inflammatory bowel disease, or certain hereditary syndromes, or personal and family history of colon cancer.
Most insurance rates can pay $0. Ask your provider or an online subscriber if Cologuard is right for you, or visit Cologuard.com. Now, I think it's true that drought restrictions rather than watering your brain up.
Los Angeles, Orange County, live everywhere on the iHeartRadio app.
Just keep growing. I'm Michael Fraser from the KFI 24-hour news. The fire burning in Hemet burned around 24,000 acres. Firefighters are battling flames that are moving towards safe for more than 3,000 people live. That fire is pushing Cordova says crews are working in cooler weather today. They should find coverage. It gives the opportunity for firefighters to get out there and start building lines and pretty much trying to mitigate.
I know. It's like I have to be over it.
Two people died.
That's love.
Destroyed several buildings.
Yeah, I know.
You like cotton concoction?
One
One time it was a high school.
so far this year. Attorney General Ken Paxton says the White House has embraced policies on encouraging people to risk their lives. They are really going to protect these people and they protect Americans as more drugs come across the board. As President Harris announced a task force in June to addressing the smuggling and trafficking operation. Former President Trump's ally Steve Bannon has surrendered to New York authorities. He starts an all fundraising scheme. Secretary Chief Bannon is known for a long time. He's in the crosshairs of this investigation. It is pardoned by the Fed, that's part by Trump. That pardon does not cover him on state-level charges, which are expected to be unsealed when Bannon is in court tomorrow.
Are you done?
Members of the public are paying for a new bowling ball. A fundraising campaign called We Built the Ball raised millions of dollars. And his office says they took the money for his own personal expenses. Person said even if Bannon doesn't get jail time, he is expected to face felony charges. His Secretary of State Nancy Reagan made an unannounced visit to Ukraine's capital. He announced $2 billion more in U.S. military aid to Ukraine and 18 other European nations threatened by Russia. That's on top of a $675 million package of heavy weaponry, ammunition, and armored vehicles to Ukraine. It was announced recently by Defense Secretary Louis Austin. The U.S. is giving $15.2 billion. For rain and warm temperatures tonight, those about 70 degrees.
Now back to what else?
How you gonna do that?
I'm so lucky, dude. The guys at Caesars treat me super nice now. You know, everything's phenomenal. They're classic.
I can't log back in and be like, hey,
I can't be mad at the way I'm being treated. And I'm getting great.
We need local from KMI 24-hour news run. I'm Michael Berger. And in Long Beach, the public selling more found at KMI is the guy who gives you that map rough in town.
And I heard they help. No, I can see them going down and they hit the light with every off, and I can see them down at the bottom, and I'm just like, I got hit by a kid who was coming in from the swimming pool. Okay, and I had the keys in my hand, and I got hit by that little girl, and on my head, and boom, and they just right in the middle. It took 2 years, but the hell there, or the Marriott, whatever it was, they gave me my keys back. But luckily, I had an extra key in the car, so all I had to do was get it over.
And it was Saturday because they know me.
Yeah, no.
I mean, it was 1,000 fucking miles away.
Yeah.
That's why I tell you,
Great candidates. Well, trying to find a needle in a haystack, but not with ZipRecruiter. Its powerful technology actively finds and invites qualified candidates to apply to your job. So while other companies might deliver a lot of pay, ZipRecruiter finds you the needle in the haystack. See why 4 out of 5 employers who post a job on ZipRecruiter get a quality candidate within the first day. Try ZipRecruiter for free at ZipRecruiter.com/trial. That's ZipRecruiter.com/trial.
Do you find yourself stuck in timeshare? These are real facts about the timeshare industry and your options for cancellation. Justin Dallas, founder of Wesley Financial Group, is the largest timeshare company in federal court.
Earlier this year, last year, when I did it in a bus. Yeah, but it was a bus. It was great. It was great. But you're in a car, you're driving 12 hours. And then you're driving, and then the next day you gotta get up and drive another 12 hours. And then the next day you drive another 12 hours. And then the Thursday, you crisscross to where you're gonna be. Like you're gonna come back. Yeah, you're in Wenatchee. And then you're in Mizzou, and then you're in Yakima, Wenatchee, you're only like 3 miles apart. Then you gotta go to Lewiston, then you gotta go over to fucking Oregon, and you're in fucking Coos Bay, and then the next day you're in Spokane. You're like, I drove through Spokane 5 fucking times. Man, how good is the fucking crab meat there?
I started
American Windows special choice for energy efficient windows and doors. American Windows house. Can you apply?
something to show them more than show. So I get on stage at 11:30. You gotta have a drink, you gotta talk shit. Didn't see any problem. You're the biggest thing that's coming to that town.
It just came up.
The guy who shot the president came in there.
Steve Prefontaine.
Yeah, no. It is crazy. You know, God forbid if he's crazy. Usually on this college station, radio in those towns, they'll come out.
Yeah.
California.
What's that like?
So you gotta talk to them. So you get back from the fucking city, driving 10 hours to show, right back to bed. and fucking move all over. It's a 6-hour drive. But Friday, drives like a 10. And then if you're lucky, it's the same place, maybe an hour. But don't bet on something cold while you're driving.
Yeah, because you gotta beat snow.
Because
You gotta be
and
controlled.
Saturday night, Saturday night,
Through the snow.
You would join with that would be
Yeah, motherfucker.
Send George a text message at 818-652-9523.
Thompson guy.
Thompson guy. That confused the shit out of me. So something about my help, something about my hand, I got it. That's 5 days. How you got to Wenatchee, Washington. That's huge.
That's not so far. And like what happens with weather, construction.
Let's pretend that there's a gig for
everyone can experience the thrill of DraftKings early win promotion. It's simple. Bet on an NFL team to win. If your team leads by 10 at any point during the game, you'll get paid instantly. Even if your team loses. Download the DraftKings Sportsbook app and use promo code SNAP. That's promo code SNAP. Only here on DraftKings Sportsbook. Call 1-800-GAMBLER. Call or text the customer line at 1-800-899-9789. New York, call 877-OPEN-WIRE.
So silly, but how would you find the weather at that point? That was the radio for the whole country.
Yeah, but we also read the paper. You know, I still do that. I still like reading the newspaper. And it's like nobody does it anymore. Nobody does it.
I don't read the like
No, it's good to
And
find
welcome
some.
back to our story along with Mark Warner. We called this hour as well. Mark, when you do astrological stuff, you take events that have occurred and then look back or start from scratch.
Fucking El Chapo.
Somebody orders kinds of complications on the website. What happens is I send them a letter saying thanks for ordering whatever they order, and then I ask them for information, background information, which essentially lets me know, look, I'm a problem solver. I'm using to solve this tool and technique. So I need to know, a lot of people think it's just like you solve the what's going to put the world that it says is what's going to happen, right? Mumbo jumbo, right? And yet that's not it at all. I mean, I've never done that. Okay, that's not how I do it, which is why sometimes they say, Mark, you can look at prediction or prediction. I believe that, yes, there is a, you can see the signs, that's what I said. When I look at the date in March of 2011, I can see Uranus was going to move from one side to another, and that meant something big was going to happen that was Uranium, and Uranus is shocks and surprises, and things that come out of the blue that are fascinating to nuclear things, among other stuff. So I gave you that date, and wow, it's a shame to happen. Okay, now, somebody might say, wow, you predicted. No, I didn't. I just looked at something big is going to happen. That's what happened.
got out.
So what I guess with people is, hey, what's your hobby? What's your career? What's your work? How's your general health? You ever have a reading before? What's your knowledge of astrology? What questions do you want to go through when we set up a conversation? With the reports I mentioned, which are already computerized, and people can then update their time and so on and so forth. There's 15 different kinds of these and there's a schedule. That's stuff that people get in an email within like 48 to 72 hours, and they can use that about themselves and the future, their cycles and claiming life.
Does a horoscope mark determine someone's fate?
Once again, yours got into all of this stuff, married couples, there's a great astrologer, Liz Green, who did a whole bunch of stuff. One book on it. So many astrologers look at the chart of Paul Jung, and I've looked at it myself. So one of the things we also say, this is don't fulfill our destiny. This is a very profound thing. He's the same person who said, whatever happens at a moment of time has the qualities of that moment of time. Most people do kind of like, okay, let's have a laugh, that's the usual place before you have to, it's in this place.
My rehab was nice, dog.
And a place, that's kind of
Nice.
strategy. We use time as a convenience system.
Oh, no.
Time is a quality.
That's what
energy.
it's chat.
I'm trying to take time to continue.
Massages and stuff.
The movement of different objects, seeing the ball and the moon and so on, and stars that are falling. So we change.
That wasn't mine, man.
The point is
That was
that
not
the way I
mine.
look at it is we can't control what happens to us, but we can always
No, I
control
wish.
what
I was out of there 2 days. I would have been out of there. But my wife was like, you're not going to my house. Okay. And I'm like, what the fuck? And they gave me a bed. Okay. That I'd never taken that shit before. And I woke up 24 hours later. Okay. 24 hours, the whole day later. In my own piss. Okay. Going, I just pissed myself. What the fuck did y'all give me? I just smoked weed. I was taking some pills, but I wasn't taking that motherfucker. All right? So my God. Oh my God.
What do you recommend us on how I take it?
Oh my God. Oh my God. It sucks so bad. And it's like, as mad as my wife was, she's like, hey, you gotta get out the urn. Okay, so it was rehab. I'm out. Okay, I'm out. I come back. Maybe take piss test. There's nothing in it again. I'm like, I told y'all. What the fuck? Let's just go. But it was good to get my head right. 30, 40. Yeah, it was great. I read it out today. Shared said, fucking proud. Yeah. Almost. It still goes nice. You know what? I wasn't addicted to drugs. I was going to be because I had PTSD, and I would have been. I really wasn't. I didn't see the cocksucker. That's why I didn't see close to me.
I'm just trying to think. When you got PTSD, I was there for that case. Was it the fuck?
No. Let me make it up. What about you? No. When I was dying in Tampa, you were fucking such a dick. I know. Put the sandwich down. That's what it makes for Ralphie, man. You told me that joke one time. You go, you got PTSD. Put the sandwich down. That's the problem you got. I would have been addicted. I would have been. Ain't no doubt about it. And I'm on Lexapro. I'm a victim now. And man, I feel phenomenal. I'm not bad about nothing. Man, Dollar Shave Club. I can do it all day. It's an antidepressant. Yeah. No. With the little mental, my comes are like twice what they used to be. Okay, Okay, it makes your fucking semen load twice as much. Alright? Which means my nuts get a little sore. So I gotta fucking drop a batch pretty regular. Okay, but man, it's like more volume than it's like a fucking wet sock or a ladle of pancake batter up against the wall. It's like slimy when it got hot. So that's not PTSD. That was hilarious. You can't get off of your pants. Oh my God. Don't give me PTSD. Me and Ralph would play fucking drinking with Johnny. And we all sit there praying. So I was just taking clothes from the oh my God, it was tired. Oh my God. Fucking crazy days. 20 years ago. It's so crazy, dude. You know, like I was in the store last night, and like the new comics, they don't have a lot of camaraderie like we do. Like the same guys that we used to roll with, I saw last night, and it was like even though I haven't seen them in a year, it was like I saw them last week. You know what I mean? Because we were down so much, you know. Like Mike Young, okay? So Mike Young. Yeah, right? Man, no shit. Dude, you had me dying with that fucking heart.
And I go back to the comedy Arnold fighting with the Sonic Barclays and Ross Jones. And all this stuff is connected, and I just wish the government would finally,
What the fuck?
It looks like a neighborhood in sort of Briscoe, Incident, and so on. What we're getting is this little bit here and there, so that eventually, we'll know that the government will never have to admit all the people that just sort of all grassroots collapse.
Next Friday is November 21.
Dude, I had to sit on the stool, on the doormat stool, to watch the show.
Fine, thank you.
No, it was just fucking me dying. It was me almost dying and then not being able to breathe for 11 days. No sleep. It fucking broke. You know what I mean? I couldn't sleep for 9 days straight. I was in ICU. I had to stay breathing. I couldn't go to sleep. And so they were sucking stuff out of my lungs. And it was fucking horrible. And that's why, like, I can't sleep on white sheets because it reminds me of the hospital. I have a really hard time sleeping because I don't go to sleep. I think I'll die. Right? So that's why I take the pills now. Now I'm sleeping. I'm going crazy. Did I tell you you can go to my show? He's so
all the
cool.
work that you're doing, work for life, all these different books that you're doing, George, all these different conferences to bring out the light.
I want to be around.
Well, Venus is going to be rising in Virgo, where your moon is at the full moon that's going to happen. So you're calling in. Why do you get into these videos? I find it fascinating. So I see a lot of unity with the sign of the love, the artistry, and friendship. And you remember I was talking earlier about Venus going retrograde and being with Pluto 3 times in retrograde, also in the sun and Scorpio. And the retrograde, let me just say this, everybody listening, who thinks that every retrograde is bad or negative, retrograde and time are not negative and they're not bad. Okay, I'm going to stop you for the 100th time. Time messages don't ever go backwards. It's a reason. Okay, we talked about this before, like being on a train station, you're in one train, you're going out, starts going in a new direction, but
Real quick, one pack. Phil P. Marchetti, Dominic Salas, Lemon GF,
Really?
Tony
Yeah, I'm sure anyone in the chat is.
And my main motherfucker, Joe Abraham.
Hey, I got one. I got a fan, a buddy of mine. His name's John Roberts. Listen to this guy. He's an Ojibwa Indian, okay, on the Red River Reservation up in northern Minnesota. He has like 9 kids adopted, and he's a stand-up comic, and he's a member of the Church of What's Happening Now. Fuck yeah. John Roberts, you're fucking funny motherfucker, all right? And I worked with him. The guy's great. He's fucking phenomenal. No, dude. The natives, they like me, man. I raised a bunch of money for them, and I like, man. No, I fucked the Indians, but fuck them. I didn't know that. I thought like after like the Trail of Tears, because I went to school in Arkansas. You know, I didn't put, this is what happened to the Indians. Okay, it's like after the Trail of Tears, I guess I thought everything just worked out. What about Reagan? Was it Reagan? Is that the guy?
Next up, June 21, 1954. June 21, 1954. Mary from Grand Valley, California, west of the Rockies. Hi, Mary.
You're a summer both baby. You're born in the hemisphere, right? I mean, you're born in the United States, correct? Yeah, like one of these folks. Well, you were born, what you have is a tough kind of situation with your birth. Some people don't know exactly. We're going to answer you the question. You have to be born at 2 other stages from Gemini to define Cancer. Do you know actually your time of birth? 20 p.m. East Coast. And they're born on the East Coast. You're born right at the beginning of the sun and the concept. Now, the reason you have that, so this is important. Sometimes people will pull that phone off. It's exactly the real time of chaos. At the 310 year cycle, longer than another solar system, it's an hour. What a great name for it. It's terrible. That's the legislative word. The followers have too much power now to name violence. They have to come a meeting with astrologers, astrologists, historians, and so on, because that is not a great name. At any rate, chaos is referred to the primordial transformation that ancient Greece. Before we even get to Jupiter, Saturn, and the creation of human beings and everything, and have this sort of like picture of like beginning of everything. And there is an astrologer that studies this time says, I don't think it's chaos. What time represents is more like creativity. Because what I want to tell Mary, that's where this began.
And I would tell you shit when you giggle. It's just weird, man.
June 21, June 22. This planet is now influencing your life.
I was going to ask you, Robbie, how can you survive 20 years?
To Mary, she created artistry and power.
All right. Yeah, let us running friend. Okay. All right. First of all, months to that week, okay? All right, you gotta have a month. Now, have you been a getaway driver yet?
No.
You haven't been a getaway driver yet? And Coco's not the same Coco he was, okay? So, and while you get the Bolivian flu every once in a while, you never fucking brought it around me. No, right, but nothing disrespectful. You know, like if when I first got here in Houston, you get a put out coat right there. Oh, I died. All right, but you were always a gentleman.
I wasn't even talking about that. I was just talking about like him torturing you like mentally.
Oh my God, the torturous. Okay, all right, Lee. I broke my fucking hand. I hit a guy at the fucking at the post office because he pushed an old lady down because she couldn't hear the Asian lady. She was an old Russian lady, right? And he couldn't hear the next go next. Okay, and so the Russian lady was standing there, and this douchebag LA guy pushed her, and she fucking snapped her fucking arm. Yeah, right in front of me. So I turned around and hit the guy, and it fucking broke my hand. Okay, and so I go home, I'm fucking on Joey, and I'm shook up, man. I'm like Coco is like a shark. If he smells blood in the water, if you're upset about something, that's what he's going for. All right, and so he called me up. Get out of there right now. The police are coming right now. You knocked the guy out. Just go out the back door. I'm outside at El Compadre. Right, go out the back door right now. Right, and I ran out the back door thinking that, and I didn't have my keys. So I locked myself out of the back of the garden. So I had to walk all over. And I was, you're fat, you're mad. Okay, you're mad. Like, now I got to walk around that damn front. Get in there. I'm high, thinking about going down to George Will's house. Okay, you know what do I do?
With detailed program details, today's strange upcoming guest info, and weekly free audio series. It's a must-have for Coast fans. Look for the free sign-up on the coasttocoastam.com homepage.
I think I'm in that group, baby. I'm like a getaway, but like fast leaving.
It's crazy.
Oh, there we go.
I remember one of the funniest mornings. We get up and coffee, and I thought you were gonna be at the house. You know, he's got a kid, just come in, fucking lay down, go to bed, and maybe take a shower. All right, we went and did shit. Right, and Joey wasn't there. It was about 10 o'clock, and I made breakfast, and no Coco. What happened? So I go over to Gavin Point, and there's the king of the zombies, having Bolivian flu like a motherfucker, and then you're sitting up just to talk to him, trying. You smell like pussy, blood, booze. Oh my God. And Gavin Boy was like, these little shit dogs ran up to you and pissed on your head. That little shit dog. Yeah, motherfucking asshole. You're both dead now. I know, it's such a big book.
This report is sponsored by and Outburgers. And in-house outburgers are made with the highest quality.
Dude, I know. This is
Christmas. With the smile and made to order just for you.
It's so crazy.
To Panama Day,
comes the new true crime podcast, One Monster. In the 80s and 90s, Belgium was plagued by a real-life monster whose crimes were among the darkest.
Dude.
Listen to Little Monster. That's LMONSTRE on our radio app or wherever you get your podcast. And one of those things here in California's water starts with a few simple things in and outside your home. And you know the Lopez family do we can do it now. Why did you help fixing water sprinkler leaks and save 27 to 90 gallons of water per day? Or that adjusting your sprinklers to water plants, not pavement, helps a lot. Let's do this, Cali, and make water saving a way of life. Find more water saving tips you can use at home over water.com. KFI AM 640.
Behavior that I would actually encourage, the behavior of the guys that stuff terrorists on the train.
Wait. That is a symptom of toxic masculinity. Are you suggesting
Bring it on, man.
with a Mary Janet?
Bring it on.
Weekdays at 10 a.m. KFI. There's a movement rebelling against the extinction of our species. They're shooting celebrating to any people. Oh my God, the traffic guys ain't dead. I was yelling extinction out my window. Johnny Cannon, weekdays 2 to 6 on KFI.
Look, you know when you gotta go to the doctor.
You can see by what you smell.
When you leave the room because of your own parts, I'm just like, yeah, no.
Time to call the doctor. Drink some water.
Weekdays 2 to 6 on KFI. KFI AM 640. KFI AM 640. More stimulating talk.
Yeah, that was such a great show. Which was the same show, but Freddie was so goddamn more funny than my mom. Mom sucked. All right, like I wanted Freddie to be Fred Fox's son. All right, that would have been a hell of a show. And then have Shady Brady come in. Okay, yeah, I know, man. Shady Brady, Shady Brady.
Those days, my curfew was maybe 11. Like it was a curfew, not really a curfew. That's my 10, 13, maybe. Yes.
To talk to George Norrie, call the Wildcard line at 818-501-4109. The first time caller line is 818-501-4721. To talk toll free from east of the Rockies, call 800-825-5033. From west of the Rockies, toll free, call 800-618-8255. To reach George via Skype, use Skype name George97313. Send George a text message anytime at 818-298-6521. Bring him a gateway to the West. Coast to Coast AM. Jumping George Norrie.
The next hour, David Edwards joins us with his new work at Lent and Psalm. Looking forward to that discussion. Our new program is called The Show. And of course, we'll be back tomorrow. Mark Warren, the astrologer, and just a moment, so you know. Have you signed up yet to be a Comma coach with Saturday? It's a great way to become part of the program.
I'm a social insider because I can't always stay up with the coast to coast live. Being an insider, that's just listen to it first thing in the morning. And sometimes you do when I work.
Over the 20 years,
Like the North Carolina and unexpected Saturday, and you
that we're not really
Watch
just
you like every night, but that's okay because I can listen to the show anytime, anywhere, right on my phone.
it's
I'm
crazy.
John from Oregon. I'm an insider. Living in a rural area and with the access to any show.
Okay, so a couple ways you can sign up to become a Coast Insider. One, of course, go to our website, coastofcoastband.com. Coast Insider, come up with
Yeah, it's the last.
to our Coast to Coast app, which is
Dude,
free
I'm
to
off
download
of
to your
you.
phone.
Once you get to
That way,
China,
click at the bottom
yeah,
profile
I'm
and then subscription so you can find a way. It's now available,
and it's
by
like,
the way,
man, that guy's got heart.
and worldwide as well.
Yeah.
So take advantage of that. I just think that you can press that button and make your move. Plus, you would like to instantly have a great night's sleep. Plus, we can wait. Elevate and excel. Start your day with Elevate for energy and day-long focus. And night, even accelerate for a solid night's sleep. Plus, a blend to do sleep while you're sleeping. Your parent, certified health coach, and holistic nutritionist is right.
Elevate is going to give you energy. It's going to give you focus, mental clarity. It has 4.5 servings of phytonutrients from superfoods and greens. And you're getting all these foods in that have such a powerful punch of real nutrients. There is no jitters, no cracking at all. It's just the same energy that lasts you all day.
Prepare us. Explain how Accelerate takes over performance.
Some synergistic places out here is a blend that helps your body naturally get into a deeper state of sleep, that REM sleep that you need to shut off your brain and allow your body to do its regenerative work overnight. You feel very rested, relaxed, wonderful in the morning. This also has our weight loss blend. It supports and restores your organ systems overnight while you sleep. So it's going to support gut health, digestive health, all in one simple system that is a 1 pill in the morning and 3 pills at night.
Yeah. But don't tell me get on. Because we get bumped down, first of all, you hear Andrew's coming, okay, and Eddie's coming.
From healthylooking.com, that's healthylooking.com, or by phone 800-394-9930. There's one cell phone company you can trust to uphold your value. One cell phone company you can trust to give you fair and honest prices. Pure Talk will power your phone on a
Access to video.
Stop giving your money away to other cell phone companies. Pure Talk right here in the U.S. American jobs. You can get unlimited talk, text, and 6 gigs of data for just $30 a month. That's it. The average family saves over $900 a year, so why don't you make the switch and start saving? Just go to puretalk.com, select the plan that's right for you, then enter promo code COAST, and you get 1 month free. Go to puretalk.com, enter promo code COAST, and you go to Pure Talk and get 1 month free. This is fantastic for you. It's a plan you want, and it's all there for you at puretalk.com. Pure Talk is simply smarter, wireless.
I want to welcome everybody to our Wednesday early program.
Can't tell.
And I'd like to thank Terry for joining us tonight. I'd like to welcome everybody to our session. Another one of our we're trying very hard as we virtual series. I'd like to thank you for being joining us. And without further ado, I'd like to thank
I always have cookouts.
Are you done? Yoshi.
Right? And
What in the fuck?
Before joining Turtle, he had a really good perspective position at Cornell, Harvard, Oxford. He was the also
Foxy white chicks. Foxy. And like some black girls with stabs in the body. The street right. I did that because I was fucking going to see Doug and he turned around to a fucking turn. The car sounded like you would go to Doug's apartment. And the motherfucker, it's like moving close and then he's laughing at me. He walks the 2 blocks down to his fucking apartment. He was just at the coach and horses. He was just shitty. He just wanted to ride.
That was a great introduction. I'm so glad I'm recording this because then I can play it back for my mother later. She had so much knowledge. It is wonderful to be here. I was really grateful to get the invitation from Venice, and I also feel great to be speaking not only on Yom Yerushalayim, one auspicious day in modern Jewish history, but it also happens, it's quite serendipitous, that this is the Ramchal's yahrzeit. This is Rabbi Moshe Chaim Luzzato's actual yahrzeit today, and it was, I had sent several possible topics to Mr. Deutsch, and he immediately picked the Ramchal. So, it really is it's so fortuitous, it's so wonderful that this should be the day we get to speak about this incredible genius. And what I'd like to speak about in the lecture that I'll begin momentarily is a little bit of the art of the life of this truly brilliant individual. One of these once in a millennium scholars that happens to streak across the sky like a meteor or a comet that illuminates a tremendous swath of the earth and yet is gone suddenly without a trace. The Ramchal, of course, passed away on this day in 1746. There's some dispute. It may have been 1747, but he was, just approaching his 40th year. And it is also ironic and tragic that he and his wife and his child passed away as a result of an unnamed plague. Most likely smallpox, probably cholera. So there are many sort of factors in the Venn diagram that bring us all together here today to speak about the life and the work of the Ramchal. There are many factors that come together to create the Venn diagram of our synchronous moment. The Ramchal's yahrzeit, Yom Yerushalayim, because at the end of his life, he migrated to Eretz Yisrael, and of course the current public health situation we find ourselves in. So let me just share my screen and take you to the actual lecture. Rabbi Moshe Chaim Lutzato, a persecuted genius. So many of you, I'm sure, are familiar with the name Lutzato, and you may have heard him through the acronym of his name, the Ramchal, usually with a definitive article, the Ramchal, because there's really no one else quite like him. And chances are, known him primarily to this book, the Mesilat Yesharim, the Path of the Just, which is one of these remarkable books that received tremendous acclaim from all sectors of the Jewish world, which is really quite rare. He published it in 1730, and it was an immediate classic, and it touched so many basically is fantastic. I've studied it myself many times. It is basically a very well-developed Talmudic self-help book. He takes a passage from the Talmud which describes 10 levels of personal development, from zehirus, which means caution, you need to watch out for yourself, to protect yourself, through zeruzus, which means alacrity or speed, initiative, from cleanliness, which deals with aspects of burnishing and altering one's behavior in all ways. And it goes through how each one of these, psycho-spiritual qualities can be developed in a person until they reach a very high level of piety and sanctity. It's a very fascinating work, very accessible and challenging. It is frequently studied at seminaries and yeshivas, although there's one chapter, chapter 20, which is almost never studied in yeshivas because that's the chapter about moderation in piety. That one should don't go crazy. And many of the seminaries and yeshivas, if they were to teach chapter 20, chances are they would lose a big chunk of their second population. So they typically only get to about chapter 7 and then they give up. Or chapter 11 is a famous stuff. An amazing discovery that occurred in the early 1990s with the opening up of the archives in the former Soviet Union, an actual autographed version, meaning written in the Ramchal's own hand, of Mesilat Yesharim appeared. It was discovered in the archives, and it was actually a different version. It is not a thematic version, meaning where he goes and he lectures like a professor going through each of these levels, but it's a very powerful, literally dramatic version where it is the story of two old friends who are separated from their youth and they come back to meet each other maybe a decade later after what we would call today high school, and they see that they've taken very different paths in life. One of them, the narrator, the protagonist, is kind of like it's sort of a rough estimation, but you would associate him maybe with kind of like a good YU guy, very centrist, very well developed, interested in sciences, interested in humanities, interested in Torah. He's no slouch, but he's kind of like, spread out. Whereas he sees his friend who has flipped out. His friend is like, wearing the dark clothes and deciding to kill him for hours on end. And he wonders, what happened to you? You used to power around when you were kids. Look at you now. I mean, you're like one of the very, using modern terms to try and translate back to the 18th century. But that's the mood of their encounter. And their discussions of the tensions between, again, roughly speaking, a modern Orthodox kind of Arabian approach to Judaism is absolutely fascinating, really gripping, and very personally relevant to anyone who reads it. It describes the kind of dynamic tension that exists between, totally growing absolute piety and engagement in the larger world. And this is something that speaks to Ramchal as a person that you should see when we get to the biography. But this dialogue version was published in 1991, and it is absolutely fantastic. In my humble opinion, it's superior to the one that is before us. If we have time, maybe you'll remind me in the question period, why didn't he publish this version, which he apparently wrote first? Why did he publish only the latter version? They were published in his lifetime. He refrained from producing this in print. Why was that? Now, this is, by the way, a close-up look at his own handwriting. So let us understand something about the unusual reception history of the Ramchal's work, because it is really unique. This is, by the way, reception history. That's a great phrase, but in German it's even better. Rezeptionsgeschichte. It sounds really significant to say it that way. As Billy Crystal says, Yiddish is basically German with phlegm. So if you can show in Yiddish and remove the phlegm, you have a Rezeptionsgeschichte, or reception history. I don't know if you find that funny because on Zoom I don't see my own face, but I'm like that. Anyway, so look at this here. This is amazing, right? He published it in 1730. He was dead not that long afterwards. And his book was praised by people like Moses Mendelssohn, who was the father of the Haskalah. This is the so-called genius of Berlin, an individual who was the first Jew. He was personally observed, but he was the first Jew who tried to kind of express to general society in Germany that Jews were worthy of equal rights and that Jews had intellectual attainments that were easily equivalent to the great minds of Germany, the great musicians, and so on, and were argued for greater emancipation within larger society. And his movement later moved further and further away from observance, and in fact, tragically, most of his descendants did not even remain Jewish, but nevertheless, He praised the Ramchal's work primarily for its phenomenal literary quality. We see this even in the 20th century. Joseph Klausner, a very famous professor of literature, I think he was the founding chair of the literature department at Hebrew University, and he argued that Lushato was in fact the first modern Hebrew novelist, modern Hebrew writer. Because the Ramchal, and this may be surprising to those of you who only encountered him in yeshiva, the Ramchal actually wrote romantic plays in modern Hebrew that were clearly modeled on the style of early 18th century Italian drama. He was very versatile in so many different areas of literary endeavor, and so Dr. Klausner associated him as being the first modern Hebrew writer. So that's the kind of the Maskilic approach, the Haskalah approach to the Ramchal. We also see that the freedom loved him as well. Because whereas the Haskalah loved literary qualities, the Maskilic, the Hasidim recognized how he was first and foremost the poverty. He was incredibly suffused with love for the Zohar, with all of the mystical writings. This is something that eventually got into a lot of trouble. But his greatest books, as far as the Hasidim are concerned, are his tremendous introductions to Kabbalah, including, for example, his famous Chachma, the 138 Gateways to Wisdom, which is essentially a Vada Mekon of Kabbalah. Everything we need to know to study Kabbalah. It's very, very influential work, following from his life by Ali. And none less than the Maggid of Mezrich, who was one of the Baal Shem Tov's prime disciples, he wrote, "The generation was not worthy to understand the This is the Masnagdim, the Maskilim loved him, the Hasidim loved him, and this is perhaps more familiar to many people in this audience. The Vilna Gaon, who is the grandfather of all the Masnagdim, so much so that virtually every Lithuanian Jew claims to be a direct descendant of the Vilna Gaon. And if you're not familiar with Lithuanian Jews and their proclivities, you can always tell that they tend to be very intellectually astute. They have a profound sense of humor. They tend to be very snappy dressers. If you will say on the live audience, hopefully the Vilna Gaon famously said he was a near contemporary of the Ramchal. He was born just 15 years before the Ramchal passed away. The Vilna Gaon said famously that if they were alive at the same time, he was aware of the Ramchal. The Vilna Gaon would have walked all the way to Vilnius to Padua, Italy, to study theology. And he also famously said that there was not one word out of place in the first 11 chapters of Messiah. I like challenging my students to find which word is out of place in the 11th chapter. I have a theory about that too. That's the only question I answer. And these really ones, the Ramchal, how is that possible? You have people who are his first. The accomplished thing in the Snapdragon and the Hasidim in the late 18th century, the early 19th century, was incredibly good. They were throwing each other in jail and not being proud to the Russian authorities because of the Ramchal. And of course, the Masculine were in some cases openly advocating the abandonment of Jewish practice, the jettisoning of Jewish customs and diet and Shabbat. They left the Ramchal too. How is it possible that everyone sees that he's for himself in the Ramchal? So hopefully we'll get there. What I'd like to point out is I spent a little bit of the trajectory of his life, which is incredibly dramatic. There's so much to make a movie of the Ramchal's life because it was so phenomenal, and we're hoping to understand thereby at least a little bit of what he represented for 18th century. So he was born in Padua, which is a significant city on the Po River in northern Italy. Later on, the family business would fail, and that left Ramchal, he was a child, his father was primarily so that left the Ramchal with a very difficult series of choices to make, and he ended up moving elsewhere in Europe and later time but for the Jews in Padua, he was exceptionally broad education. He was trained very young in his rights in multiple European languages, living in the West, familiar with for example, and also a deep fascination with Judaism. He found in his most very, very first people who led to a defender for most of his life, Rabbi Isaiah Hassan, who was in many ways the hero of his story. He was tremendous courage displayed by a teacher and a mentor who defended his students against all kinds of colonial changes. As a child, already in his teens, he wrote several important books, some of which are still studied today. I myself made some of these textbooks for my own students. He wrote on Hebrew logic, Hebrew grammar. He wrote a book on public speaking. I think he was about 17 years old when he first issued a book on how to speak publicly, remarkable kinds of words. He wrote poetry as well, and as I mentioned earlier, some of his earliest works were these Hebrew language versions of Italian plays. Not translations of Italian plays, but the same kind of fast-structured, intimate character, romantic elements, highly allegorized, so they could be read within a Kabbalistic context of Judaism. And he, in fact, returned to this form of literary expression very end of his life as well. What's very important about the place he was in, Ottawa, is the fact that Ottawa was a university town. And it was one of the few towns in Europe that allowed him to study there, specifically in medical school. What you see here is actually an anatomy auditorium where dissections and things that would be performed, or how you would shift it, and then you come out of the years, a little bit of built around that to accommodate the medical students here. But so Jewish students were attracted to Ottawa to attend their medical faculty. It was kind of like a dual curriculum of discriminatory measures applied to the Jewish students. They had to pay more tuition, they had to bring gifts to the Christian students, and all kinds of things like that. But at the end of the day, they did receive a medical education. And they were attracted to this young genius, Ramchal, who formed a small study circle called the Holy Society. This Holy Society would meet nightly to study the Zohar, and you actually have tremendous amount of documentation about how they ran their business. Ramchal kept fairly copious notes and extensive correspondence, so you know a lot about what he was doing at this time. The membership rules included, everything down to the precise places where everyone would sit, and all kinds of fascinating things about promises they took upon themselves not to speak ill of each other. I would promise to, if anyone had any dispute with anyone else in society, they had to air it with the entire group, and it had to be worked through, and they had to forgive each other before they closed the meeting. And most significantly, they would devote themselves to the study of the Zohar. Everyone, by the way, was well into his 40s. Some of them would be in their late teens, mostly in their early 20s, and they were nevertheless engaged in this rather esoteric study. But they were widely respected as truly being a very, very society. So much so that the Jewish community, the Kehillah leadership in Ottawa, actually enacted special rules for them. One of the problems they had in the Jewish society of Ottawa, it's kind of funny if you even think about it nowadays, you get a sense of what it must have been like to live in the 18th century. They had a problem with Jews gambling. That Jews would go to card games and they would not be learning, sometimes you might win this money and things like that. So the Kehillah made a very strict series of rules that all Jewish men had to appear at the base medrash, I think it was from 8 p.m. till 10 p.m. every weekend. And if you didn't show up, you had to pay a fine and you had to provide a reason. Can you imagine, imposing these kind of sanctions on Jewish communities in America? You see how far we have changed, unfortunately, not necessarily for the better. And these are very strictly promulgated rules and strictly enforced. However, there's a special clause in the records of the Community of Ottawa that the members of the Holy Society under Rabbi Moshe Chaim Luzzatto are exempt, because the community leaders knew that the Ramchal and his students were really something special. They were actually into learning. You don't have to worry about having them show up and talk to them. So the end of society for quite some time. Now, it was at the time when he was in early 20s that a dramatic event occurred that would change his life forever and really the life of all modern Jews actually. He was visited by a Magid. He's saying, what is this referring to? A Magid is, in the Jewish tradition, literally refers to a speaker. Right? You have the word Zada, which is the telling over of the story of the Exodus. So a Magid is this kind of supernatural being that comes to a person often at night, sometimes in dreams, and reveals all kinds of esoteric that would not be accessible in any other form. This is something which has been associated with many of the great Kabbalists of Jewish history. And if you're starting to think that, wow, this is so, kind of flaky and weird, this is not normal Judaism, perhaps the most famous Magid in Jewish tradition is the one that apparently visited one of the Shulchan Aruch, Yosef Karo, who wrote a book about his experiences with the visit of the Magid Neshara, the Magid who told him the truth, who would literally discuss halakha with him, and then the Shulchan Aruch would ask him the next day, that Yosef Karo would write down the wisdoms that he attributed to his discussions with this kind of heavenly ruler. Now, this is, however you want to treat the kind of supernatural, spooky aspect of Judaism, it's certainly unusual for a 20-year-old to claim a visit from a Magid. It's certainly unusual for a young person who literally did not even have a beard, and in fact he was widely criticized because he preferred to remain clean-shaven until he was about 23 years old, which is very scandalous in Italian society. And for him to go around saying that he's being visited by a Magid, many people would have thought of him as being, mentally unbalanced. And in fact, it would have really freed within the holy society, because he really only told the members of his circle of friends, except for one, Yetziel Gordon of Roma, who was one of the medical students, who was one of the non-Thomas students, and he wrote a letter back home to Lithuania, and he said, Mom and Dad, they found the most amazing people. You were not going to believe it. He was in fact visited by a Magid. And the letter wasn't actually for his mom and dad, it was his own. And there's some question whether or not the Ramchal authorized the Yetziel Gordon to speak about the Magid. But anyway, once he wrote about it to Lithuania, the cat was out of the bag, and a lot of really hard things happened to that time. Why is this so? Why couldn't it be simply overlooked? Let's look at the years. So we're talking about 1727. The Jewish world at that time was still being shaken by events that occurred some 50, 60 years before the terrible debacle of Shabbat Tzvi. I'm going to tell you about this in a minute, but the most important name to understand this context is one of Rabbi Moshe Chagius, who was he has dedicated his life, like his father's important, to hunting out any followers of the disgraced Shabbat Tzvi. And when he heard about this young man in Avila who was claiming to be visited by a Magid, he immediately sought in it a scintilla of Sabbateanism, and he immediately rushed to find out how the community of Avila was dealing with this individual. So first, let's just go back a little bit to the 1600s to understand the story of Shabbat Tzvi. Shabbat Tzvi, in some ways, an uncomfortable parallel with the life of the Ramchal up to this point. Shabbat Tzvi was also a brilliant student, a brilliant Kabbalist. He grew up in Smyrna, and he was widely sought after as a teacher, as a cousin. He had a very clear voice, and as a marriage prospect. He was actually read for many different positions. He ultimately did marry later in life, more than once, including once, by the way, to a chorus school, literally marrying a chorus school. But he began in his early 20s to show signs of serious mental illness. It's hard to you make a diagnosis, 400 years later on the basis of literary evidence. But it is worth noting that schizophrenia tends to affect males and tends to make its presence felt in the late teens, early 20s, and more than the other ages. Anyway, he began to speak about illuminations, which was his term for revelations from heavenly sources like the Magic. He began to speak about being able to levitate. He began to speak in very grandiose terms, even messianic terms. And this probably would have, just been handled at a local level. He was censured. He was, put into a form of excommunication. And might have been just considered as some kind of eccentric, were it not for the activity of one Nathan of Gaza, who picked up Subtype 3 and saw in him tremendous benefit and led a movement of followers of Subtype 3 as the actual Messiah. This also came on the heels of an incredibly awesome period of Jewish demographic upheaval in the wake of, for example, several peasant revolts in the 17th century, but the most horrific was in Ukraine under the leader Bogdan Khmelnytsky, who rose up against some Polish noblemen and along the way massacred tens of thousands of Jews. You have Jews who are displacing their homes, Jews who are desperate, Jews who are longing for messianic redemption, and along comes this guy Subtype 3, who's beautiful to look at, beautiful to listen to, and Nathan of Gaza, who is his propagandist, and he has spoken out of the by the way, a representation by followers of Subtype 3, sitting on a throne here, sitting on top of Sarah, the crown of Steve, and underneath there is a circle of sages sitting and listening to Subtype 3, very, very influential. He actually gathered up a massive following, which fascinated Christian audiences because they were quite interested. The Messiah of the Jews is really going to come back and unite all the Jews, people of Jerusalem. By the way, all of these pieces of art, woodcuts, are from Christian artists. Because this was like big news at the time. Everyone was following what's going on. So this what rapidly became a mass movement with Jews all over Europe selling their possessions, selling their homes, and going to follow Subtype 3 on his journey to Jerusalem, kind of like a Jewish crusade. Take the land back from Ottomans and proclaim the Messianic church. We know not only these are non-Jewish because of the way they were published, but sometimes it's something like this, and you just follow the here. This is perhaps the most famous rendition of Subtype 3. And you can see that the Christian artist doesn't want to do it because he's just made a kind of squiggly lines all over the color on the back right there. That's his impression of Hebrew. You see that right there. Anyways, he goes around, he blesses people, he names people to ambassadorships of different countries and continents, and we have these huge crowds following Subtype 3. You can imagine what this must have looked like for time. It ends very badly because Subtype 3 was arrested. He presented himself to the authorities in Constantinople and said, okay, here I am. I'm ready to take over Jerusalem, so just hand it over. I'm going to maintain the Messianic era. And the Ottoman Sultan said, that's very interesting, you should see. You might have called it you shall see. I have a counter offer. How about I let you live and you can get to Islam? And amazingly, sadly, Subtype 3 converted to Islam. And his followers were corrupt. Many of them thought that this was such a tremendous betrayal, and they went home penniless and dispirited and had to kind of recreate their lives afterwards. For some historians, they see this tremendous despondency at the elite population who sought solace in the teachings of Shempo and others that followed, and used one of the stories after arguments. But other Jews said, well, wait a second, Subtype 3 is definitely the Messiah, and he's converted to Islam, so maybe that means we have to double down on our belief that he is the Messiah, and also converting to Islam. And so you have hundreds of thousands of Jews, I don't know if that's the right number, but maybe thousands of Jews converting to Islam, to follow Subtype 3. They actually maintained a separate population. They were called the Germans, and they just right up to the 20th century, they actually played a significant role, I understand, in modern politics in Turkey as well. But I don't want to go further into the Shabbat sister because we have to see how that relates to the Ramchal. So this Moshe from Greece felt that it's starting up again. Here is another Sabbatean. I'm going to go take him down. He went to Italy, to Venice actually, and he complained. He said, hey, who's in charge of Ottawa? What's going on there? Why aren't they punishing this guy? He's claiming 20 years old. He didn't have a beard. He's getting, this is from a Magi. It's ridiculous. This is Shabbat speak all over the place. And so he compelled the Venetian authorities to step in to the community of Ottawa. There was a certain amount of tension between the rabbinic leadership in both communities, but the rabbis in Ottawa said, okay, fine, look, we're confident that Moshe Chaim is harmless, and we're a very beautiful person, he's excellent Mido, the students are wonderful. We're going to get him to take an oath that he's not following Shabbat at all, and he's not reading any of that stuff, that he's doing everything fine. And although the Ramchal was very upset with this, he was counseled by his teacher, Rabbi Isaiah Hassan, to say, you know what? You are just a kid, you know, you're a beautiful person, you're a fantastic Talmud, I love everything you do, you're a very good individual, but you know what, you've got to chill out, you've got to calm down, you can't keep saying these things, because you're just going to aggravate the authorities. And by the way, I am paraphrasing, of course, but we have the actual letters exchanged between the Moshe Chaim and Isaiah Hassan. They would be separated at several points during their mutual relationship, and we have the letters, and we know exactly what they're saying. At one point, for example, the prolific young scholar published a book that had all kinds of Kabbalistic information in it, and he asked Rabbi Bassan to write a book for him, a Haskama for him. And Rabbi Bassan said, you know, seriously, you don't have enough trouble before? Well, let's actually look at what he had to say. So this is in 1729, a little bit later, 9 years after. And this is his response about, you know, you want me to write a Haskama for you to book about Kabbalah? When the rabbis of Ottawa said, you know what, you're too young to be studying Kabbalah, you're getting mentally imbalanced, you should not be doing this. And they forced him to promise not to teach Kabbalah until he was 40 years old, and they adjured him not to do it in Ottawa, only in the holy realm of Israel. In the land of Israel could he perhaps, after the age of 40, begin to teach Kabbalah again. And the Ramchal accepted this. But then he's publishing it. What is he doing publishing? It's not exactly teaching, but it got into trouble. So here, this is Rabbi Isaiah Bassan writes, there is not the slightest doubt in my heart that your words are honorable, for you have been God-fearing since your childhood, and I cannot refrain from stating that the matter is hard beyond me. For if your illumination and your description of the Magna visiting has reached a degree higher than the Ari, and higher than the Arizal, regarding Isaac Luria, founder of modern Kabbalah. Although he, the Ari, sat in isolation for many years, it is true that nothing is impossible for God. Meaning, okay, you're walking in this situation. But just as I cannot reject it, I cannot confirm its truth until I have seen it firsthand. I know that you will develop into a mighty seer, but I have yet to see anything except the smallest amount of rain. How did you carelessly reveal yourself to that red Metusela? Remember that Rick Box and told him about all these emanations? Don't you know that it is the foolish way of Ashkenazic and Polish Jews to publicize and confuse everything? And the Ramchal is Sephardic, of course, and Rick Metusela, the Vilna, is a Rick. In my opinion, this is one of the causes of our prolonged exile. You should just keep it to yourself. It would have been better if you would observe walking on the street as much as possible in every way. To recall that our reason for our many sins was punished because of his revelation. And this time is familiar on each way. So the Ramchal is getting advice from his own teacher that, you know, your approach to these things is just full of mutual impotence and impetuosity, and you're just going to get everybody in trouble. You have to calm down, Ramchal. Just focus on your studies. And things began to calm down when he started growing a beard, when he finally married, because it was also scandalous that you have a 22-year-old Shiva Buffer is unshaven, hangs out with lots of guys, and is unmarried, and everyone in Ottawa is saying, what's going on with you at the time? Why isn't he marrying someone already? He finally met a girl named Sipora, and he really loved the idea of, he loved her, I'm sure, but he loved the idea of Moshe marrying Sipora, and he wrote an absolutely fantastic Kabbalistic yeshiva for his wife, which is still studied today as a work of phenomenal literature. But Rabbi Moshe Chaim was not satisfied. And eventually, because of the difficulty in publication, Rabbi Moshe Chaim Luzzatto and his young wife decided that they would leave Ottawa. There were also some economic considerations because his father's business, as I mentioned earlier, had failed, and they had to seek work elsewhere. His elder brother was already living in Amsterdam, and they thought that. So they made their way from Ottawa. Now it happened that Moshe Chaim was not satisfied with the slap on the wrist that they gave the genius of Ottawa. He wanted more of a larger trial and more of a big demonstration of how they can even smack them Sabbatheans had to be extricated from the Jewish people. And so he followed them to Frankfurt. And he actually sent word ahead to the rabbinic authorities, and this is an Ashkenazic territory now, saying, you have a guy coming from Ottawa, his name is Rabbi Moshe Chaim, and he is dangerous. He is a Sabbathean. You must arrest him and investigate him. And in fact, it happened. Here he is just traveling from one place to another. It was exceptionally cold winter that year as well. Arrives exhausted in Frankfurt and he is put under house arrest. They force him to take a second oath, still more injurious than the first oath, even worse. And by the way, they stopped this only because Isaiah Bassan stepped in and spoke very forcefully to the Frankfurt audience, accusing them of intellectual cowardice, and saying that they were being browbeaten into persecuting an innocent person, but they nevertheless forced him to take a second oath, even more stringent than the first one that found developed, and more significantly, they took away his manuscripts, all of his unpublished work, because they were suspecting it of showing the taint of Sabbathean heresy. And the rabbi in Frankfurt said that he would study them. He could find nothing untoward in them, because the person may not have even understood them, because they're extremely arcane, written in Aramaic, and deeply roughness in the Kabbalah. And so he elected that rather than return them because he was suspicious that perhaps they were in fact heretical, he buried them, and they were lost. It's a tremendous treasure penned by none other than Charles, and moldering somewhere in the chest, buried in the city of Frankfurt. Followed by one day, those manuscripts will be unearthed, and we learn more about the Ramchal. Nevertheless, beaten and angry, but nevertheless chastened, he left Frankfurt and made his way eventually to Amsterdam. Amsterdam was a place of sanctuary, largely because for a couple hundred years now, it had housed the Portuguese Jews. Unlike the Spanish Jews, who either converted to Christianity, sometimes forcibly, like in the pogroms of 1391, or through the course of the horrible Spanish Inquisition. On the one hand, they were these converts to Christianity and accepted to some degree or another in the Iberian Peninsula, or they fled, like Don Isaac of Lavanel and his family. Many of those Spanish Jews fled to the nearest country. It was a land border on the western coast of the Iberian Peninsula, that is, of course, Portugal, where they were, again, 5 years later, subject to horrible persecution and forced, in this case, to convert to Christianity. And then the Inquisition came to Portugal as well. Worse than it was in Spain, and many Jews maintained their Jewish identity as so-called Marranos. That's actually a derogatory term. Crypto Jews or conversos is my better term. They maintained their Jewish identity until they were able to actually escape from Portugal. They were actually tracked by the Spanish Inquisition throughout Europe whenever they landed in another Catholic country. And many of them made their way to Amsterdam, which was a place of some liberal food. It's no longer such a liberal place to live. That's a joke that I would say. Hard to say when everyone has it, but I couldn't resist it. The kinds of experiences they had there were like with people such as Uriel da Costa, who in his fanciful picture, they didn't live at the same time, but Costa was one of these Portuguese Jews by surprise. He was raised as a Christian in Portugal, and then when he was a teenager, his mom told him, and he couldn't tell young children that they were Jewish because they might get killed by accident on the playground. He told his mother that he was, his mother told him that leaving Portugal and Northern Amsterdam, he was overjoyed, and he immediately got deeply into studying Yiddishkeit. He really became so hooked up, he loved everything about the Torah, but when he encountered actual Jews in Amsterdam, he was deeply disappointed. And he'd look around and he'd say, wait a second, isn't that Lashon Hara that you're saying?
I'm going to be in Harris at
I thought we weren't allowed to talk about this in chat. It was like the most in history.
most thing I really like about it is there's no shiny shirt halfway flags over there.
Printed some of his criticisms of the Jewish community. The criticism was really coming from a place of love. He wanted the Jews that he saw in real life to match the ideal Jews he could imagine and realize in front of him, and he criticized them bitterly. He was actually put in excommunication 3 times, and then the final time, every time he came back, he said, please accept me. I can't live the way these Jewish people have to be among Jews. The final time the Jewish aspirated him that they subjected him to some ritual humiliations, which included a symbolic whipping inside the synagogue. Synagogues will actually use sometimes for corporal punishment. Now we only use it for Lashon Hara.
I'll put him in the beautiful Caesar's palace.
They subjected him to a symbolic whipping, and then they ordered him to lie down at the entrance of the synagogue, and every member of the community had to walk over his own form outside the synagogue and met the He went home after this incident. He wrote a 12-page suicide note called Exemplar Humanae Vitae, which is in Latin an example of a human right, and then he shot himself to death. Terrible story. So the Amsterdam Jewish community was shocked by this experience, and they tried to deal with someone coming to town with somewhat, off-centered views. And they experienced it once again with Spinoza, who also famously endured an excommunication. The Portuguese Jewish community kind of realized that, they're not controlling the community in modern era with these kinds of strictures. The Ramchal coming into town, even though he had a bit of a history coming with him, he was regarded nevertheless as a great sage, a great teacher, and he was given a very comfortable position as a senior leader in the local yeshiva, and apparently he found some peace at last. And it was in this community that he wrote the works of his maturity, including Baruch Hashem, perhaps the most significant book of Jewish theology written in the last 400 years. He wrote Das Yunos, very important Syrian study of the basic fundamental concepts of Judaism, and of course, Messiah Shoshana. That's when this particular book was in an English translation I cited it. However, it was not satisfying. And even though he had reached kind of like a moment in his life, finally of reaching peace and contentment, and he could have just relaxed and continued his literary activities, he nevertheless wanted to return to that activity that he began in Padua, the study and teaching of Kabbalah. And according to the oaths that he had promised under duress, he knew that he had to do it in Israel. So he settled up his business. We actually have, communication he has with notary republics in Amsterdam, setting up all his affairs. He moved with his young family to Israel. He chose to live in the port city of Acre, rather than any of the great Kabbalistic centers, like today, for example, Tzfat or even Yerushalayim. It is quite possible. There's a great biography the life of Ron Powell. Right now, it's an unpublished PhD dissertation by David Sklar. He's working on a monograph, and I'm very excited. I can't wait to see that will come out. His dissertation is incredible. It's possible, argues Dr. Sklar, that he didn't want to overshadow the local Kabbalistic lights of those other cities, but he lived with Haker until we finally, there's two documents that we have from his life there. One is a letter back to his students in Amsterdam, and this letter I'd like to just paraphrase for you because it is all, after all, the subject of tonight's lecture, his last words. He writes back to his students in Amsterdam, and he says, I love you so deeply, and my love for you is inscribed in my heart like the pill of an iron pen. Paraphrasing which the last week's Torah. And he says, I wish I had more time to write, but I'm so deeply occupied in my studies here that I simply do not have the luxury of being able to communicate more directly. In this letter, throughout his life, he's truncated. He has no more information about what he did in the 3 years he spent in Israel until finally getting notice of his passing. And the eulogy that indicates that he passed away with his wife and with his child on the 26th of Iyar. The eulogy that we have says 1706, but there are other sources that suggest it might have been 1707, and that marks the end of the Ron Powell's creativity on this planet as a human. However, he carries a very, very heavy legacy. And I think in many ways, the Ron Powell was parallel to some of the influential figures of Jewish history, such as, for example, Moses Maimonides, and also the Rabbis and
20 and 30 guys, you're like,
who in their lifetime endured
it's like, it's so
the Rambam, for example, were actually burned by the Dominican friars at the suggestion of Jewish opponents of Maimonides. Incredible thing to say, but in 1232, Jews engineered the burning of Maimonides' works because they felt, the Jews were heresy and everything. The Lubavitch already much closer to our own times. Many of the audience, I'm sure, remember the huge controversy swirling around him in the last months of his life. And yet here it is, over 2 decades since his passing, and his movement is still growing. In many ways, his influence is even larger now in death than it was in life. So Ron Powell as well was sued bitterly by Rabbi Moshe Faiz and forced to accept all kinds of terrible concessions and restrictions. But even within a very short life, he barely reached his 40th year, nevertheless was able to spend some absolutely phenomenal works that continue to be studied as part of the classic canon of Jewish thought. And with that, I'd like to conclude, and I want to thank the congregation around us once again for this very kind invitation, and I'm very grateful to be able to share a little bit about the life of Ron Powell with you tonight. Thank you. Beautiful. Amazing. There is a Q&A button at the bottom of your screen that you can use to put some questions. I see Ms. Cohen, Mr. Adler. Mr. Adler asks, so I'll just answer the questions. Mr. Adler writes, I open up the chat. Mr. Adler writes, what is the error in chapter 11? No, it doesn't actually, the Gilligan doesn't actually say it's an error. It's a book out of place, a word out of place. So when you read chapter 11 carefully, in the section called Messias, the subject of that chapter, cleanliness, is all about looking at your behavior and saying, are you really doing it right? Like, let's say, for example, you keep kosher. Yeah, you keep kosher. And you like eating, I don't know, Snickers bars, right? But do you check that the hefsher is still on the Snickers bar every time you buy one? Or just assume They were posted yesterday, they were posted last year, and they posted this year. And it could be that, BYU removed the certification. So the piece is kind of like, take the experience, make sure you're doing the right thing. And in that chapter, yes, discussion of the motivation for the film. And occasionally, usually personal kind of statements come out. And one of the things he writes there is he says that we all know that revenge is much sweeter. And when you think about the kind of persecution that the Ramchal had to endure in his lifetime, and the pursuit of the notion that he was engaged in as an attempt to ideologically kill upon him, it's my contention, and I don't need to for it, that that's really what was up next to it. The Ramadan said, we know that we're going to sweeten on it. But you didn't have to say it's much sweeter on it. That kind of allowed his personality. Just peek out for a second, lost control for maybe one word, and then went back and slapped it down and got into the rock. Thank you for asking the question. Now we have a question from Mr. Superman. Were Ramchal's laws and manuscripts written entirely by him and published? Or were they more like his notes or commentaries? Is it possible that he and or his students were actually influenced by Sabbath? We should probably not include this in the recording. So many modern scholars, beginning, for example, with Isaiah Tishby, who was someone who discovered a trove of Ramchal's manuscripts in a Bodleian library in Oxford, argue in fact that yes, the Ramchal did study Shabbat usually. And in fact, when you go through his correspondence, it seems pretty clear that the Ramchal was straight as an arrow theologically. And hey, he wrote archaeology. The Derech Hashem is kind of like the guide, the manual of Jewish theology today. Everything like life after death and reward and punishment and the Bama Riva, we basically hold like the Ramchal, as he formulated it in a way that was hugely influential. But it's clear that he was familiar with what Shabbatites wrote or making of Gaza wrote. And when he was taken to task by his teacher, he said, hey, he quoted essentially Rebbe Meir from the Talmud. He said, I eat the fruit and I throw away the peel. Meaning, I read Bible. Remember, he's read Greek, he's read Latin, he's read Italian, he's all kinds of things. He was a very unusual figure in that he's able to do that. Now, it's first the word said he was a Sabbath, but it's also true that he was maybe like ViralRabbi, deeply suffused with Messianism as well. And there's some really powerful readings of his work that argues that he felt that the Messiah was very close by, and in fact might have been even one of his own inner circle. So that there's like a lot of head scratching and arguments among Ramchal scholars over that. And needless to say, that's the part that's not typically taught in seminaries and yeshivas, but there's quite a bit of research on it. Wow. Okay. Question? You want the question part? Oh, let's see. Very good. Yes. Sandy also writes, under what circumstances was Ramchal buried next to Rabbi Akiva, and who decided this? Oh my gosh, these are really tough questions. There is a little bit of controversy over whether or not that is in fact the cover of the Ramchal. The association, we should understand that while he was deeply controversial in his youth, by the time he reached his late 30s, he was revealed as a great sage. And in fact, he himself believed that he was a real hero of Rabbi Akiva. He was a reincarnation of Rabbi Akiva himself. And there are some who say that the Ramchal's right. The Ramchal lived to be 39 years old. And you know the famous story of Rabbi Akiva. Only began studying Torah at age of 40. So many Kabbalists today argue that the Ramchal's life for 39 years was a teaching for the 39 years that Rabbi Akiva did not say that. So there's not to it that the souls should be together in the form as well. Okay, I found Melvin Benedict. I mentioned that the Dinmat, but like there are many other Sabbatines that are Dinmat and don't in Sabbatinism for many generations. Absolutely isn't. So the Dinmat were actually the easiest to identify because they were already converted to Islam. But maybe I painted too broadly, my strokes were too broad with Rabbi Moshe Fabidis. There were lots of Sabbatines who happened to Europe for the next 3 years. Right? We've got tens of thousands of Jews, maybe hundreds of thousands of Jews throughout the Shabbat Tzvi. They invest themselves completely in the idea that Shabbat Tzvi is from Shia. And when it all fell apart, that go somewhere. There's no question that Sabbatean practices continued for at least a century in Jewish communities until finally they were kind of aged out by the overwhelming non-Sabbatean majority. But Moshe Fabidis was not wrong. There were Sabbateans still. Another place where you see it, there's lots of this is not very excellent and very secret, but there are many scholars who point to 18th and 19th century innovations in Jewish practice, and they argue that it actually came from Sabbatean practices, kind of like eating fruit and throwing away the field. Even though we think of those practices as very wonderful and very Jewish, others would say, in fact, it is hereditary from Shabbat Tzvi. It took a long time for that to fade away. Oh, I remember, I was going to say, for example, that huge controversy that most of these results involved between Rabbi Yaakov Emden and Rabbi Yonatan Albershitz over the production of amulets, which I believe, ironically, were produced as well as protection for disease, protections against cholera in particular. People would go to the local working rabbis who would make for them a menorah and a written script that had names of angels and shapes of menorahs and stars of big and things like that. And these would be treasured as kind of like things that would ward off sickness. And many accuse the so-called producers of amulets as being Sabbatean in nature. And sometimes they're absolutely right. So yeah, you're absolutely right. Mr. Barnett. This is Mr. Deutsch, Mr. Deutsch, you don't talk to the audience who's going to be so well educated. What were the circumstances surrounding his death? Unfortunately, the only thing we know about his death is this very brief obituary that circulated. It's about 100 words long, and it just says that he was died
you guys are great. I love you. I'm going out to Vegas. I'll make you laugh hard, I promise.
So we really don't know much about it all. I wish we did more. David Sklar, who wrote that dissertation, maybe he's done more research since then. In Akko, we may have been focused on more archival sources, but for the time being, that's a short form, right? So what happens to the Frankish standard? So that's a little bit later, and that's in Poland. And they also have a significant amount of continuity really into the early 20th century. But to my mind, what happened to the Count Frankish, this is another kind of Sabbatean sect, neo-Messianic, unlike the Shabbat Tzvi movement that became Muslim. The Frankists became Christian, and I believe it was Polish Catholic, if I'm not mistaken. And I'm not disputing from sort of a hunch of what I would know about that group. Most of them either became either Catholics or so Mr. Author, didn't Rabbi Yonatan Albershitz write a book on Torah Tzvi promoting Sabbateanism? I'm unaware of anything he wrote promoting Sabbateanism. I think that would have got him in the world of trouble. Some of the things you look at, if you look at where most of the reasons, accusations, the great book on this called The Pursuit of Heresy by the great scholar Sheva Karlebach here in New York. And, there were rude things that were written, and they would say, oh, you see, look at the first letters of these 4 words, and as far as this word, that must be a code for the Sabbateans, and he was after super Sabbatean, but of course it seems to be entirely coincidental and very far-fetched. But, people like tons of conspiracy theories, and, when they wanted to declaim Rabbi Yonatan Albershitz, they found all kinds of things. to read into the text, try and support that convention. Unsuccessfully. Okay, I think I've got the Q&A. I think we've got it. Okay, so that was a very stimulating question and answer session. If any of you need like an undergraduate degree, we got a great college, and you don't have to fill out, we'll help you out, set you up.
Thank you so much. It was beautiful, very informative. Boy, they had a fun. And I think we got some thank yous to everybody who did some of the chat. So I think everybody's very interested in see. Thank you so much.
It's been a privilege. I really enjoyed speaking with you, and I really enjoyed in particular the honor of speaking at the Ram Pal on his website, on Young Alliance. And we shall meet us in Shama and all the time for hopefully Monday we'll be able to meet in person. Well, thank you very much. It was very interesting, very informative. To a lot of people, thank you for it. A lot of people really appreciate it. So just like the next time you get to everybody sitting here listening will be sitting in those seats behind me. No, I am not really in the building. That is just a picture. But I hope you will be sitting in those seats behind me the next time you get to hear me. Thank you very much. Okay, let's do the jumping out very quickly then. Tonight's lecture, we're really pleased that we've broken the $5,000 mark with his donation by Mr. Bruno Marques, who is a specialist in Portuguese Jewish history. He's been sending me some really cool stuff that we'll integrate next year. We also received another $100 today in the mail. That was really sweet, something useful for our students and graduate program. We also want to give a shout out to our 3 interns. I think we have 2 of them here today. They might hear this. Ms. Valerie Braun, Ms. Rita Feldhouse, and Ms. Tiffany Grossman have done everything to set this place up. Let's see if they can hear it. Ms. Grossman, are you there? Ms. Feldhouse? I don't know if they can hear us. Anyway, I'll let them know that we take care of all the details and all the food and things like that. They also were really great at developing marketing materials. They were working hard on figuring out how to promote these lectures on the web and design flyers and bookmarks and all kinds of things. So I'm really pleased to have them there doing a great job. Okay, let's go straight to the material. And tonight's topic, fascinating topic, controversial topic. Really someone who embodies a lot of the inner contradictions of the land of Israel in its contemporary attempt to be a modern state in an ancient biblical land. Even though he was born in Israel proper, he was the first ruler of Israel, first prime minister who was actually a Sabra born in Israel. He nevertheless, according to one of his contemporaries, he was ever met. Ironically, but this is part of the contradictions that represent the state of Israel. He was born and grew up in a series of wars. Soldiers from the perspective of the war. We looked at several of them in the course of our hour together. But at the end, he was ironically a man of peace. A controversial piece, and we'll look at the reasons for the controversy. He died ultimately an assassin's bullet ended his life in 1995. He was honored in Israel as a martyr for the cause of peace. He is still an elusive peace to this very day. David, could I ask you to shut that door so I'm not distracted by the sound? Thank you very much. Okay, so let's go straight to the story of his life. Here's some photographs to give you a sense of his family background. Both his parents were socialist Zionists. His mother from Belarus was known as Red Rosa Cohen because of her socialist leanings. They were both especially attached to a party called the Coalition. We spoke about them very briefly last week. The Workers of Zion. that tried to create a political philosophy very grounded in actual working of the soil that was a mixture of secular Zionism with Marxism. ViralRabbi was the principal ideologue behind this movement that had its greatest impact in the former Russian Empire. But many of the young people who were motivated by ViralRabbi's ideas came to Israel and founded the kibbutz movement and ultimately formed the core of the Labour Party, which dominated Israeli politics up until late 1970s. So here's photographs of Red Rosette Cohen and her son Yitzhak on the right and her daughter Rachel on the left. There's another photograph with his father, also of course with his sister Rachel. Father Defendant Rubitsov was from Ukraine. He actually emigrated to America and he spent about a dozen years living in Chicago as a tailor, which is a traditional kind of trade for many Jewish immigrants. The needle trade. My own grandfather, Oliver Shalom, and my father, Oliver Shalom, were in the needle trade as well. Then he eventually moved to Israel, also for social Zionist reasons, where his wife and they had their first son, Yitzhak, their only son, Yitzhak, in 1922. Later on, of course, Yitzhak went through the ranks, and in the context of World War II, he met his wife, Leah Schlossberg, and he married her. They remained married until his assassination in 1995, and she died 5 years later. She was, of course, very much intertwined with his political career, and we shall see that a small financial peccadillo actually brought him from government as a result of his wife having a bank account that was illegal at the time. But let's come to that a little later. His life, as I mentioned, really could be traced out through a series of Israel's wars. I've only chosen a few of them because they really go into tremendous detail in each one of them, but these wars were incredibly important for forming the national identity, and that he was personally connected to that identity. In fact, he was a role model for many Jews in understanding what was Sabra. The term, particularly for us moving on, so everyone in the room is knows the term Sabra. It means cactus flower, and it's sort of like a symbol for the Jews who were born in Israel. Do they have a similar kind of thing for people who were born in New York? I don't know. Brooklynites, or what I mean, the place name, right? They have like names for people who were born in certain places. The Sabra is a cactus flower. It's very luscious and moist on the inside, very tasty, but on the outside, of course, it's quite spiny and impossible to eat. And so that's sort of like an emblematic of the Israeli character, hard on the exterior, maybe rough and rude, but on the inside, very warm and hospitable and so on. Once when I was in Israel back in my late teens, living on a kibbutz, there was this Australian guy, and we used to spend a lot of time together, Canadians and Australians, and beer. Three of us were inseparable. And I remember once he found a cactus flower, and he decided just to peel the outer skin very quickly with his knife. And he
Are you hungry?
Little did he realize, of course, that those mature spikes on the outside of the cactus actually come from little tiny immature hair-like spires on the inside of the cactus. And his mouth is full of these things. We have to go to the doctor and they have to carefully squeeze them out one by one. Anyway, so he was a Sabra. He was formed in the crucible of Israel's wars. And in particular, he was associated with a pre-state military formation called the Palmach, which later was absorbed into the Haganah, or the Defense Force, which became the Israel IDF, the Israel Defense Force, which is actually the word Haganah, to defend, is built into the modern term for Tzahal, the forces for the defense of Israel and people. It was not an easy fit, and in fact, in his memoirs, he talks quite a bit about the small antagonisms he had with great figures such as Ben-Gurion, the first prime minister of Israel, who wished to break up the Palmach and not allow them to have an individual identity within the IDF, but that's more of detail than we need to go into here. Let's have a look at Israel at the verge of its independence, because this is where he received most of his initial military experience. is. This is the 1947 UN partition treaty, or partition plan of 1947. You'll recall it's a quick lightning tour. 1918, the British take over the land of Israel from the Ottoman Empire, and after a brief amount of negotiations, the United Nations, then called the League of Nations, really its predecessor, decided that the British should control all of that region, also Transjordan, the other side of the Jordan River, and so on. This left Israel in an administrative territory called the British Mandate. It was controlled by Britain on behalf of the United Nations. The arrangement was not very workable. The Arabs were dissatisfied with the increasing Jewish immigration to Israel. The Jews moving to Israel wanted more power, more self-government, and this only accelerated after the Holocaust, when there were so many refugees, something like 20 million displaced people after the war ended, and many of them Jews wishing to go to a new homeland rather than try to recreate their lives in war-destroyed Poland. So ultimately what ended up happening is the British, after trying to negotiate between Jews and Arabs and finding themselves at the expense of violent attacks, they decided to simply give it back to the UN, and the UN thought about it while it came up with this very unworkable plan, which divided the land of Israel into 7 distinct sections. The sort of pinkish area here was supposed to be the Arab states, so there are 3 Arab state regions with very tiny connections between them. This sort of peachy orange color was to be Jewish, and finally the region of Jerusalem was to be an international zone, belonging to the international community who belong to neither Jews nor Arabs. So when I teach this to undergraduates who are not necessarily familiar with the history of Israel, they're always amazed when I say to them that at this point, the Arab nations rejected this really bizarre, unworkable map, but the Jews, to my 18-year-old student's surprise, accepted it. Even though it was really an almost impossible amount of territory to defend, it of course did not include Jerusalem, and there was a huge swath of territory between Jewish areas and Jerusalem, which is long regarded by the Jews as their eternal capital. Nevertheless, the Jews accepted it. And war, of course, broke out almost immediately. You can see that even more in how serious it is in the next map that I will show you, right over here. This map shows you where Jews actually live. And the regions that we saw in the previous map were supposed to more or less correspond to the demographics. I mean, where they gave territory to where Jews live. It's actually even thinner. The number of Jews living in a lot of these regions was tiny. And so everyone expected at that time that the Jews, of course, would be thrown into the sea so shortly after the Holocaust. And after a brutal war, just over a year, they ended up being able to actually consolidate territory to the amazement of the world, and the state of Israel survived. Rabin was involved in several important maneuvers. At this point, we should recall that his genius was in logistics, in operations, which was a very important part of war. Not so much the artillery or the seals or the air force, but in figuring out what goes where, what has to be placed where, and when in order for the troops to succeed. Supply lines and ammunition and things like that. So he was charged with finding a way to get from Tel Aviv to Jerusalem. You can see the blue areas here are Jewish populations, but the single road that connected them went through a heavily populated Arab area around the town of Latrun. And the site of really serious battles on that single road. There was no way to get around this particular pass where the Arabs could easily ambush Jewish convoys. boys. So Rabin came up with a rather simple but quite ingenious idea to simply bypass the plume, and he managed to build a very rapidly constructed road, paving it with remarkable speeds, and enabling essentially Jewish convoys to make their way from Tel Aviv to Jerusalem without harm. And that was a signal victory without actually engaging in hostilities. And it's characteristic of a lot of things that we were especially good at. After the war, he was invited to participate in the armistice talks. Here's a picture of him. They actually, just to give you a sense of what the Israeli army was like at the time, he had no dress uniforms. They did not issue dress uniforms to their soldiers. A very intentionally casual army, but you couldn't show up at these armistice talks wearing your regular jackets. So they got some World War II uniforms that were hand-me-downs. Remember, this is 1950 already. It's 5 years after the war, and several people had worn these dress uniforms from the used shop before it. They were ill-fitting, and we put on. He also he relates in his memoir a funny story that some members of the Arab delegation found out a deeply held secret that he was embarrassed about. He never managed to learn, perhaps he learned later in life, but at that point, when he was about in the late 20s, he didn't know how to tie a tie. And so he actually had a friend tie it for him and leave it on his neck, and he would just loosely knot every time he would take it on and put it on. But he had to go for a haircut at the same time as one of the members of the Arab delegation, and they saw him loosening his tie, and he was deeply embarrassed. I mean, it's an interesting kind of story because it tells you something about the character of the Israeli army at that time, intentionally casual and very much down to earth and without formalities. The next major war in his life in the life of Israel was just under 20 years later. We'll skip over it. There are smaller skirmishes of nevertheless great importance. In 1956, the Sinai campaign, in which he was involved. The 6-Day War is the most momentous, perhaps of all battles that Israel has ever been involved in. In fact, we are right now just about at the anniversary of the 6-Day War, the 50th anniversary, the so-called Yom Yerushalayim, the Day of Jerusalem, is on Wednesday, which celebrates the recapture, the reunification of East Jerusalem, which had been cut off from Jews since 1948. Anyway, what exactly happened? We're just going to quickly skim over some of the main facts. I'm sure most of you are very aware of the broad strokes of the war, but we'll focus on Rabin in particular. This was Gamal Abdel Nasser, the leader of Egypt, was an extremely bellicose individual who managed to engineer political alignment with Syria that was very significant. Syria,
I'd say like everybody else in my family likes chicken. My father liked chicken that much.
To the southwest. Egypt,
Right?
Israel was
There's just I mean, I've heard like, oh yeah, so and so, fuck your couch. You are not raising my dad. Like, there's no more embarrassing time to eat chicken. Like, nobody likes chicken that chicken.
Israel and Rabin particularly was
Really?
to some degree
Nobody's that proud of him. It wasn't even trying. He loves chicken that much.
There were skirmishes in the north, in particular around the Golan Heights, that had to do with
And what we need to eat.
water.
You go there, take every layer in the whole thing. Really? Yeah, and other people go, other people, there are some other of us with like legs. They'd be
Navy fighters and Israeli jets that had launched from northern Syria. So there was a certain amount of tension that was responsible for which he was deeply criticized.
Oh my God, he's an asshole. Really?
Anyway, Nasser's response was to mass all of his troops in concert with Syrian,
But
Jordanian, and to threaten the borders of Israel. Israel was heavily outnumbered by tanks, aircraft, not quite outnumbered in terms of troops, but the only way that Israel would be able to actually amass the same number of troops to fight against the soldiers in one army would be pull out every single one of their reservists, which would totally paralyze the country economically and otherwise. It means every single person of fighting age brought to the front line. So Israel was clearly outdone and pretty much outmanned by all of the other armies at the same time. And Egypt, in a very bellicose way, threatened the United Nations and challenged them to remove their observers from the border that was separating Israel and Egypt. Perhaps to NASA's surprise, the Secretary General of the UN actually did so, actually abandoned the front line. There are some theorists that say that NASA was expecting that, this is part of the record, these noises, and the UN might retreat to a part of the border, but then simply remove the border, and to a certain degree, that meant that the region was going to spiral into war. There's also some questions about how much NASA knew and what exactly he thought or what he was doing, because he got some misinformation from the Soviets. Well, the Soviets are heavily involved in this. Let's just remember, this is before Vietnam, but after Korea. So we're talking about the Arabs and the Israelis are fighting a proxy war on behalf of the Soviets and the Americans, respectively. So the signals confusion between these four parties, and they're overlapping but not at all identical political and foreign policy objectives. Often there's a lot of confusion on the ground. For example, one of the most bizarre incidents in the war that brought us much closer to all that DEFCON 3 moment was when the Israelis fired on an American the Mediterranean. The Israelis had thought originally that it was an Arab vessel that had entered its waters, and then later for a moment they had a bold thought that perhaps it was the Soviets that they had actually fired on, and that would draw the Soviets into the war. The Americans, and then they found out actually it was the Americans, so they just sunk an American ship. And they immediately sent apologies straight back to I say immediately, this is 1967 we're talking about, so immediately is kind of like a few pigeons flying very fast, like the version of the and no black and I thought it was funny, but, they would take it, that's the best they would have, thinking for fax machines. So it turned out that America, that there was a signals confusion, and they had pulled all their boats as they were, told in advance that Israel was going to attack. They removed all the boats in the waters, but they had neglected to inform this one particular boat, and so this one particular boat on its way actually thought it was the Soviets who said that. And if the Americans thought it was the Soviets, then they would go to war with the Soviet Union and would risk armed war. Actually, where we are, they launch around all this area, and then at this point, you will recall as Minister of Defense deeply involved in this, and maybe to some degree responsible for the escalation of tensions is rapidly getting out of control. The leadership of the military and political elite of Israel are really not certain what to do, because if they enter into war, it's quite likely that Israel would be destroyed. Rabin has a nervous breakdown at some point. His rival, Moshe Dayan, would step in. What exactly was this nervous breakdown? It's kind of a bizarre story. Rabin, in his memoirs, he attributed to literally nicotine poisoning. He'd been going without sleep for several days on end, smoking one cigarette after another. This is Israel in 1960s after all. And the combination of the stress, the exhaustion, the tension, and all this nicotine just laid him out for 30 hours straight. States. And this is a really bad time for the Minister of Defense to be offline. To think of him as not being involved in it, just disappeared, it was terrible. And many of his rivals, including Mr. Dayan, his advice and others, felt that well, that's it, he's out. We can't rely on him. He is emotionally too weak for this position. He managed, after he slept for nearly 2 days, he managed to came back to himself. He managed to reassert himself, but there was a lot of questions about his reliability after that one night. He's not even sure how to respond to it. But at any rate, the decision was made that Israel would launch a preemptive strike. And this has been a controversial decision, but ultimately it was a huge consequence for Israel as a nation. They took advantage related to their air superiority. Israel was outnumbered in terms of fighter planes, but they were much better trained. Again, you can see Iran's influence here. They had much better logistics. They were able to fly 4 sorties a day, whereas the Egyptians were used to flying 1 or at most 2. So they planned for a dawn raid. They also had some really good intelligence analysis of when the Egyptian pilots had breakfast. And they tended to fly all of their planes out at the same time in the pre-dawn hours. They would come back for breakfast at exactly 7 a.m. And at that point, all their planes would be on the ground while they were inside having couscous and hard-boiled eggs. So the Israelis planned that attack for the very first day over the Suez Canal, and amazingly, and they planned 3 waves of attacks. The first wave completely decimated the Egyptian Air Force on the ground. They were completely destroyed. Photographs like this of planes and runways completely destroyed. This one actually is going to get clear. That's what I'm sure it's a runway. But once they demonstrated their superiority over Egypt, they had the run of the skies, and the rest of the war basically fell into place with remarkable precision. So it was a tremendous execution, the planning that went into it. It was executed flawlessly, and the war was an amazing success. What ended up happening was really, you have to imagine, prior to the outbreak of the war, everyone was thinking this is going to be it. This is a disaster. Israel is all over. It's going to be another Holocaust. Jews from all around the world. My husband, for example, talks about how he rushed out to get an airline ticket to get to Israel, but by the time his flight was about to leave, the war was already open. It was a phenomenal turnaround of global proportions. The time this yellow shows you the armistice line of 1949, that is after the War of Independence that gave Israel its statehood. Israel conquered the entire Sinai Peninsula. The Gaza Strip here, the region which goes by biblical names Shomron and Yehuda, or by contemporary term the West Bank, as the West Bank of Great Jordan, and that's sort of peachy colored property, the Golan Heights, a region in the north that separates Israel and Syria. There's a victory beyond all proportions. There's no idea they were actually going to conquer this much territory. And in fact, it proved to be quite an albatross that Israel will have to deal with, because immediately after the early elite was thinking, okay, we conquered all this territory, now all we have to do is wait for the Arabs to call us up, and we'll make a deal, we'll trade land for peace, and we'll finally have peace. The problem is the phone calls are not come for another 10 years, and they had a couple of wars in the meantime, so things did not work out as planned. But in 1967, it was an overwhelming Israeli victory that the rest of the world really could not comprehend. Perhaps the most significant element of that war, on an emotional level, was the reunification of Jerusalem, which was captured in this iconic photograph. The old city, in particular, the hotel, the Western Wall of the Lord Temple, that was the center of Jewish worship for thousands of years, was cut off to Jews after 1949, and with the recapture of Jerusalem in this war, with very heavy door-to-door fighting in the old city, once again came under Israeli control, it was more than just a certain amount of territory. This was like capturing the capital city. It was the golden prize, and it brought tears to the eyes of Jews all around the world that the hotel was once again under Israeli control. So, Rabin goes on from here to eventually become the Prime Minister of Israel. The most significant thing that happened in the real time, of course, is the Yom Kippur War, which immediately preceded his rise to becoming Prime Minister. The Yom Kippur War won't go into great detail. That was mentioned by this man, Anwar Sadat, also the Prime Minister of Egypt, and he was able to launch a surprise attack on the holiest day of the Jewish year, and Jews were all fasting and so on. It was a huge soul-searching moment for the state of Israel. They were able, of course, to eventually push back the attackers, but only after a great number of casualties, and it proved that the sense of Davidic-like superiority that had overwhelmed the Israelis in 1967 could not be guaranteed. And that was true for the Israeli mentality and also true for the Arab mentality, because it showed that the Jews could get a far nose in the sense of the horrible devastation of the Yom Kippur War. And it also meant that Anwar Sadat, once he had, even though he didn't really win that war, the borders were pushed right back to where they were prior to the war, nevertheless it showed that he could inflict damage on the authorities, which gave him a sense of pride, once again gave the nation of Egypt a sense of pride. And then the cables were more level as to where he was able to reach out to the Israelis amazingly and seek peace. And so, in fact, over the course of the next few years, Egypt and Israel would eventually dictate a peace treaty. This would be a traditional land for peace deal, in which the Sinai Peninsula was given back to the Egyptians, and the Egyptians then respected the border with Israel. Gaza, however, is very problematic. Egypt did not want to take Gaza back. It was heavily populated, a lot of unhappy people living there, and they left it in Israel's backyard. But during this time, Shimon Peres emerged as Rabin's greatest rival. The two of them worked together on so many things. They were both labor Zionists. They were both in the same political party. But Rabin was more hawkish, and Peres was more dovish. Peres really wanted to make more efforts to make peace with the surrounding Arab peoples, and later, of course, with the Palestinians living within Israel proper. And Rabin, through most of his life, until the very end, he was much more in favor of the iron fist. He was much more in favor of using force to be able to achieve political aim. He was a child of the 1967 war, the war of independence. Like Perez, but definitely not similarly minded. At this point, he became prime minister after the 1973 Yom Kippur War, and he came into conflict with the religious parties. I'd like to mention this particular incident, primarily because it sort of demonstrates the fissures within Israeli society per se. The Israeli governments are not formed the same way the American government is. Here in America, we basically have a binary political system where the ruling party, with very few exceptions in American history and only weird kind of things back like who knows when in the 1800s, it's either Democrat or Republican. You can only have either or. You can't really, independents really don't have a stake or a chance to win the election. That's the way Americans think of, I believe. But in Israel, you can't have that. In Israel, there are so many gradations of political opinion, and the spectrum is so much broader that they have literally tens of political parties, none of which has ever been able to achieve majority status. We have 120 seats in Knesset, never has a political party been able to get 61 of those. So every single government has to be a coalition. Let's say one of the big parties gets 40 seats. Let's say Rabin's party of Labour gets 40 seats.
So they have to make deals with 21 other parties or 21 other seats, which are in smaller blocks. The vegetarians have 3 seats, so maybe can make a deal with them, lower prices on carrots, and the communists, they want, a particular type of school system, fine, we'll deal with them. And then a government, once they get 21 seats, they get 61 altogether, then they have a bloc government. That's a coalition-style government. So it really depends on a lot of internal negotiation between these various political groups. And one of the most common marriages of convenience up until the 1970s in particular was of the socialist anti-religious Zionists like Rabbi and the religious parties. The Agudat Israel, the Devar Torah, and different parties like this. So one of the specific incidents that came up was over a gift or a sale to Israel of several F-15 fighters from the United States. And the Israeli government scheduled the arrival of those planes on Israeli territory on a Friday afternoon, which is not wise because you have to schlep around and you have to get things ready for Shabbos and you have to light candles and things like that. Having all these expensive planes fly in on a Friday afternoon means that someone is going to desecrate the Sabbath. And so the Haredi, the ultra-Orthodox Agudat Israel party, voted on a motion of no confidence, meaning they were so upset with this government for breaking what was the religious standard as they felt. So they wanted to get 60 other seats to agree that we should drop out of this government. That's another thing that doesn't happen so much in America. In this country, if you want to change the government outside of the regular election cycles, you have to impeach somebody or shoot somebody, God forbid. That happens too. But basically, you have to have a real trauma to get off that cycle. In Israel, all you have to do is have one vote of no confidence. Out of 61 seats vote, they have no confidence in leadership, new elections. And it could be 3 weeks after the last elections. You never really know. So the Agudat Israel said, what a shanda, what a chilul Hashem, what a desecration of God's name that we should have these F-15 fighters land on Erev Shabbat with no confidence. So Agudat Israel was not part of the coalition, but the National Religious Party, who were more moderate Zionists. They were, as in what my French calls Yarmulke culture. They tend to wear the white kippot with the blue emblems on it. So they're more Zionistic, also observant of Shabbat. They didn't want to bring the government down. They didn't want to acquiesce to the Agudat Israel either. So what they did was they abstained from voting. And Rabbi was just incensed with them. They had a huge fight, kicked them out of the government. It was a big mess. And I put this today's article from the Jewish Telegraphic Agency to show you that, as my father always used to say, plus ça change, plus ça shows these kinds of fights over flying on Shabbat exist even today. Okay. But what really brought Rabbi down, and this is one of these great ironies of Israeli politics. I skipped over very quickly that he spent many years as an ambassador here in Washington. And his wife, Emily, had an American bank account with about 10,000 American dollars in it. In the late 70s and early 80s, Israel was going through a tremendous period of hyperinflation where I was living there at that time, and I used to work in a pizza shop called Richie's Cargo Cafe. And every Friday, or whatever day it was that we used to get paid, they would calculate how much we would get paid against the American dollar. Because we didn't know what the exchange rate was going to be any given week. Nobody got paid in dollars because they didn't have them. They always got paid in shekels. The shekels were calculated against the dollar because it varied from week to week. So in an attempt to try and control the currency, they put in place a regulation. No Israeli is allowed to have a foreign bank account. That was considered unpatriotic because they were protecting your money outside of the country. We need your money right here inside. Bank of me, Bank of Florida. We don't want you to put your money into, I don't know, the Chase or whatever it was. So when a journalist discovered that Leah Rabin had a bank account from when she was the ambassador's wife here in Washington, there was a huge scandal, and it actually forced Rabin to resign from the government, and new elections were held as a result. He was some kind of tenor of age. That law no longer applies. There's many bank accounts. You want to think about the economy there is much better. But the real devastation to the Republican Party occurred later on in the 1970s when you had a major revolution in Israeli political culture. Up until this point, from the first election in the late 1940s to the late 1970s, Israel's political establishment was dominated by the Ashkenazi Eastern European elite. Rabin was a bit of an exception because he was born in Israel, but he was, of course, of Ashkenazi extraction, and there was this kind of sense of entitlement that the Ashkenazim were much more civilized, much more cultured, much more educated. These Sephardim, coming from Arab lands in particular, created from Israel, from Yemenites, things like that, they were feeling like, you have the white man with regard to these other Jews. And there was really an apartheid-like society in many ways between the Ashkenazim and the Sephardim. So in the late 1970s, there was this internal revolution where the Sephardim rose up and said, we are just not going to support this social Zionist model that is hostile to our religious values. And we don't like all this rubbish stuff, especially that we hear from Shimon Peres. And they voted for a new party, Likud, under the leadership of this man, Menachem Begin, who was a follower of Vladimir Jabotinsky, who called his brother in Mexico. More hawkish than anyone out there, much more religious, much more nationalistic. And in 1977, there was a huge revolution within the mindset of Israelis. It was the renaissance of the Sephardic bloc of voters that has now played continuous push to the present day. Okay. Now to the last period of Rabin's life, and it's very significant in many ways. Rabin was still at the very top of our power. Don't forget, even when Begin came to power in 1977, he did not have a majority government. He still had a minority government which had to have the participation of various other parties. And we should recall that the way they choose members to occupy certain seats in the government ministry is that each party populates a ticket with a number one member of the party, number two member of the party, number three member of the party. And when they negotiate seats in the Knesset and ministries, they give those ministries to the top list, not at the top, so quite often he was occupying a ministerial post. It was in this context that he was called upon to deal with the first Intifada. The Intifada is something which is grown in Israel, unfortunately, and has become a persistent problem for the state. It refers, and I wish we had a lot more time to talk about this, but it refers to a very important change in tactics on the part of the Palestinians in particular. I will use that term specifically now rather than Arabs, because in the 1960s, that's when the concept of Palestinian, as distinct from Arabs who live in Israel, became very prominent. The Palestinians at this point had organized themselves, and in many ways the Palestinians had expressed their lack of confidence in their Arab leaders of other lands, the leaders of Egypt, leaders of Syria. They said, what have you done for us lately? We keep on having these big wars. What do we get out of it? In the end, you'll make a peace deal like Egypt, and we get nothing out of it. So the Palestinians, beginning in the late 1980s,
began to mobilize themselves for a grassroots uprising against Israel. I remember distinctly, because I lived in Israel in the early 80s, how, I'm sure many of you were there at that time, how amazingly safe it was. Even though you did have an occasional horrible terrorist attack, you could walk with ease through Arab neighborhoods, identifying as a Jew, and no one would bother you. I was studying at the university at the time. I used to live on Har Sophia, the Mount Stokes campus, which is kind of separate from Jerusalem. And I used to, every day walk down the hill, walk through the Arab neighborhood, through the Arab quarter of the old city to my job in the Jewish quarter of the old city. And then I would walk back. Whatsoever. It was just some guy walking in the street. But that you couldn't say that 5 years later after the Intifada began. The tactics of the Intifada involved low-level resistance, acts of smaller violence, acts of disobedience that the big guns of the Israeli defense establishment were not capable of handling. Rock throwing became the emblematic form of resistance, especially by children and youth, because Israel might have had all of these fantastic tanks and these bazookas and fighter planes, but how do you use those things effectively against children throwing stones? These stones are dangerous, so you have to do something about it, but how do you possibly control it with the modern military? And also add the fact that Israel is a democracy with a free press, an incredibly free press, and there are always photographers around. Sometimes these events are even staged. Israel was terribly in the propaganda war over the impression of how they are handling their Arab populations. So the Intifada, although it did not achieve any great military aims, was nevertheless changed the paradigm of the image of who was Israel and who were the Palestinians in this country. And we still live with that major paradigm shift, where suddenly Israel is the aggressor, Israel is the Goliath, no longer the David, and Israel has attempted, with only limited success, to try and change that narrative, which is very widely endorsed in much of contemporary society, particularly in universities that are our competitors. That's why all of you Jewish students out there who want to get an undergraduate education should come here. You don't have to deal with that. Anyway, the Beatles tried the hardest. The imported methods used in South Africa to try and quell disturbances against apartheid, with rubber bullets and water cannons and various types of armed personnel carriers, and it just dug a deeper and deeper hole every time there was a small incident of rock throwing on the news. And it was simply not succeeding against this. The Intifada, the word apparently, I don't know where it is, but apparently was the term used for like a violent shaking, like when a dog is wet and wants to shake off the water. Like instead of having the PLO's troops from Egypt or the Syrians, the Lebanese, and so on coming in and invade, it was going to be like that shaking off the Israelis kind of mentality. And it was very heavily practiced in the West Bank and in the Gaza Strip, and Israel had to cope by trying to limit the civil rights of non-Israeli citizens. The movement was restricted, the checkpoints were put in place, bags were checked for bombs everywhere you went, and ultimately, under Sharon, much later, an actual physical wall was built to try and separate the Arab citizens living in the Arab population in Israel, the Palestinians, from the Jewish population. It should also be noted, of course, that there are 750,000 Arab citizens of Israel who have freedom of movement throughout the country, and on occasion collude with non-citizens from the West Bank and Gaza, which only made the Intifada all the worse. And there was no easy solution in sight, certainly not then. Even today, it still remains a big problem. So what he did was very counterintuitive for his life history. And this is partly why he is so controversial in many circles today. He decided that if he could not win this war with arms, he could win it with peace. It's a very dramatic gesture, a 180 turnaround towards much of his way of thinking. Part of the reason for this was because now we're getting to the first part started in 1986. By 1991, the Soviet Union was collapsing. And you recall that most of the traditional Arab-Israeli conflict was predicated on the support of the Americans for the Israelis and the Soviet Union for the Palestinians. When the Soviet Union itself was disappearing, there was a real fear of what would happen to the Palestinian movement. Many people who might have been more short-sighted politically would say, well, this is great. The Palestinians will have less funds flowing to their central organizations, and therefore they will be weaker. But Rabin's thinking was, wait a second, right now I deal primarily with one enemy. His name is Yasser Arafat. He's the leader of the Palestine Liberation Organization. Israel had done a great job of making sure he was unwelcome in any of the countries that bordered Israel, and actually waged wars in Egypt, Jordan, Lebanon, Syria, and Arafat at this point was forced to live in Tunis because he was not welcome in the Arab nation. He was still the figurehead, though, of the Palestinian movement, and Rabin's thinking was, if I don't make peace with Yasser Arafat now, then I will have to fight against 1,000 Yasser Arafats who command much smaller and very dangerous groups of terrorists. So Rabin, in many ways, like Anwar Sadat, took the first step and picked up the phone to speak to Yasser Arafat and propose discussions for peace. Ironically, like Anwar Sadat, he was assassinated by a compatriot for this very bold decision. But what ended up happening is Arafat chose to take him up on this offer, and in this iconic photograph, brokered by the Americans under Bill Clinton, they actually struck a deal called the Oslo Accord, because much of the negotiation took place in Oslo, Norway. This is essentially the foundation of America actually up until today. I don't know what happened in Israel with the Trump's speech later, President Trump's speech, but up until today, the so-called roadmap that has been followed by all of the European nations, led by America, has argued towards implementing some version of the Oslo Accords of 1993. Basically, what do they ask for? Accepting Gaza, which no longer is relevant because in 2003, under a different administration, Israel simply abandoned Gaza to the Arabs living there. In the West Bank in particular, the idea was to slowly establish confidence-building measures that would allow Israel a sense of security living next to a demilitarized Palestinian state. And so they looked at the demographics in the region. They set aside Jerusalem because they knew it was too thorny an issue. Palestinians regarded Jerusalem as their capital. I think Jews also regarded as theirs. And so they said, okay, those are areas where there's lots of Palestinians. They say, hey, we will give the Palestinians local control of things like sanitation, local policing, education, whatever it is that they want to do for self-government, the Israelis will allow that to happen. Not really is, there will be Palestinian administration, but the Israelis will maintain security, and diminish the yellow areas here. And in the white areas in between, the area C, it's areas that still have to be negotiated. That's the core of the Oslo Accords. The goal was the Palestinians would slowly demonstrate that they are capable of preventing acts of terror against the Israelis. The Israelis would slowly retreat from political and even territorial control over these regions, and gradually, the theory went, went, they would move towards a two-state solution. Obviously, here we are 20 years later, 20 years later, and 25 years later, and we still don't have it for a variety of reasons, right? The Palestinians were incapable of taking those measures. There continued to be a wave of horrific suicide attacks, especially in the early 2000s. And Palestinians will say that Israel remains in its part of the world by continuing to build settlements. Settlements are facts on the ground. Once you've got a group of people living in a place, it's incredibly difficult to uproot them and move them away. And so there's this ongoing back and forth between both groups. I'm not here to give a political equivalency between those the arguments, but nevertheless, that is where we are deadlocked to this day. For his part, the dream was praised by the Israelis who left the center in particular, were taking this bold move to actually they felt kind of very of safety progress. On the other hand, Israel felt this was a betrayal of Israeli values as he was giving away some of the cherished land of Israel itself. This has political consequences, security consequences, and perhaps most significantly, religious consequences. Because many in Israeli society felt that the land of Israel would expand in order to absorb immigrants that would return to Israel along with the coming of the Messiah. And so by ceding land, we're actually stepping backwards from unfolding of the Messiah. And incredible cases as a result. So much so that even though he won the Nobel Prize for peace, he shares that he had Yasser Arafat and Shimon Peres. He does not compare with Israel. Maybe he's had to stand on the same stage with Arafat, so he's now the former Bond. He's now receiving the Peace Prize. But this man, Yagil Emal Amir, in 1995, approached Rabin in the public square and shot him in the back several times in revenge for not being the hospital peaceful. The spot is buried now on national monument and shrine, and he was eulogized by world leaders all over, not the least of which is Bill Clinton, who famously said of him, Shalom Kabbalah, goodbye, my friend. So with that, we conclude the remarks on a complex figure, played a great role in shaping of Israel's the war hero who became a valid coming to get the lasting mark on the land of Israel. Thank you very much for your attention.
It's like phase. Why? First time I beat him, it was like at 16 or something like that. So
let's go on to the material because there's a lot of fascinating to discuss. First of all, we have to move to the Shermans who are here with us tonight, Ruth and Michael Sherman. Thank you very much. They're sponsoring tonight's lecture in memory of Ruth's father, Leonard Schlesinger, and we really appreciate your support. This is money that goes to support our students straight to our scholarship funds. And I'm pleased that with this donation, actually a small collection that I have on my desk to push up. I guess we actually hit $5,000 this week, so that's really nice. That's a lot of students that we can help with these funds.
playing with like a bunch of kids, and they wanted to hoop low. So we played low. It was like, look, that's not what I do. Like, I play on it.
This is
They moved it up. And I still had all these chit chats. Why? So I knew just all the angles.
Yeah, which is kind of cool. That's actually what that means for this board. This is the
I had trick shots. So I'm like,
all over here are just like lectures, videos about cheats and stuff like that. Now over here, this is when I first started giving these lectures and posting them online.
And this is when I moved up here to the Mighty Avenue J campus of Touro College. So you can see there's a positive trajectory, and we're hoping that it'll continue. It's really nice to know that so many people appreciate Jewish history and want to grow in their awareness and knowledge of the Jewish people, their trials, tribulations, the achievements throughout the centuries, and so on. Okay. So with that, let's just move on. David, could I trouble you to please close that door so we don't hear the following noise? Thank you very much. Tonight's lecture is all about Theodore Herzl. A very problematic, tragic figure on some levels. He had, in many ways, a very sad personal life, as you can see, sadder than I could have imagined At the same time, he is a figure of heroic, global someone who is rose across the world stage like a colossus and made changes in the geopolitical reality of the 20th century that we are still living well into the 21st century. A very short life died of heart disease but his impact on the Middle East and the rest of the world was phenomenal. He is known, of course, as the father of modern political Zionism. There are many other forms of Zionism. We'll touch on a few of them today. And he was not the first person to introduce the concept of a modern Jewish state to the world, but nevertheless, he was the only one to really make it a potential that people could actually discuss at the highest levels of government. So what I'd like to do over the course of the next 40 minutes or so is give you a orientation to his life, a somewhat surprising background that he brought to his Jewish aspirations, and maybe we'll be able to tease out some of the philosophy of Zionism that he espoused, and that in fact was later expressed in the reality of the Jewish state some 50 years after he passed away.
On the ground,
so,
and then
let's look at his family. He is a young boy.
I started doing it like
sister
halfway up the staircase, then all the way to the top of the staircase,
very well-to-do Germanophile
then from the deck, like all these really large, and I get
Buddha, and when those two cities joined, it became known as Budapest. The Germanophile is a very significant term. The family, like many Jews living as urban minorities in non-Germanic regions such as Hungary, tended to identify with. This is really an aspect of the 19th century German synthesis in which Jews felt that the German culture specifically had so many qualities and had such an intellectual character that if only Jews were to sufficiently emulate the values of Germanic, a culture that they would ultimately accepted, both in a legal sense for emancipation and also in a social sense as equal members of the society. Of course, speaking in the second decade of the 21st century, we know how disastrous that policy was, but it certainly did not appear that way at the 19th century. The Germans were a highly civilized people with a culture that towered above the rest of the Europeans with their music, with their science, with their literature, and Jews felt that they also had a little bit of a leg up because Yiddish was the vernacular. It's a very closely related language to German. Medieval German is a certain mixture of Hebraic and Romance and Slavic terms. As Bill Bristol, the Canadian, puts it, Yiddish is basically German with a lot of phlegm. So Yiddish, having Yiddish as a vernacular made it easier for Jews to make the shift over to Germanic culture, and so many of these urban Jewish elites living in these cities outside of German cultures became more German than the Germans themselves, and they wanted to try and carve out their identity with the dominant power. To give you another example of that, you see this also in Canada.
where Montreal, just before the in the 1970s, very Anglophone, not Francophone. They very much for the state power of English-speaking Canada, based in Ottawa and elsewhere, rather than identifying with people around. There was also a strong pro-Magyar element, meaning pro-Hungarian element in the press, but in the late 19th century, element was the strongest. Along with this linguistic orientation and cultural orientation, there's also, of course, a highly assimilationist viewpoint. Harrison's family, upper middle class business people, were very successful, and they wish to continue that success by emulating the Germans as much as they could without outright conversion. This is very common throughout much of Germany in the late 19th century, and of course many families did take that next step. Karl Marx's parents, for example, took that next step and had their children baptized in an attempt to give them a leg up in their social climbing later on. That didn't quite happen with Herzl, but he wasn't so far off. Here's a picture of him as a young teen. His father insisted he should not get a bar mitzvah. Rather, he would stay home and he would have a confirmation instead. Confirmation, of course, is much closer to Catholic practice and is thought to be more civilized and refined, rather than having a child simply parrot every word and has no idea what he's saying anyways. Actually, I had my youngest son was bar mitzvahed with him a little bit of business and family affairs. But I was thinking to myself, that's kind of ironic. You know how many cultures they have an adolescent right of passage and cutting, like where I grew up in northern Canada, the native Canadians, the First Nations, they would like take their adolescent kids, strip them naked, throw them into the forest, we call it the bush, and leave them there for a few days, and they have to find their way out with notes and things like that. This is like tests of manhood in the government. So what do we do with Jewish kids? We expose them to the possibility of public humiliation. But then they and just see what's going to happen. Will they survive or not? So thank God he did okay. Anyway, he did not have a bar mitzvah, and he had was not a contradiction to his desire for Jews to identify, emulate, even in a sympathetic way. His only son, he refused, for example, to have him circumcised, something which might have contributed to his later psychological problems, which we discussed very briefly since. He grew up in this environment, which was definitely very assimilationist, not quite conversionist, but definitely within that ballpark. After his sister died of typhus, the family decided to move to Vienna, which was, of course, the greatest of these German Jewish cities, the city of Troy at the turn of the 20th century. Herzl, of course, went into law, very typical for he got very involved in university life. He joined a German student union, and this time, Jews who were trying to adopt German norms were doing things like dueling, things like that, to try and demonstrate how Germanic they could be. But you see just a glimmer of his later political intellectual wealth. After 2 years of being in a German-speaking union, he actually anti-Semitism present in these because nowadays, sometimes I tell you another funny thing, I don't know why, maybe it's because the beautiful day outside is normal kind of series. I was at a conference a while ago, it was run by TikTok, an important institution actually supports this noise, and all these professors and university administrators around the table talking about the problem of higher education in the Jewish population in America, and everyone around the table is talking about the anti-Semitism on campus and the
Palestinian protests and how Jews are being isolated and stuff like that. When it came to my turn, I represented Phil College. I said, I can state with confidence that we have zero anti-Semitism on our campus. None. Anyways, he did not experience that. He experienced anti-Semitism and he chose not to identify with the union as a result. Law did not satisfy him. He decided to move over to literature. He ended up being quite a prolific journalist and also a playwright. Several of his plays were actually produced, and he was a figure of some note in the Austrian literary world at the time. He eventually married Julie Naschauer, who also died tragically a very young death. I believe she was years. She was 38 at the time. Very young woman.
I could just think of a single that was
he, his wife, and all their children died at a very young age, which we'll see shortly. She also came from an upper middle class background. According to some biographers, she was the first woman in Vienna to use nail polish. Interesting. I don't know, but it's something about it. Herzl himself was a huge romantic. In fact, he did not have achieved his Zionist goal without a very strong romantic streak. I don't mean romantic in the modern European sense. If you recall Hamlet at the beginning of the play, he's very attracted to one woman, and then within a moment, Juliet and everything flips over for him. Ophelia, right? He throws over Ophelia. Herzl had the same kind of moment. Believe it or not, he didn't throw over Ophelia. Ophelia was a different relationship. This is the history class, the literature classes on the third floor. But at any rate, Herzl met a 13-year-old woman at a family gathering, and he was so taken with her, a 13-year-old girl, that he was resolved that he was going to wait 3 years until she was an adult, which was the age that you could get married at that time. It was in, if it translated after perception level, she would wait like 12 years. It was like 28 that she'd be ready to get married again. But I don't know, and then it was extended so long. Anyways, and he was completely taken with this 13-year-old and vowing he would wait 3 years. And then a month later, he had met Ms. Naschauer, and everything had changed for him. They were married in short order. Unfortunately, they did not have a very happy marriage. The marriage would produce 3 children, but they spent quite a bit of their time apart. Herzl, of course, worldwide public diplomacy trying to achieve the Zionist dream, and in fact, even 2 or 3 months after they were married, a play about divorce called What Would People Say, which was widely interpreted as being autobiographical. Nevertheless, they did not divorce. They produced 3 children here, Pauline, Hans, and Trude being the youngest. The children grew up very unhappy in many ways. Pauline died of a heroin overdose when she was just 30 years old. Hans on the left, I mentioned earlier that Herzl refused to have him circumcised. He ended up growing up with a very confused religious identity, converting to a series of Christian denominations. Some kind of religious spiritual home without success. Ultimately, regretting all of it, and on the day of his sister's funeral, he took his own life. And then Trude, the youngest, was killed at Theresienstadt by the Nazis from starvation. So none of these Herzls lived to a ripe old age. Let's go now to his political career, which is, the family is a tragic part of his life and central to his life, but it is really the backdrop for what he played out on the world stage. And the turning point for all biographers is infamous Dreyfus affair. I'm sure that many of you are familiar with this. This is a very important moment in not only Jewish history, but European history. You'll recall
that France had its revolution in 1789, and it was in many ways even more profound change to the world value count than the American Revolution of 1776. What revolution here in America was fascinating and amazing and a brand new experiment in self-government and consent of the governed and a lot of the ideas and enlightenment were put in place. But at the end of the day, America was on the other side of the ocean. It was, so distant from the established colonial kingdoms that had occupied the European continent. So as fascinating as it was quite exotic and distant. When France had its revolution in 1789, however, that was right in the heart of Europe, and it was such a profound upheaval that the entire world was electrified by the French Revolution and saw it as a harbinger of tremendous world change, as in fact it was and still is to this day. To give you a sense of the kind of change, I mean, even the way in which the time and space are measured was changed in the French Revolution. Switching over to the metric system, which is a far more logical system than you use here in this great country. Switching over to a 10-month year, which they did for quite some time, a 10-day week, which they used in the French Revolution. I mean, all of these things eventually sort of calmed down. You had a Carnidos where the France began to move back to their centers and eventually became a very reactionary state sometime. But nevertheless, it was a period of tremendous experimentation. For our purposes, the most important experiment was, of course, the sudden dramatic emancipation of the Jews. The Jews had, for literally 1,800 years, been considered second-class citizens everywhere that they lived. Jews were not trustworthy. Jews were considered literally tourists. That, in Russia, right up until the 20th century, their documents indicated that they were foreigners. They lived in Russia for 800 years, but they were literally foreigners with permanent residence in Russia. And of course, this kind of tenuous existence was very difficult on Jewish sensibilities. But in France, with the idea of liberté, égalité, liberty, equality, brotherhood, sisterhood, actually it was brotherhood because it was equality to women, but the idea that all people would share equally in this new French Republic was something overwhelming. When the Jews spoke up and said, that means us, right? When you said, fraternité, you meant us as well, there's no way something going on. It took them 2 years to say, all right, yes, you do mean those Sephardic Jews over there in Bordeaux and Bayonne, who sort of look like us and speak like us, and those guys can be French citizens, and then after a little hem and haw, they said, okay, fine, even the Ashkenazi Jews living on our border with Germany and Alsace-Lorraine, they're Frenchmen too. And for Jews, of course, this was an amazing thing because it meant that Jews, for the first time really in Europe, they had equal status to non-Jews, to Catholics, not Christians, in a society where they were born and raised. And then he had friends from. Just finish the point. So that was the idea. 1789 actually happened 2 years later for the Jews, but the world would never be the same. And the idea was that Jews really believed that the world was taking a huge step forward, one great step for man, kind of thing, and that they would never go back again. The Dreyfus Declaration now represented tremendous collapse of that idea. That in fact, after a century of emancipation, it was all failure, and anti-Semitism was at the time. If you're curious, look up my lecture on David Zinsheim, Simcheim, where I go through this whole period. He is the leader of the Jewish Convention. It's fascinating. Good question. Not alone. Okay, so what happened with Arthur Dreyfus? A fairly nondescript captain in the French army who was framed with the sale of state secrets to Germany. France and Germany basically have a war every 30 years. They're really overdue. Hopefully they won't hear about this in the next lectures. But, there's always a lot of suspicion between France and Germany, and there was a rise the French army. They needed to find a scapegoat, and Dreyfus, an assimilated Jew, really didn't stand out any other way. He ended up taking the fall. He maintained his innocence. But the entire judicial, military, political, media culture was biased against him, and in fact he was sent to prison. It's a long story. It involves about 20 years, Devil's Island, all kinds of terrible things happened to him as a result. Why is this especially significant for us? Well, here's, by the way, a famous picture showing him going through ritual humiliation. Much worse than the bar mitzvah humiliation. I shouldn't joke about this. His FLX is various, insignia ripped off, and the sword is broken over the knee of the commanding officer as everyone looks on to see him being formally disgraced in this manner. As the story goes on, obviously we could spend a lot more time on it. I don't want to take too much time. The liberal thinkers in Paris had a lot of questions about this trial. They felt that Dreyfus was well-rated. In fact, he was. And we found out later that he was a real criminal and so on. And it was touched off in particular by this famous letter by Emile Zola, a famous writer, very left-wing views, a prominent disciplinarian, who printed in 64 fought Jacques. I accused the letter to the president of the republic, and I didn't put the whole thing here, but it's like the whole page is just one big wall with an incredibly devastating critique of the way the trial was handled, the way the evidence was handled. Ultimately, Dreyfus was exonerated, although not pardoned until 100 years later, not formally pardoned until the 21st century. Now, why this is significant for us is because Herzl, of course, was a journalist covering the Dreyfus trial. And here, by the way, is one of the many propaganda posters from the period. It shows Dreyfus as a multi-headed serpent-like creature, indicating his duplicity, and the sword is the traitor. So Herzl actually believed that Dreyfus was guilty. He was not really that worked up about the trial itself. He felt that the evidence, he trusted the judiciary, he trusted the rules of evidence that were presented and so on. But he was doing his job as a journalist, and he was overwhelmed by the rank of the crowd. He was overwhelmed by the resurgence of what he saw as elemental anti-Semitism. He could not believe that instead of people being upset that this was a traitor, who, by the way, happened to be Jewish, the association of being a traitor and being Jewish was identical in their minds. And as he looked around him at the crowd yelling, "Mort Juif," death to the Jews, and the tremendous venom that they would express before Dreyfus, he had one of those 180-degree turns in his mentality. Came to the conclusion, which he was unshakable, that anti-Semitism was permanent, and no matter how much the Jews might hope to obtain equal status, it would fundamentally be impossible so long as this level of anti-Semitism persisted. And the only solution that he eventually came to, the only solution was that the Jews had to be normalized through the acquisition of their own land. Once the Jews had secured a piece of territory that they could call their own, and they could be, control Hatzayim, to use the phrase from the book of Samuel, like all the nations, then even those Jews who were expatriates in other countries could be treated as normal, because they're just there, they don't belong here, it's just rude, but we should treat them well because they're not here permanently. Like I, for example, am a Canadian permanent resident here,
I do not feel any profound anti-Canadian animus from my American co-workers, primarily because Canada is a normal country to the north, and if worse comes to worse, I could always go home and I get free health care and pay higher taxes from a political argument. But anyway, the fact is that my existence here as a kind of guest worker is acceptable because I have another place that I can always go to. If I am here to go, like the Russian Zems, like some kind of no land person, or stuck here, then personally, there would be an actual kind of animals towards me because I did not have a homeland to which I could retreat should things change. So we view Israel fundamentally as refugees. He envisioned it basically like a European state, a liberal democratic state, something like, if you imagine, if you did Haifa, it's a lot like people say that's like Red's town, you know? People actually greet each other in the street, they walk politely, they obey the traffic laws, things like that. That's kind of like culturally Vienna in the Mediterranean. And he viewed, and he here, by the way, because he did not associate religious views with Israel, he just wanted the Jews themselves to have the refugees. And that he felt would solve not only the problem for those persecuted Jews who would actually have to live there, meaning specifically the Jews from the Russian Empire, but he felt it would also solve the problems of those countries where they might choose to remain, such as Germany or America, Canada, things like that. And so all of this happened at the time of the 20th century, the tribes of trial taking place. The truth is, you're asking a very sophisticated question, and you're keeping me on my game here, because I have to give an exception to the rule. The Germanophile notion is definitely very true, but it only applies in those countries where the surrounding population does not seem to have a culture equal to the Germans. So, for example, you don't have a strong English Germanophilia in England, because English Jews feel like, the English culture, they have Goethe, we have Shakespeare, they don't feel the same kind of, and that also in France, okay, they have Goethe, they have Molière, they didn't feel, French Jews did not necessarily feel the same kind of attraction to Germany that they would, let's say, in Hungary, in the Czech land in particular, in Slovakia, in the borderlands with Poland, we have a lot of that. It's a sophisticated question, really. But the Jews in France basically were also very patriotic French citizens. Yes. So Alsace-Lorraine is problematic also because the Jews there, they're kind of not participating in the Philia at all. They're like that indigestible mass of Orthodox Jews who insist on speaking a different language, dressing differently, associating with each other, much more clannish, much more intertwined with each other. Those are not the Jews who are urban and are trying to develop an entry into and things like that. Excellent question. Let's move to his actual, his work. So the most famous book that he wrote was the Judenstaat, the Jewish State, written in 1896. It tried to spell, of course, in 1895. The title is interesting. The Jewish state, obviously a very strong idea of state, an actual political state. Research into a modern answer for the Jewish question. The subtitle was not something like, the Jews achieved their land at last. It wasn't something like the Messianic redemption of the Jews. It was all about how to solve anti-Semitism. The Judenfrage, the Jewish question, which is related to the Frauenfrage, the religious question. What are we going to do with these women who are uppity and want to have equal rights? Right? These questions are very irritating. So the Judenfrage, the Jewish question was, how can we deal with these Jews who are not quite like us, and when they become like us, we're not really comfortable with that? How do we solve it? Judenfrage is just
shorthand for anti-Semitism. How do we deal with anti-Semitism? And so he argued that by establishing the state, they would ultimately normalize the existence of Jews throughout the world. Another book that he wrote, we're not going to talk about it today, but also in the same kind of vein, is Neuland, the old new about Israel itself, and about the nature of the culture that it would revive, would be the best of Western culture, Western European culture in the Middle East and so on. Fascinating material. Now, his literary exploits, however, were matched by his political activity, which was incredibly energetic, and again, took really only about 10 years of his life. The last 10 years of his life were occupied with this massive amount of sharp diplomacy and humanity as he attempted to convince the world power that his model of Yiddishkeit actually solved all of his major problems. He was, as I mentioned earlier, a romantic, and he definitely capitalized on his physical ability to try and charm the people with which he had relations. A tall man wearing a long black frock, a heavy, full-chested style beard. I wish I had a beard like that. That's a position for it, right? And he lift his voice as a literary figure. He certainly had a way with words, and people who encountered him literally spoke of a modern Moses. They envisioned him as kind of like a modernized representation of the Old Testament prophetic figure who had tremendous leadership. He had phenomenal charisma, and was able to charm his way. He was basically a journalist working for a few medium-sized papers and actually entering into the major halls of power with very little, run rates to get on top of the his most successful interaction was undoubtedly Wilhelm II of Germany, with whom he accompanied on a trip to Israel. And his hope was that since Germany had a very pronounced anti-Semitism problem, he felt that if people solved Jewish problems in Germans, then certainly that would take care of all the other countries. But Germany had, in his heart, perhaps the most profound problem with Jews who were similarly rapidly Germanic culture, and that were not accepted by the Germans back then. To bring it back just for a minute, we should recall that at the time this is happening, there's a major philosophical conflict going on in Germany that had to do with the opposition of the historian Heinrich von Weizsäcker, who was the most significant, distinguished historian of Prussian Germany, and he felt that the Jews were overreaching. There was another Jewish historian, Heinrich said, some of you may have his 6-volume English translation of the history of Jews and yourselves. Heinrich read the Heroic Encyclopedia account of the Jewish history, and Schweitzer said, you know what, he's got it all wrong, and he has portrayed the story of the Jews as achieving great things despite suffering. It's not like that at all. He finally coined the phrase that later was picked up by the Nazis. The Jews are our misfortune. The Jews are the cause of everything wrong in our society. And so, for this kind of environment, it's not just the peasants who wield shovels and hoes for families of Jews. We're talking about the highest elites of culture in the university colleges So he went first to build up himself. This is where he's going to live. If I can convince the Germans that that's my Zionist plan, then in fact, we'll be able to give the Jews and all the way as well. Of course, and here, by the way, the picture on the way to Newton has a building second in Israel itself. The problem was Germany did not own Israel at the time. Israel was part of the Ottoman Empire. It's a medieval empire that ran right up to the 20th century. It was eventually had a sick man of Europe and collapsed in the context of World War I. But the only people who really did Israel, so to speak, to the Jews were the Ottoman Empire. They were not at all inclined to give any of their territory up to the Jews. Particular opposition came from Ahmed Tevfik Pasha, the grand vizier of the Ottoman Empire, and in many ways he articulated a posture vis-a-vis the Jews entering Israel, which is common even today in what's called the Arab nations. That is, that Islam tolerates Jews as protected, the word citizen is really correct. They're protected populations. They're welcome in the best of the rules of the natural way, and they're not allowed to go beyond what those rules allow. But Islam is a religion of hospitality. Comes from its values hospitality very highly. And as long as the Jews are going to be allowed within the context of Sharia, then fine, they can go there. But the concept of the Jews should demand territory over which they have sovereign control is out of the question. And he was actually quite angered by the suggestion that the Christian European nations should dictate to him what they should do with their territory. So the Grand Vizier was not at all interested in giving the Herzog possibly switched on. Without Turkey, the Ottoman Empire, there's no way he could get over that land. The Sultan was actually the chief executive officer of the country. He's the president, now the Ottoman Empire, the Grand Vizier will be the CEO. He had, like many European nations, he was also charmed by Herzog. He did meet with him, and he actually gave him a very beautiful diamond pin as a personal gift. But he did not take Herzog's claims seriously whatsoever, and the whole idea of using for himself had no real impact. At this time, Herzog was busy active, not only running around various capitals of the world trying to argue his case. I only mentioned two most significant, Germany and Turkey, but he's also acting against the backdrop of many other Zionist movements, sort of government ages ago. We should recall that for sure, Herzog is not the first Zionist. In fact, maybe if you just step back for a second and examine that term Zionism, the word Zion refers to Jerusalem. One of the mountains of Jerusalem is called Zion on Zion. So therefore, it's associated with the city of Jerusalem and its environment. The concept of a yearning to return to Zion is as old as the diaspora itself. Look at the biblical text, for example, the Psalms during the first exile of the Babylonians, and the Jews are making their way into Babylon, asked by their captors to sing a song of Zion. They say, by the rivers of Babylon, the rivers of Babylon, and yet, when we remember Zion, Zion. So, I mean, you don't have to look very far to see this yearning to return to Zion. It's in the prayers recited 3 times a day. It's in the grace after meals. And this is elemental to the Jewish psyche, is that at some point there will be a return to Zion. What makes actually Zionism different is that it is a secular movement, and it hopes to establish a modern secular political entity in Israel divorced from religious minorities. It's a huge distinction. The idea of moving to Israel, living in Israel, being buried in Israel for millennia, and Jews of all stripes and all religious orientations definitely into that concept. But the idea of sort of challenging God and demanding sovereignty for the Messianic era was anathema to many religious Jews in the 19th century. So you don't have a modern political Zionism before Herzl. Maybe a few figures you can point to and quibble with me, but for the most part, Herzl invented the idea of having a political state in Israel. With a flag, passports, all kinds of border control, things like that. You do have, around this time, it is the time of the Great Awakening of nations in Eastern Europe. Most of the smaller nationalities there are beginning to stretch their legs and seek out some kind of national self-identification. The Lithuanians, the Ukrainians, various Slavic nations are all trying to achieve some kind of nationhood. And so the Jews are also breathing that same air, particularly in the Russian Empire. You have things like Bilu, which is an acronym for the phrase House of Jacob, that has to rise and go up in language. Moving to Israel, of course, is called Aliyah, ascent. It's not a horizontal movement, it's always a vertical movement. And so you have Jews like here's some people from the first Aliyah, first ascent to Israel, back in the 80s. This is probably we shouldn't see on the so you have this movement which is not predicated on statehood, just on the idea of settlement, with small numbers of Jews, often heavily dependent on charitable funds, going to Israel, trying to establish some kind of farmland, some kind of vineyard, things like that, with some degree of success, but not really a long movement. But with that Nordau, who was long-time compatriot and someone who had equally convincing pen at the wheel, Herzl was able to really spark the idea of Zionism among many movements. Let's just look at three of them very quickly to give you a sense of the what's happening in Herzl's wake. The Coalition, which is a sort of a melding of socialism, also very, very popular among the end of the 19th century, and Zionism. In other words, it's not enough that we should have a political state in Israel. It would be a shame if we went over there and created another, European country. Let's create the workers' paradise. The Yiddish community reads, Jewish proletariat of all lands, unite yourselves under the flag of the workers of Zion. Like very, sort of communist, socialist, Marxist language, workers of Zion. And of course, you recognize the proletariat of all lands unite. That is, of course, the great workers' cry from Marx himself. Although it says here, Jewish proletariat, the Jewish proletariat. You also have, on the other side of the spectrum, we spoke about it last year, Vladimir Jabotinsky, who, the word fascist is too strong, too jarring, but he definitely was very militaristic, very in favor of the pseudo-picture of a single leader who knew his desperation that people had to follow that leader. Had their best interests in heart. He had a fundamental distrust of the Arabs living in the region, and indeed of all of the non-Jewish European nations as well. He felt that the only way the Jews were going to establish a land in Israel, a state in Israel, is if they took it by force from the Islamic population. Pretty much the opposite. As you imagine, they would have like this illusion of all the friendship of people's workers' paradise. Or local Arabs living in symbiosis. These two Zionisms are world apart. And of course, religious Zionism, the constant figure of the
kind of figure of head up the movement was Ralph Cook. This is a very important figure was still here on these as well last year. All of these movements are kind of like churning in the wake of Herzl's successes. As Zionism appears more and more on the movement, on the headlines, so all of these movements begin to shake the world. You have to take last questions afterwards because we really don't go over, and that's never good. Okay, so these are the things that are happening because of Herzl's activities. He organized them in perhaps his greatest achievement in his lifetime, the World Zionist Congress. It met first in Basel in 1897, and for the first time under a single roof, gathered representatives all of these various Zionist stripes towards the common goal of establishing a homeland within Israel. A phenomenal achievement, just putting Jews to sit together in one room, and talk about some political goals is a phenomenal thing, but that was a huge achievement, and of course it was replicated every year for quite some time before and after his death in 1904. The most significant development his colossal Zionism was the so-called Uganda proposal. Now, it wasn't actually Uganda, it was actually closer to Nairobi, but that was the terminology they used at the time. Essentially, given the opposition of Turkey and the Ottoman Sultan, England said, you know what? By the way, this is my time, the late 19th century, what's the word? Thank you very much. Colonial attitude. That's great. That was a college. This is not the college. So, the colonial attitude of like, we have the white man's birth control, which includes, and phrase, which includes the idea that we have to divide up the territories of these half-civilized peoples as we see fit. And the truth is, have these Jews, they are really quite irritating. They have this wooden product, not being able to answer properly, and they're all getting upset. Why don't we just give them a piece of land here in Africa? That way the Turks won't be upset, and the Jews won't be happy, and all will be good. So Herzl brought this idea to the World Zionist Congress, and he argued for it. He felt that, in fact, okay, it was second best, because ultimately wanted Israel, but at the end of the day, the whole idea of giving a refuge to the Jews, of normalizing their existence by living in their own territory, would achieve the goal that he had articulated back in the Bundestag in 1996. After an extremely contentious vote, he carried the day. As you can see, 295 of the Zionist delegates voted in favor, 178 voted against, and the motion passed. However, the Russian Jews would have none of it. And that was a signal for the movement. Primarily because the Russian Jews, even though they did not have sufficient numbers in the delegation to overturn the decision as a straight-up vote, their opposition to it was so powerful because of all the populations who were clamoring for a state of their own. They were the ones who needed it the most. You have to bear in mind that they had gone through horrific pogroms in the 1880s, the Chisinau pogroms of 1903, 1904, 1905. Tremendous violence exactly against the Jews. The Tsar himself, Nicholas II, openly identified with the anti-Semitism with the Black Hundred. It was in a place where Jews felt threatened like nowhere else in the world. The notorious famous 1911, 1913, the Russian government actually prosecuted legal killings on grounds that Jews were Christian blood. Completely ridiculous, and this is the 20th century. So when the Russian Zionists we don't care about Africa. We don't care about having a refuge. We care about Zion. And they got up and walked out of the chamber. Everyone else was in favor of our And ultimately, they did not act on this historical result. Within time, of course, Herzl himself would die with distraction to the deliberations of the Congress. And World War I was which presented other possibilities, ultimately resulting in the declaration and ultimately the establishment of the state of Israel. So when we look at the scope of this brilliant man's life, we see he is a man that has many contradictions, a person with a very troubled family life, but at the same time, the entire Jewish people was his family. So he felt an obligation to the entire nation besides his narrow circle. We see a person who was deeply assimilated, who actively contemplated conversion as a solution to this notorious father, and nevertheless, he himself initiated what would ultimately be the greatest liberation experiment of the Jewish people ever. We see him as a figure who strode across the world stage like a giant, and that was so at a remarkably early age with heart disease. So we get a tremendous sense of who Theodore Herzl was as an individual. I hope you found this lecture useful, and I look forward to speaking with you next week when we talk about ViralRabbi. Thank you again very much. Tonight's lecture is on a topic that is very close to my heart. I've actually spent many years researching Rabbi Moshe ViralRabbi. We read in particular one of his books, the Tomer Dvorim. I published a bit on it, and I'll probably throw my own book as we get later on in the lecture. It's a fascinating individual, really a pivotal turning point figure in Jewish intellectualism. He was a central figure who started an entire genre of Kabbalistic literature. I look forward to sharing with you a little bit about what that exactly is. And I think he is extremely illustrative of a very unusual period in Jewish history. That was the Sapphad Circle, the Tzfat Circle, an explosion of spiritual creativity in northern Israel in the 16th century. First, we have to give some proper to our sponsors for tonight. Good lectures and Jack Robinson, and they are sponsoring this lecture dedicated to Debbie Hayes, the legislature and finest of biblical history. We're really looking forward to the Robinson family for this series, and Norm is actually quite a scholar in the office and a lot of useful articles over the internet that I find very helpful for clearing. Okay, let's go straight to the material. So, what we're going to be speaking about today, we're going to jump ahead a few hundred years from our last presentation and look at the Sapphad Circle. Tzfat, or Sapphad in English, is a small town that emerged from nothing in the 16th century to become an incredibly important luminous of the Jewish spiritual activity. It's not mentioned anywhere in the Bible. It really was a kind of a backward provincial town until Abram's rule took effect and transformed it dramatically in the 16th century. For those of you who are regular undergraduates, I don't think I should any regular undergraduates tonight. What is the Abramson rule? Money, right? It's all about money. So Tzfat actually exploded as a result of taxation changes when the Ottoman Empire conquered this region and wanted to open it up to greater trade and settlement. And we'll explore that. And then what happened? In the course of just a few decades, this tiny backward town, which is on a mountainside in the Galilean region, suddenly was home to the equivalent of 20 Nobel Prize winners. There were 5,000 people, 20 Nobel Prize winners. It just completely transformed the gravitational pull of Israel, taking it from Jerusalem, which is always Israel's center, but really dedicating a lot of spiritual and intellectual energy toward the north for many years thereafter. It only lasted 2 decades. By the end of the 16th century,
and plague actually ended the tremendous British for that particular city, but it has ever since remained a bastion of Jewish mysticism to the present day, kind of like housing artists and full-time capitalists and things like that. Here's a typical street spot. Cobblestone, narrow alleyways, mountainous backgrounds in the distance. That's very typical. Here's where it is in the context of the Ottoman Empire, which expanded dramatically in the 16th century. And in fact, the Ottomans controlled Israel right up to the 20th century, which will be our topic next week when we look at further ahead. Jerusalem is listed here on this map. Spot doesn't map here, but it will be somewhat north, about halfway between Jerusalem and Damascus on this map. The Ottomans, who were based in what we call Turkey, wanted to extend their trade networks throughout the region, part of the region in this area from the Mamluk Empire, and so they encouraged Jews in this area long associated with development of trade, and they gave a lot of tax breaks, particularly for those working on the textile trades, also their traditional activities for Jews. And so you have a massive settlement of Jews who are going to Israel at this time, and especially with the fact that Jerusalem was really a major Jewish center. What was attracting them to this spot? Perhaps the most important element of attraction at this time, besides the ever-present history, which refers essentially to the constant taxation policy, was the presence of the graves of many great sages who are in biblical era. So this is one of my favorite pictures, by the way, from a man, his name is Yaakov Naplin, who's one of the great chroniclers, journalists of Israel Religious Society. This is from a celebration at Meron, which is a mountain not too far from the spot, which is the place where the greatest public of all time, Rabbi Shimon Bar Yochai, second the United States, who is associated with the Archbishop of Zohar, although in academic circles, you often special about exactly when that text was authored, beyond our consideration for today. Anyway, a lot of which happens to fall this year on Sunday. There is an annual major celebration at Meron, just outside the spot, which attracts thousands, tens of thousands of people to come and visit it, and they engage in the wild dancing of this bonfires, things like that. So the spot was long recognized as a site where the great righteous ones of the previous generations were buried. In fact, our protagonist per se, had a major part to play in the promotion of the spiritual tourism, as we shall see shortly. But besides the draw to the spot, there's also a very important element that was pushing a particular category to tooth spots. Anyone have any guesses what that might be? I'll give you a hint. We're talking about the early 16th century, the 1500s. Excellent. Who said that? Well, Mr. Wright, I should have known. Very good. The Spanish expulsion. So check it out. 1492, of course, the Jews are expelled from Spain. A tremendously traumatic thing within Jewish history. We have to think that really, unfortunately, here we are 70-odd years after the Holocaust. We have a sense of what it's like to experience such a dramatic break in the continuity of Jewish civilization. It's comparable in many ways to think of the Spanish expulsion within those terms, because it represented the break of hundreds of years of Jewish settlement. They represented the end of what was one of the most important, most successful regions of Jewish civilization ever. And the idea that there would be such an abrupt change in all of these Jews
was a change that was urged down from the Jewish many of them fled to nearby Portugal on the coast. The stay there was also short-lived, and the Jews were forced to convert to leave Portugal in 1497, or 5 years later. So we have the Iberian Peninsula essentially Judenized of Jews from the end of the 15th century, with the exception of who chose to live secretly with their Jewish identity as conversos, many of them for centuries of generations thereafter. But that's not really our story today. Our story really has to do with the immigrants who fled all over the New World, and out in the American Southwest, some of them up to England. Amsterdam was a major center of converso Jews who fled the persecution, and of course throughout the Mediterranean basin, and finally some of them landed within the region of Israel. And so that spot is being noted for it was a very important destination for a certain type of Jew who was forced by Israel. It's important to note as well that the Ottoman Empire was gladly accepting these refugees. They were actually the Ottoman Empire literally the Sultan was laughing at the Spanish rulers who had expelled what he felt were their most productive and most innovative citizens to open shores. In fact, they welcomed them with open arms to cities such as Istanbul and of course to Israel. So the loss of Spain in the end of the 15th century was a huge boost for the Ottoman Empire. Not in all ways. For example, the Ottoman Empire had a great love of calligraphy, of drawing manuscripts, and printing began to enjoy popularity at this time. Was adopted almost immediately by Jews, whereas the Ottomans, they looked at the cheap quality of published works and they said, this is garbage. It's nothing compared to the beautiful works of art that we have on scrolls here in our closet. So they were slow to adopt the printing press, and many Ottoman regions, Jews were the only ones who published books because they were prepared to exchange the artistic value of handwritten manuscripts for the much cheaper price than consequent literacy expansion that went along with printing press. Nevertheless, the bottom line is we have a lot of really talented intellectuals fleeing Spain, looking for a safe haven, and a particular category of those refugees were those spiritually minded Jews who ended up in Spain. Creating, for a brief period of time in the 16th century, this tremendous explosion of Jewish creativity. So let us turn now to our figure in particular, Moshe Cordovero. That's how he is typically known. He signed his name Cordovero, which is apparently a Portuguese spelling. He associated himself, by the way, with the Portuguese Jews living in Israel, which indicates that his family has spent some time, obviously, in Portugal, probably more than the 5 years between the Spanish and the Portuguese expulsions. More likely, he had longer roots there. Cordovero seems to have applied to Cordova, although we have no other evidence besides the name itself. Cordovero, someone informed me in an email that Cordovero, apparently the Portuguese word associated with rope making, which would make a lot of sense in the context of the textile trade, in possibly the Greek clearly as prisoners. At any rate, that's how he signed his name. He's nevertheless known as Cordovero to most people, and the acronym there, Rabbi Moshe Cordovero, is simply Rama. So he's often referred to as the Rama in the Jewish tradition. This is one of the most holy places in Israel. It's the burial ground
background of many of the great Kabbalists who lived there. The graves are colored with a special blue paint, which is associated with the warning offices of the line. If you go to some of the local grocery stores here in the holy city of Brooklyn, you see they'll often sell like hand-shaped sort of amulets, often with faces of the Hebrew, often with a little eye-shaped middle, and they're often in that light shade, which is associated primarily with the spot. And by the way, the color coding of Kabbalah is the Ramah. He was the first to write about the colors associated with various Kabbalistic concepts. All interested here is the Ramah spray, and down lower, you see how Ramah is in Hebrew. Up here on the top is his father-in-law, his primary teacher, the Shlomo Alphabet, who was associated with those primary texts, as the author of the famous hymn sung by Knights, my beloved. I'm sure you're familiar with the long-standing tradition that the cows and spots used to go out into the fields on Friday night as the sun is setting, and they would greet the Sabbath bride. And so the Shlomo Alphabet created this hymn, and they Sabbath bride as a result. He was also his primary teacher when he mentioned as his father-in-law. And down here is his greatest student, the famous Arizal, Rabbi Isaac Luria, the Holy Lion, as he's known, certainly the most influential Kabbalist of modern times. His thought, although it differs in some significant ways from his teacher, the Ramah, our tonight, Arizal's Kabbalah is absolutely seminal in the tradition of all of the Hasidic movements, which borrow heavily from the Arizal. So to look at the intellectual chain of the problem, intellectual ideas in circulation today among mystics and Judaism, they all lead straight back to the Ramah, particularly through the Arizal. An extremely influential figure. His place here in the Israeli cemetery gives you a sense of significance. One more item to come back to his significance, and then let's turn to his thoughts and some of the ideas that he contributed. Just to give you a sense of how important the city of Tzfat was, I'll introduce you to the Shemitah controversy of 1538. This is a rather dramatic moment in Jewish history when an important rabbi, Rabbi Yaakov Rabbi in Tzfat, decided to renew the traditional ordination that had elapsed since Moses had first given it to Joshua, his successor. This is a picture, by the way, of Charles the Ten Commandments. I identify very strongly with this particular picture of Moses. I'm trying very hard to let my beard grow out for that length. I don't think my wife will let me, but I just don't want to be happy certain people for race to my kids, you know. Here's what we have now. Golden colors. Anyway, so think about this for a second. Smicha, the laying on of hands, is a way of conferring authority from teacher to student. Moses lays his hand on Joshua's head, and in so doing confers the mantle of his rabbinic leadership to Joshua. Joshua becomes then the leader of the Jewish people after Moses goes to Mount Nebo to die. Joshua then passes it on to his successors and so on. At some point, because of the tribulations of Jewish history, the travels and the persecutions and the relative absence of good Chinese food in the desert, it's impossible for them to maintain this chain of smicha throughout the generations. And at some point, somewhere around the 45th century, smicha disappears. And we no longer know who really has any kind of legitimate chain of physical contact with Moses as the first rabbi? So obviously, we have the term speaker, which is used in rabbinic authority. We still use that word, but it's based on an intellectual, achievement. It's based on a test, mastery of material, a period of observation, or ethical conduct, things like that. It certainly does not have that immediacy, that chain that goes all the way back to Moses, goes to Joshua, to David, and all the way down. That's the was lost. However, reading the passage in my mind, Rabbi Yaakov Rob says, hey, wait a second. If we have the greatest minds of the Jewish people all centered here in the land of Israel, and we all agree amongst each other that we are, in fact, the most authoritative deliberative body in the world, then we can simply use our democratic power to vote and start the concept that the collective intellectual weight of the preponderance of the wisdom of the Jewish people contained within the mind handful of rabbis will be sufficiently heavy to affect this new gravitational center. And so, it appears that reading my mind is a way to do that. So, scholars of the thought and said, let's restart Smicha. Now, think about it. You may not have heard the name Rabbi Yaakov Rab, but you've probably heard the name Yosef the Machaber, the author of the Shulchan Aruch, who was the elder statesman of the Jews who had led to the spot. He had spent some time in Thessalonica and Greece, and then he made his way to Spot, where he was considered the greatest of the authorities living there. Perhaps you've heard of Al-Shif, a very important commentator on the Bible. We've already mentioned it, Rabbi Alphabet. There are quite a few figures who are really continuing to influence contemporary Judaism by the writers that they composed 400, 500 years ago. So imagine if you will, have like 10 Shakespeares all living in one Brooklyn block. It would be an incredible. How would you stand it? There would be so much poetry everywhere. That's what it was like in Spot at the time. So they all got together. They thought about it. Said, okay, fine. And they made Yosef Karo, a rabbi with official Smicha. And since he had his Smicha, he gave it to the others. And so they constituted a body of newly ordained rabbis with the same authority as if Moses himself had given the ordination. There is a long-held tradition that Rabbi Moshe Cordovero is one of the rabbis for St. Smicha, but it's most likely that's not correct. That tradition goes back only about 150-odd years, probably some 19th century historical studies of the spot that were written, because he was all 14 years old at the time. It's highly unlikely, even though highly unlikely to speak to him at the beginning of his process. He definitely was a highly revered figure. Later on in his life, he did lead the Spanish and Portuguese synagogue in Spot, and he did from time to time serve on the Beit Din of Spot, which was headed, of course, by Rabbi Yosef Karo. He closed his decisions from time to time in his response. It is highly unlikely that the time of the Smicha crisis that Moshe Cordovero actually received Smicha. Why did this not go anywhere? Primarily because the rabbi in Jerusalem, who felt that no matter how brilliant the rabbi of Spot may be, nevertheless, Torah comes out of Jerusalem, it comes out of Zion, it does not come out of Spot. And as a result of the controversy primarily between Jerusalem and Spot over what is really the center of the Jewish intellectual world, Smicha does not take hold and is not continually illustrative of the dynamic and creative nature of Spot at this time. We know quite a bit about his life because he was incredibly prolific. Even though he died at a relatively young age, like many of the great Kabbalists, he passed away, let's see, 1522 to 1570, 48, thank you, died at a very young age, but he was incredibly prolific. And he left behind a lot of works which were unusually revealing, usually autobiographical for the 16th century. He also absorbed quite a wide publicity, primarily because of the innovation of the printing press. Many of his writings were picked up in the 17th century and reproduced, and they received like massive endorsements from people like the Shalom, this very important Eastern European Catholics, who essentially said that this is really good, and plagiarized massive sections of the Lamach's writings and put them straight into his books. We should recall that in the early days of printing, the whole idea of intellectual property was not very well known. You could easily say, I read this book, it was so great, I'm going to use all of it. Not like now, page 1 to page 100, that's it. So a lot of the Lamach's writings survived and created popularity because of the exclusion of his work. Primarily was the Maharajah, the Italianism, and also the Shalom. Now, what he did do, we don't know whether he was born in Spot, whether he immigrated to Spot at an early age. We know his father's name, but we do not know his mother's name. We know very little about his family. We know a little bit about his wife. We know that he had at least one child, a young boy named Gedalia, who was born and his father passed away. The reason that he had much of his life today is because his widow passed away, and they served his writings to an Italian Kabbalist who was not Americano, promulgated. They received a very admirable sum for the writings. They did not suffer but as a literary executive, his wife and son were somewhat wrong, as we shall see on my top 2 about the Pomodoro. Internal inconsistencies which may be a result of it being a first draft. At any rate, in his youth, he encountered Rabbi Shlomo Alkabetz, and the two of them became very, very close from an early age. One of their activities, which the Ramai recorded in a book called Sefer of Literacy, was they would wander, just the two of them, for days out in the forest, in silence, waiting to feel the presence of holy souls. Let me try and explain that. The word Bereshit means divorces, and in this context, exiles. It is a long Jewish tradition that in order to develop humility and to develop greater spiritual sensitivity, some scholars did voluntarily go into exile. For the Kabbalists, this was not only mimicking the experience of the Jews in the first century of the destruction of the temple, but also mimicking the experience of the divine feminine aspect of God himself, or Shema, which is also considered to be in exile. So they would frequently go away from their surroundings and wander alone. Eastern Europe, the exile, and wander around. Another interesting thing, by the way, and I finally love it, since I'm talking real fast, I have a little extra time. It used to be a custom that particularly common in 19th century Eastern Europe, that the rabbis would actually hire people who would actually criticize them. And that the Vilna Gaon used to pay the Yoga Market to be his Mafia, to be The idea was you hire someone to keep on the straight and narrow, give you a possess every time you get something wrong. In the 20th century, recognizing that most people get married, couples are no longer necessary. Thank you for laughing. And I hope in the internet, I'm going to have to have a laugh. But and the two of them, they would just leave the spot and go wandering out for days into the forests and then wandering in the beautiful pasture land and the up and down the mountain valleys. And they would just wait until they felt the presence of a holy soul that buried in that spot. And they would proclaim that spot holy. They would sense the presence of the bones of some great sage. Now, it could be that some of the graves that we recognize today were originally discovered by this kind of, what's that, dowsing, like spiritual, you guys with the sticks to find the water and but they would stay at those spots, and they would use those times to meditate, to study Torah, to pray, and things like that. And that would be their ongoing spiritual practice. And during those wanderings, during those discoveries of graves, they would receive mystical illuminations, which the Rabbah recorded in this kind of interesting travel-on diary of spiritual experiences that he had with his teacher and father-in-law. So you get a sense of the sort of the kind of, I don't mean to be disrespectful, but the kind of woo-woo aspect of this. The mystic does not approach an experience with the divine the same way the Talmudist does. The Talmudist, of course, is very rational, very logical, and to work through the arguments back and forth, and the Talmudist experiences closest with the divine by appreciating the beauty and the mathematical precision of the argument. The mystic approaches the divine through unmediated experience, just a kind of envelopment a mystical experience which cannot be reduced to any kind of logical proposition. So that's essentially his education was his dervishing, in these wanderings in the forest. Well, they would go for a few days at a time. It wasn't like years. They come back. Well, they're fairly independent, and they live primarily through donations from the community. Don't forget, this is a little bit like, you have to look at Spa from an economic perspective, it's a little like Las Vegas. It's just like a road, Las Vegas, you fly into Las Vegas, it's like all desert, and then all of a sudden, there's this massive, bizarre kind of civilization that just springs out of the desert, and it's supported by nothing. It's supported by just everybody there agreed to go there and spend money. And Spot was like that too. It was essentially a new community that was supported by very advantageous tax rules and promoted trades and textiles. And when you have a concentration of wealth like that, all of a sudden it's possible to engage in deeper cultural exploration. You don't have universities in the hinterland unless there's some special motivation, like let's say the state government wants to plant an agricultural college in New York, something like that. Otherwise, colleges only exist when you have a concentration of wealth that allows it to. So simply, that's his education. Now, what were his contributions? He published one absolutely stellar work in his lifetime that cemented his reputation among the Jewish reading public worldwide. It's a little book called Pardes Limonium, which means the orchard of pomegranates. And essentially what he did in Pardes Limonium, which is still studied avidly to this day, he systematized Kabbalah. What exactly am I talking about here? So, Kabbalah, which means something received, something I've probably best translated as tradition, because something that is handed down from one teacher to a student, so on. Kabbalah is a big system of ideas that sort of proceeds along a parallel track to normative, legalistic Judaism. You can, as my grandmother would say, you can live 120 years without learning Kabbalah because Judaism has a massive superstructure of ideas that create actually the skeletal structure of civilization. And in fact, many people do live with very, very little contact with mystical ideas. However, if we were to reduce Judaism, legalistic Judaism, to a skeletal structure in this metaphor, Kabbalah would be the flesh and blood and bones, the flesh and blood and hair, skin, and all of the external organs. We really won't recognize Judaism unless we put some mysticism on top of it. Judaism is suffused with mysticism, although it's really not always obvious. Just to give you a case in point, I mentioned earlier, the late Rabbi Yosef Karo was perhaps known best for his signal accomplishment, the authorship of the Shulchan Aruch, the Code of Jewish Law. How much more of a legal mind can you get than the person who wrote the Code of Jewish Law himself? Nevertheless, he himself was an avid mystic, an avid Kabbalist, and he wrote an entire autobiography that chronicled special messages he received from a so-called Magi, like an angelic being that communicated with him directly. So Kabbalah is nevertheless really intrinsically wound up with traditionalist Judaism. When you go to synagogue on Friday night and you don't sing L'cha Dodi, you will feel cheated. You'll be like, what happened to the Friday night service? It's so closely wound up with Kabbalah. But what exactly is this stuff? So there is a whole series of books in the Kabbalistic tradition, the authorship of which is not significant or not really debate. Perhaps the most significant among those is the Zohar, which tradition was attributed to Rabbi Shimon Bar Yochai. More secular academics attribute to Moshe DeLeon, living quite a bit later. But there's a whole series of other books, Bahir and so on, the Hechalot literature that exists throughout much of Jewish history. But the problem is that it is almost incomprehensible unless you have a guide that sort of leads you through the secret meanings, the esoteric meanings, which are intentionally hidden by the authors so as to exclude the uninitiated. The problem is it's worked really hard to exclude readers from the actual meaning of your text. At some point, no one will have any idea what you're talking about, so the text falls into disuse. And from time to time, you have to have a great thinker. In our own times, you might consider someone like, Rabbi Aryeh Kaplan, one of those people who were able to take this body of ideas and translate it into a lexicon as accessible to a contemporary literature. Rabbi Moshe Cordovero was one of those people. And his book, which is still a very, very difficult book to read, is nevertheless a straightforward guide to basic Kabbalistic principles. And he, perhaps more than anything else, organized understanding of what are the Sefirot, which I'm showing you here. The Sefirot are under the term Sefirah. We use that term nowadays, this time of year that we are counting, the time Sefirah means the counting from the second day of Passover to the following Shavuot. It is the same word, but it's not necessarily the same meaning at all. The Kabbalists understand Sefirot as conduits by which God communicates with the universe. We have this basic philosophical problem. God is an infinite being, which is referred to in Kabbalistic literature as Ein Sof, being without boundary. And yet we live in a finite universe. We sense boundaries, we sense where one object stops and another object begins. We feel our own distinct consciousnesses. We do not necessarily feel the consciousness of others in the same way. So how is it possible that an infinite being can create
finite universe. How do we cross that divide, a mathematically impossible divide, that chasm between infinite and finite? So the Kabbalists have a large body of ideas to describe that seems to be perhaps the most significant idea that God has the word shrunk seems to contract, and in the vacuum that is opened up by his not being there, he pours his energy back in, creating the universe that we live in. To make it simple, if that's possible, that pouring back of energy into the universe is done through the system of the sphere. God's energy is considered to be simply way too overwhelming on a philosophical level for the universe to contain it. And so therefore it has to go through a series of dilutions until it can exist in our realm as we understand. But one metaphor I like to use is imagine looking at the sun. In this metaphor, let's say God's energy is like the sun. And it's like, you can't look at the sun. It's overwhelming. It burns out your eyes. How can you possibly look at it? However, if you take a mirror and you look at the reflection of the sun in the mirror, you can sort of glance at it very briefly because the light of the sun is somehow absorbed a little bit by the surface of the mirror, diluted, and it's not nearly as harmful. And then you take another mirror and you put it over here, and then you look at the sun reflected in two mirrors, it's still more diluted, but at the same time it's distorted too, because every time the light of the sun hits one of those mirrors, the mirror absorbs some of the light, and because the mirrors are imperfect, it also sheds some of those imperfections to the next mirror. So if you line up all 10 mirrors, then you get down here to the mountains, which is the Shekhinah, you get down to the bottom world where we live, which is kind of like looking at the sun in 10 distinct mirrors. Each one of those mirrors has a little bit of distortion, but makes it possible for us in this world to somehow experience the reflected light of God. And each one of these mirrors, which has labels, refers to a unique characteristic of God's interplay with the universe. And if you understand the system of spirit, how God communicates with the universe, it has implications for how we conduct ourselves as well, as I have shown you. I'm not going to go into the details of the topic kind of audience, but just to give you a sense of this whole realm of ideas that the Ramah made it really much more sensible to leaders and artists known. This is another artist. Well, these ideas have a long historic past. They go back certainly to the Spanish speakers, they go back to the biblical texts as well. Not the place where it's ready, but there's definitely a lot of back to the use of Jewish thought. This is, by the way, a lot of artistic representation of a diagram that Rock also wrote. He wrote here as the letters, it's kind of like sensual, and each one of them is contained within the other. This depiction here is necessarily a distortion because it's two-dimensional, but in reality, it's more like a sphere or concentric circles. And obviously, this is way out of hand. Let's go to a little bit more simple aspect of the thought of the Ramah, to something that's very dear to my heart. There's the flood. My books there, I put it in but I didn't remember here. I wrote a small translation of part of Moshe Cordero's published you on the title of Kabbalah and Forgiveness, the 13 Levels of Mercy, Rabbi Moshe Cordero's Talmud the World Commentary of Deborah. Let me explain what this book is, because this is certainly the most well-known of Rabbi Moshe Cordero's books. Even though Frederick Shimon was certainly the most famous book that he published during his lifetime, after he passed away, it was the Talmud Torah that suddenly became far more popular. It is a much shorter work. On my bookshelf, the Frederick Shimon takes up two large, double-folded volumes of Hebrew text. The Talmud Torah is 40-odd pages in the original
never existed in manuscript because there doesn't exist anymore manuscript because it was published shortly after the death. And that this short princess is the basis for all subsequent editions. Basically, what he does, starts with a very basic proposition. He says, you have this concept of Judaism called the halakha, which translates as, and you shall walk in God's ways, which is a mitzvah, it's a commandment that you have to walk in God's ways. So in order to achieve this, one must know what God's ways are. That's a difficult thing to do. How do you actually identify what are God's ways? The Talmud says, okay, just like God is perfect, we should be naked, just like God is naked, you should also be naked, and so on and so forth. But God also does other things like, completely destroy Sodom and Gomorrah. Sometimes I come home, I talk to my teenagers, I say, there we go, I'm God's ways, but clearly that's not what the rabbi intended. So how do we know how to walk in God's ways? Use the Bible, in the top of your day. How am I supposed to imitate God if I don't know who God is? And God is fundamentally unknowable because it's finite and infinite as that and has them. But since we have the Sefirot, know 10 ways in which God will influence the universe, we know those 10 conduits, so if you can know something about each of those conduits, then you can know something about how God interacts with the world. You can learn from that how we are interacting with one another. So, for example, the very first topic, Skira, the very first crossing of the boundary from infinite to finite is called the Keter, or the crown. And Keter contains two basic elements for the Ramak. It contains the element of mercy, which makes sense because if God is a perfect being, why would he ever not consider nature imperfect universe unless he had just good mercy for the imperfect? So I will let them, even though they are perfect. So mercy is the very first way that God communicates with the universe. So if we want to adopt merciful attitude, we should understand how exactly God is merciful. In that context, we have this concept of the 13 characteristics of mercy. So we'll do a course of walking in the country. And the Ramak says, fine, let's look at each one of those 13 levels of mercy and understand what it means. And when we understand what it means, then we will be able to apply it into personal relationships. And that's exactly what happens in the very first glorious first chapter of Talmud Gomorrah, which in my humble opinion is one of the greatest works of human spirituality in the last 2,000 years. In the space of about 9 pages, it describes 13 unique strategies for forgiving other people. It's huge and overwhelming, including, by the way, forgiving yourself. I read it like this is Obstacle Being by Susan Sanford, I think. Yeah, very good. And she writes one of the chapters, one of the things that people tend to forget about is they don't develop self-compassion. And the reason they don't is because two cousins really like self-pity and self-indulgence. But there is such a thing as self-compassion. You learn to forgive yourself. Anyways, the Ramak says, the Talmud Gomorrah has been translated several times. I think that's, but there are lots of translations. Yes. Very good. I'll be able to say something right now. Yes, please. So 13 different ways to support. Let me take you through just a couple of easy sense of what it feels like. The first level of forgiveness is to bear in mind that God is, according to the angels, insulted people. Like when the angels refer to God, there are a lot of different names for them. The
most exalted name that the angels have for God is called Melech Alud, the exalted king. Why is that so? Because the Ramak explains, we only exist because God is constantly infusing us with energy every single moment. Every single breath we take, every heartbeat, every single jolt of peristaltic pressure in our veins is God. And if we choose to use that energy to defy God, then He is certainly aware that we are defying, then we are literally, as it were, spitting in His face at the same time. Because He said, I'm going to help you out with this energy position and throw it back. So Arthur wrote a master gives the stick to his servant for a journey, so we're walking, and the servant takes the stick and bites the master at the same time. So God never rests. He puts up with it. Like when a father has a little child who says, I hate you, and bangs on his legs or something. The father just forgives it because he's the Melech Alud, the insulted king. He bears that insult gladly because he has so much mercy for the child. So it says that we're not. If we understand how God is so infinite and patient with our own wrongdoing, certainly we should stand with God to the discussion of how humans should interact with others may become a phenomenal classic and universally accepted by Hasidim, by Lithuanians, by Maskirim. It is universally accepted, and amazingly, it is actually exempted from the general ban on studying Kabbalah for women and for men under the age of 40. It's considered to be such an important work that the great Israel Salanter I mentioned earlier said that everyone should study this during the 10 days of repentance, between Rosh Hashanah and Yom Kippur, when it is widely studied. Hasidim have a custom of studying it during the month of Elul. It's considered very, very important, and I personally think it's a work of great self-transformation. I'll share with you one more of the levels, which is my favorite. I like level 6 myself. That's the one that he advises you that when you're angry with someone, just go through the 3 verses from Micha that are acting or not of the 13 levels, and you pick the right level to help you with that person. So level 6 is the go-to energy is always this one. And I like to include it to the lunch. Because what he says in level 6 is, when you're really angry with someone, then what you should do, it's a long story, I'm not going to tell you what the biblical basis for this is, but what you should do, says the Rabbah, is you should remember one redeeming characteristic that person has. As for example, let's say you have a coworker who can't stand it, but you know what? He's always punctual. He is punctual. Or you know what? Nice penmanship. You can read what he writes with me. Whatever it is, just find that one thing that you actually admire about him. Everybody has one of those things. And if you focus on that, and you compare it against, you have an avatar of it in your head. Then, when you're angry with that person, you think of that avatar, even though you're really angry, but the egregious thing that he did, nevertheless, as a kind of a foothold to climb the mountain for goodness. Just a tiny little hole. So for me, this is, by the way, this is extremely useful for married couples. For me, I'm never able to do that. I'm married for 8 years, but I was maybe for 30 seconds once in 1972 or something. But I give myself always is my lunch. She puts it together for me, and sometimes she writes little notes in there. Sometimes occasionally she'll do something like, I don't know, draw a funny face. It just makes me feel nice. So just in the theoretical possibility that maybe sometimes I can accept with my wife, I don't know how it can be true, but I think of my lunchbox, and it helps me calm down. As much as I get angry, I think she eats my lunch every single day. Makes me feel so happy.
And this is really a transformational book because it gives very pragmatic insight on the human dynamic by looking at God's behavior through the Kabbalistic sphere. He explains how we can have much more healthy human relationships. Very, very helpful. I highly recommend it. Certainly, I like this version, but there are several others available as well. No, I only translated this volume. It's a 300 pages translation of 9 pages of the text. So they can watch the examples and things like that. I am working on a second volume, which goes for the rest of it. Because, this is only the first chapter of Torah. The next 9 chapters deal with the other spheres. They're quite different. The sphere of Gevura, for example, which refers to the idea of self-control, of discipline, of restraint, of sometimes harshness. There are times when you're supposed to have those characteristics as well. And he goes through an analysis of how those translated into behaviors really amazing. So let us conclude our discussion of the Ramah by just getting a sense of his legacy and his contribution to Jewish thought. In the space of a very life, lived in an obscure part of Israel that had no prior position in world history. The Ramah succeeded in initiating an entire genre of literature, of Kabbalistic emotion. Not only Kabbalistic emotion, but actually by systematizing the whole idea of the Sphirot, it really set the stage for all further discussions of the Bible. I have not, in this brief lecture, really discussed his influence on his primary student, Rizal. He was a student of Celeste on YouTube. But he read the Pardes Shimon and he was so overwhelmed by it, he said, I must study with this man. Rizal left Egypt, moved to Israel, and he studied at the feet of the Ramah for only 8 months before the Ramah died. Rizal died not long afterwards, but always considered the Ramah his primary teacher. So the influence of this one man in this fairly backward provincial town was really of tremendous consequence. It really shaped the way in which Jews interact not only with their God, but also with each other as a result of his intellectual creativity. With that, I'm deeply grateful for the opportunity to discuss his work with you. Next week, God willing, we're going to move to the late 19th and 20th centuries and leave the world of esoterica and Kabbalah and enter the world of international politics. And then we look at the work of great Theodore Herzl, who is the father of modern politics. Thank you once again for coming. Thank you very much for coming. It's always hard when we have interruptions with feedback and audience, but it's nice to see so many of you today. Tonight's topic is a fascinating one. I've actually spoken about Maimonides. This is my 3rd time speaking about it in this academic year. I'm not sure why it seems to have come up in so many different ways, but I've always found a lot of other examples that they were going to say this place like as well. Maimonides, just out of curiosity, how long does it take for you to ship out this paper? There's some Jewish intellectual history, some history of the land of Israel, which is the 4.1 series this semester, and what I can convey is some of the importance and the significance of this very prolific thinker and very heroic figure in the course of the next 55 minutes or so. Tonight's lecture, I'm proud to say, was actually sponsored in honor of my son Alexander. It was shown here inside one of the Negev in this picture. My son, as I think most of you know, we've been here a few times. This particular semester is dedicated to the topic of Israel, in part because my 18-year-old son made Aliyah, and he devoted himself to joining the IDF and protecting the land of Israel, and so I wanted to do something in his merit. And active is the serviceman in the Honduras. The U.S. Army was motivated to sponsor this lecture, and he doesn't want me to reveal his name, but he likes to call himself Thank you. It's a place in Honduras. So I imagine he's thinking, Kyle is useful for Roman soldier, which is what they call these young men and women, like my son, who venture to go to Israel on their own without their families and join the army. So it's an honor of my son, and I'm very grateful for that gesture. The reason why we give these public lectures as a service to the community, both locally and on the internet, is to raise scholarship funds for our students. So far, we're at just over 4,400 and going strong, and I would really like to hit our goal of $100,000 within the next 15 or 20 minutes. So just call in to our 1-800-911, but thank God we have sponsorship. Just one last we have 3 lectures remaining for this semester. Next week, we'll speak about Rabbi Moshe Cordovero and the Spot Circle in 16th century Israel, a fascinating topic that actually published on this month. Next week's lecture is sponsored by Norman ViralRabbi and ours is every Hayes. The week afterwards, we speak about Theodore Herzl, the first founder of modern political Zionism, and finally, we'll close the series with the talk on the Margaret Yitzhak Rabin, the architect of the Oslo Peace Accords, the former hawk who became a dove, and was unfortunately assassinated in 1995. His lecture is available for scholarship and sponsorship as well. Okay, that's it for the welfare. Questions before we begin material per se? Okay, the Ramban. The term Ramban is, of course, an acronym for Rabbi Moshe ben Nachman, often confused with Ramban, which is Rabbi Moshe ben Maimon. They sound very similar. Typically, especially in Ashkenazim, we distinguish the difference because we say Ramban with the accent on the last syllable, and Rambam, the accent on the first syllable. That's confusing and Spartan for the most part. Grammatically correct, otherwise confusing. His Spanish name was actually Monastrog Porta, which Monastrog is apparently a satellite for Mazel, like a good luck, good fortune, good constellation. Porta, which possibly means, as if you look in the comments, some of the entries I've spoken about on before, may have something to do with association with Jewish law. At any rate, he has a non-Jewish name, just like my Hebrew name is Hillel and my English name is Henry. He also had a local Spanish name as well. His career, he was a physician, just like the Rambam, and not he was active Rambam in the medical field. He was the chief rabbi in Bologna, region of Spain that we will look at shortly. For those of you who have heard my lectures before, and especially for the internet audience who follow these lectures, this is kind of an updated version of a previous biography that we discussed a couple of years ago about the Ramban, and also earlier this year I team taught with Rabbi Yaakov Trump. I know everyone comments on his name, but in 50 years people will say Rabbi Yaakov Trump. Wasn't there a president with the same name? But we did a great team teaching class. I really enjoyed it. Where I gave a very appreciated version of the historical component, and Rabbi Trump continuing with an analysis of Rabbi Nachman and Rabbi Ramban's ideas. Today we're going to concentrate on this group. I did refresh my research a little bit by reading this new book. It's a few years old. Nachman is in Catalonia. She focuses on his role in the Maimonidean controversy, which will occupy us tonight, and on his commentary on Genesis, and on his role in the Barcelona disputation, which will also be a topic for us tonight. Fascinatingly, and unfortunately I did not get a chance to actually see this book, she recently published a graphic novel version of the disputation of 1262. Basically, to jump ahead a little bit, this is a famous confrontation that was mediated by the church or demanded by the church in Barcelona between a convert to Christianity and the great Ramban. And it's quite dramatic, and they have a lot of sources on it. And so she made a graphic novel version or a comic book version of it, which I really have to read. That just sounds so fascinating. There should be such a thing. Unfortunately, I don't have a few slides from it that we can get. All right, that's my growth, personal growth in terms of studying the Ramban and preparing for you tonight. Okay, so why don't we go straight to his life and work? The first thing we have to bear in mind when we're talking about the Ramban is that it comes from the Iberian Peninsula, and it is a truism in Jewish history that Spain is always an exception. For those of you who are veterans in the audience, anyone remember why Spain is always different from everywhere else in Jewish history? Excellent. Do you already have your bachelor's degree? Because if you want another one, you've got to come on and make some good students. That's everywhere else in the diaspora, Jews were always part of a binary relationship, where they were either living in an overwhelmingly Muslim environment or an overwhelmingly Christian environment. You might want to make arguments in the Sicilian Persia, okay, maybe there's other cultures, but for the most part, almost all of the history after the diaspora in the first century meant that Jews were a minority living with one other majority culture, one other majority religion. In Spain, because of the criminal quality of that borderline region and its disputed status between Muslims and Christians, Jews were the triangular, the third population, and were able to quite often leverage their plurality status and their plurality status towards the power. So, under Muslims and under Christians, right up until of course, which was a terrible disaster for the Jews in Spain, they were to often occupy positions of great power because one or the other of the dominant faiths wanted to have an ally outside of their community. You think of important figures like Hassan ibn Shabrut, Yehuda Halevi, Shimon Nakala. These are all really important figures who reached the heights of Spanish society, both in terms of their Jewish status, like for example, Shmuel ibn Nabrella, important commentary on the Talmud, a very educated Jew, and at the same time, he was the leader of one of the most important armies in the Iberian Peninsula at the same time. So imagine a Jew is at the same time a Talmud Chacham and a political leader. It's virtually unheard of to have both of those things happen elsewhere in the Jewish history. So Spain is always because of the interplay of these societies. And a lot of things that Spanish Jews say, again, up until they fall off the cliff, like the expulsion in 1492, and maybe you can say the reality of 1391, up until that point, Jews had an unusual amount of power in Spain because they were able to parlay their population status. So that is obviously with the Ramban. The Ramban is able to get all the same things right at the very heart of the church because of the power that he had as representative of the community of Catalonia. Here's the region where with which he was most associated with the Aragon, Catalonia. Barcelona here is, of course, where he's going to have that significant disputation in 1263. So his writings, we're not going to spend a lot of time talking about them, although they are really quite fascinating. He is perhaps most well known for his commentary on the Bible. In many ways, it is really the second commentary after Rashi. Once one masters Rashi, or at least is familiar with the commentary of Rashi, the next major challenge is Ramban. Unlike Rashi, it's quite loquacious, it's considered a longer commentary, it becomes extremely philosophical, it's very strong mystic bent, although it's not necessarily Zoharic, not necessarily in tune with notions of reality. contemporary Catholics. Into a dialogue with philosophy in this conversation, so it represents an expansion, sometimes a contradiction, but always a collegial discussion between great early figures of the Greek politics. He often takes on another Hungarian thinker, Ibn Ezra, frequently critiquing him and contradicting him in a much more sharp tone than the cautious in the sense to kind of steer the congregation back towards the doctrine of shock, or to Ramban's elucidation point. He often commented on that. He had about 200 distinct works for his authors. He commented on many of the books of the Talmud, and he wrote more philosophical treatises, many of which are extremely influential, that discuss topics such as life after death, and unpacking of these somewhat complicated and sometimes technically contradictory discussions of the afterlife being earlier texts such as the Talmud and the Midrash. He discusses the Tzaddik V'Rabbi, the problem of theodicy, the justice of God, why he is a righteous sufferer. Very important work that I'm still very deeply studying today. What I find most profound is a very short work of his that is undoubtedly the most popular of all of them. It's he wrote to his son, most likely in the context of the departure to Israel. Some accounts that he wrote it from Israel and sent it back to his son. Other accounts suggest that perhaps he wrote it before he was back to Israel towards the end of his life. It's a short letter which hinted in the back of the from the pious, particularly Spartan, when he's read every single day. We can at least read it once a year, so it's only 1 page long. With your permission, I'll read it to you in English, and you get a sense of his philosophical and his background. So it's a letter to his son. You recall he's about to go, or he has just left for this long journey. He's already in his 70s. It's highly unlikely that he will ever return to Spain, and he's giving his son the document that's known as a tzavah, an ethical will, a document that says to his son, I have to just leave unto you these basic teachings. I'm making a really short account to get it completely, and this is actually your spiritual inheritance. Just as an aside, my wife and I, we have a custom that we've done for just about 15 or 16 years, where just before we done football, we write one of these to each of our kids. And, so one time before the hear my son, the instruction of your father, not forsake the teaching of your mother. That's a quote from the Proverbs. Get into the habit of always speaking calmly to everyone. This will prevent you from anger, a serious character flaw which causes people to sin. As the rabbi says, whoever flares up in anger is subject to the teachings of hell. As it says, cast out anger from your heart and remove evil from your thoughts. Evil means against hell. As we read, and the wicked are destined to the day of evil. Once you have distanced yourself from anger, quality of humility enters your heart. This means the finest of all admirable because following humility comes the fear of God. So in his introductory paragraph, adopted pluralism that is common to many ethical thinkers, contrast from anger, negative
It's like
It's possible.
clubbing.
True humility will also come before God. It will cause you always to think about raising where you are going. And in God's eyes, you are only like a maggot and a worm. That's on that. This is written in a point called sugar, which is a medieval form of dialectica in which they choose pieces of verses and passages and put them together into a form. So it sounds a little bit less hard than the original context. And it's similar not to death. We will enter before whom you will be judged, the king's glory, as it is stated, even the heaven and the heavens of heaven cannot contain you, meaning God. How much less the hearts of people? Do I not fill heaven and earth, says God. When you think about these things, you will come to fear God who created them, and you will protect yourself from sinning, and therefore be happy with whatever happens to you. Also, when you act humbly and the radiance of His glory and the spirit of the Shekhinah, that's the divine presence, will rest upon you, and you will gain the life of the world to come. And now, my son, understand and observe that whoever feels that he is greater than others is rebelling against Why should that person feel proud? Is it because of wealth? God makes honor. Is it because of honor? So how can one adorn himself with God's honor? And one who is proud and suspicious surely knows that God takes away the speech of a short man and wisdom from the sages. So we see that everyone is the same before God. Since riches mean that He lowers the proud, and when He wishes, He raises the low. So lower yourself, and God will lift you up. Therefore, I will not eyes look into the ground and your heart falls down. It's interesting because in our accounts of His dispensations, didn't necessarily when He had to criticize the church. Don't look at the face of the person to whom you are speaking. Consider everyone as greater than yourself. If he is wise or rich, give him respect. If he is poor who are richer or wiser than you, consider yourself to be more just than him. And that he is no greater than you. Since when he says he is to error while yours is deliberate, you really know that. In all your actions, words, and thoughts, always regard yourself as standing before God with His divine presence above you. For His word shows the way you are. Speak with fear and awe as a slave standing before His master. Act with restraint in front of everyone. When someone calls you, don't answer loudly, but gently and softly, as one who stands before His master. It's interesting how often He repeats that choice, speaking very gently. Torah should always be done diligently, so you will be able to do His commands. When you arise from your learning, reflect carefully on what you have studied in order to see what that you should put into practice. Examine your actions every morning and evening, and in this way, every one of your days will be spent in repentance. Last part. Concentrate on your prayers by removing all guilt and concern from your heart. Prepare your heart before God, purify your thoughts, and think about what you are going to say. If you follow this in all your daily actions, you will not come to sin. This way, everything you do will be proper, and your prayer will be pure, clear, devout, and acceptable to God. As it is written, from your hearts are directed to you. Listen to that. Read this letter at least once a week, and you got time to fulfill it, and your soul prays to offer this forever in the ways of God, and He be blessed, so that you will succeed in all your ways. Thus, you will succeed and merit the world to come, which lies in the way for the righteous. Every day you shall pass your heart's desires on the earth. The letter goes on by. You read at least once a week, read off every day, the entirety of it in Hebrew, and it's one of those small but important works of Muslim tradition. So let's go to some of the historical aspects of his life now. We have just a taste of his thought. One of the most significant activities, one of the most significant elements that Ramban plays in Jewish history besides the other variables, of course, is involved in the Maimonidean controversy. This was a massive affair that was continental in scope and affected every religious Jew in Europe and the entire Mediterranean region. Basically, Maimonides, pictured here in this iconic portrait, was roundly criticized by the scholars of France to the point that led to literary tragedy. And I don't want to give that away. Just basically, Maimonides wrote two different kinds of books, and both criticized for distinct reasons. I'll give you a very short description of that. First of all, he wrote highly philosophical works, the most famous of which is the Guide for the Perplexed, the Moral of the Defeated. This was written in Judeo-Arabic, which was designed for entirely illiterate, assimilationist Jewish audience, specifically those Jews living in Arabic-speaking lands who were quite entranced with the rise of Arabic philosophy, which was based very heavily on Greek philosophy. And Judaism, by contrast, seemed pedestrian, seemed monochromatic, seemed reactionary. A lot of these young intellectuals were kind of drifting out of the very active philosophical circles in places like Cairo. So we wrote this book in the vocabulary and the lexicon of contemporary philosophy, which essentially described Judaism as a complicated philosophical system, very heavily reliant on Aristotle, and demonstrated the philosophical similarities between his take on Judaism as a philosophy and Aristotle's understanding of the world. In fact, Maimonides revered Aristotle so much, he simply referred to him as the philosopher. There was no one else in the world of philosophy other than Aristotle than Maimonides. And this was extremely influential work, and of course it's studied to this day as a classic of world philosophy. The French rabbis, however, were aghast at the idea that he should be invoking the name of a pagan scholar and should be comparing the holy truths of a God-given religion with the rational truths developed by a scholar who had no consciousness of Jewish values. And he felt that this in itself represented a poison of the well, anything that Maimonides could have said. And so they were full of vitriol or whatever Maimonides had to say in the Moral of the Defeated, and was handed to the larger corpus. So that's kind of one category of his literary activity. Another category, also incredibly influential, popular books written for a much wider audience. Most significant of which is the great Mishnah Torah, which was a restatement of all law in the first legal code of Jewish history. The Mishnah Torah, to back up for a second, the way Jewish law is structured prior to the Mishnah Torah is really quite chaotic. You have like a verse in the first 5 books of Moses that may be amplified by some passages elsewhere in the Bible. There's another document called the Mishnah, which according to traditional Jewish theology was given at Sinai along with 5 books of Moses and has equally authoritative information that's not included in the Torah. Mix these things together, and you get another document called the Talmud, which are purely virgins, and the structure of the Talmud is more like a stream of consciousness conversation than a Western-style textbook which has chapters and subheadings and kind of what we normally associate with a logical flow of discussion. The Talmud does not move from general principles to specific. It does not outline what it's going to do in each of the chapters. It just kind of follows this very fascinating but definitely non-Western train of thought to come up with the practical laws that one must live by to fulfill the dictates of Judaism. So if he wanted to know any specific questions reason, such as, for example, I just slaughtered this chicken and I noticed that the gallbladder was a little green to me. I'm wondering if this chicken is actually kosher. In order to find out the answer to that question, you quite literally would have to know the entire Talmud to know where that question is discussed. It's true, there is a chapter that more or less discusses the laws of Kashrut, but it could mean that that particular law is somewhere entirely different. It could be in the laws of Shabbat, one of the philosophical treatises just tucked in there. So it was really needed for a rabbi to go to and say, "Oh, Rabbi, look at this chicken's gallbladder, what do you think?" And the rabbi, his massive knowledge of the entire complexity of the law would be able to render a decision, coach and train. I asked my wife, she probably found his gallbladder before. That's the way that Jewish law was interpreted, and that's why prior to my mom's Mishnah Torah, all of a sudden, the Mishnah Torah, which is written in basically 5th grade Hebrew, it's a very simple, it's straightforward, it's clear. He says, okay, this book is going to have all the laws of Kashrut. And then you look up all the laws of chickens, and you look at all the laws of the internal organs of chickens, and you find the gallbladder laws, and they're right there before you, like a separate table. And so, all of a sudden, if you have really basic Hebrew heritage, the Mishnah Torah, your local rabbi, how it works. And then that was part of the internal argument there, because all of a sudden, people were empowered to have a tremendous amount of Jewish literacy. Very good investment in money. Kind of think of internet, right? It's like Google. So imagine it's like, when all of us in school went to college, the professor knew a tremendous amount, and I'm sure you sat in awe of the expansive knowledge that she represented. My students are like that at all. They just whip out their smartphones and they'll fact check them right on the spot. The professor is 23 years, so it's a whole different. That's why I like teaching adults. You don't challenge me. Smartphone. So the Mishnah Torah, it was criticized for two basic reasons. The one reason was that minorities presented it in what some felt was a haughty and unscholarly way, because it did not source those arguments. There are no footnotes in the original version of the Mishnah Torah. Later on, we lost the footnotes, but originally there are no footnotes. In other words, if you're familiar with the argument over chicken gallbladders, and you know there are more than one opinion, and I believe my mom would not know that, because he only gives the opinion that he agrees with. And so many felt that the monarchy was actually kind of like a scholarly way in a popular manner by not offering people the opportunity to know the parameters of the dispute. Furthermore, he was rather explicit in his introduction. He said essentially that if you have a copy of the Chumash, the first five books of the Torah, and my new book, the Mishnah Torah, you're all done. You don't need anything else. This is the whole thing in one package. 24 MC books, whatever it is. Yeah, 14 MC books. So many scholars felt that that was unfair, and they found it was beyond unfair, or something that was complicated. Secondly, there was the fear, largely unfounded as it turned out, that the presence of a book like the Mishnah Torah would put an end to Talmudic study. Because people would say, listen, why should I go through the difficulty of going back and forth in the argument, following the discussions, and following, chasing down the proofs? Why don't I just look up the law? That's all I need. I don't need that to go through the mental gymnastics to try and work the law for myself. And many scholars felt that this would represent an undercutting of the entire process of learning. In fact, what happened was the opposite. All of a sudden, the more accessible the information was, people delved into this. If you remember, when the printers and computers first came out, everybody said that was the end of paper, right? Because people would just, email things and people electronic things. And the opposite happened. People saw that people could get what they wanted, all of a sudden, printing exploded. Newspapers didn't also happen, but home printing exploded. So the same thing happened to Rambam, the Mishnah Torah has become in itself a huge engine of vision. Anyways, those are the two main reasons why my mind was excoriated for his research. It reached a fever pitch in the 1230s in Montpellier, which is the region of France, where Jewish scholars heavily reviewed my mind. And in fact, at some point, we're not exactly sure of why this happened, but word leaked out to the local Dominican friars of this controversy over Maimonides. It smacked of the Tatar controversy of the Christian world was also engaging at that time. And so the Dominican friars collected up all the copies of Maimonides that they could gather and headlines before printing, 300 years before printing. So we're talking about precious handwritten manuscripts, and they assigned them to the flames. Once Jew, and you may read that the anti-Maimonidean camp actually denounced Maimonides openly to the church, to the informer, but once that happened, when people saw, the works of Maimonides actually burning, then the whole controversy sort of everyone took a step back and said, well, maybe we went too far, and they limit themselves into, internet-related things that was so let's focus in on Maimonides' role in this very significant. So one of the major figures behind this period of the Maimonidean controversy, which actually had four different phases, only one focus on one, was a man named Shlomo ben Avraham. In 1230, led the charge against Maimonides. Specifically, he pronounced the cherem on all the works of Maimonides. Cherem is a Hebrew term which is translated as basically anyone who is associated with the learning of Maimonides would suffer serious social ostracism. And there's a whole ranking of what kind of ostracism would be in place. First would be simply like a warning, and afterwards, there'll be a public announcement, and then people would not be allowed to do business with him, and then people would not be allowed to stand within 6 feet of him. It's very tremendous social ostracism that can be extremely painful in the environment of the minority community that's so tight-knit. Maimonides entered the fray, and he took two distinct stances with regards this ban. He had a public position, which was quite sophisticated, and a private position, which was quite a bit sharper and much more critical. The public position is arguing that he argued for calm and moderation, and he urged from very insular to his colleagues in France, who were again living in a binary culture with both Jews and Christians. He said, here his colleagues, and he spoke with great humility and a tone that evokes the letter that says, even before I open my mouth, I know I will make mistakes. Please hear me out. He argued on a historical level, and this is Caputo's thesis, that the idea of a continent-wide ban, in our context, a worldwide ban, would be detrimental to the survival of Judaism. He argued that it is the nature of the diaspora, as Jews have always tried to find a modus vivendi with the communities in which they live. And that requires, he argued, for the leaders of those Jewish communities to develop strategies of acculturation and adaptation that would allow them to find a niche of survival in their communities. And those strategies would differ It's so facto with the cultures which they live. So, for example, one could say that, let's say, live in certain Arab communities within appropriate for Jewish women to wear certain types of clothing, not because they Torah forbids it, but because the standards of the non-Jewish dominant population would be excessively offended by it, and that could have negative repercussions. So over centuries of living in these regions, Jews would develop certain standards of dress based on that community. Something which might not be true, for example, Christianity. And he argued specifically that the nature of the Spanish Christianity, with its midpoint between a Muslim and a Christian community, argued that Jews living there have to be free to be aware of competing philosophies such that they could articulate their own identities in contrast to it. In other words, we'll take another example. Samson Raphael Hirsch would argue that Jews have to be allowed to go to college and receive a liberal arts education because the nature of the economy in Western Europe would not be conducive to Jews living in a very kind of backward way. They live in cities and they pursue the professions. They're going to go to college anyways. Therefore, we have to adapt to the nature of the community in which we live. Wealthy, specifically in the vernacular languages and so on. That would not be the strategy adopted, let's say, in Northern Hungary by some Sofers, who are highly agrarian, living in tiny clusters in Szczecin, and exposure to the wider university in the marketplace field would be detrimental. So the Nachmanidian approach is to allow more cultural diversity within the Jewish world and not to tolerate a worldwide ban, because that will essentially distract the Jewish community and ultimately lead to dissipation through factional life. Now, privately, that's the approach we're taking, and I think it really had a huge impact on the development of Jewish states afterwards. Privately, especially sharp with his own position. That is, once the Jews of France had announced these continental independence, so there were a lot of Spanish counterbands, especially coming from Arabs, who were saying, you can't ban Maimonides, we're going to the French thing, for instance, and you had bands going backwards and forwards. Maimonides spoke as privately to his own population, that you please stop with it. We show respect to our co-religionists in France. We disagree with them. The only way we will win this fight in the long run is by showing deference to authority, show respect for their learning, and indicate that we politely disagree. This even was the case when a very important book that we should speak about someday, Rabboni Yonah of Verona, a very important figure who wrote the book on Shari Shubba, the case of repentance. He was originally part of the anti-Maimonides camp, so once he saw Maimonides' books learning, he changed his mind altogether, and the public recanted him and said, no, we should not be religionists. And when he switched over to the Maimonides camp, his worthwhile colleagues issued a very elaborate his grandfather had married a married woman who was therefore the product of an adulterous relationship, which is just one of the nasty things that they were circulating at the time. Now, it's important to know that Maimonides criticized this approach, not the least because what was his first cousin also married their children to each other. But even his measured tone in dealing with such prophetic things. So his approach was extremely prescient and sort of crafting a way for Jews to accept diversity within the large group, and ultimately that is the position that is retained. Okay.
His argument translated conversations from the British into you, and you just went,
So this is when this fits.
like, so you don't want to hang out for a second, you just want to
They're not really as we run that. Some of the Islam is most important. And then Jonas is actually not he was from Jonas really as important as some of them are. I can give you some sources though where you can really secondary details. So what happened? And by the way, the compromise that we articulated was that, listen, minorities and blacks in general may be restricted to men over the age of 25. Women for sure not. Men under 25, they want to turn up. Under 25, another topic. Barcelona is an important turning point in the London. Now, yourself was born in the 90s. He's already in the 70s. The end of an illustrious at least one moment is continental influence. In the 1260s, the church challenged him to participate in one of the greatest of the dislocations of the Middle Ages. There was about 200 years of bad in the church, and the church hoped to draw the Jews into an informal and official debate over the tenets of Judaism, with the hope that by humiliating them in this forum, they would simply choose to convert to Christianity. So the strategy, several important debates, the last very important one was already in the 15th century in focus. So here's the cover, by the way, of the financial people. The movement was really started by this man, who was at this time creating an institute for Christian preachers in Hebrew and Arabic in order to arm young enthusiastic preachers with the tools, the linguistic and intellectual and literary tools to be able to convert the heathens to Christianity. One of the students was Bob Peck, actually that's his name, Pablo de Cristiani, who was a Jew who converted to Christianity and then went to a school. And in his zeal, he wished to take on the Nigerian community, Jewish community, in a debate. Because his thesis was that if you look at Jewish sources, including the Talmud, you would actually see proof of the divinity of Jesus. And by bringing Jews in and showing, hey, it says here in the Talmud this and this, the hope was that they would convert to Christianity. Now, you have to realize that the 13th century is really the first time that the church has discovered the Talmud. The church is working primarily with Greek and Latin sources. The Aramaic of the Talmud is basically the earliest book in the Talmud. It's only with Nicholas Doman a few years earlier that they begin to discover the Talmud as a document of such significance for the Jews. They begin to wonder about what's written on the Talmud. Does it say anything about Jesus? It does, it's not. Mostly nasty things. But there are some more sympathetic to this, believe it or not. One must remember that the Talmud is this massive document, some 4,000 pages in length. And if you take all the passages that refer directly to Jesus, maybe you'll come up to maybe, I'm just guessing, 6 pages out of 4,000. And those are scattered references. So it's not like the church is much more interested in this than the Jews are. The Jews are much more interested in who's talking for, who's how, and who might have to do, how much, and things like that. But anyway, public Christianity proposed this debate, and it is pleasing to the king of Aragon, who is an associate of the Ramban, who has a great deal of respect for him, and so he goes along with it, and they bring together this debate. Now, what's fascinating about this debate more than most others that you have both sides accounts of what happened. We have the Ramban's own Hebrew account called the Sefer Yisroel, which is look at the debate, in which he describes in detailed language exactly what he said, exactly what Pablo de Cristiani said, the reaction of the audience, the reaction of the king. It's a fascinating, very dramatic document. We also have an anonymous account written in Latin, although it can't pin down exactly where it comes from. It's most likely an official church account of the disputation. And for the most part, they corroborate each other. There's certainly a difference in tone. Maimonides' account is much more triumphalist for the Jewish perspective, but the Christian account verifies a lot of the elements that are present in Maimonides. So we know a lot about how this particular debate works. And a couple of serious features worth discussing here. First of all, Maimonides insisted at the beginning of this debate, which took place over 4 days, that he be granted the right to speak freely. Because he says, how can you expect me to have an honest intellectual exchange if I can't actually express my mind? So he was given a kind of intellectual immunity that he could say whatever he wanted about Christianity and about Judaism that he wished. It was kind of retracted later as you see, but nevertheless it was the initial ground. And then secondly, Maimonides takes advantage of that immunity from knowledge. It's much younger and much less learned interlocutor in debate. Jesus is the Prince of Peace, and that is the world brings about a new era of peace in the world, and the Messianic period says, as you look around you, there's so many wars, there's so much pain, and there's needs outside. Christians says it's quite openly. And Alexander was really not able to answer any of those charges out of it. Furthermore, Christianity adopted a disastrous strategy because zero in on a lot of those Catholics that refer to Jesus, in Hebrew Yeshua, or simply Yeshua for short. Maimonides was much more conservative, able to dodge almost all of the criticism by arguing that this is not the same Jesus. If you go into Brooklyn and go a few streets away from here, you say, anyone here named Jesus? And you'll have 20 people come out of here named Jesus. So he says, the Jesus mentioned, this is the wrong Jesus. This teacher, for example, is Yeshua ben Barak. Yeshua ben Barak was 200 years before Jesus, and prepared the persecution. So he was able to very elegantly deflect almost all of the Christianity's well, that article by simply saying we're talking about it. After 4 days, this debate was concluded. Initially in favor of the church, that's not hard to imagine, but King James of Aragon was very pleased with Maimonides' performance. He gave a huge battle at both points, and he said, essentially, this is the head, well done, and that was the end of it. Or so they thought. When that happened, this is by the way how we go, we asked the Ramban in the film version, in our case, that's quite entertaining, because we do have a transcript, right, between Latin and Hebrew version. So 2 years later, a new charge was brought against the Ramban that was thinly veiled revenge for the disputation. It was argued that the Ramban had blasphemy against the Christian church in the form of a book that he had written Bishop of Verona. Now, it was quite likely that he didn't write that book, or don't have a copy of it, but it's fascinating that the bishop wanted such a book. We assume it is brought in English, the Hebrew version that has survived. It may have been in Latin or Catalan or the books of the bishop. Essentially, it must have preserved the same arguments that were presented in the disputation. The bishop undoubtedly had a very strong intellectual curiosity about what carried the debate so well. The Pope Clement IV was infuriated and demanded that the Vatican answer to this charge of blasphemy. So what ended up happening was the king said, Ramban has already helped me so much, it's time for me to skedaddle. And in fact, he was forced to leave the Argentine of his home. Already a person in his 70s. This is when he should have been retired at the end of a long and illustrious career as leader of the community of Tehran. So here you have another picture from the graphic book I put. In 1267, he landed in Israel and he founded a race camp. And when he went to Jerusalem, he was amazed that there were 2 Jewish families living there full time. Imagine Jerusalem, how famous always say only 2 Jews live there full-time in their families. And on Shabbat holidays, they had to bring in Jews living in surrounding villages of Jerusalem, the Holy Chapel, that same day there, in order to make the miracle. But the Ramban, again, lion adventure, tremendous spiritual courage and strength, he gathered himself, he brought his together, formed a synagogue there, he was in yeshiva, and single-handedly was able to turn around the church of Jerusalem, because you have to realize that the person of Ramban coming to Israel in the 13th century, that's kind of like, I don't know, Bill Gates decided he wants to come to everyone who's like Jerusalem, one of these elections, and we'll probably have triple the audience at least, because it's Bill Gates' chip. So for Ramban, he was like a rock star. All the troops that were scattered throughout Israel started gravitating more just from surrounding regions as well. So with his presence, even though it was only for a few years there, and continued his literary output, and he continued his communal building, he was able to actually start a renaissance of Jews living in Israel, which we will see coming to a tremendous flourishing just 300 years later, next week when we talk about the Moshe Cordero. So, to kind of sum up the legacy of the Ramban, there are 3 really important things that we should bear in mind. The first is, besides his incredibly important literary activity, his creativity as a rabbinic scholar, he played a very important historical role in shaping and fostering recently the existence of Jews as a diaspora community. His leadership role my mind controversy, according to Professor Caputo, and I think his leadership role there really articulated a kind of way of thinking, a belt and shine that allowed for Jewish disparity and diversity without fracturing the community to its core. A level of tolerance and coexistence that allowed you to express the cultural identities within many other populations, while not entirely from the Jewish world as well. Secondly, it shows great heroism and intellectual fortitude in shows applications. Luckily, the transcripts of his encounter in the Boston disputation, which says a lot about his strength as a leader. It also talks about the weakness of the Jewish community as a minority. Even a person like Ramban could not protect himself against this overwhelming communal pressure. And finally, I personally have a tremendous amount of strength just thinking about what the Ramban could accomplish in his late 70s in the land of Israel. Most people would say given up and would never be heard from again. Rather like the strength of his able to start and rebirth the great thing there. I'll just mention one last legend that is associated with the Ramban. It's not very well sourced, probably not true, but nevertheless it is a beautiful story. And he said, when I die, you will see a crack appear in my mother's gravestone. And in fact, that is what happened. As the legend goes, on the day that Ramban died, his mother's headstone developed a huge crack in the middle, and so the local community in Catalan mourned a great loss of Ramban. Thank you very much for your patience. I'm really grateful you came. Next week, we'll continue with a topic that I find really fascinating. I actually published a small book on it, so it means a lot to me. It's great and lot for the most part of it. Thank you once again. Tonight's lecture is a little unusual. We're going to be looking at a period that is not very well studied at all, and particularly a few centuries that we're covering. And just in the course of my research to prepare, I realized how little I know about this period. It's so crucial. I'm tempted to think of maybe making this an essential part of a whole series later on, but you'll be the judge right after we discuss something. Just want to give some good welfare information before we get too deeply into the material. Tonight is the last lecture before the Passover break. So we will God willing meet again, refreshed and re-energized after the Paschal holiday on the 1st of May with a lecture on an absolutely fascinating individual, Nachmanides, the Ramban. He'll feature in an Albany film, very important production on the disputation. Will be a great, fascinating lecture. I hope you'll enjoy it. That'll be May 1st, so we have a long break between now and then where we can enjoy the Passover. Also in good welfare, our sponsors tonight are two anonymous donors from the internet. We're very grateful to all of our viewers online. And actually, well, no, let's skip over that. We're very pleased that we're making progress towards our goal. We're within about 4% of our overall. Now, we really want to get $100,000 for our student scholarships, and we're now just about to crack 4,000. So, if you are motivated, especially those of you who enjoy these lectures outside of this course, please visit our Friends of Jewish History website and contribute so that we can pass these monies on to our students and defray their tuition costs. Okay, so tonight's class is, I'm going to depart from the standard biographical approach that we've used all semester. And I do that with some trepidation because biographies are fascinating. We love hearing about the lives of important individuals, sometimes even ordinary individuals who otherwise would not make their mark on world history. But as I thought about the goals that I had set for this series as a whole, this particular lecture really covers far too much time, and it's too varied a time to take away from covering just the to be able to concentrate on one individual. I'm sad about that because a lot of people really would have liked to study more deeply, but given the tremendous nature of change that occurs between the destruction of the temple and the Bar Kokhba revolts, and ultimately the arrival of Nachmanides in Israel in the 13th century, there's just too much of a gap to bridge. Perhaps we could have planned this better and broken it up into many more lectures. But we're already giving quite a few lectures this semester, so we'll just have to look at it. So today, rather than taking the biographical approach, we are going to look at this large period of time from the end of the Bar Kokhba rebellion in 135 up until the arrival of Nachmanides in 1267, because a lot happens, but it's spread out over quite a bit of time. I'd like to call this, in many ways, the Jewish Dark Ages. Let me explain what I mean by that term. The term Dark Ages is really coined by Western 19th century European historiography, because there was a sort of that when you look at the scope of world history, there's a high point, again, viewed from the perspective of white male Europeans in the 19th century. There's a high point in the Greek period, under the Athenian period, the Periclean Age, 5 centuries before the Common Era, and then it sort of stays plateaued through the glory that was Rome, and then when Rome was sacked in the 5th century by the Vandals, then the entire world collapses into a terrible dark ages that is kind of a valley bottoming out until you get to the Renaissance, 13th century and so on, and then finally up to the modern period. So there's a big valley in the middle of history. That's the view essentially from the perspective of European Christians in particular, because they see like one huge civilization at one end and one huge civilization at the other end, and in the middle there are people sleeping on mud floors and eating goats and things like that. Nothing wrong with eating goats or sleeping on floors even, but it's just their cultural sort of bias. The term Dark Ages, or if you want a less derogatory term, the Middle Ages, medieval period, is born of that mindset. Jewish historiography does not necessarily follow that mindset at all. In fact, our Dark Ages, if we have one, does not correspond identically with the Christian Dark Ages. And of course, the Chinese Dark Ages are quite different, the Muslim Dark Ages are quite different. So to say that all these cultures have that same sort of sign pattern is not appropriate. But when you are to look at Jewish history in particular, there is kind of like a blank space where very little is known over huge stretches of time. And I have to say, even myself, having earned a doctorate in Jewish history and having practiced in the field for so many years, still was surprised by some very basic assumptions that I had. And I came to material, I realized that the assumptions need to be used down. Just one, for example, is kind of essentially all the Jews emptied out of Israel. The exile, because we were so diaspora-centered. The reality is, yes, the centers of Jewish civilization shifted to Babylon and later to the western parts of the Mediterranean basin, but it took a long time. And Israel maintained its preeminent status for centuries after the destruction of the temple, and a significant population existed there, really right up until the Muslim conquest in the 7th century. So this concept we have, which when we think of it, it's kind of absurd to imagine that the Romans would be able to completely empty out this entire population, numbering perhaps in the low millions, from this territory. And they actually had, very limited resources at their disposal. I read one statistic in a great new study of the Roman-Jewish War of the 1st century that the total number of legionnaires at the disposal of the Roman Empire at its peak, the total number of professional soldiers was 150,000 men. By contrast, the total number of active duty soldiers in the current Israeli defense forces is 176,000 men. So think about the Roman Empire with its vast scope, very limited range in terms of communication and logistics, nevertheless only run by 150,000 men. How could they possibly have affected that kind of large-scale dispersion that we tend to have in mind? So with that in mind, let us approach these Dark Ages, and let's get a sense of what we know about the period, what we don't know, and I'm hoping that we'll have useful academic exchange. I'd like to begin with a discussion of the concept of galut, really an extension of what we've been saying. Galut is, of course, the Hebrew term for exile, which is often translated into English through a Greek term meaning diaspora. Diaspora means scattering, and it refers to the forcible movement of the Jewish population of Israel out of their ancestral lands to points east for the most part, to a certain degree points west. And it is associated with the fall of the temple in the First Roman Jewish War, which is depicted here quite evocatively by Francesco Haidar. So in terms of Jewish self-image, this onset of the diaspora, this onset of the exile, was a tremendous break in our Delta channel. Tremendous that the universe had somehow opened up a tail, and there was life before the destruction of the temple and life after the destruction of the temple, and they were totally different. When we look at the social processes, when we look at the actual physical impact of these wars, they're absolutely devastating. The wars are, always quite destructive to natural folk events, but not quite as total as we tend to absorb in kind of popular histories. However, the mental image of history, our remembering of history, and people's memory is more profound than history itself, was as total. The destruction of the temple represented a huge break from the past. That is something that is felt by Jews around the world to this day, 2 millennia later. And in fact, the reunification of Jerusalem in 1967 war, and specifically the capturing of the Jewish border of Jerusalem, which had been previously held by the Jordanians, was a moment of phenomenal emotion for Jews all over the world, because finally one could walk right up to the walls that supported the temple and have that kind of connection to God, or at least have that yearning for that connection to God, which it was impossible to reach when the area was cut off by the army of Islam. You see all these pictures of people approaching the wall, pouring out their souls. There's something more going on at the Kotel, at these green stones, as people try to reach for something higher and more spiritual. The history is significant, to be sure, but there is a marriage of history and memory and religion that is similar perhaps to the concept that the heavens kiss the earth at the front of the temple. We know from just a couple of lectures ago, the person who actually built these particular walls on the site of earlier walls was none other than Herod. He's not necessarily a favorite king of Israel, but nevertheless, even though he was responsible for setting up these massive stones, the very idea held by the Kotel is something that retains its resonance even today. This is a picture from the pre-1948 era, before the area was separated, and you can see there's quite a narrow space. These are women praying at the wall. Quite a narrow space here before it's opened up by the plaza. The concept of coming to the wall for one's spiritual edification, for that connection to God that we so yearn for, is universal among Jews around the world. And one has to say, even among all social classes and religious backgrounds, if you've ever visited the book wall, you know it's like to be there in that environment. And it's something that cuts across all of the various demographic sectors of Israeli society. For those of you in this room, I'm sure you're quite familiar with this, but the custom is to write small notes to God, messages of prayer, and to try and jam them into the cracks as if we could somehow penetrate those separations, which the Talmud calls the wall of silence between Israel and the next. And even some less well-known figures have been known to insert such notes in the. So what we're looking at today is we try and look at that period after the destruction of the temple, when this tremendous yearning really finds its roots and origins, and try to understand what actually happened in Israel during those centuries after the destruction of the temple. And I found it quite surprising myself to think about their longevity. This is, by the way, what the Temple Mount looks like today. For many of you have been there in person, where you can see the plaza has been cleared, so it has room for quite a bit more people. This is not a typical day. This is probably, I'm guessing, this is taken on the Tisha B'Av, the national day of mourning for the destruction of the temple. There's a walkway up here to the Temple Mount itself, which religious Jews generally refrain from mounting because they fear stepping on areas where they're not allowed to walk while they're in state of spiritual disorder. And the bulk of the worship here happens at the base of the wall, which is the exterior of the temple. In ancient times, it was up on the Temple Mount itself that the Holy of Holies was constructed. Okay, so what are the periodization that we're going to look at here? There's really four main sections of time that I'm going to look at in our hour together. The first period is a very quick review. We're not going to do too much in that. Of the period of insurrections against the Romans. We spoke already at length about the first Roman Jewish war, in which the temple was finally destroyed in approximately year 70, and the saga was taken a few years after that. A couple of generations later, though, there is a new rebellion against the Romans. It's not nearly as widespread, but it was actually quite fascinating. It's called the People's War. It lasted for a couple of years. It was associated, believe it or not, with some gestures of the Roman Emperor that perhaps he was trying to rebuild the temple again. Which gives you a sense that, from the perspective of the Romans, the idea of the temple as, the key negotiating point with this otherwise difficult tiny nation living in the Middle East was something that they could play with. They could try to take away the temple, give the temple, take away the temple again. Ultimately, it failed to come to pass, but as part of the negotiations, the idea of perhaps we could appease these people by letting them have their silly temple once again. But it didn't last, and just another couple decades later, but Hafsa announced a far more successful rebellion that lasted for a couple of years, resulting in actual capture of Jerusalem briefly, but ultimately was destroyed by far more serious legionaries coming in from Rome. So we have a period right after the Bar Kokhba War that goes up until the period when Christianity is officially proclaimed as the world religion of the Roman Empire, and that has significant consequences for the Jews because for those first 2 centuries, Christianity is just really developing. It's finding its way to separate from the mother religion, and it was going to exist, first of all, going to exist as a persecuted religion, and then eventually as a state religion. And once it gains power, that will have tremendous implications for the Jews, including the abolishment of the patriarchy. I'll explain what that is shortly in the early 5th century. We have another couple of centuries which are perhaps the darkest of the Dark Ages. We really don't know a lot about what happens in the 400s and 500s. But then the Muslims come in the year 640, and then we have another totally new chapter for Jews living in Israel. There's a brief but very important interlude with the Crusades, the first of which is in 1096, where Christians come and reestablish a beachhead literally in Israel, conquering Jerusalem until they were driven out multiple times by Muslim defenders. And then we're going to conclude when we come back to the 13th century, when Nachmanides, the great sage, comes and begins the tremendously difficult but progressive rebuilding of Israel in the 15th century. This is a bit of a preview for next class in May, but when Nachmanides came, he actually testifies that for the Sabbath, they could not get a prayer quorum of 10 adult males in Jerusalem without going to the surrounding villages and bringing in some of the Jewish farmers. And it's an amazing thing to imagine that in Jerusalem you could not get a prayer quorum for the Sabbath. Our sources are really quite rich. At this point, we've got lots of options to study different perspectives of what's going on. Although they tend to not overlap as much as we'd like. We tend to rely on one point of view for every longer than perhaps like 2. So in 3 categories, we're just going to do quickly. The first is we have quite a bit of Roman literature. For example, Cassius, a very important historian, who records much of the life of the emperors and of their activities in Israel. So we have official Roman history for much of the early part of this period. Then we have church law, which is something we have not encountered yet. At this point, the church, especially from the 3rd, 4th century onwards, begins to codifying much of his teachings in terms of practice. Exactly how does one translate a creed-based faith into a series of regulations for life? And these canons, these various collections of laws, including the Theodosian Codex, have a lot to say about how to treat the Jews living in Israel at the time. So, viewed from the perspective of Christians, we also get a sense of how the Jews lived. And finally, perhaps most fascinatingly, and we will return to this studying in May, we have internal Jewish documents, which include, of course, the Talmud, which has a lot to say about this period, responsa literature, which is missives that are directed from questioners throughout the diaspora, often from Israel, to rabbinical experts, whether in Israel or increasingly in Babylon, about various aspects of Jewish life and practice. And these missives, called responsa, because they always involve a response, quite often the question itself is lost, but the actual response simply constitutes legal precedent in Jewish law. So we have a lot of detail about what bothered Jews living in Israel at the time. But fascinatingly here, we have more than just religious documents. We have the amazing Cairo Geniza archive, which is a brilliant story into itself. I don't want to give it away now because we'll talk about it a little more when we talk about Nachmanides. But basically, this is the great historian Solomon Sheff. A lot of the conservative space community is named after him. Here he is working at a table with tiny scraps of parchment and various papyri that were found in the attic of a synagogue outside of Cairo that represented about 500 years of overnight garbage, literary garbage that collected in that particular Jewish community. The Jews of that region believed, well, let me just back up. I will say one thing about the Geniza because it is so amazing. The word Geniza means to hide away. And it's sometimes referred to be a treasure, but in common parlance, the Geniza is a place where one puts holy artifacts that are no longer usable. For example, a prayer book that's worn out, or a Torah scroll that is ripped, or something that cannot no longer be used. They can't simply be thrown away because they include the name of God. Hence, this is referred to as Shemos, or Shemos, which means name of God. Can't throw it away, you have to bury it in the cemetery. So it's not convenient to go dig up in the cemetery and bury a Torah scroll or bury a prayer book. So they tend to collect these things in synagogues for some period of time, and then, once 6 months, once a year, they go and they actually bury it. I was once unfortunately at the funeral of an 8-year-old girl, it's very sad, an 8-year-old girl, and that day they were scheduling to bury the Torah scroll, and so they buried her with the Torah scroll. It's a very moving image. I'll tell you a funeral joke later. Actually, I'll tell you a funeral joke now because I don't want to get too different. Here's the funeral joke. I know I promised I wouldn't tell too many jokes, but so I was once at a different funeral with the Israeli consular official in Miami, and we're standing, waiting for this to happen, and he says to me, he sees I'm religious, so he says to me, when I was a kid, I grew up on a Hashomer HaTzaddik kibbutz. So very, very left-wing, secular, anti-religious kibbutz. And so on Passover, we have everything. Bread, the passion, beer, all forbidden foods, it's all available on table. And he said, but the young generation, they just don't keep the traditions like they used to. The Jews in that region believed, they had an unusual belief that it was not only documents written in Hebrew with the name of God that had to be preserved, anything written in Hebrew had to be preserved. And so for years, perhaps as much as 500 years, they kept collecting any scrap of paper that had anything written on it and putting it into the Hebrew. And the paper is not really as common as it is today. They're working with pyrite, they're working with parchment, working documents like that, but they save a ridiculous amount of material of all types of information sources. Marriage contracts, bills of sale, receipts, little documents that say, honey, would you pick up 4 people on the way home from work? Done all kinds of things, including manuscript copies of my monitor's works, autographed copies of my monitor's works, tremendous trove material that is even now, was discovered in the late 19th century, even now still being deciphered. And so here he is sitting at the table with just one file that was put over this to be done. Okay, so the Geniza tells us a lot about the everyday life of Jews living in the eastern part of the Mediterranean basin for quite a few centuries. So our sources are quite there. Okay. Now, let's go to the history itself. The aftermath of the Bar Rebellion was in many ways far more severe than the aftermath of the First Roman Jewish War. The First Roman Jewish War was largely urban, focused in Jerusalem. The rural countryside was not nearly as involved as were the urban classes, both those who favored capitulation to the Romans, those who favored resistance to the Romans. It was not like the Maccabean revolt. There was really quite a bit of the urban activity, but rural not so much. The rural environment was definitely punished. There were heavy new taxes applied after the rebellion failed. But by and large, they kept their land. Jewish farmers remained on their lands for the most part. The urban classes were exiled. Jerusalem was out of bounds, but the impact on the nation as a whole is far less significant than our historiography claims to emphasize. So much so that with the Bar Kokhba rebellion, just 7 years later, they have sufficient demographic strength to mount a very serious challenge against the Romans. And remember, from the Roman perspective, they just can't figure out what to do with these Jews. These Jews are constantly rebelling over what the Romans seem like very silly things. Like, why don't you just make the sacrifice? And what will it cost you to sacrifice one pig once a year to our emperor? Why don't you just let us put up a Roman eagle on the outside of your temple? Seriously, these are not life-threatening things. Why don't you just go along to get along? And the Romans actually, from time to time, went out of their way to give Jews special exemptions because they knew that this was a very unusual people who would not conform to the general dictates of society. But rebellions were difficult for them to manage. They could not put them down. They kept on popping up. The Bar Kokhba rebellion was brutally put down by the Emperor Hadrian. It was probably started because the Emperor Hadrian, who is shown here, the Emperor Hadrian had imposed assimilatory Jewish decrees, meaning he had attempted to put in place certain decrees that he felt would minimize Jewish distinctiveness, kind of like a ban on circumcision, for example, which is viewed as a way of keeping Jews separate from non-Jews, in the hopes that this would eventually cause the Jews to arise into the larger Roman polity. This is, by the way, not an uncommon approach of many government administrators. If you jump ahead, 1800 years, you get to Nicholas I of Russia, who tried to use the army to coerce Jews into assimilating. Not that he had any particular specific animus against Jews, but he just saw that they were in the Russian population, but if he brought into the army as young as 12, maybe he could knock that stubborn Jewishness out of them, and they would behave like other Russian citizens. So Hadrian imposed some of these rules, which were designed to kind of bring the Jews in line, and of course, the Jews rebelled against them because this was really striking at their life identity. The rebellion broke out, and after 2 years was put down with tremendous ferocity, so much so that it's actually recorded in the liturgy, in one of the most common passages of the liturgy, the blessing, the third blessing that's read after the grace of meals, or after eating bread. It is the Birkat HaMazon prayer, the grace after meals. The third blessing is specifically dedicated to the Battle of Beitar, And in fact, according to the Talmud, the bodies that were left on the battlefield after this long final battle, Romans did not rot until the defenders were able to get out there and actually bury the dead. So it's enshrined very closely in Jewish memory. So when the Jews lost Bar-Kokhba, Hadrian said that's it for the Jews. Unlike earlier emperors who tended to spend their time in Rome on Roman politics, Hadrian was someone who spent a lot of time in Syria, Palestine, in the region as a whole. He was familiar with the cultures, and after the war, he really determined to put down Judaism once and for all. And it was during this period that Rabbi Akiva was killed. We spoke about him last week. Persecution actually after the Bar-Kokhba Revolution. The city of was once again emptied of all Jews. It was renamed Aya Capitolia because they wanted to remove any trace of Jewish attachment to the land. A tremendous amount of taxes added to the Jews, including the insulting tax, the Machasika shekel, the half shekel coin that was originally given to the temple, was still collected by the Jews at this time, but Hadrian demanded it to be sent to Rome for the construction and upkeep of the temple of Jupiter. In other words, the small tax that Jews paid, the full tax that went towards the temple, was now going towards the Avodah Zarah, going towards idolatrous worship, very offensive to Jews as a whole. So the period after Bar-Kokhba in many ways far more devastating than the first one. I want to mention one thing about terminology. I mentioned this change the name of Jerusalem. It's at this point that the Romans officially renamed Judea Syria Palestina. You should explore that word for a minute. There's a lot of heat on this word and not nearly as much light. I'm sure everyone in this room is familiar with the terminology. Palestine is a word chosen by the Romans specifically to evoke the Philistines, who were the erstwhile enemies of the Jews in much of the book of Samuel and Kings. They're constantly fighting with the Philistines. In fact, in Western parlance, to call someone a Philistine, which I occasionally do actually, especially my kids, means to be uncultured and boorish. You're such a Philistine. Don't you read Dostoevsky? If my 12-year-old don't read Dostoevsky, I get upset. Okay, my 18-year-old. So, that's the kind of Western parlance. But among Jews, to call someone a Plishti means to call someone an enemy of the Jewish people. In the ancient world. So by renaming Judea Palestina, it was an insult unto itself. But the term itself really doesn't mean anything other than a geographic locator. If you want to be historically accurate, during the Roman period, it was in fact called Palestine, specifically evoking the Philistine inhabitants of the land of Canaan that pre-existed the Jews living there and fought with them after the Exodus. This is kind of an interesting thing that happens to be going viral right now on the web. It's a 1939 dictionary published in France, the dictionary, and it has flags everywhere. The office dictionaries, by the way, for those who are watching on the web, if you were born after 1980, a dictionary is actually like a big, things like this, lots of pages in it, like actual paper, or has words in the definition. So here it's got this flag, the flag of Palestine. I think so. Of course, it's not yet a state. What do you call it? Well, it's called Palestine, but that's clearly not a flag on which today's Palestinians would be happy with. So, we shouldn't get upset about the terminology when we're using it within a historically valid context. It is charged with meaning today, but historically we can avoid that. Okay, let's move on to the heroic activity of Rabbi Yochanan ben Zakkai, in many ways saved the Jewish people and certainly saved Jewish culture. Rabbi Yochanan ben Zakkai was a member of the Pharisees. As you recall, we discussed the various sectarian groups, and he felt in the First Roman-Jewish War that he was very wrong-headed to think that the tiny Jewish population would be able to overcome the great Roman army. And so therefore, he advocated surrender. The Zealots, Jewish rebels, were in a sense, with the concept that we would consider surrendering to the Romans. So there are a couple of different versions of how this story is told, but the Talmud relates, for example, that he feigned his own death. And they put him in a coffin in order to break the siege. He got out of the siege of Jerusalem, and then he would negotiate with the Romans. He feigned his own death. He got into a coffin. The Jewish zealots called were suspicious, and so they drove iron stakes into the coffin to make sure he was really dead. Miraculously, he survived. He got out of the city walls. He went up to, I believe it was Titus, Dr. Vespasian, Titus, and he said to him, "Listen, we really don't want to fight. We'll give up as long as you give us these things." There's a list of things that he wants. They tend to be very minor things in the grand scope of world affairs at the time, but they prove to be extremely important. Perhaps the most significant was his phrase, "Henry Yavne v'Chachamecha." Give me Yavne, a minor town not too far from the coast, and its sages. Can I just take a few of the rabbis with me, and we'll move to this town called Yavne, and that will be fine, thank you, no problem anymore. So the Romans agreed. And Yavne is kind of like a safe zone for rabbinic culture. And from that culture, Judaism was able to replant itself and root itself in the land and ultimately survive the Romans. In Yavne, there were two main institutions reestablished, not immediately, but after Rabbi Yochanan ben Zakkai was able to demonstrate that his strategy was effective. Many of his colleagues disagreed with him and felt that they could not rely on the Roman assurances on safety. He set up, or it was reestablished in the Patriarchate. Sometimes he's called the princedom, led by an individual called the Nasi. And this was essentially the temporal head of the Jewish people. One might use the word king, but it doesn't have the same power of a king. It's kind of a duarchy, I guess you call it. The other most important individual would be the Alvestrin, the head of the court, which was represented in the Sanhedrin. The Sanhedrin was the ancient deliberative body, the highest court of the Jewish people, which sat 71 rabbis in judgment. And amazingly, the Sanhedrin survived the collapse of the temple and the Jewish statehood for another 200 years. It's a really phenomenal thing, and it indicates that the Jews were still able to exercise at least jurisdictional autonomy over themselves, and were able to constitute themselves as a people, even under these very harsh conditions of Roman oppression. Here we go. Here's a picture that shows you where the intellectual center moved. Yochanan ben Zakkai in the first century gets Yavne, which is located over here just south of Yaffa today, and he has the Sanhedrin based in Yavne. About a couple decades after he establishes it there, and then it moves eventually to the north, where they get from 138 to about 240 in the Galilee region. And basically several towns that moved several places during those decades. But that's really the new center of the Jewish people after Jerusalem is destroyed. And this is what was the nucleus of the organization of this community, even when they had none of the trappings of a regular society, certainly no standing army, no coinage, no flag, none of those exterior things that would allow them to exist for the people, but nevertheless with the Torah at their center and with the Sanhedrin being the prime interpreter of the meaning of the Torah, they were able to constitute a polity. At the same time, the real story, the big story, is what's happening outside of Israel. Because the movement of the center of the overall demographic was definitely outside of Israel and specifically to Babylon. I mentioned earlier that this term diaspora and scattering, and this refers to the spread of Jews throughout the region. It really existed much earlier. Let's have a look at this map here. we should recall that this is not the first time that Jews had a demographic of people in the land of Israel. In the year 586, before the Common Era, there was the invasion of the Babylonians, and a good portion of the elite in particular were marched off here to the Mesopotamian region, where they established quite a significant Jewish civilization there. So much so that after a few decades of living in Babylon, still in the 6th century, when they were allowed under Cyrus to return to Israel, and they were allowed to rebuild the temple, most Jews did not want to leave Babylon. If you read the book of Ezra, the book of Nehemiah, you see the kind of internal conflict, because a lot of people say, no, what's a schlaf here? We're not taking any time, like book of the tongue. Why should we leave? And so you have a very old Jewish population here from already the 6th century before the Common Era. Then, for primarily trade reasons, you have Jews even before the destruction of the temple. You have settlements, you can't see it because they have a big block of wood, on the Crimean Sea littoral over here. You have lots of Jewish gravestones, for example, that date back to the turn of the millennium. You've got Jews all around the Mediterranean basin, even some far out as Spain. That's not really in the 1st century, but was the 5th century. You see more of that. And Jews are beginning to kind of like establish little trading outposts throughout the region. They're still based in Israel, so they don't have the same impetus as they would after the 1st century. But nevertheless, there are, kind of precedents for Jewish settlement outside. Of course, after Israel was destroyed, after Jerusalem was destroyed in the 1st century, and then after the disastrous Bar Kokhba rebellion in the 2nd century, this movement away from Israel accelerates dramatically, and you have the founding of a much larger community in Babylon. The Jews living in Israel are still able to be sufficiently creative that they produce the Jerusalem Talmud, but it is ultimately the Babylonian Talmud, completed 2 centuries later, that is considered much more authoritative. And you see an ebbing of Jerusalem as the center, and Babylon as the center over a period of centuries. This should not really be surprising to us. We happen to live now in the greatest urban concentration of Jews in the world, in New York City. Brooklyn is maybe, ground zero, that's kind of a good metaphor. Brooklyn is maybe like the most powerful concentration of Jews within a zip code in the entire world. But that's relatively new when I look at it from a historical perspective. That's maybe 100-odd years old. Before that, it would have been Warsaw. Before that, perhaps you would have seen Łódź as well. Before that, you see Paris was significant, Prague very significant. So it is natural to see that conversion of Jewish demographic trends. The fact that the Jews have returned back to Israel, though, and have solidly establishing themselves there, indicates that we're going to a totally new historical period. One of the things that allowed the Jews to exist, both in the diaspora and within Israel, was that they established early on a very solid, dependable, if coercive, communal structure. The community is called the Kehillah. The word comes from the verb tahav, which means to gather together. It's the same word used to congregate, for example. And it was a structure that was originated in Babylon and replicated thousands of times over in every single municipality that Jews lived in, right up until the 18th century. In the 18th century, you have this huge break because the revolution does away with the power of the rabbis to enforce Jewish law. But otherwise, the Kehillah was an incredibly effective way of maintaining group integrity under often trying circumstances. What does this look like? So the terms sometimes change, particularly in Sephardic lands as opposed to Ashkenazi lands, but I'll use the more common ones.
At the top of the Jewish community, you had a group called the Tuvei Ha'ir, which means they were the good people of the city. And the Tuvei Ha'ir, typically 7 men, are typically the most wealthy, most civic-minded property holders in the community. Being a member of the Tuvei Ha'ir generates considerable kavod, which is a term which means literally heaviness, gravitas, what it means honor. It's a great honor to be a member of the Tuvei Ha'ir. Elections would be had typically every 5 years. This would but it was like a strong position to be a member of the Tuvei Ha'ir, a place of great respect. At the same time, with this honor comes responsibility. Anybody guess what that responsibility would be? Right, you have to pay, you have to support the community. Think of it, I'll give away the ending here, by the way. Most synagogues use this structure today. The synagogue is designed around the same model. The Tuvei Ha'ir is now usually called the Board of Directors. Right? So the Board of Directors, you get appointed to the Board of Directors, that's a great honor. But at the same time, you're expected to write a check every year to underwrite the poor members of society, which had actually a tremendously beneficial effect. Now, from the Tuvei Ha'ir would be appointed 2 individuals. The Parnas, who the word is related actually to president, and it comes from the verb the Parnes, which means the provider. And this would be like the principal leaders of the community, like the president or the chairman of the board of the board, also invariably a male, typically the most wealthy male, but in many ways not only most wealth, it's the most civic engagement, most willingness to exert himself on behalf of the community. And the Parnas would be kind of like the chief executive officer who would manage the Chevrot. Chevra is literally association, or we might put it in business terms as committees. These were, unlike the other organs of the Tehillah, primarily staffed by women. Far, there's a very big gender gap here. Among the Chevrot, there were various committees that were essentially assigned to works of charity within the entire community, which would include things like, obviously, support of the poor, particularly associated with holidays like Passover, providing for widow brides, providing for orphans, providing for widows. There are Chevrot that would be associated with particular pious practices, with providing the synagogue with oil, providing the synagogue with bricks, whatever was education, whatever was a social need would be attended to by the various Chevrot. The Chevrot would receive their funds from the Parnas based on a yearly budget that they would develop by the Tuvei Ha'ir. And one other really important thing about how this system works as well, Tuvei Ha'ir, of course, and how they fund it, certainly they are expected to fund it out of their own pockets with some of their knowledge, but in reality, everyone in the Tehillah, every member of the Tehillah was taxed. And the tax was set by the Tuvei Ha'ir. Every single Jew had to contribute something towards the Tehillah foundation. And remember, this is totally separate from any state tax. This is just the Jewish community imposing its will on its members, saying, we have these needs, we have a look at your income and your assets, and we demand this much for the sake of the community. The well-known attribute of Jewish charity, Jews historically, per capita, far more generous in charity, even to non-Jewish causes than the broader society, no doubt comes out of this long, centuries-long tradition of charitable giving, which was, drilled into generation after generation that it was a value to support the society as a whole. So the negative side of this is that it was quite coercive. If you disagreed with the assessment that you received, that you had to pay
the value of 2 cows this year, you didn't have much choice. Because the only way to get out of the Kehillah, you have to remember, we're living in 2017, we're living in a secular society where a person just volunteers to associate with this group or that group. In the medieval and the ancient world, there was no such voluntary association. If you wanted out, the only way out was to convert to another religion. You had to join a different corporation in that society. If you wanted to remain in the Jewish community, you had to pay your taxes. You could expect a very generous social support network that would provide cradle-to-grave assistance, but on the other hand, there was no way out of your tax burden as well. So the coercive nature was something that did not work in the modern world for many Jews, and as a result, it was trashed in the French Revolution. On the other side of this pyramid, we have the rabbi. The rabbi is a paid position appointed by the Jew that year, but the rabbi has a little bit more authority in many ways, because the rabbi, of course, is the prime arbiter of Jewish law. He will typically have a big court that works with him, and technically speaking, the parnas, the Tuvayir, everybody has to operate according to the dictates of the rabbi, the rav of the town, the chief rabbi of the but in reality, because we have the Abram here, we have the impact of money, the rabbi could be separated from his position by the Tuvayir here, and so they have to work out a kind of a modus vivendi with each other. As I'm sure you've seen in contemporary synagogues, there's the board, there's the president, there's the rabbi, and they have to find a way to live together. If the Tuvayir demand too much of the rabbi, then they risk a popular revolt, because the rabbi is typically beloved of the common people, and if the Tuvayir lose the respect of the people, then they can have complete inversion of their authority. On the other hand, the rabbi overreaches and tries to demand too much, religious scrupulosity from the Tuvayir, and the rabbi is likely to be looking for a job sometime soon as well. They have to find that kind of safe space. Finally, these individuals called the Gabbai. In modern synagogues, the term Gabbai is still used, but it's usually a reflection of its original law. Today, the Gabbai in the synagogue is typically the person, I think the English term is a beadle, which sounds kind of very beadle with a D. And that beadle typically makes sure that this person gets called up to the Torah, this person gets to lead the prayers, and organizes the kind of the MC of these services, master of ceremonies. But in the tradition of Kehillah, the Gabbai literally means collectors. They are the enforcers. They are essentially the Jewish police force, and they can come around and they can collect the taxes that are due. They can come around, they can force conformity to the rabbi's dictates, and we should bear in mind, especially when we get into the European period, the Kehillah actually has the power and exercise the contempt of corporal punishment. They can literally flog Jews who refuse to conform to the requirements of the community. So again, on one hand, very coercive, very restraining. On the other hand, this was really the best way that this tiny embattled minority could preserve its integrity under conditions which were life or simply jumping over the fence and joining the Christian. So this structure is incredibly important to the preservation of the society. And its disappearance in the modern era is certainly related to the huge level of assimilation in the contemporary Jewish society. Now, at the same time, we're also seeing the rise of Christianity. We're seeing a huge weather change with the disappearance of Rome and the appearance of a new temporal power. Let's just look a little bit at the connection of Christianity to the Jews, which is very specific and has really quite huge implications for when Christianity could ultimately become the dominant religion and have state power. So originally, you should recall that the first Christians were all Jews, all within the Jewish faith, were all observant of Jewish law, and it took several decades, maybe even a couple of centuries, for Judaism and Christianity to formally separate, such that the vast majority of people who call themselves Christians have never known Jewish practice, either technically or by association. This is a 15th century Biblical Moralisé from Paris that just gives you a sense of the early period of time. Obviously, from the 15th century, it's anachronistic, but it shows the relationship of the church and the synagogue. They're typically portrayed as female figures. Here's the church on the left, and here are the apostles, and they are laying the synagogue to rest. And this figure represents the synagogue. She has died, she's deceased, she's holding on to the Ten Commandments here, and they all look kind of sad and depressed. And the meaning of this particular image is that, Judaism was the favored faith of God for a long time, and unfortunately, for many reasons, it's time for it to move on, and Christianity has to take it over. Christianity is now going to lovingly lay the synagogue to rest and go on with a new way of interacting with God. This is perhaps evocative of the first few decades after the death of the founder of Christianity, but it did not last very long. As Christianity becomes more of a Gentile movement, meaning as more and more non-Jews are converting to this new faith, particularly under the activity of Paul of Tarsus, you see a much more harsh kind of image. So to look at this one, this is also for the 15th century. I think this is a very beautiful piece of art, actually. This is a classic contrast of church, always shown on the right, which way our left, and synagogue over here. Church is shown clear-eyed with their bodice and their hair in place, holding the Holy Grail. The staff is upright and is unbroken, indicating temporal power and indicating authority and so on. Synagogue, on the other hand, is portrayed as kind of an Moorish, maybe Mongol, a little bit more Moorish. This is an Italian piece that's designed to be. This is what they must have looked like for the imagination. So you notice that she's blindfolded, indicating that Judaism is unaware of the truth. The staff is broken, and her authority is gone. Her entire posture is one of decline. She's falling, she's collapsing. And even the Ten Commandments are held weakly and falling out of the hand as well. The whole image is that Christianity is on the way up. Christianity is majestic, is legal, and has authority, and the synagogue is falling into disrepute and into decline. Some of these images, I'm not going to go through so many of them, but some of them actually portray the synagogue as a real retreat to push even further. And by the time we get to the later period, well into the 2nd and 3rd century, sometimes there are actually much more violent images used. Now, this is once again 15th century. I'm just using it because we don't have images from the period to illustrate it. So, but I'm illustrating attitudes that one sees, for example, in the writings of St. John Chrysostom, so-called golden mouth. Here you have the church portrayed riding a tetromorph, a majestic animal. The common symbol is the upright staff, the royal, the crown, and by the way, church is being crowned from a hand descending from heaven. Very strong, mandate or mandate. Here on the other hand, the synagogue, blindfolded, the crown is being knocked off her head. She's holding onto a lamb's horn, which is an allusion to the charge that Jews are excessively carnal. The staff is breaking. And this is when you get the totality of the image. And to this point, there's a sword driving into his skull from heaven, indicating a very strong statement from disapproval from God. So that's essentially the progress of the relationship between Christianity and Judaism. It goes from kind of like a sad farewell to to a sense of otherness, and to finally an attitude of hostility that you see by the 4th century being very common. The Jews are feeling this very significantly. The patriarchate is, for example, dissolved, so we see it, we talked about earlier, dissolved in the 4th century. We only know about this from church legislation. It's not anything that's also at this point, largely as a result of the church demanding that there no longer be authoritative bodies of Jewish jurisprudence. The last really that we have discussed, and I see that we're really wasting out of time, is the advent of Islam, which begins here in the Arabian Peninsula. Muhammad, we don't have time to really talk about his life, but his relationship with Jews is very complex. Originally, he felt that the Jews would convert to his new faith of Islam, and when they failed to get their enthusiasm for Islam, he turned against them, and they had some very significant disputes and some very significant battles. The Jews are still quite powerful in the Arabian Peninsula at this point. There's actually a battle called Khaybar. If you recall the terrible attacks in Mumbai 2 years ago, when the Chabad house was attacked by Pakistani terrorists. And when he was on trial, one of the Pakistani terrorists that was captured, he shouted out in the courtroom, "Remember Khaybar, remember the first battle the Muslims had with the Jews." And everyone in the courtroom kind of looking at him, what is this guy talking about? What battle is this? It's obviously very important to leave this terrorist self-image. It is something that lasts in Islamic faith. We'll have to come back to that. So anyway, after Muhammad's death in 632, the movement continues to expand dramatically, and Jerusalem and Israel is taken over in the year 640, with a lot of consequences for the nature of Jewish life at this time. Ladies and gentlemen, I regret that I haven't finished all the material I want to talk about in these 12 pages. I really underestimated this, but I appreciate your attention. I hope that you all have a kosher and enjoyable Passover holiday. I look forward to seeing you on May 1st. We'll pick up with the story of Nachmanides. Thank you all for coming tonight. I know that it's the penultimate day before a snow day and it's tempting to stay home, but I really appreciate having an audience here. Otherwise, I would just be talking to myself. It's really nice to have you here. Tonight's lecture, of course, is on Herod, and the first bit of not such great news is that we don't have a sponsor tonight. I can't exactly figure why. Nobody wants to sponsor music. Oh, we got a sponsor tonight. Okay, thank you very much. I'll have to wipe that out. I was going to make this joke here, though. So tonight's lecture is sponsored by the Rottenbergs. But the joke that I was going to make is nobody wants to sponsor Alexa Herod because he's got such like an ambiguous sort of let's skip over that. Thank you to the Rottenbergs for sponsoring this lecture. The purpose of sponsoring, I sent out that survey a couple weeks ago, the fascinating results we went over very briefly. One of the problems that we're having is not too many people on the web actually know why we're doing this. The reason we're doing this is because we want to raise funds for student scholarships. We have this web page, Friends of Jewish History, and you'll see it at the end of the lectures. There's a little box you can click on, and then you can give money so that we can support our undergraduate students and get the excellent education that they deserve. Okay, and so we raised $3,700, including $14 from the Shishka on my desk. That's working every now and then. Okay, I'm throwing off my game because I wasn't expecting the sponsorship shelf. Let's begin as we usually do with our sources. Where do we learn what we know about Herod? So there are three principal sources that we're going to rely on for today's discussion. The first is, of course, Josephus. He is undoubtedly the greatest contemporary chronicler of Herod's life. Very important. First century before the Common Era, and just edging into the first century life. We also have a couple other, scattered passages about Herod. We have some phrases that are survived from Nicholas of Damascus's work. He was actually a court biographer of Herod, but we've lost almost everything that he has written. We have some passages that were sort of first century Israel from Pliny the Elder, the important Roman historian, but Josephus is a major source. As we've discussed in the past, Josephus is somewhat problematic because, after all, the documents that we have in his name were written explicitly for a Roman audience in a very polemical time. He has a case to prove. It's a very complicated case. He himself is a turncoat who decided to abandon the Jewish cause in order to join Vespasian and Titus in the destruction of the temple. So there are a lot of problematic elements to it. Even in his somewhat lyrical description of Herod's cruelties, we have some suspicion of conflation of stories and of embellishment, because he really wants to place it within a very Hellenistic kind of framework. But nevertheless, he is our number one go-to source for Herod's life. The second major body that we have, and again, problematic, is the Talmud. Which we've discussed in many discussions in this room. The Talmud is an amazing document with a phenomenal amount of information, but often very difficult to tease historical data from it appropriately. The authors of the Talmud were all in the Pharisaic tradition, and they were very polemical towards Herod himself, and yet they had an ambiguous sort of stance vis-a-vis his work, as we shall see by the end of today's lecture, because they admired some of the things that he did for Judaism and the Jewish people, at the same time extremely critical of his incredible cruelty and of his cavalier treatment of the rabbis and of the inhumane treatment of the rabbis and so, but we do have passages that are relevant to Herod that come from the Talmud. We see some of them today. And finally, I think really fascinating, I spent the whole weekend reading about this, the Dead Sea Scrolls, which don't say too much about Herod in person, but they do have a lot to say about first century life in general, first century before the Common Era. Let me take you through a very quick discussion of what are these. And perhaps in another lecture some other time, we'll go back to them and explore them much greater detail. The Dead Sea Scrolls are so named because they were discovered on the shores of the Dead Sea in Israel in 1947 when two Bedouin boys were wandering throughout the region looking for some lost sheep, and one of them wandered into a cave and found, actually what he did was he stood on the edge of the cave, kind of like one of these really inaccessible caves on the edge of a cliff. He threw a rock in to see how far it went to scare the sheep out, and he heard the unmistakable sound of the rock breaking pottery. So we went in to explore and we found a whole bunch of clay jars that sealed up some ancient documents, which he then brought out and they brought onto the black market. From the black market, they were eventually purchased by antiquities dealers and came to the attention of Israeli scholars as well, but and they realized that this is an incredibly important find in 1948. And you go into the cave there, and most importantly is cave 4, there were 10 different caves, and there were these holes in the wall that were, it was clear it was a man-made cave, it was hewn out. There were other caves that were artificial, that were natural, but this one was actually man-made, and they had these holes in the wall that supported evidently wooden shelves, and then they put the scrolls directly on top of the shelves. It was actually a library that was well used by the Qumran community. We'll speak about them who they were in just a second. And then it was suddenly abandoned in the first century. After it was abandoned, who knows how many hundreds of years later, the wood eventually deteriorated and all of the scrolls fell to the ground, where they lay on the surface of the cave, subject to the climatic changes, the rain, the very limited humidity in the Dead Sea, and eventually quite a few of them were horribly damaged. And they ended up with approximately 100,000 pieces, some of them no larger than a square centimeter, and it occupied much of the energy of many scholars over the rest of the 20th century, trying to patch these things together and determine exactly what they had to say. There's also a major political story behind this, because when they were discovered and when they became popularized, there was a widespread belief that they must shed light on early Christianity, which they do, but only from a tangential point of view. The reality is they don't discuss Christianity, but they do discuss very significantly the various sectarian movements active in Israel at that time. Lawrence Schiffman, who is without doubt the preeminent scholar of these scrolls, argues that the authors of these scrolls, that is the ones that were authored in the first century, were primarily pious Sadduceans who had left Jerusalem commune by the Dead Sea, which was principally male. In fact, some scholars believe they were celibate because they found graves nearby, approximately 1,100 male-only graves in one graveyard, and then elsewhere, a smaller grave site that has also some women and children, so they were probably not exclusively celibate, but it was probably an Essene-like community that made up principally of Sadducees who disagreed with the Sadducees in Jerusalem. To reiterate exactly who those were, you recall from last week's lecture, the Sadducees were basically the temple ritual officials that capitulated to Roman rule, and they were thoroughly corrupt by this time. The Pharisees, which later would comprise the rabbis in modern Judaism as they understand it, had already separated from the Sadducees. The Dead Sea Scrolls were likely written by Jews who were more closely allied to the traditional Sadducean political group, but disagree with how far they had gone in terms of their abandonment of Jewish halakha. Tzadikim, right, as opposed to Baruchim. Okay, so here we go. So we have some interesting discussions from the Dead Sea Scrolls about what sectarian life was like at the time, and I find that absolutely fascinating. Oh, there's also a really interesting political thing that goes behind it, because when scholars first got these, there was a certain amount of an anti-Semitic tinge to the major scholars involved. They tended to be politically pro-Arab in the early Arab-Israeli conflict, and when they did not find the kind of Christian documentation they were hoping for early on, they held these documents back until 1984 when they began to leak out, and a lot more scholarship was interested in what exactly did these documents say. The pressure eventually built, and now these scrolls are available for everyone to read, and we see that fundamentally they are really Jewish documents, not mainstream Jewish, but nevertheless concerned with the temple and with the Zayat law and the purity laws and things like that that are entirely within the realm of Jewish concern. So those are major sources for the period that we'll discuss over the next 40 minutes. Let's go to Herod himself. And it is a really ugly story. So let's just place him within the context of the Hashmonaim, of the Hashmonaim dynasty that we've been speaking about for a while. At the very top, we have Yahu, the father of the Maccabee rebels, and underneath him, Yehuda Maccabee, Jewish Maccabee, mentioned here. These are the progenitors of the beginnings of the Hashmonaim period, when we have a resurgence of Jewish statehood after the successful repulsion of the Syrian Greeks, and especially of their Jewish allies. We talked last week about Hyrcanus, Yochanan Cohen Gadol over here, and now we're moving all the way down to his great-grandchildren, great-great-grandchildren, already down to the period of Herod. Herod himself was born in the year 73, more or less before the Common Era, and died in the year 4. His connection to the Hashmonaim is because he married Miriam, who was the last of the surviving Hashmonaim, and in so doing, he legitimated his claim to the throne, because you could say he, and especially his offspring, who he would later murder, by the way, were actually drawn from the Hashmonaim stock. He was already married at the time. He married Miriam, the first, by the way, of 10 wives that he had. His first wife was named Doris, but when he married Miriam, he sent Doris and her son away so that he could, enjoy his much more royal life. His parents were Antipater II, known also as Antipas the Idumean, and this is related to something we talked about in last week's class as well. That according to the rabbis, Herod was a punishment to the Jews, because Hyrcanus, when he conquered the Idumean region, known as Edom in some rabbinic manuscripts, refers to a region immediately under Yehuda. When he conquered that region, he forcibly converted the Idumeans to Judaism. And this was definitely an outrider in terms of Jewish practice. Forcible conversion is not something that the rabbis condone. And so they argue that Herod was a punishment many generations afterwards for that original act. His mother was a Nabatean, although his father was technically Jewish from the Jewish line. The mother was from Nabatea, which is in modern-day Jordan. Evidently, she had converted to Judaism because Herod is considered fully Jewish, even though there are some questions about his father's personal relationship with Judaism. There's no question that Herod himself was not observant in any modern sense of the word at all. In fact, he was a great enemy of the Pharisees, of the rabbis, but nevertheless, his Jewish status is not questioned. His ability to be a king, however, was definitely criticized by the rabbis. They felt that his background was insufficiently of the tribe of Yehuda to merit being the king. But nevertheless, that's the route that he took. Now, his rise to power is very significant. In the year 47, he was involved in pacifying the Galilee. His father was allied with the government after one of the Roman emperors, Pompey, I believe, had conquered Israel. And so Antipater, his father, had sent Herod to the north to pacify the Galileans. There he put down a rebellion with force and he executed the Jewish rebels without a trial. The Sanhedrin, which is still in evidence and still in activity at this time, was very unhappy with this act, and the execution without trial is definitely not a Jewish practice. And as a result, they called him in for with a subpoena. So the Talmud has a discussion of this, which is actually in the Talmud itself. We're not referring to Herod. It refers actually to someone under the rule of King Yanai, but some scholars have argued that in fact the names are transposed, perhaps intentionally, and actually does refer to this moment when Herod was called before the Sanhedrin. The Gemara Talmud in Sanhedrin 19 goes like this: they sent to him, meaning they sent to the king, which is presumably Hyrcanus II, who was king in Judea at that time, and they said to him, your slave has killed a man, meaning Herod, your employee, has killed all these rebels in Galileo without a trial. So Hyrcanus sent Herod to the Sanhedrin, saying, go ahead, leave him. So they said to him, they said to the king, you've come here as well. The Torah says, and the master shall be testified against. Let the master of the ox come and stand on behalf of his ox. This all sounds like euphemistic language, meaning, hey, King Hyrcanus, it's not good enough for you just to send Aaron. You have to answer to him because he was acting on your command to put down the rebellion.
So Hyrcanus came, and Herod he came and sat. So Shimon ben Shethach said to him, and according to the scholarship that says this is referring to Herod, it's actually referring to Shammai. Shammai, second partner of Hillel, who was known for his strong and sometimes inflexible stance on these matters. So they said to King Yana, might have been King Hyrcanus II, stand on your feet and you will be testified against us. And these are not before us that you are standing, but rather before the one who spoke and the world was created, meaning you're standing before God. As it says, and two people who have the power shall stand before God. So he, Yana, or perhaps Hyrcanus, said to him, it is not as you say, but as your colleagues say, Shammai, why are you giving me such a hard time? You can't prescribe against me. What about all the rabbis here? Let them say there's 71 judges in the Sanhedrin, not just one rabbi. So what are you telling? What gives you the right to tell me, the king, what to do? So that's not the right thing to say to Shammai. He's not afraid of any man. So Shammai turned to his left and he looked at his colleagues in the Sanhedrin, and they all lowered their face to the ground. He turned to his right and they all lowered their face to the ground, meaning the other rabbis in the Sanhedrin did not have the same kind of gumption that Shammai did, and they were scared to criticize Kenyana, So Shimon ben Shethach said to them, again, it might have been Shammai, are you all such things? Do you think this way? Let the master of thoughts say, my colleagues, how can you be so cowardly? Herod clearly killed all those rebels without a trial. He deserves to be condemned. So at that point, Gabriel came and struck them to the ground, and they died. I'm not exactly sure what that means. Later, they will be killed by Herod. At that moment, they said, presumably the moment before they died, they said, the king does not judge and is not judged and is not bear witness, nor is he the subject of testimony. I mean, we can't force Hyrcanus to condemn his own man. The bottom line of the story, it's an interesting kind of echo we hear in the Talmud, and this is kind of the difficulty of working with the Talmud as a historical source. Herod appeared before the Sanhedrin actually armed with a full contingent of soldiers along with him. And that was a very, very chutzpah, very, worthy kind of thing to mean to say, I don't really care what you're going to say, I'm going to do what I want to do anyways. And in fact, the Sanhedrin, according to Josephus, was cowed by him and he refused to condemn him. So, let's look at this very quick chart that gives you a sense of his meteoric rise to power, and it involves a lot of geopolitics at the time. This events I just described occurred in 47. In 44, the numbers count down now because they're before the common era. Caesar was assassinated. Herod wisely allies himself with his assassin Cassius. Right? We've all read Shakespeare's Julius Caesar, so you remember all these things. And he did a great job, Herod did a great job collecting taxes for Rome. I will remind you, and I think it's the most important thing my undergraduates ever take away from my classes is the Abrams rule of history. Anyone remember the Abrams rule? It's about money, right? Herod can maintain his power as long as he produces the money. As long as he's producing a great tax revenue stream for the Romans, he is in life from prison. So at this time, 43, his father, Antiochus, was killed by an assassin, a Jewish assassin, who was probably paid for by Hyrcanus II, possibly because of the embarrassment he suffered for some other we don't know. Antigonus II revolts against Hyrcanus, and Herod steps in, protects Hyrcanus II, who may have been complicit in his own father's assassination, and as a result of the energy he expends to protect Hyrcanus, he is able to secure marriage with Hyrcanus' daughter, Mariamne. It's at this point that he sends away Doris, but this will ultimately bring about his own downfall because he will be insanely jealous of Mariamne for the rest of his life. In the year 41, Herod bribes Mark Antony, who is very pleased with the gift he receives from Herod, and he decides not to listen to complaints from the Judean population about Herod and places him and his brothers in charge. And they are working together still with this nominal king, Hyrcanus II.
Then civil war emerges as the Parthians invade. Antiochus takes control briefly, captures Hyrcanus and Phasael. They both die. Herod manages to escape by getting to Rome and really hides with Mark Antony. You get a sense of like the very close relationship that Herod develops with the Romans who would be fearful for him. But in 37, he comes back, he defeats Antiochus, he becomes the absolute ruler. He goes back to the Sanhedrin that had criticized him, and he murders half of them immediately. And then he also takes over for himself the power to appoint high priests. This is the low point of the high priesthood in Jewish history, and it was completely at the whim of a cruel and, in fact, even maniacal leader, as we shall see shortly. In 31, Mark Antony is out of favor, but no problem, since Herod is still generating a lot of funds for Rome. He's a very efficient tax collector. Herod just switches his allegiance to the new emperor, Octavian, and everything is hunky-dory. So you get a sense of how Herod managed to maneuver to power in this very complex situation, lots of assassinations, simply by maintaining the revenue and by wisely choosing the correct allies in Rome. Now, let us turn to that relationship with Rome in closer detail. Here is a map that shows the extent of Herod's kingdom. That he was very effective at controlling the population. Not so great at expanding, but as you can see, Israel at this time did not extend very far south. There's Masada here where the Dead Sea Scrolls are located. The south of Idumea is not really part of Israel at the time, including a part of the coast here around Ashkelon and Gaza is in Israel. Israel also controls a certain amount of the Transjordan region on the other side of the Jordan River. The capital cities are 10 city-states that have a certain degree of autonomy. They're not part of Israel proper, but Israel extends, Herod Israel extends into the Galilee and then way into Syria as well. He had quite an extensive territory and was very effective at actually controlling the population and to wrest significant Pakistan. His title at the time was Rex Socius et Amicus Populi. He was the king and the friend and ally of Roman people. The term itself is worth unpacking. He was in fact king. He was not an absolute. He still had to serve the Roman Empire. And from time to time, he would go to Rome to allocate more power for himself and to, in some cases, get Roman support. For example, later on in his life, when he decided he wanted to murder his two sons, he wanted to put them on trial for treason, and in fact was successful in receiving Roman support. You have to go there to get approval because it would not be seen for a king to murder his own sons without the tacit approval of the Roman Empire. So he had certain powers, like for example, appoint his own heir to be his successor, but he could not do so without confirmation from the Roman Emperor. He had 4 basic responsibilities to Rome. He had to administer Israel. He had to be the chief judge of Israel. He had to maintain the national budget, and he had to defend the borders from the attackers. We don't have a clear statement of tribute and what he paid specifically, but it is assumed that he kept most of his coin from the 20s onwards. He had no independent foreign policy. He had to follow Roman lead in terms of how he wanted to expand towards the joint, but he did maintain a standing army to be in controlling the population. So as long as he was within these boundaries, authority was absolute. His authority extended to the unimaginable, almost curricular-like activities that he engaged in accommodatively, and especially creative in describing the activities that he engaged in. I will share some of them with you. In fact, So his relationship with the Jews. So I paused for multiple questions, but yes, that's what it is. In terms of his respect for Jewish law, I think we have to highly qualify training and loyalty. We respected the structure as long as it essentially did what he wanted. I think that would be fair to say. Matthew is also not kind to Herod. I mean, he is associated with the so-called massacre of the innocents, which does not have any other contemporary source. Maybe just since you've asked me to turn to it now briefly, and it does give you a sense of who this person was and how he was viewed. There's also historical data that we can derive from the Christian Bible as well. In the case of Herod, he's portrayed as uniformly evil, which is not completely out of step with the way the Pharisees would have viewed him as well. Although there are some embellishments that we don't have a Pharisaic tradition about. And for example, according to the account of Matthew, chapter 2, if I remember correctly, someone told me about it. It's like the rabbis when they give sermons on Shabbos, it says someone told them things in the newspaper. So the Magi come, if I remember straight correctly, the Magi come to Herod and they say, the Savior is born, we're here to go see him, right? The three wise men, right? Yeah, three wise men. And he says, a Savior, a Mashiach, that can't be, I'm not going to tolerate it. Where did you say he lives? And of course, he didn't say that part. He said, where did they think? There was something in Bethlehem, right? In Bethlehem. So Herod goes and seizes all of the newborn children and murders them all. And we won't have a rival for the throne. It's a story that clearly is a prefigurement of, that's what I used to term, of the Pharaoh's massacre of Moses' generation of babies, right? And a lot of the Gospels modeled directly on Jewish motifs from the Hebrew scriptures. Now, did this happen or not? I read one piece of scholarship that argued that even though there's no contemporary Jewish source, besides Matthew, which is also a Jewish source, there's no contemporary qualifying Jewish source in Josephus, but on the other hand, it's not at all out of keeping with Herod's personal activity. And how many kids are we talking about in Bethlehem? Maybe 20 children would fit that way. Bethlehem, even today, is just a small village, so it's not at all impossible it could have occurred just as the story. At any rate, I'm not sure why we got off on that point because you mentioned it, right? So let's go on. His relationship with the Jews. He was desperate for the Jewish support. He really, really wanted the Jews to like him. He expended tremendous effort trying to win over popular opinion. Not so much that he would control his own behavior and that he would not move forward with his will, but he really wanted to try and be a popular leader. In fact, he was able to control Israel for 30-odd years, so it was not without some success. The kind of things that he did to try and appease the population, even though he himself was extremely Hellenistic in his approach to life. He was actually one of the founding members of the Olympics. The Olympic Games that we have today definitely activities in the larger ancient areas. He built the gymnasia inside Israel proper, right across the temple and so on. But he knew the sensitivities of his population, and as a result, he did not put Roman images on coinage. The Herod's coins do not have offensive human images that would have been deemed offensive by his population. One exception, however, which was extremely significant and had a relationship ultimately with the Roman Jewish war later in the first century, is he mounted the Roman eagle above the entrance to the rebuilt temple. The Roman eagle was, of course, a national symbol for the Romans. It's a symbol that refers to the putting a brand on this building, and he felt that maybe he could get away with that. Maybe that would be a statement of the greatness of Rome. The Jews, of course, would have none none of it, and ultimately they rebelled with that one image. He also had a problem with his sister marrying a Nabatean who refused to convert from being circumcised, and he would allow her to marry him, which indicates he has some sensitivity towards, to ongoing problems of intermarriage in his period. And there are a few moments in his career when he was actually generous. He would provide tax relief from time to time during economic crises, and he was known to open the granaries when there were famines. So he definitely did act as a very efficient administrator, and sometimes even a compassionate one towards his population. But at the same time, he would give notice to the assumption, and the Pharisees were arguably the most significant popular rulers of Israel in the sense that they had the support of the wider population. They refused to destroy both of the regions to Herod, among other reasons, for his extremely poor behavior towards his opponents and even towards his progeny. Why don't I turn at this point to his madness, which is absolutely the building campaign is the most lasting part of Troy's legacy. These are some of the most amazing things that he's constructed. Everyone chose 4 basic pieces of Herod's architectural legacy, but it is prevalent throughout Israel. He was a major master builder, and you see his footprint all over Israel. But the most important about that was the structure which the rabbis called Herod's building. The rabbis at the time were uncomfortable using the term Beis HaMikdash temple to refer to Herod's extensive refurbishment of the temple, but nevertheless Herod considered it one of his crowning glories, one of the most important public structures that he created. He established this is, by the way, reconstruction of the Holy Land Hotel, so a scale reproduction of it, so you think of what the building must have looked like. It was a much simpler building before Herod, primarily wooden construction, without the filigree roofs and Corinthian column tops and things like that. You can see here a lot of Roman elements, circular stairs, there's the Corinthian columns at the top end, and of course a gold work on the top. It was definitely a majestic building constructed out of Jerusalem stone, so it would have that refractive quality of light that when the sun hit it, you would see that golden color that would be highlighted by the actual gold that was applied to the doors and so on. He cleared the entire Temple Mount and built it up with a palisade around it, and in fact the temple walls that we revere today are constructed by Herod. They are from this particular generation. They are on the site of the original Temple Mount. Today, of course, the Dome of the Rock, an Islamic shrine, stands in the place of the temple, but nevertheless, this was his crowning achievement. The rabbis, as I mentioned, were somewhat ambivalent because, even though Taka, it's a nice building, they would say, there's some sort of a Yiddish Hebrew, they say Taka, it's a nice building, but on the other hand, it's Herod who's building it, so it's hard to get really enthusiastic about it nevertheless. It did not last long, of course, because the Romans would destroy it towards the end of the 7th century. This building lasted much longer, and in fact, it is present today. This is the enclosure around the tomb of the patriarchs, the Marat Machpelah in Hebron. You can see a very similar style of architecture. The large, heavy blocks here used to construct the walls, the kind of filigree patterns at the top, the battlements that may be a little bit newer, I'm not positive, but this, essentially, when you think about the targets of his activity, he really reached out to the Pharisees and the elite because they were the ones that had the most touch to the Jews, the rural population, and he wanted to give them structures that they would respect, admire, and hopefully they would transfer their allegiance to Herod. That did not happen, but nevertheless, we are left with some magnificent and very functional structures as a result of his extensive building activity. My favorite personally, or maybe my second favorite, is Caesarea. Absolutely gorgeous town, which was a deep water port that was constructed on the coast, largely for pleasure and for commerce with Rome. And this is an artist's rendition of what his palace must have looked like. It had, natural water pools elsewhere in the palace, jutting out in the promontory to the Mediterranean Ocean. He only had pieces of it stuck, but modern Caesarea has been extensively excavated, and you see a tremendous number of monumental sculptures and architecture that really show strong Hellenistic influence and makes it a gorgeous city. It's not a particularly religious city. It's never been associated heavily with, it's not like Bnei Brak or something like that, primarily because of the Herodian origins of it. It is atypically beautiful part of Israel. Here's some of the excavations of his palace there. There's the Mediterranean Ocean in the background. Here is a gorgeous shot of an amphitheater that he built, which has been thoroughly renovated and now is actually used in Israel today for various, theatrical events. Imagine just watching a play or a concert or something like that with the sun, I guess it would be setting, right? That is facing towards the west. The sun setting and watching it. And actually, I don't know if it would be really nice if you're sitting over here, the sun would be in your eyes. But still, absolutely gorgeous architecture. You get a sense of the grandeur of Herod's reign when you look at structures like that. And finally, a lot of major public works, like these aqueducts that run up and down the coast, carrying water to Caesarea and Mediterranean. All classical Roman architecture with extremely beneficial public import. So you get a sense of, on the one hand, he murdered so many of his relatives, including his wives and his sons and things like that, but just think about the buildings he put up. So I take that back, right? But otherwise, he did leave a tremendous architectural legacy. Here's my favorite, the palace complex at Masada. Now, he did, from time to time, create these little hideaways for himself. There was a period of time where he had to hide out among the Syrians, there was a period of time when he had to hide out among the Romans. So he definitely tucked away throughout Israel a few kind of like luxury palaces, so to speak, like his Mar-a-Lago that you could go to on the weekend, the hot but the Masada Fortress was one of them. I'm sure many of you have been to Masada. It is a redoubt that is on one of the flat mountain tops near the Dead Sea, not too far from where the schools were found. Very inaccessible place, and of course the Jews, the Zealots, would make it their last stand in the Roman Jewish war, only falling after a long and difficult siege during the third decade of the first century. So he built, a complex on the top here that was later occupied by the Zealots, and this three-step palace complex. Here's another view of it in an artist's reconstruction, and it must have been absolutely gorgeous. You can imagine what it would be like to have the view over the mountains of Moab. In fact, I can tell you from my own experience, I remember when I was 18 years old. It's funny, my son was going to be a soldier now in Israel. He was preparing for his first call up. He wants to go into a high level unit. And so he's really working on his inner kibbutz. And he was totally loving the kibbutz. Just like when I was 18, I totally loved the kibbutz. I'm telling you, if I didn't go to college, I would have stayed in the kibbutz. I would be picking avocados and things like that. Even today, I'm sure. But anyway, one of the really moving moments that he had and I had, and I think it's like a generational thing. Every Israeli, every visitor to Israel has to do this. You have to climb Masada, in the wee hours in the morning by candlelight, and then you get to the top and you watch the sun rise. And it's just overwhelming. It's a life-transforming moment to be at the top of Masada. Okay, anyway, so you can imagine you would have seen that every single morning. Okay, so that's now. What about his madness? Now that we had a sense of some of the contributions he made to Israel, his madness was absolutely incredible and become a major staple of a lot of artwork over the centuries. And a lot of dramatizations and play and music and so on. So just to get a quick list of the kind of people that he killed and why he killed them. He killed Antigonus. You recall that was one of the rivals who was thrown early on in the conflict with him. When he got to power himself, he tried to take away the Kohen Gadol position, the high priesthood, from his brother-in-law, Aristobulus, that would be Mariamne's brother. And he tried to appoint someone else in his stead, because he wanted a Kohen Gadol that he himself could bear. He had, however, really serious mother-in-law issues. Mariamne, who was, of course, this Hashmonite royalty, her mother was really offended with the idea that she had to marry Herod, and she harbored a resentment against Herod to the end of her life, which he, of course, hastened by murdering her. So Alexandra, Mariamne's mother, was very upset that her son could not be Kohen Gadol, because Herod said so. And at that time, Herod's power was not absolute. So what happened was she went to Rome, and Rome said, no, let's just kind of keep the status quo. Let's Aristobulus be the high priest. Okay, Herod? Herod said, fine, no problem. Then when they were in Jericho, and they were having some kind of perhaps Hellenistic type sporting event, Herod had Aristobulus drowned. And it was a very public event. They were all at this public swimming pool, and Aristobulus was with the other boys in the pool, and they were all splashing around, and Aristobulus did not come up as he was killed. Everyone knew that Herod was complicit in the murder of Aristobulus. At that point, his power was definitely ascendant. He ended up killing Hyrcanus II, the prior king, who was his wife's grandfather. But at this point, relations had definitely soured with his wife Mariamne and her mother. I mean, you can imagine he murdered Mariamne's brother, and that was Alexander's son, not to mention Zaidi as well. And so they were actively plotting against him, especially Alexander. So what he did was he put them in jail, and he left instructions that when he was traveling, he put them in jail. He said, if anything ever happens to me, because they were still powerful people, if anything happens to me while I'm traveling, they should be put to death. So they were his insurance policy against any untoward activity. Incidentally, there is one legend that when he was growing ill and feared his death was near, he actually put out a decree that 12 really important people should also be killed when he dies, so that the nation should definitely be in a state of mourning. And we wanted to make sure that the nation was sad when he died too. Yes, he was kind of awful. It gets worse though. So he, at that point, he's estranged from his second wife. He is at this point accumulating 8 more in succession, one of which is also named Mariamne, which just made things more confusing. And the sons that he had with Mariamne came back from some time that they had spent in Rome, and they were also upset because they felt that their father was not treating their mother appropriately, and he was correctly suspicious that they were trying to take over the throne. He ultimately accuses them of treason, jails them. He goes to Rome to get permission to kill his own sons, have them tried and then put to death. And the Emperor Augustus was rumored to have said before he assented to this, it is better to be Herod's pig than his sons. He puts his own sons there. He also puts to death Mariamne, and this is really a turning point for him and for his madness. When he killed Mariamne, he apparently immediately felt incredible regret and remorse that he could not get over for the rest of his life. The Talmud refers to this in a very bizarre way, that he in fact preserved her body in honey and kept her close to him, her body close to him for the rest of his life. And he could not be separated from her body even in dreams. It's a very bizarre kind of story. He was racked with guilt for murdering her. All of these people around him were killed. he was in a fugue-like state of madness when he fell into it. I think madness would be fair to say. He was definitely going one step beyond the other. He was clearly tormented by Mariamne's death, by Mariamne's murder. Josephus, if we are to believe Josephus, he portrays this as kind of like an Agamemnon-like madness, kind of an Oedipal kind of madness. It definitely fits within the Greco-Roman tradition. It's a long arc tragedy where the protagonist descends to the very bottom of human morality and is constantly self-flagellating over this. If Josephus is being, unusually literary, it's not borne out by the other sources, which clearly reference this kind of activity on the back part of Herod. The Talmud, for example, clearly portrays him as driven mad. The Talmud says that he suffers from an infestation of worms that invaded his body, and that he was tormented physically by them until they finally ate away at his brain. Ultimately, he died miserable in pain, probably from renal failure, surrounded by people who did not respect him, and shortly after his death, his reign was done away with, and of course we very rapidly descend into the Roman Jewish state. So to try and put together this complex life and achieve some kind of sense of what is his legacy, it's definitely very ambiguous. On the one hand, clearly an evil character, not someone you want to put in the pantheon of greats in Jewish history. And in fact, if I was, some of the commentaries that I received on that survey that was sent out earlier this month were very negative because they want only the positive hero types. And we will talk about one God next week. We'll talk about Rabbi Akiva, who is unquestionably a phenomenal figure in Jewish history, who is a role model for generations. But this is a history class, so we also look at the negative individuals as well from time to time. So Herod's personal conduct as a ruler really has both extremes. On the one hand, incredible evil, incredible cruelty, just with no regard for basic human decency whatsoever. He cut a swath through his own dynasty with murders of his own flesh and blood, so much so that even the Roman emperors, and it's really hard to impress Roman emperors with cruelty, even they were put off by the kind of decisions that he made. And at the same time, he also was very public-minded, with a tremendous building campaign that produced structures of incredible value to the Jewish people as a whole. And although we don't necessarily think so much about the origins of some of the physical structures that we revere to this day, they nevertheless are the result of Herod's own activity. Built on the same site, retaining the same sanctity from the original sacrifices practiced there in ancient times, nevertheless, Herod's building is about as put it at the same time. So, complicated figure. Thank you very much for your patience as we went through his life and works, and I look forward to seeing you again next week when we speak about Rabbi Akiva, phenomenal figure in Israel. Thank you. Thank you all for coming tonight. I know that it's the penultimate day before a snow day, and it's tempting to stay home. But I really appreciate having an audience here. Otherwise, I would just be talking to myself. It's really nice to have you here. Tonight's lecture, of course, is on Herod, and the first bit of not such great news is that we don't have a sponsor tonight. I can't exactly figure why nobody wants. You're sponsoring this week? Oh, we got a sponsor tonight. Okay, thank you very much. I'll have to wipe that out. I was going to make the joke here, though. So tonight's lecture is sponsored by the Rottenbergs. That's a on the way. But the joke that I was going to Herod, because he's got such like an ambiguous sort of legacy. We'll skip over that. Thank you to the Rottenbergs for sponsoring this lecture. The purpose of sponsoring, now I sent out that survey a couple weeks ago with fascinating results. We went over them very briefly. one of the problems that we're having is not too many people on the web actually know why we're doing this. The reason we're doing this is because we want to raise funds for student scholarships. We have this web page, Friends of Jewish History, and you'll see it at the end of the lectures, a little box you can click on, and then you can give money so that we can support our undergraduate students and get the excellent education that they deserve. Okay, you can see we raised $3,700, including $14 from the pushka on my desk. That goes in every now and then. Okay, I'm throwing off my game because I wasn't expecting a sponsorship last night. Let's begin as we usually do with our sources. Where do we learn what we know about Herod? So there are three principal sources that we're going to rely on for today's discussion. The first is, of course, Josephus, who is undoubtedly the greatest contemporary chronicler of Herod's life, very important, first century before the Common Era, and then just edging into the first century life. We also have a couple other, scattered passages about Herod. We have some phrases that have survived from Nicholas of Damascus's work. He was actually a court biographer of Herod, but we've lost almost everything that he has written. We have some passages that refer to first century Israel from Pliny the Elder, very important Roman historian, but Josephus is a major source. As we've discussed in the past, Josephus is somewhat problematic because, after all, the documents that we have in these things were written explicitly for a Roman audience in a very polemical time. He has a case to prove. It's a very complicated case. He himself is a turncoat. He decided to abandon the Jewish cause in order to join Vespasian and Titus in the destruction of the temple. So there are a lot of problematic elements to it. Even in his somewhat lyrical description of Herod's cruelties, we have some suspicion of conflation of stories and of embellishment, because he really wants to place it within a very Hellenistic kind of framework, but nevertheless, he is our number one go-to source for Herod's life. Second major body that we have, and again, problematic, is the Talmud. And as we've discussed in many discussions in this room, the Talmud is an amazing document with a phenomenal amount of information, but often very difficult to tease out the historical data from it appropriately. The authors of the Talmud were all in the Pharisaic tradition, and they were very polemical towards Herod himself, and yet they had an ambiguous sort of stance vis-a-vis his work, as we shall see by the end of today's lecture, because they admired some of the things that he did for Judaism and the Jewish people, at the same time extremely critical of his incredible cruelty and his cavalier treatment of the rabbis in particular. I shouldn't say cavalier, of his inhumane treatment of the rabbis in particular. So, but we do have passages of Herod that come from the Talmud. We'll see some of them today. And finally, I think really fascinating, I've spent the whole weekend reading about this, the Dead Sea Scrolls, which don't say too much about Herod in person, but they do have a lot to say about first century life in general, first century before the Common Era. Let me take you through a very quick discussion of what are these Dead Sea Scrolls, and perhaps in another lecture some other time, we'll go back to them and explore in much greater detail. The Dead Sea Scrolls are so named because they were discovered on the shores of the Dead Sea in Israel in 1947, when two Bedouin boys were wandering throughout the region looking for some lost sheep, and one of them wandered into a cave and found, actually what he did was he stood at the edge of the cave, kind of like one of these really inaccessible caves on the edge of the cliff. He threw a rock in to see how far it went in, perhaps he would scare the sheep out, and he heard the unmistakable sound of the rock breaking pottery. So he went in to explore, and he found a whole bunch of clay jars that sealed up some ancient documents, which he then brought out and they brought onto the black market. from the black market. They were eventually purchased by antiquities dealers and came to the attention of Israeli scholars as well. But and they realized that this is an incredibly important find, but it was all swallowed up within the political environment of the War of Independence, as Israel was declared a state in 1948. When you go into the cave, though, the most important thing is cave 4. There were 10 different caves. There were these holes in the wall that were, it was clearly it was a man-made cave. It was hewn out. There were other caves that were artificial, that were natural, but this one was actually man-made. And they had these holes in the wall that supported evidently wooden shelves, and then they put the scrolls directly on top of the shelves. It was actually a library that was well used by the Qumran community. We'll speak about them, who they were in just a second. And then it was suddenly abandoned in the first century. After it was abandoned, who knows how many hundreds of years later, the wood eventually deteriorated and all of the scrolls fell to the ground, where they lay on the surface of the cave, subject to the climatic changes, the rain, the very limited humidity in the Dead Sea, and eventually quite a few of them were horribly damaged. And they ended up with approximately 100,000 pieces, some of them no larger than a square centimeter, and it occupied much of the energy of many scholars over the rest of the 20th century, trying to patch these things together and determine exactly what they had to say. There's also a major political story behind this, because when they were discovered and when they became popularized, there was a widespread belief that they must shed light on early Christianity, which they do, but only from a tangential point. The reality is they don't discuss Christianity, but they do discuss very significantly the various sectarian movements active in Israel at that time. Lawrence Schiffman, who is without doubt the preeminent scholar of these scrolls, argues that the authors of these scrolls, that is, the ones that were authored in the first century, were primarily pious Sadduceans who had left Jerusalem and set up this commune by the Dead Sea, which was principally male. In fact, some scholars believe they were celibate because they found graves nearby, approximately 1,100 male-only graves in one graveyard. And then elsewhere, a smaller grave site that has also some women and children. So they were probably not exclusively celibate, but it was probably an Essene-like community made up principally of Sadducees who disagreed with the Sadducees in Jerusalem. To reiterate exactly last week's lecture, the Sadducees were basically the temple ritual officials who capitulated to Roman rule, and they were thoroughly corrupt by this time. The Pharisees, which later would comprise the rabbis and modern Judaism as we understand it, had already separated from the Sadducees. The Dead Sea Scrolls were likely written by Jews who were more closely allied to the traditional Sadducean political group, but disagreed with how far they had gone in terms of their abandonment of Jewish halakha. Okay, I'll pause for a question. Yes? Tzedekah, right, as opposed to Perushim. Okay, so here we go. So we have some interesting discussions from the Dead Sea Scrolls about what sectarian life was like at the time, and I find that absolutely fascinating. Well, there's also a really interesting political thing that goes behind it, because when scholars first got these, there was a certain amount of an anti-Semitic tinge to the major scholars involved with Dead Sea Scrolls. They tended to be politically pro-Arab in the early Arab-Israeli conflict, and when they did not find the kind of Christian documentation that they were hoping for early on, they held these documents back until 1984, when they began to leak out, and a lot more scholarship was interested in what exactly did these documents say. The pressure eventually built, and now these scrolls are available forever to read, and we see that fundamentally they are really Jewish documents, not mainstream Jewish, but nevertheless concerned with the temple and with Mosaic law and with purity laws and things like that that are entirely within the realm of two are major sources for the period that we'll discuss over the next 40 minutes or so. Let's go to Herod himself, and it is a really ugly story. So let's just place him within the context of the Hashmonaim, of the Hasmonean dynasty that we've been speaking about for a while. At the very top, we have Matisyahu, the father of the Maccabee rebels, and underneath him, Yehuda Maccabee, Jewish Maccabee mentioned here. These are the progenitors of the beginnings of the Hashmonaim period, when you have a resurgence of Jewish statehood after the successful repulsion of the Syrian Greeks, and especially of their Jewish allies. We talked last week about Hyrcanus, John Hyrcanus, Yochanan Cohen Gadol over here, and now we're moving all the way down to his great-grandchildren, great-great-grandchildren already, down to the period of Herod. Herod himself was born in the year 73, more or less before the Common Era, and he died in the year 4. His connection to the His connection to the Hashmonaim is because he married Mariamne, or Miriam, who was the last of the surviving Hashmonaim, and in so doing, he legitimated his claim to the throne, because he could say he, and especially his offspring, who he would later murder, by the way, were actually drawn from the Hashmonaim stock. He was already married at the time. He married Mariamne, the first, by the way, of 10 wives that he had. His first wife was named Doris, but when he married Mariamne, he sent Doris and her son away so that he could, enjoy his much more royal life. His parents were Antipater II, known also as Antipas the Idumean, and this is related to something in last week's classes as well, that according to the rabbis, Herod was a punishment to the Jews, because Hyrcanus, when he conquered the Idumean region, known as Edom in some rabbinic manuscripts, refers to a region immediately under Yehuda. When he conquered that region, he forcibly converted the Idumeans to Judaism. And this was definitely an outrider in terms of Jewish practice. Forcible conversion is not something that the rabbis condone. And so they argued that Herod was a punishment many generations afterwards for that original act. His mother was a Nabatean, although his father was technically Jewish from the Jewish line. The mother was from Nabatea, which is in modern-day Jordan. Evidently, she had converted to Judaism, because Herod is considered fully Jewish, even though there are some questions about his father's personal relationship with Judaism. There's no question that Herod himself was not observant in any modern sense of the word at all. And in fact, he was a great enemy of the Pharisees, of the rabbis, but nevertheless, his Jewish status is not questioned. His ability to be a king, however, was definitely criticized by the rabbis. They felt that his background was insufficiently of the tribe of Yehuda to merit being king. But nevertheless, that's the his rise to power is very significant. In the year 47, he was involved in pacifying the Galilee. His father was allied with the government after one of the Roman emperors, Pompey, I believe, had conquered Israel. And so Antipater, his father, had sent Herod to the north to pacify the Galileans. There he put down a rebellion with force, and he executed the Jewish rebels without a trial. The Sanhedrin, which was still in evidence and still in activity at this time, was very unhappy with this act. I mean, execution without trial is definitely not a Jewish practice, and as a result, they called him in for with a subpoena. So the Talmud has a discussion of this, which is actually in the Talmud itself, not referring to Herod. It refers actually to someone under the rule of King Yanai, but some scholars have argued that in fact the names are transposed, perhaps intentionally, and it actually does refer to this moment when Herod was called before the Sanhedrin. The Gemara Talmud in Sanhedrin 19, he goes like this: they sent to him, meaning they sent to the king, which is presumably Hyrcanus II, who was king in Judea at that time. And they said to him, your slave has killed a man, meaning Herod, who is your employee, has killed all these rebels in Galilee without a trial. So Hyrcanus sent Herod to the Sanhedrin, saying, go ahead, deal with them. So they said to him, they said to the king, you come here as well. The Torah says, and the master shall be testified against. Let the master of the ox come and stand on behalf of his ox. This is all kind of like euphemistic language, meaning, hey, King Hyrcanus, it's not good enough for you just to send Herod. You have to answer for him because he was acting on your command to put down the rebellion. So Hyrcanus came. Herod was there. He came and sat. So Shimon ben Shetak said to him, and according to the scholarship that says this is referring to Herod, it's actually referring to Shammai, the famous Shammai study partner of Hillel, who is known for his strong and sometimes inflexible stance on these matters. So they said to King Yanai, who might have been King Hyrcanus II, stand on your feet and you will be testified against it. And it is not before us that you are standing, but rather before the one who spoke and the world was created. And you're standing before God. As it says, and two people who have the fight shall stand before God. So he, Yanai, or perhaps Hyrcanus, said to him, it is not as you say, but as your colleagues say. Meaning, Shammai, why are you giving me such a hard time? You can't prescribe against me. What about all the rabbis here? Let them say there are 71 judges in the Sanhedrin, not just one rabbi. So what are you telling me? What gives you the right to tell me, the king, what to do? So that's not the right thing to say to Shammai, because he's not afraid of any man. So Shammai turned to his left. He looked at his colleagues in the Sanhedrin, and they all lowered their face to the ground. He turned to his right, and they all lowered their faces to the ground. Meaning, the other rabbis in the Sanhedrin did not have the same kind of gumption that Shammai did, and they were scared to criticize King Yanai, or maybe King Hyrcanus. So Shimon ben Shetak said to them, again, it might have been Shammai, are you all such things? If you think this way, let the master of thoughts come and repay you. Meaning my colleagues, how can you be so cowardly? Herod clearly killed all those rebels without a trial, deserves to be condemned. So at that point, Gabriel came and struck them to the ground, and they died. I'm not exactly sure what that means. Later, they will be killed by Herod. At that moment, they said, presumably the moment before they died, they said, the king does not judge and is not judged and does not bear witness, nor is he the subject of testimony. Meaning we can't force Hyrcanus to condemn his own man. The bottom line, it's an interesting kind of echo you hear in the Talmud, and this is kind of the difference with the Talmud as a historical source. Herod appeared before the Sanhedrin actually armed and with a full contingent of soldiers along with him. And that was a very, very chutzpah, very nervy kind of thing to do, meaning to say, I don't really care what you're going to say, I'm going to do what I want to do anyways. And in fact, the Sanhedrin, according to Josephus, was cowed by him, and they refused to condemn him. So let's look at this very quick chart that gives you a sense of his meteoric rise to power, and it involves a lot of geopolitics at the time. In the events I just described occurred in 47. In 44, remember the numbers count down now because we're before the Common Era. Caesar was assassinated. Herod wisely allies himself with his assassin Cassius, right? We've all read Shakespeare's Julius Caesar, so you remember all those things. And he did a great job. Herod did a great job collecting taxes for Rome. I will remind you of what I think is the most important thing my undergraduates ever take away from my classes is the Abramson rule of history. Anyone remember the Abramson rule? It's about money, right? Herod can maintain his power as long as he produces the money. As long as he's producing a great tax revenue stream for the Romans, he is in right frame. That's right. So at this point, 43, his father, Antipater, was killed by an assassin, a Jewish assassin, who was probably paid for by Tyrannus II, possibly because of the embarrassment he suffered at the Sanhedrin, we don't know. Antigonus II revolts against Tyrannus, and Herod steps in and protects Tyrannus II, who may have been complicit in his own father's assassination, and as a result of the energy he expends to protect Tyrannus, he is able to secure marriage with Tyrannus' daughter, Mariana. It's at this point that he sends away Doris, but this will ultimately bring about his own downfall because he will be insanely jealous of Mariana for the rest of his life. In the year 41, Herod bribes Mark Antony, and who is very pleased with the gift from Herod, and he decides not to listen to complaints from the Judean population about Herod, and he places him and his brother in charge. And they are working together still with his nominal king, Tyrannus II. Then civil war emerges as the Parthians invade, and Antigonus takes control briefly. Captures Tyrannus and Facile, they both die. Herod manages to escape by going to Rome, and he resides with Mark Antony. You get a sense of like the very close relationship that Herod developed with the Romans who would be crucial for him. But in 37, he comes back and defeats Antigonus. He becomes the absolute ruler. He goes back to the Sanhedrin that had criticized him, and he murders half of them immediately. And then he also takes over for himself the power to appoint high priests. This is the low point of the high priesthood in Jewish history, and it was completely at the whim of a cruel and in fact even maniacal leader, as we shall see shortly. In 31, Mark Antony is out of favor, but it's no problem since Herod is still generating a lot of funds for Rome. He's a very efficient tax collector. Herod just switches his allegiance to the new emperor, Octavian, and everything is hunky-dory. So you get a sense of how Herod managed to maneuver to power in a very complex situation with lots of assassinations, simply by maintaining the revenue stream and by wisely choosing the correct allies in Rome. Now, let us turn to that relationship with Rome in closer detail. Here is a map that shows you the extent of Herod's kingdom. He was very effective at controlling populations, not so great at expanding, but as you can see, Israel at this time did not extend very far south. There's Masada here where the Dead Sea Scrolls are located. The south of Idumea is not really part of Israel at the time, including a part of the coast here around Ashkelon, and Gaza is at this point in Israel. Israel also controls a certain amount of the Transjordan region on the other side of the Jordan River. The Decapolis here are 10 city-states that have a certain degree of autonomy. So they're not part of Israel proper, but Israel extends, or Herod's Israel extends into the Galilee and then way into Syria as well. He had quite an extensive territory and was very effective in actually controlling the populations and to wrest significant taxes from them. His title at the time was Rex Socios et Amicus Populi. He was the king and the friends and ally of the Roman people. The term itself is very unpacking. He was in fact king, but it was not an absolute rule. He still had to serve the Roman Empire, and from time to time he would go to Rome to arrogate more power for himself and to, in some cases, get Roman support. For example, later on in his life, when he decided he wanted to murder his two sons, he wanted to put them on trial for treason, and in fact was successful in receiving Roman support, he had to go there to get approval, because it would not be seemly for a king to murder his own sons without the tacit approval of the Roman Emperor.
So he had certain powers, like for example, he, like a regular king, he could appoint his own heir to be the successor, but he could not do so without confirmation from the Roman emperor. He had 4 basic responsibilities to Rome. He had to administer Israel. He had to be the chief judge of Israel. He had to maintain the national budget, and he had to defend the borders from the attackers. We don't have a clear statement of tribute, meaning what he paid specifically, but it is assumed that he kept most of this going from the 20s onward. He had no independent foreign policy. He had to follow Roman lead in terms of how he wanted to expand the territory and so on, but he did maintain a standing army, which was very significant in growing the population. So as long as he was within these boundaries, his authority was absolute. His authority extended to the unimaginable, almost Caligula-like activities that engage in the Talmudism, and especially creative in describing the cruelties that he engaged in. I will share some of them with you shortly. In fact, okay. So, his relationship with the Jews. So I paused for a moment for questions, but yes, Professor Levine. And in terms of his respect for Jewish law, I think we have to highly qualify that. He respected Jewish law in the sense that he respected order and stability and loyalty. He respected the structure as long as it essentially did what he wanted. I think that would be fair to say. Matthew is also not kind to Herod. I mean, he's associated with the so-called massacre of the innocents, which does not have any other contemporary source. Maybe we'll just, since you've asked, we'll turn to it now briefly. And it does give you a sense of, who this person was, how he was viewed. And there's also historical data that we can derive from the Christian Bible as well. In the case of Herod, he's portrayed as uniformly evil, which is not completely out of step with the way the Pharisees would have viewed him as well. Although there are some embellishments that we don't have a Pharisaic tradition about. Like, for example, the account in Matthew, chapter 2, if I remember correctly, someone told me about it. It's like the rabbis when they give sermons on Shabbos, he says, someone told me, it says in the newspaper. Right? So the Magi, if I remember correctly, the Magi come to Herod and they say, the Savior is born, we're here to go see him, right? The 3 wise men, right? Yeah, 3 wise men. And he says, a Savior, Mashiach, that can't be. I'm not going to tolerate it. Where did you say he lives? And of course, he didn't say that part. He said, where did they say? He said, oh, something in Bethlehem, right? In Bethlehem. So Herod goes and seizes all of the newborn children and murders them all. He didn't want to have a rival for the throne. It's a story that clearly is a prefigurement of, I don't know if that's the right use of the term, of the Pharaoh's massacre of Moses, right? And a lot of the Gospels are modeled directly on Jewish motifs from the Hebrew scriptures. So just like Pharaoh murdered all the babies, so too would Herod murder all the children, but Jesus escaped. Now, did this happen or not? I read one piece of scholarship that argued that even though there's no contemporary Jewish source, besides Matthew, which is also a Jewish source, there's no contemporary qualifying Jewish source, including Josephus, but on the other hand, it's not at all out of keeping with Herod's personal activity. And how many kids are we talking about in Bethlehem? Maybe 20 children that fit that. Bethlehem, even today, is just a small village, so it's not at all impossible. It could have occurred just as the story. At any rate, I'm not sure why we got off on that tangent because you mentioned it, right? Okay, so let's go on. His relationship with the Jews. He was desperate for Jewish support. He really, really wanted the Jews to like him. He expended tremendous effort trying to win over popular opinion. Not so much that he would control his own behavior,
and that he would not move forward with his will, but he really wanted to try and be a popular leader. And in fact, he was able to control Israel for 30-odd years, so it was not without some success. The kind of things that he did to try and appease the population, even though he himself was extremely Hellenistic in his approach to life. He was actually one of the founding members of the Olympics, the Olympic Games like we have today. Definitely sponsored all kinds of pagan activities in the larger ancient Near East. He built gymnasia inside Israel proper, right across from the temple and so on. But he knew the sensitivities of his population, and as a result, he did not put graven images on coinage. The Herod coins do not have offensive human images that would have been, deemed offensive by his population. One exception, however, which was extremely had a relationship ultimately with the Roman-Jewish war later in the first century, is he mounted the Roman eagle above the entrance to the rebuilt temple. The Roman eagle was, of course, a national symbol for the Romans. It's a symbol that refers to he's putting the brand on this building, and he felt that maybe he'd get away with that. Maybe that would be a statement of the greatness of Rome. The Jews, of course, would have none of it, and ultimately they would rebel over that one image. He also had a problem with his sister marrying a Nabatean who refused to convert and be circumcised, and he would not allow her to marry him, which indicates he has some sensitivity towards, the ongoing problems of intermarriage in this period. And there are a few moments in his career when he was actually generous. He would provide tax relief from time to time during economic crises, and he was known to open the granaries when there were famines. So he definitely did act as a very efficient administrator, and sometimes even a compassionate one towards his population. But at the same time, he would brook no dissension, and the Pharisees were arguably the most significant popular rulers of Israel, in the sense that they had the support of the wider population. They refused to swear an oath of allegiance to Herod, among other reasons, for his extremely cruel behavior towards his opponents and even towards his progeny. Why don't I turn at this point to his madness, which is actually, let's look at his building campaign. Right. The building campaign was the most lasting part of Herod's legacy. These are some of the most amazing things that he's constructed. I've only chosen 4 basic pieces of Herod's architectural legacy, but it is prevalent throughout Israel. He was a major master builder, and you see his footprint all over Israel. But the most important, without doubt, was the structural using the term Beis HaMikdash, temple, to refer to Herod's extensive refurbishment of the temple, but nevertheless, Herod considered it, one of his crowning glories, one of the most important public structures that he created. The status of it, this is, by the way, a reconstruction at the Holy Land Hotel. It's like a scale reproduction of it, so you get a sense of what the building must have looked like. It was a much simpler building before Herod, primarily wooden in construction, without the filigree roofs and the Corinthian column tops and things like that. You can see here a lot of Roman elements with the kind of circular stairs, as there's the Corinthian columns at the top there, and of course the gold work at the top. It was definitely a majestic building constructed out of Jerusalem stone, so it would have that refractive quality of light that when the sun hit it, you would see that golden color that would be highlighted by the actual gold that was applied to the doors and so on. He cleared the entire Temple Mount and built it up with a palisade around it, and in fact the temple walls that we revere today are constructed by Herod. They are from this particular generation. They are on the site of the original Temple Mount. Today, of course, the Dome of the Rock, an Islamic shrine, stands in the place of the temple, but nevertheless, this was his crowning achievement. The rabbis, as I mentioned, were somewhat ambivalent because even though Taka, it's a nice building, they would say. I guess in sort of a Yiddish Hebrew, they say Taka, it's a nice building. But on the other hand, it's Herod who's building it, so it's hard to get really enthusiastic about it nevertheless. It did not last long, of course, because the Romans would destroy it towards the end of the 7th century. This building lasted much longer, and in fact, it is present today. This is the enclosure around the tomb of the patriarchs, the Marat HaMachpelah in Hebron. You can see a very similar style of architecture. The large, heavy blocks here used to construct the walls, the kind of filigree pattern at the top, with the battlements that are maybe a little newer. I'm not positive, but this, essentially, if you think about the targets of this activity, he really reached out to the Pharisee community because they were the ones that had the most touch to the Jews, the rural population, and he wanted to try and give them structures that they would respect, admire, and hopefully they would transfer their allegiance to Herod. That did not happen, but nevertheless we are left with some magnificent and very functional structures as a result of his extensive building activity. My favorite, personally, or maybe my second favorite, is Caesarea, an absolutely gorgeous town, which was a deep water port that's constructed on the coast, largely for pleasure and for commerce with Rome. This is an artist's rendition of what his palace must have looked like. It had natural water pools out here in the palace, jutting out on a promontory to the Mediterranean Ocean. We only have pieces of it structured, but modern Caesarea has been extensively excavated, and you see a tremendous number of monumental sculptures and architecture that really show a strong Hellenistic influence and makes it a gorgeous city. It's not a particularly religious city. It's never been associated heavily with, it's not like Bnei Brak or someplace like that, primarily because of the Arabian origins of it. It is atypical, beautiful art visual. Here's some of the excavation of his palace there, with the Mediterranean Ocean in the background. Here is a gorgeous shot of a Thank you all. For those of you in the internet audience who can't feel temperature, we had a little bit of a problem with our heating, but thank God we should be on by the end of the night. We're just getting a new part shipped in from Uzbekistan, and everything will be fine. But we have a great class tonight. I'm really looking forward to going over it with you. We're going to talk about a figure named Yochanan Cohen Gadol, also known as John Hyrcanus, a very important figure in the Hasmonean age. It's quite a bit of a leap from where we were speaking last week with David Amelech. We're moving forward about 800 years, but in the context of our overarching theme of understanding the history of the land of Israel and its people, it's very much consistent with our overall goal. We are going to go all the way up probably into the 20th century by the time we end this semester, so an 800-year jump is not such a big deal after all. Tonight's lecture, I'm very happy to say, is sponsored by the Friends of Jewish History in honor of a very special couple, Norman and Bridget Robinson. They are longtime students in this class. They've really helped out our students with scholarships in the past, and I'm very proud to call them friends. They came to New York for a visit a while ago. We had dinner all the way up in California. Norman's actually a scholar of this material in particular. And this lecture is based in part on an 18-page research paper that he sent me that was really quite fascinating. I'm only going to dip into it in a few places. It goes deeper than this quick lecture does. But I'm really grateful for his friendship and his support of the lectures, and especially for his research. I also want to share with you kind of a cool thing. He sent me as a gift a while ago this really amazing gift. I was tempted not to keep it, but it was too cool. I had to keep it anyways. This is actually a box that does not open. Wait, no, here it is. This is actually a coin, an original coin from the period of John Hyrcanus. It was actually minted by Hyrcanus himself. So I'm holding in my hands here a piece of history over 2,000 years old. And with a certain amount of trepidation, I'm now going to pass it around the room. Okay. So here, please have a look at it. Thank you to the Robinsons. It's really amazing. We actually going to talk about the iconography in that coin shortly. Okay, so before we begin proper, many of you responded to the survey we sent out last week. We got the results, and I'd like to take 5 minutes of our lecture time just to quickly go over the survey because it has some interesting results that will impact the way in which we deliver these lectures in the future. Let's have a look at this 6 slides here. The first one is how do you like the lectures? Thank God, they seem to be very popular. 82.1% like them a great deal, and 15.9% like them a moderate amount on a scale of 7. So that means about 98% of people who watch the lectures enjoy them. 0.7%, which is one person actually. We got about 150 odd responses. 0.7. I'm not sure whether they like it or not like it. I guess they're kind of channel surfing at night. One person dislikes it a moderate amount, and one person disliked it a great deal, which is kind of nasty, kind of writing comments in all caps with lots of exclamation marks. But I will tell you that I can correlate the answers of these responses to their locations, and they're all from Brooklyn. The 3 who are in the bottom were from Brooklyn. I don't want to laugh, because the truth is, the last 3 lectures that I delivered were quite challenging on a Jewish philosophical level. It's very hard for a historian to maintain an objective point of view and work with very sparse evidence when the evidence is overwhelmingly scriptural in nature. And I tried very hard to hit that balance right. And for these 3 people, I did not hit that balance right at all. I think maybe because it was Brooklyn, they were expecting this to be more like a sermon or a drasha, and it wasn't. And so I apologize for disappointing them. I assume they're not here now. If you are interviewing right now, please don't tell me. I'll never be able to look at you properly for the rest of the class. But it's hard to hit that balance. Not more to say about that. Okay. But anyway, thank God the lectures are popular. I'm glad of that. What do you like best about them? So the vast majority of people like the actual material in the lecture. Surprisingly, a significant minority like the cheesy jokes. So I may return to those a little bit. A small number like the visuals, but as we should see later, a lot of people just listen to the lectures without actually watching the screen, so they don't take advantage of the artwork, but still useful. And a small number like the questions and answers. We'll get back to that in a second. I asked what kind of Jewish history interested people, and the responses were pretty much spread out. Medieval, modern, ancient history, of course, all score high, and biographies score high. That, by the way, is my wife's idea. She always thought that biographies are the best kind of popular history to do. Women's history is not very high, which I'm surprised with, because I really find this fascinating myself. More on religion, which I would probably not touch very much. But that's where people spread out on what they like. Now, what would they like to see in the future? Good, we're on? Oh, great. So this is, everyone, this is Mr. Kenneth David. He's in charge of our building. So give him applause because we have heat running in the building now. That is excellent. That's like 48 hours of hard work to get those parts from Kazakhstan. What was my Uzbekistan, bring it here, install it. Thank you very much. Really appreciate it. Okay, back to where we are. So what do people want? So a large number of people want podcasts, because a lot of people like to download these lectures and listen to them when they're driving. Another group would like an app. 30% of people who watch these lectures online watch them through their mobile device. And having a convenient way to access them would be really nice. A small number like live webcasts, a large number would like to participate in more interactive experiences. Don't forget, the vast majority of these respondents are outside of Brooklyn. Responses from Alaska, Japan, Buenos Aires, all over the place. And then there's other down here. Finally, kind of surprising to me. Like the whole point of this lecture, besides just general admiration of the world on Jewish history, is we're trying to help out our students here on campus by raising funds for the scholarship. And we are not doing a very good job at getting out the message. Okay, we do have scholarship opportunities. Many people wrote on our comment section, I want to sponsor. I didn't even know I could. So that's an important thing for us. A small number are already members, and a small number are not interested. But the big story is, of course, that it's our failure for not really getting the word out. Finally, I would join. What would help people join the Friends of Jewish History? If we had these members-only seminars, if we had small gifts, like the public radio stations do, once every 3 weeks they have a fundraising drive. But here at the bottom, the big story is I need to understand why is this important. Again, it's on us for not explaining why. So, what are we planning to do about it? Once we finish this, we'll go straight to the lecture. We've got 3 things happening as a result. The first is I'm happy to report that I've got these iPod podcast set up. I have to figure out how to set Google Play. It's not so simple, but if you want to download these to your phone through iTunes, it is now available. It'll take me maybe a week or so to get everything up there, but it is in fact working. We're working on an app. As a result of the survey, one graphic designer in Brazil wrote to me and says he wants to volunteer his time to design an app. I think that's really great. So we'll see what he comes back with. It would be nice to design that. And finally, this is an experiment. I'm trying to set up a seminar online to allow people to participate a little more. Not quite sure how this experiment will go, but we'll meet with that need. So that's the quick overview of the survey. All right, Yochanan Cohen Gladol, also known as John Birkin. It's fascinating that he has 2 names, of course, but that's indicative of things of the entire chapter that we're going to be speaking about. This is one of the most important kings of the period of the Hashmonaim. That is that brief-lived period of Jewish sovereignty before the Roman domination, and then ultimately the exile in the 1st century of the Common Era. On the one hand, he has a very Jewish name. Yochanan, of course, is a Jewish derivation, and the title Kohen Gadol, or High Priest, is exceptionally important. And at the same time, he has a very Greek name, Johannes Hirkanus, right? Hirkanus, oh, thank you very much. Did everyone have a look at this point? Okay. Johannes Hirkanus, after there's some question as to where he got that specific name, but possibly as a result of a conquest that he had, it definitely is a Greek-sounding name. He used both of them in different contexts interchangeably. Most important achievements for our purposes, an expansion of the land of Israel in a very significant way. You see here, this is the territory of Israel that he inherited from his father, who was one of the sons of Mattisyahu, the first of the Maccabees. Small amount of territory, the waste of Israel with a tiny access to the sea, a little bit of the Transjordan here on the other side, and then by the time he died, after 30 years of reign, again a very significant achievement to hold power for so long in such turbulent times, he expanded significantly to the north, possibly even further than this map shows, and also to the south with the unfortunate region of Idumea, which we'll speak about in a few minutes. So that's his territorial expanse, and we'll explore why that is significant shortly. He's also known as a Mitner. The Maccabean kings were very famous for issuing coinage. It's interesting that the coinage is often written in the old Hebrew script. It's not even written in Greek characters, indicating that they're really serious about providing currency for their own local regions rather than necessarily having it circulate much wider. And fascinating for the depictions is what are the iconographic symbols used. Judaism, as I'm sure you're aware, has an allergy to physical representation of living things, celestial bodies, and the like. Goes back to the second commandment, which specifically forbids any kind of graven image. How that has been interpreted over the centuries varies, but certainly in the ancient world there was a tremendous hesitancy to portray any kind of sun, moon, star kind of design, or any kind of animal, or certainly human being. Later in the Middle Ages, that was kind of modified. Human beings could be represented, but sometimes altered in a significant way to indicate that it was not intended as an object of worship, such as the famous birds that Haggadah of the 13th century, in which all of the characters in the Haggadah, their heads are replaced with heads of birds to indicate that they are chimeras, that they're not real creatures in any way. So the coins from the Hasmonean era tend to borrow selected unique elements, such as the two-horned cornucopia, which is a symbol of abundance, whereas they generally do not use a lot of Jewish imagery. The earlier kings, like Matisyahu, did tend to use, for example, the lulav, the esrog, things like that, very Jewish symbols. But as we move into the Hasmonean period, you see a lot more influence of Greek norms that are just barely skirting the sense of what is appropriate Jewish. So we'll return to coins a little bit later. But also, Yochanan Cohen Gadol is very well known for his discussions in the Talmud and a few innovations that created to assist with the temple sacrifice. This is something of a problematic aspect of his career, because in the end, perhaps the most famous associated passage with Yochanan Cohen Gadol, you're familiar with the famous passage discussed in Pirkei Avos? Ask yourself for the day of your death. And the case in point, the object lesson is one person, Yochanan Cohen Gadol, who at the very end of his life decided to join with the Sadducees, which are kind of like the bad guys in this story, for reasons we'll discuss shortly. And this was seen as a huge step down, a turning away from traditional orthodoxy, using that term loosely, to a heretical movement that ultimately will be separated from the Jewish people as a whole. So that's a very controversial aspect of it that I look forward to discussing with you shortly. Okay, let's talk about the sources. Where do we get the information for our contemporary study of Yochanan Cohen Gadol? And thank God we're not going to use any, steles, or we're not going to use any kind of little fragments of papyri. We actually have a few documents that make me much more comfortable than any was out there. The Book of the Maccabees, which is an ancient book. It's written in several volumes, but it did not make it into the Hebrew Bible. The Tanakh does not include the books of the Maccabees, even though they describe with a significant amount of historical detail, an event that's extremely important in Judaism, the entire Hasmonean revolution of the second century before the Common Era. It did make it, however, into the Apocrypha, which is a collection of books that several other faiths decided to include in their versions of the Bible. As you know, anyone who's visited a Motel 8 in the River George there found Bibles that look somewhat unfamiliar to Jews because they have some significant additions and perhaps even some changes in the sequence of books and things like that. The books of the Maccabees did not make it into the Bible. The canonization process is a little bit beyond our scope for today, but the rabbis basically, when they chose books to be canonized, to be included in the text of Holy Scripture, they really carefully filtered out those texts that they felt, for one reason or another, had messages that were antithetical to Judaism. The debates around many of these texts are actually discussed in the Talmud, and some of the ones that just barely made it in include Song of Songs, because it has really quite explicit content, and if you don't read it allegorically, if you read it just literally on its face value, it's, it could be a bestseller today for its imagery and so on. Kohelet, Ecclesiastes, has a very dark vision of humanity and faith, and you can also read that through a lens that is not necessarily in keeping with Jewish values. So the rabbis really debated long and hard about texts like that, but they kept them in. Other books of the same age, same provenance, nevertheless did not make it in. Book Wisdom of Ben Sira, for example, that has a lot of similarities to the Maccabees, the book of Tobit, and so on. There's quite a few of them. And they are great for historical data for the period. The books of the Maccabees, the first of the four in particular, is really solid. Probably written by a Jew who was on the side of the Maccabees himself, had a great deal of sympathy for the Maccabees, had a great deal of very detailed topographical information of the life of Israel, of the landscape and the mountains and so on. He probably did live through many of the battles that he describes himself, so we get a lot of detail about it. Later on, other books were probably added significantly after the original rebellion, not merely as useful for their information, but nevertheless instructive for others. The books of the Maccabees give us a tremendous amount of information on the first two generations. That's pretty reliable data. Unfortunately, before we get to John Hyrcanus, it was the third generation, the historical data ends, and we only have information on the background to Israel from Maccabees. Nevertheless, still very useful to give us a sense of the foundation of the society in which he lived at the time. Another major source, problematic, which should be familiar to many of you who have been in this room for months and who are certainly watching the internet, Flavius Josephus, who lived in the first century, and he was kind of like the Oprah of Jewish historians of his time. I love that man. The Oprah. I would love to be the Oprah of Jewish historians. That would be great, wouldn't it? But the Oprah, he was super popular. He was originally a Pharisee, a Perusian. We'll talk about him shortly. One of the Perusian who decided not to fight against the Romans. He switched sides and joined the Romans. He was a first-hand witness to the Roman-Jewish wars that ended in the destruction of Jerusalem. He ended up moving to Rome. He was adopted by the emperor himself. That's where the name Flavius comes from. And he was the court historian of the Romans were fascinated with Jewish history because they respected antiquity and they recognized the huge the years of Jews have existed even in Roman times, and so therefore they employed Josephus as a court historian who published many books for Roman consumption on the history of the Jews. Unfortunately, the only versions that have survived are the versions that were written for Roman audiences. He apparently wrote several versions that were in Aramaic for Jewish audiences. We don't know exactly how he would have phrased things had he known he had a Jewish readership. We only know it through the eyes of the Roman readership, and so it tends, for much of his writing, to be very, self-serving, very pro-Roman, very critical of Jews in many ways. Later, towards the end of his life, though, he did face the anti-Semitic charges of a figure named Appian, and he answered them. We don't have Appian's original anti-Semitic slurs, but we do have Josephus' response. So we see he begins to sort of include his personal Jewish identity in that source. He is a great source on the period we're discussing now because he was only off the contemporary period by about a century or so, a little bit more than that, which is very significant because we have so few historians at the time, but he was quite prolific, so we have a lot of different data points from many places in his vast area. And finally, we have the Talmud. The Talmud is extremely useful as a historical text, but it has to be placed within certain guidelines. To begin with, the Talmud is basically an oral document in which information was passed down from teacher to student for literally centuries, and by the time it was codified, it was many centuries after the events described. That does not necessarily impugn the validity of the accounts that were delivered, but the accounts certainly were shaped within a moral environment. The point of the story to tell is not necessarily to tell you, like a clear historical evolution of events, but to get across a particular message that supports a halachic point or supports a moral point or an object lesson, things like that. So these materials have to be read with that context to try to tease out historical data from it. The Talmud has significant amounts of discussion about the Hashemonic era in particular, and a few scattered references to what's ongoing about his activity and his end-of-life change as well. So those are our main sources for tonight's discussion. That is primary sources. We have a lot of secondary sources. So we look at the sources now. The context is definitely Hellenism. We have to spend a couple of minutes to understand what exactly is Hellenism that attracted the Hashmonaim so much. The term comes from Hellas, means Greece in Greek, and it comes from Alexander the Great, and here Alexander of Macedon, tremendously brilliant military leader of the 4th century before the Common Era, who leads this amazing march from his home up here in the Peloponnesus, right, north of in Macedonia, all the way across basically the entire civilized world in the Middle East, and he comes all the way down to Egypt, and then he goes all the way up here, basically contemporary India and Pakistan. This place is entirely covered by him, and he would have kept going, except the soldiers said they were exhausted, they really want to go into Greece, they have not had souvlaki in like years. And he said, okay, fine, let's go back. And then he died in the studies at the age of alcohol poisoning. But the thing is, with this massive multi-regional conquest, he was able to spread Greek culture, Greek norms, and the world was never the same as a result. Israel, of course, was also on his path, and Israel was absolutely fascinated with Hellenism. We won't go into details of what exactly is it, but fascinated them obviously something. After his death, the empire was divided up among his generals. Most significant two groups were the Ptolemies here in Egypt and the Seleucid Empire that was based in Syria. Egypt and Syria vied for Israel, which is the borderland between them, controlling at different points in their various conflicts. And this is exactly when the Hashmonaim had their revolt, was primarily against the Seleucid Greeks, who were really Syrians, adopting Hellenistic culture and wishing to impose it on the population. So the flashpoint of the rebellion, this is a review, I'm sure you're all very familiar with this. The Seleucid king Antiochus IV Epiphanes decided that the best way to control this strange Jewish population, who were so anomalous and so out of the box, and in many ways just not fitting with the entire Hellenistic society, was that they just put an end once and for all to the strange religion that they have, the insistence on worshiping an invisible God, of having a God that had no name, the very clash that they refusing to eat with Greeks, refusing to participate in, really what are totally part of activities like athletics. What could be wrong with athletics? Things like that. So that's it. And he made a series of draconian decrees. It's important to note, by the way, Egypt didn't just simply make this stuff up. He really was siding with one part of the Israeli body politic at the time. The urban centers were very Hellenist. The Jews tend to be of the upper middle and higher classes, love Hellenism, and become strong advocates of this universalist mentality. And they really wanted Israel to move forward in that Hellenistic direction. The rural society, however, was much more traditional, much more backward, if it were, insisting on that old-time religion, refusing to accept the values of the city. And Antiochus was simply saying, fine, in order to make everything Parv and Glatt, so to speak, let me just side with those Hellenizing elements in the cities, and with those Jewish allies, then we put down the huge fissures that were erupting in Jewish society. And this was an important region for them because it was on the borderland with Egypt. So we had to really have solid control over it, lest he lose it to his rivals to the south. The kinds of things they put down with tremendous ferocity were the observance of the Sabbath, which was seen as a sign of Jewish sloth, that they insisted on resting one day a week. Observance of family purity, which was seen as the some of these backward rituals that separated Jews from non-Jews. And of course, the ban of circumcision ritual, which also marked Jews off as separate. Basically wanted Jews to align within the larger Hellenistic world. And so a revolution erupted that was basically a rural peasants' revolution against those Jews who were supporting Antiochus Epiphanes. The leader of that revolution was, of course, Matisyahu. It's a joke. See, if you're watching this on podcast, right, no one will get this joke if you listen to the podcast only. Matisyahu was, an otherwise unremarkable farmer with a number of sons who was called one of these state-sponsored ritual sacrifices led by Greek Jews, that is, Jews who were on the Hellenistic agenda. And in a fit of rage, rather than sacrificing a pig to the idol, they grabbed the Jew who was organizing it, stretched him out of the altar, and sacrificed him. This flashed and ignited a massive rebellion, which amazingly turned out successful, as the Maccabees, as they were called, not only successfully drove off the much more entrenched powers of the city on the pro-Hellenistic, but even the reinforcements that came down on the north from Syria, including reinforcements with cavalry, and in one famous episode, 32 war elephants, which must have been an absolutely terrifying encounter. Nevertheless, Matisyahu and his son Yehuda, in particular, the Maccabee, were able to mount a very successful guerrilla campaign that forced the Syrian government to leave off all of their Hellenizing activities, creating an independent state for the Jews. The Maccabees celebrated this victory with candle lighting, and of course, this is where we have the major symbol of the observance of the holiday of Hanukkah. We have, of course, in the Talmud, there's a miracle described there when they finally cleaned out the temple, as I'm sure you all aware, and they found a fuse of oil that lasted for 8 days. It sounds a lot like this building where we're waiting for the heater from Central Asia to arrive. But the early coins minted in that time, always indicate, the symbol of light, which is associated with Torah and so on, that is associated with the holiday for time immemorial. So we're living now in an environment in which there's this huge melting shine, there's this overwhelming worldview that encompasses the entire civilized world for the most part, and Jews are countercultural. Jews are refusing to participate in it, they're rebelling against it, and they have been amazingly successful. They have just, so to speak, won the election. Now what do we do? The Hashemite, as they were known, managed to hold on to power for several hundred years. Let's have a look at the chart, lineage chart, so and see exactly where Yochanan lives. So here's Matisyahu at the top, and here are his sons, Shimon, Yehuda, Jonathan, Eliezer, and Yonatan. None of them died natural deaths. They all died either in battle or, in the case of Shimon, Yochanan's father, as a result of treachery at a banquet where they were assassinated. So the grandson of Matisyahu was our protagonist, Yochanan Kirkness here, who took control of the state of Israel under the Hashemite period with the death of his father Shimon. And later, just to go down the chart a little bit, you can see that his son, Alexander Yaneos, or Yanai, married Shlomi Alexander. They gave birth to Aristobulus. Where am I looking for? What's from Mariamna? Where's she? Okay. They gave birth to Aristobulus, whose son Alexander was the grandson of John Hyrcanus, who married Alexandra, and gave birth to Mariamna, who was the last of the Hashmonaim who married Herod and Idumea. We'll come back to this in a little while and much more next week, but just to give you a sense of what's going on here, Herod in many ways was invalidated to be the king of Israel, but a very major claim to his legitimacy was the fact that he married one of the last of the Hashmonaim, Mariamna, also known as Miriam. Very sad story associated with her. Of course, Herod murdered her along with much of her family. We'll talk about that next week. Also relevant to this chart are questions that were raised about the lineage of Yochanan Hyrcanus. Not pictured here is his mother, and the rabbis took him to task. Actually, they took the entire family to task over one really important issue. Yeah, the Kohanim, and the other issue, very important, is that the Kohanim, what are they taking over kingship? Kings are supposed to come from the tribe of Yehuda, of Judah. These people are not from the tribe of Judah. So how is it possible that you can have the priestly authority and the temporal authority united in one person? This is something to which Jews have a millennial allergy. Too much concentration of power is something which Jewish culture tends to rebel against. We don't like, the vast majority of history, we don't like absolute rulers who control everything. We like it when there's kind of like a balance of power, when there's like a priestly head and a temporal head, and somehow between the two of them they work out what's right. And we will return to this shortly. Another issue was that even though Hyrcanus himself was a Kohen, there were some questions about Shimon's wife, who apparently was captured at one point in her life, and having endured as a captive, would not be eligible to marry Shimon. And so the rabbis questioned whether or not it could be considered a Kohen at all. It could be a Kohen Chala, meaning that he would be invalidated from serving as a Kohen because of his lineage. So the rabbis had a kind of like a laundry list of issues to deal with. But, you know, politics is politics, and he did achieve the throne. What were his major aims? So in terms of foreign policy, we have to understand that there are some limitations on his power. To begin with, Yochanan Kohen Gadol continued to have dispute with the Seleucid kings to the north. Even though the Hashmonaim had originally achieved the measure of independence and had asserted their regional authority, there remains to be seen exactly how much power they really have. And we have to really view this period within the context of, what was it like to have a kingdom at that time, not like in our days where we have, imperial state laws and things like that. Nothing at all like this is happening in the ancient world. Some of the interesting evidence to this is the fact that many of the coins that are produced in this period by Yochanan Kohen Gadol do not refer to him as king, they refer to him as high priest and head of the great assembly. So head of the great assembly, although that sounds like a pretty good title, is not the same as king. And it could be that this is a reflection of his somewhat diminished power vis-a-vis his rivals to the north. In particular, he had a conflict with Antiochus VII Sidetes, who was one of the Seleucid kings, and they had significant battles back and forth before they finally achieved a kind of a modus vivendi. The modus vivendi essentially forced Yochanan Hyrcanus, or John Hyrcanus, to cede certain tribute and rights to the Seleucid king in return for his control over the region.
we see this, as I mentioned earlier, in the coinage as well, that the images used tend to be this double-sided, cornucopia, all Greek images that indicate that John Hyrcanus was very much trying to play ball with his regional counterparts. That, in order to maintain the integrity of the state against often far superior armed forces, he had to kind of negotiate and had to kind of be a culture broker for his Jewish brethren inside a very antagonistic Hellenistic world. Let's remember that his grandfather, of course, led this tremendous peasant riot that was very much countercultural, very much challenging the world order and systems of ethics and so on. But this is already 60 years later, and it's a very different kind of environment in which to maintain that kind of revolutionary zeal is very difficult. He either risks alienating the peasant population who Netanyahu and his son Yehuda in particular, but on the other hand, he still has to do business with the neighbors. So you see that in some of his rulings. In terms of territorial conquest, there are three really significant things that we should be looking at. The first is the expansion to the north to this region called Samaria. Most significantly is his destruction of a rival temple on Mount Gerizim. This was run by the so-called Samaritans. These are Jews and converts to Judaism who denied some of the key elements of the Pharisaic Judaism, that is the Judaism of the Perusian, whose theology we'll discuss in just a moment. And they argued that, for example, the temple should not be in Jerusalem. That was not a legitimate temple. The temple should be up here in Mount Gerizim. So Yochanan Hyrcanus went in there and destroyed the temple and dominated the entire region of Samaria. Incidentally, it still exists today. There are Samaritans there today who perform certain ritual sacrifices on Mount Gerizim even to this day. It's quite fascinating. Historians and anthropologists look at it to try to understand more of what it must have been like in the ancient period. So he did not make any friends here in Samaria. They're still located in this region. That would be like right around Nablus. Shechem, Nablus. Yeah. Over here, he also drove to the coast, which was extremely important. The coast was the principal area in which they would be doing business. There was a significant amount of business across the Jordan River, and again up to the north and in the south to the Ptolemies and to the Seleucid Empire, but access to the coast was key because from here you had the entire Mediterranean basin. So he significantly expanded the access to the coast as a major goal of his military conquest. Finally, and most controversially, he conquered the south, this region known as Idumea. The people living here were not Jewish, but in a very controversial act, Yochanan Kohen Gadol forcibly converted them to Judaism. The first, and to my mind, the only known instance of a state-sponsored mass conversion to Judaism that the Jews have ever perpetrated. For this, he was heavily censured by the rabbis, but why would he undertake such a venture? So the great scholar Salo Baron writes quite a bit about how, in the ancient period, statehood and ethnicity and religion were all very fluid ideas. We tend to, in the 21st century, understand these as highly distinct aspects of an identity, and we can have, one person can have a completely different religion and a completely different ethnicity than another person and still participate in the same nation, or vice versa. But the idea in the ancient world was much more unitary. If you lived in Judea, you were a Judean and you observed the Judean religion. Otherwise, you were a ger, literally a stranger living in the region. You may have been a tolerated stranger, a ger toshav, for example, but you were ultimately not of that people. In order to ensure the strength of the nation, you had to have this kind of consistency and uniformity
reforming. So to conquer the Maya, with all these non-Jews living here, according to Baron, the thinking of Goodness was make them Jewish in the same sense as other Jewish peoples in order to strengthen the national body politic. For the rabbis, the Lucian of the time, this was inconceivable because one of the essential aspects of conversion to Judaism, of course, is acceptance of the commandments. And if this was forced upon them, that would invalidate the entire conversion, introduce a whole bunch of people into the body politic who were recognized as Jews but did not consider themselves to be Jews and in fact did not be halakhically Jewish. The punishment for the conversion of Edomians, according to the rabbis and according to lineage, is Herod. Herod was from the Idumean region, and he would ultimately marry a great-great-granddaughter of Yochanan Hyrcanus, and we'll talk more about this next week. Now, in terms of domestic policy, I had an interesting thought yesterday. I think it's actually a big thought that is worth putting on the internet, so I'll share it with you right now. As I was sort of mulling over this lecture yesterday, it occurred to me that traditionalist movements are often the last to organize. Now, I'll tell you why I'm thinking this. When you read histories of Judaism, the religion, and I'm not talking reading approved from literature, not art scroll versions of it, when you read academic histories, there tends to be a lot of emphasis on the huge diversity of Jewish belief around the time of the Hashemite era. And those who are often unfriendly to Orthodox Judaism will argue that Orthodox Judaism, as we understand it, was born in this period. And I've always wondered where they got this argument because we have so much earlier sources, but I think I figured it out. And it's based on this principle. What does this mean? Traditional movements are last organized? It means that when there is a challenge to the status quo, the traditionalist groups are the last ones to finally stand up and say, well, this is what we believe in. Even though they may predate the original irritants that caused them to react, they nevertheless are chronologically right. I'll give you a few examples. Anybody recognize this individual? This is the iconic representation of the Alter Rebbe, the founder of Chabad Hasidic movement. So, it's an 18th century example. When the Hasidic movement started in the 1700s, there was a backlash against it from the Talmudic Jews in Lithuania. The Talmudic Jews were certainly following a much older tradition. Hasidism introduced many innovations into its style of observance of Judaism. I'm not saying they were, heretical or anything like that, but they introduced innovations. For example, flexibility with the beginning of time of davening. It always amazes me that, I've already finished davening 2 hours, and the Hasidim are just walking the shore at this time. We can go on a whole bunch of lectures on what are the differences, but basically they introduced some innovations, so Shkita and so on. They introduced some innovations, and so the traditional Lithuanian Talmudists, they eventually reacted, and they got a name for themselves. What is the name of the reactors? Misnagdim, very good. And what does that term mean? Against, right? The opponents. The opponents of Hasidism. So even though the Misnagdim predated the Hasidic movement, they get a name that reflects a later status. They're the opponents of it. Like they're just, Hasidism's always been around, and these are the guys who oppose it. No, it's the other way around. Hasidism was group, and therefore the older group became known as the opponents, right? Because they were the traditionalist party, they were the last organized. Another example, the term originated in the late 19th century, well after the birth of the Reform and the conservative movements. Now, while the Orthodox are clearly the oldest, why would they not have a word for themselves until the Reform and the conservative movement? So Samson Raphael was a very important thinker and an architect really of modern Orthodox identity. So the answer is obvious. They didn't need a word for themselves because they were Unzura, they were us, right? What do you mean? You don't live for us, we is us. Right? What do you mean? But once there was like an irritant saying, no, this is the way to be, this is the way to be, then the traditionalists finally got themselves together and said, all right, fine.
To get your agenda,
Part of that terms of happening from the reform, but the idea is that the organization came to late for the oldest party. Last example, in the modern era, at the turn of the 20th century, Jews began to organize politically. They had not done so before since the biblical period. And you have development movements such as the Bundists, the socialists, a whole variety of Zionist parties, a diaspora nationalist party, and finally you had the Agudat Israel. Agudat Israel, or Agudas Israel, is the most traditional of the Jewish political organizations, and it began later than all the others. It began in 1912, there's the Born Design Group and so on, dating all the way back to 1897. The reason is because they were content not to have any political organization, any real framework for their political expression, until it became inevitable that the only way they could compete in the marketplace of ideas and in the political marketplace was to have an organization. Hence, they come late. Now, let's take it back to Yochanan Hyrcanus, and we have to understand in the context of the Sadducees and the Pharisees. Let's just take a minute to understand. The Sadducees, or the Tzdukim in Hebrew, were a movement that had been affiliated in Jewish tradition as having diverted very key Jewish beliefs, such as the belief in the validity of the oral Torah, a belief in the idea of life after death. These core Jewish concepts were negated by the Sadducees, who at the time of the Hashmonaim controlled the temple. They had access to, that's why I'm showing this picture of showing how appropriate this week of reading all about the clothing and so on. So they had like a central state power, and they were also moving more and more towards this heretical degree. We understand that the office of the Kohen Gadol became hopelessly corrupted all this period, especially when we get just 100 years later to the Roman period. The Kohen Gadol was essentially an office that you could purchase, and you could essentially bribe your way into it. So it was completely invalidated by the vast majority of the people, except for those ruling classes of Jews who were primarily urban, primarily Hellenistic in nature, and essentially they were the losers of the original rebellion of the Maccabees. They didn't go away, they didn't disappear. There wasn't a genocide where there was no more Jews harboring these beliefs. They simply lost the war physically and politically, but they did not lose it ideologically. They maintained their positions throughout the period. And in fact, they began to expand their activity, so much so that all Jews, regardless of their political religious orientation, were affected by it. The other side of the coin are the Pharisees. And let's understand this in the context of organizational structure. The term Pharisee is an anglicization of the Hebrew term Perushim, which means literally those who separate. The Perushim are the good guys in the traditional Jewish history. The Perushim are Hillel and Shammai, Rabbi Akiva, all of the rabbis that we revere as being the architects of Jewish morality and theology to this day. Modern rabbinic Judaism is modeled absolutely on the ideas on lives of the Perushim. But they were called separators, which, like those earlier terms I described, indicated that they were reacting to developed society. They were separated from the corruption they saw in Jerusalem and around the Sadducean courts. And they were therefore going out to the rural countryside where they won tremendous affection among the basic, you can say, the proletariat or classes. The Perushim, unlike the Sadducees, whose base was firmly in the temple ritual and in the support of reading classes and Monday classes. The Grecian were leaders of a grassroots movement who respected them primarily for their charismatic caring and for their intellectual facility and for their abilities as teachers. The Grecian were fundamentally working class individuals. You look at figures like Hillel I mentioned earlier, who were people of the people who managed to develop their power base in the rural hinterland with regular ordinary Jews. And so it was this cultural conflict between the urban traditionally educated but very Hellenistic elite against the much larger population of dispossessed rural poor that was endemic of the society in which John Brickman lived. So looking at this kind of development of the Grecian movement, you can see that although you can trace the development of Grecian very strongly to the Maccabean period, it really is an expression of a much older and much more traditional Jewish movement that goes back tens of hundreds of years. Let's go to, I wanted to mention his legacy in this context. So the kinds of things that, the kinds of things that Yochanan was especially associated with religiously is very significant in this context. Most of the innovations that he is praised for introducing are associated with the temple ritual. For example, he had difficulty with some of the sacrificial acts involving various animals in the temple, so he put rings into the floor so that the sacrificial animals could be held still during their slaughter. It sounds kind of arcane, but for our purposes it makes perfect sense because it's one of those things that's associated with the activity of the Sadducees, who are very concerned that everything could and should be as say they were organized in the temple. He also took steps in the temple, for example, to remove some of the partitions in the temple that would have separated Jews from non-Jews, which was seen with a very negative light by the Pharisees, who saw this as an anti-traditionalist kind of activity. Yochanan attempted to negotiate between his primary power base in the cities, in that elite, in that pro-Sadducean, pro-Hellenistic elite, and at the same time retain the popularity of the masses. He was unfortunately unable to do the latter. In the end, when his time came, he was swept up with this wave of defection to the Sadducean movement, which would only accelerate towards the end of the Maccabean period and ultimately result in the dissolution of that state to the Romans. But that's something that we'll discuss in greater detail next week when we get to the Herodian dynasty. At this point, I want to thank you very much for your patience and listening to this lecture, and thank you very much for coming tonight.
I have always stayed positive, and I want to see where I can go. Thank you.
The Queen's daughter and Prince Edward, the Queen's youngest.
She looked absolutely amazing. I've never seen the Queen ever. And to see her wear high heels was probably the biggest shock. I couldn't be any prouder of her tonight. She amazed me as usual. I never thought I was going to experience has given me so much more than I ever thought I could have anyway.
$28 million Kensington Palace, where Charles
First time I met Jared, I saw something special. He was transformed from small town boy into a man of culture and style. Jared is a true gentleman. Please welcome a man that has a lot to smile about, Jared.
But it gets the state and expenses are put out of that. Their expenses are not considered personal gain.
I could not have ever imagined that a country boy from Texas could have ever experienced the good life. My whole life I've been told that I'm a dreamer. And yes, I drink big, but there's not one of my drinks that could have prepared me for what Kathy Hilton had in store. I have been taught proper etiquette at the dinner table, how to eat lobster, which wines go with certain meals, how to walk down a catwalk with confidence. How to dress more appropriate, knowing that jeans and cowboy boots aren't the usual attire for every occasion. How to handle myself during a press conference. I've learned why teamwork is very important.
Of the profits.
I've helped organize charity events. And my favorite thing I've learned is how to air kiss. It's the one type of kiss that you can give that will never imperfect or your makeup. I plan to grow and incorporate everything I've learned into my lifestyle. I have had the opportunity to enjoy many rewards. Wine tasting at a vineyard, breathtaking helicopter rides, a fashion shoot, a polo match, followed by a clam bake on the beach, which I haven't seen the beach in 15 years. I wish Jackie the best. Jackie is a phenomenal woman, and like myself, she has undergone dramatic changes. Kathy, I want to thank you for your helping hands that has guided me throughout life-changing event. You're a unique individual, a wonderful mother, and I love you for everything you have done for me. I feel I have been given a second chance at life. I'm leaving tonight as a winner for whatever the outcome may be. I will not forget my 13 new friends, the Hilton family, and this wonderful experience of a lifetime. Once again, thank you.
You did put his heart into that speech, and he meant every word of it. And I was very, very proud of his speech. And I'm always been proud of you.
One of the benefits
I didn't want to give a sad sob story about my life.
no one else in England gets.
I kept it positive.
No inheritance tax. The inheritance tax is 40% in Great Britain. The royal family.
I just want to say that I'm proud of all 14 of you. And you're all really special.
The crown is changed.
This is going to be a very hard decision for me. Tougher than I thought it would be.
And she has a will.
So if you excuse me
She can
just
leave,
for a couple minutes.
money to whoever she wants. To her eldest, in this case, it'll be Charles. That's how it works.
I couldn't believe how nervous I was.
Our president,
As far as me winning this, I just don't know.
$400,000.
I almost thought I was going to start hyperventilating. I was just like,
It doesn't pay rent, by the way, and it gets free everything, for sure. All right, coming up, 10 things to know about her life, which are fascinating life.
I think it would be great to be a Hilton because they're able to help out family and
This
friends.
is
I would
KFI.
love
Let's check
about
in with
my
Jason
parents
Middleton
their
live
first
in
home.
KFI 24 hours.
They could really not.
The stormy eye of
I want to trade in my blue-collar lifestyle for the good life. I worked really hard to get here, and I hope I am not
It is a
going
tropical storm with maximum sustained winds of 50 miles an hour. The new King of Great Britain, Charles III, is going to deliver a speech later this morning at around 10 o'clock Pacific, and we will carry that
This has
speech
been a
live.
very hard decision.
U.S. Secretary
I've evaluated not only your speeches, but your entire journey from the day you walked into Grand Central.
Today's visit comes after Blinken stopped in Ukraine
You both
yesterday, where
worked
he
so
promised
hard to get here.
$2 billion.
Only one person could be the winner.
From the driveway
What do they
Weather
win?
Center, hot again.
Brand new life here in New York City.
This report brought to you
To
by
expand their cultural horizons, they'll receive a one-year membership to the Metropolitan Museum of Art and a subscription to the spring season of New York City Opera at Lincoln Center, featuring performances of Candide and Madame Butterfly. They will also have their face on the cover of New York Society magazine, Avenue, and a new wardrobe compliments the designer, my dear friend Alvin Valley, and is the perfect accessory, a pair of diamond earrings in platinum setting, or a pair of diamond cufflinks in platinum setting. A wardrobe for Banana Republic, with a year of skincare products for the no dazzle of her and will fly you and your family on a private jet to Europe. Courtesy of Blue Star Jets. You'll need a place to stay for the year, so you'll have a fabulous apartment with breathtaking view. The furnishings by Domain Home Fashions. And for spending money, we'll throw in $200,000.
Once you get through all that, you're going to be okay. Real quick, going to Stevie Valley now. What's not one thing? We got whatever possible problems. But just be careful as you go uphill.
They've been such
And
great
what we're going to head
competitors.
for now is the
feel like we've become family. And I'm proud to have met you. I've loved you both so much.
Tampa Blue Cross and the LA Sparks
You're
have
both
teamed
very
up to
dear to me.
increase
But I
access to
feel like
healthy
one of
food
you
in
has
a lot
really
of
shined
food
from
desert.
start to
Visit
finish.
anthem.com/PA/start
Well respected by your
to learn
peers,
more about their
our
new
team of
season-long
experts,
produce
and
garden
my
for
family.
families in South LA.
One
Tampa
of you
Blue
has
Cross is the
truly
great
made a
name of Blue Cross of
significant
California.
transformation.
This report is
Now
sponsored
that
by 1-800-NO-CUPS.
Ladies and
Criminal
gentlemen,
defense.
please
Attorney
raise your
Gary
glasses.
Capanoki from 1-800-NO-CUPS. Think drinking
I'd like to
coffee will
introduce you to the
sober you
person
up to
that's first
drive.
on my
Don't be
list.
felony
Now the
stupid.
toast
Call
to the art.
1-800-NO-CUPS because no one looks good in handcuffs unless you're into that sort of thing. 1-800-NO-CUPS.
Ocean View.
Tara.
That's Oakland. A luxury resort like no other. The Silver Area, located along the coast of the Palos Verdes Peninsula, is Southern California. Book your getaway to Canada at Canada.com or call 301-265-2800. That's 301-265-2800. Extreme temperature and the duration of this heat wave across the entire western United States are causing record demand on California's energy grid. What we've done so far has helped keep the lights on, but we're now in the worst part of the heat wave, and there will be even more demand on the energy grid. We need everyone to continue saving energy and increase their efforts to help keep the lights on in our state. If we don't all do our part this week, we run a very real risk to power outages.
I like
Sign
to
up for
make a
alert
toast
at flexalert.org.
to a group of amazing people who has endured so much through this long process. And here's a toast to the good life.
So silent at the pharmacy of your choice. Get back to living your best life and find relief fast. Visit COVIDspeed.org/treatment.
Furnishings
That's
provided by Domain Productions.
COVIDspeed.org/treatment.
Get that slow drain running clean with a $58 drain special from NextGen. Call 8333-NEXTGen. Get ready to win your way into our 2022 iHeartRadio Music Festival, September 23rd and 24th at T-Mobile Arena in Las Vegas. Stream it free on the CW app and CWTV.com. Keep listening for the next chance to win your way and $1,000 spending cash. See you there. The iHeartRadio Music Festival is connecting all of us.
Brought to you by the CW's new hit series, All American Homecoming. Stream every episode now for free, only on the CW app.
My dad was the first one on the block to bring home a VCR. It was a big machine. It weighed about 300 pounds. And I sat there and I called friends. I go, you got to get over here. You're not going to believe it. We can record a game and then watch it later. And they're like, no way. The Tim Conway Jr. show. And remember, like 10 Schwins were in my driveway in 10 minutes. Weeknights at 6 on KFI. AM 640, Bill Handel here on a Friday morning, September 9th. Some of the stories that we're covering, obviously what's going on with the death of Queen Elizabeth, but locally we got Tropical Storm K making landfall in Mexico, and we're going to get vestiges of it. The north part of the storm is going to be hitting us, not directly, but I got to tell you, we're going to get rain, and they're talking about flash flooding, so we'll talk about that coming up. And the first full day of the reign of King Charles III has begun, and this morning we saw him arriving at Buckingham Palace, got out of the car in front of the gates and went and started shaking hands with the people that were waiting to see him. That huge throng of people. He was at the front row, and that's the way he's starting his reign. And then at 10 o'clock today, we're going to hear his first address to the nation, actually the world, as the new king of England. So a couple things about Queen Elizabeth that I found absolutely fascinating, including a Beatles song. And she's had a rather extraordinary life. We know by now, of course you've heard, she was the longest reigning monarch in the history of Great Britain. She was on the throne for 70 years. The oldest monarch who ever sit, she died in 96. The other one
second oldest was Queen Victoria, who died at 81. So it was, and incidentally, she actually became the monarch. Here's just a fun fact. After the death of the King of Thailand in 2022, she then became the longest reigning monarch in world history. Only Louis XIV reigned longer, but he became king at 4. A couple of other things I want to share with you about her. I said this earlier, but I want to bring this up again. She was the last monarch to be schooled at home being Buckingham Palace. There was never public schooling, private or public schooling. She, of course, was in private school. She was educated at home, tutors. And everyone else, after that, went to University of Cambridge, for example, for Charles, where he got a university degree. Everyone else was in the service. Her sons were in the service. Charles was he trained as an Air Force pilot, and then trained as a helicopter pilot. He was in the service for 7 years. Then he went into the Navy and became commander of a small ship, and it was a frigate. Now, during World War II, this is the part of the story that I find most fascinating. She and her family, the family and her, became hugely popular. They would not leave London during the Blitz. They stayed in London, and what her father did, King George, extraordinary man, led the country, and she was part and parcel with it. And at this point, she became loved by the country. She actually served, by the way, in the Women's Auxiliary. During the war, she was known as number 2308873. That was her number that she had in the military, and she was in the Women's Auxiliary. And what she did is drive trucks and became a mechanic and fixed trucks. And there are stories, and these are not apocryphal. These are actual stories of as she drove through Balmoral, for example. They have a lot of roads out there, country roads, and the car would break down. Normally, you call for some kind of a mechanic back at the palace. She just would pop the hood, and she would fix whatever, repair the car right there. I mean, she had that kind of skill set that she picked up during World War II. Also, a couple of fun facts about her. She was a great mimic. She could mimic anybody. And on a personal note, I have a friend of mine who lives in England. I've known him for 35 years. He's a documentary filmmaker who actually had dinner with her, he and his wife. And I had dinner with only 6-8 people there at the dinner. And he said she was one of the funniest people he's ever seen in his life. She would mimic everybody, anybody, make fun of everybody. She had a vicious, wicked sense of humor, which of course she never showed. By the way, Prince Philip, he said, my friend said, raving racist. Just what he said about the various ethnic minorities would get him fired today from any job. But of course, it didn't happen. So that's kind of a fun fact, to say the least. Did she pay taxes? Yes. But let me tell you how that happened. She was exempt. The royal family was exempt from taxes until Windsor burned down. Remember that? That was back, 20 years ago. And the public was really upset about paying for the repairs. They were going to be a couple $100 million. So what ended up happening? She volunteered to pay taxes on her income, her private income, to pay for the repairs. And ever since then, she now pays taxes. That was 1992. And she said she would meet 70% of the cost of the restoration. And because of that, she needed the money. Can you imagine the Queen needing the money? Well, she needed it for the repairs. She needed it for the 70% that she volunteered. Windsor does not belong to her. Where Balmoral, for example, in Sandringham, 2 other castles, where she died at Balmoral yesterday, they belong to her. And she would be responsible for any repairs. But Windsor belongs to the state, the royal family. And so that's what she did. I'll pay for 70% and I'll pay income tax. And how she got her nickname, which is Lilibet, and she got that Lilibet. She got that when she was young, even though she was named Elizabeth. She couldn't pronounce it. So she pronounced her own name as Lilibet, and that is her nickname that she used for the rest of her life. And the romance with Philip. That is another extraordinary love story. She met Philip when she was 13 years old. He was 18. And she was smitten by him from literally minute one. In those days, royalty married royalty. You didn't marry commoners. Philip was a member of the Greek royal family, which, by the way, is part of Queen Victoria's family. She was the grandmother to everybody in Europe. And he was Greek, although, of course, he spoke perfect English because he went to school in England. And he, when he asked her to marry him, and I think she was 21 when they got married, he became a British citizen. And they were married, well, he's 99 when he died. I think they were married for 70-something years. It's an extraordinary story, for sure. All right, coming up, Steve Gregory joins us. We're going to talk about Unsolved, of course we are, and what's going on with Rick Caruso and Karen Bass in the running for the mayor. All of that coming up. KFI AM 640 live everywhere on the iHeartRadio app.
Quenching Southern California's thirst for the latest news. Well, we have water.
KFI.
And KOST HD2.
Los Angeles, Orange County.
Live everywhere on the iHeartRadio app. State of emergency. Jason Middleton live from the KFI 24-hour newsroom. Governor Newsom has declared a state of emergency for Riverside County because of the fire in Hemet, and for El Dorado and Placer counties because of a fire near Sacramento. The governor's office says both fires are threatening multiple communities and critical infrastructure. The fire in Hemet has burned more than 27,000 acres. The one up north has burned nearly 14,000. LA County's sheriff's detectives say they have ID'd persons of interest and the car used in a fatal shooting of a 16-year-old girl in Linwood back in 2016.
Investigators still need to talk to the driver of the vehicle, which turned onto Euclid from Long Beach Boulevard just prior to the shooting.
Lieutenant Mike Gomez says Donna Rojo Rivas was in the backseat of her mother's car when she was hit by random gunfire during a car chase. There is a $20,000 reward for information leading to the arrest of the shooter. An oil company paid more than $20 million in civil and criminal fines because of a 25-gallon oil spill in Orange County. State AG Rob Bonta says Amplified Energy will also have probation requirements, including regular safety checks.
Amplify must train and instruct employees to immediately notify all appropriate agencies of potential spills. 2. Amplify must install and improve leak detection system.
Bonta says Amplify ignored several leak detection warnings last October, which allowed the spill. Lawyers say the company has also agreed to a substantial, undisclosed settlement to compensate businesses impacted by the spill. Police in Texas say the shooting at Uvalde Memorial Park does not appear to be related to the fatal mass shooting at an elementary school in Uvalde 3 months ago. The park is just over a mile from the school site. ABC's Jim Ryan says 2 people are in the hospital and 4 are in custody.
Uvalde Mayor Don McLaughlin says last night's shooting in a city park was gang related, nothing more.
Police say the 2 injured are juveniles. The number of people in the U.S. filing for unemployment benefits has fallen to its lowest level since May. The Labor Department says applications for jobless aid for the week fell by 6,000. First-time applications generally reflect layoffs. The 4-week average went down by 7,500. British Parliament has called a special session to pay tribute to Queen Elizabeth II. Prime Minister Liz Truss, who met with the Queen just days before her passing, says the Queen's death has caused a heartfelt outpouring of grief around the world.
She served 15 countries as head of state, and she loved them all. Her words of wisdom gave her strength in the most testing times. During the darkest moments of the pandemic, she gave us hope that we would meet again.
Trust called the Queen one of the greatest leaders the world has ever known. North Korea's leader, Kim Jong-un, says his country will never give up nuclear weapons and missiles needed to counter hostilities from the United States. He accused the U.S. of pushing a pressure campaign aimed at weakening the country's defenses and government. State media says North Korea has the law requiring North Korea's military to automatically execute nuclear strikes against enemy forces if its leadership comes under attack. A man from Florida whose arm was bitten off in an alligator attack before getting lost in the woods for 3 days has been released from the hospital. He was taken to the hospital back in July. He says he had to fight for his life during the gator attack. His advice to people, quote, leave them gators alone, end quote. Domino's has printed instructions and facts on its pizza boxes so people can recycle them. Tidbits include grease does not impact the recyclability, and 70% of Americans have access to pizza box recycling. A QR code is also on the box, directing customers to places near them that will collect the boxes. Domino's says giving people the information can make them feel good about enjoying their pizza. On top of enjoying their pizza, we will check on the mixed weather for the weekend and check on traffic with KFI in the sky. But first, let's do sports with Wayne.
The Rams lost their season opener against the Buffalo Bills by a score of 31-10. Coach Sean McVay had this to say about his quarterback, who suffered 3 interceptions and 7 sacks. I love Matthew Stafford. There was a couple unfortunate balls that get tipped up. You know, those are some of those things. I know he's going to continue to compete. Love Matthew, and we're gonna keep riding. The Dodgers are back after a day off to play the San Diego Padres at 6:40. Dustin May will start. You can listen live on AM 570 LA Sports. The Angels are at the Houston Astros at 5:10 with Michael Lorenzen on the mound. I'm Wayne Resnick, KFI Sports. Your KFI Financial Report. Dow Jones is up 340 points. The S&P is up 52. The NASDAQ is up 210. Wall Street is trying to break a 3-week losing streak today. Southern California weather from KFI today. The beaches in LA and Orange counties mostly cloudy with a 30% chance of rain this afternoon. Highs from the upper 80s to the mid-90s. The San Fernando Valley has a 20% chance of rain this afternoon. For the inland valleys, mostly cloudy, a slight chance of showers and thunderstorms all day today, highs 95 to 102. There is a flood warning starting at 8 a.m. for San Bernardino and Riverside counties, which is right now, as well as the inland. From the Southern California Toyota Dealers Package Center, let's go places and let's check the closure on the 5. That's right. Jason, you can do a whole show on weather. It's really busy. All right, we have a couple of really all-day kind of really bad closures to warn you about. First, the North 5. Now, especially if you're driving a break, but anybody going towards Gorman. North 5 closed. Lake Hughes up to Temple Highway, closer to that fire. That's the damage to the roadway. That's what it's all about. They're repaving. The southbound is open. You can get through, but there are delays. Going north 14, 138 was really the long way around, or the 101. Hopefully that'll help you. And then coming through Santa Clarita, speaking about the 14, South 14, San Canyon Via Princesa, repaving going on. That's what that's all about. Now, as promised, last report, if you were with us, I had a reportable problem West 210 around Knowledgeburg, and we made that flight. So I can assure you from the Rose Bowl, where you can pick up the 210 all the way into the San Fernando Valley, both sides are moving right along. More on the 405 and the 101 coming up. Don't go away. Jeff KFI in the sky.
This hour of the Bill Handel Show is brought to you by WDC Kitchen and Bath Center. Go to WDCappliances.com, WDCappliances.com.
If you're ever injured in an accident, call a firm that has a reputation for helping injured accident victims in a big way. I'm talking about Sweet James Accident Attorneys. Just this year alone, Sweet James has won at least $100 million for their injured clients. Some of the most recent Sweet James settlements includes $315,000 for an injured victim who was hit from behind by another driver when they were stopped in a light. Check this out. $500,000 recovered for a client who was injured from a dog bite. There are so many more like these. Every case is different, and they can't guarantee the outcome. Having an experienced law firm by your side is a must, and the best part is every time Sweet James settles a case, they donate meals to families in need. They've donated over 65,000 meals since 2021 and count. So if you've been injured, you got to call Sweet James. Voted best attorneys in America, 800-500-5200, 800-500-5200, and sweetjames.com.
Goal Zero is the leader in solar power energy. This September, make sure your emergency plan includes clean, affordable solar power from Goal Zero. Goal Zero generators and home backup systems can power your fridge, freezer, lights, Wi-Fi, TV, and more. Learn more at goalzero.com.
1-877 Cars for Kids. KARS Cars for Kids.
Donate your car today at carsforkids.org. That's cars with a K. Your car, running or not, can be picked up as soon as the next day. You'll get a maximum tax deduction and a vacation voucher.
1-877 Cars for Kids. Donate your car today.
Now accepting donations of land, homes, buildings, or any kind of real estate. Your kitchen is the heart and soul of your home, which is why you're not ready to remodel until you've been to the kitchen store. Schedule a free in-showroom consult by dialing 310-KITCHEN. That's 310-KITCHEN, and find the kitchen store on the web at 310kitchen.com.
This is Jacob and Ronnie. If you've been in an accident, call 844-24-JACOB.
KFI.
More stimulating talk.
An iHeart radio station.
KFI AM 640. Bill Handel here on a Friday morning, September 9th. The top stories we're covering, of course, the death of Queen Elizabeth II and the ascension of her son, now King Charles III. And we'll be talking more about that coming up at 9 o'clock after the news. Will be our guest, or my guest, Abby Pennell, who is an anchor in Utah, but she grew up in the UK. And then Foodie Friday coming up at 9:30. So we still have a lot to cover. In the meantime, it is time for a Steve Gregory segment, which we do at 8 o'clock every Friday. Steve, good morning.
Good morning, Bill.
All right. Now, we'll start with, and you've been covering this story. It's starting to heat up. The mayoral race, public servant. I mean, she's been an elected official for many, many years across the board. I mean, Congress, she was, I think, a city council person.
No, I don't. Yeah, she was.
I think she was.
Assembly member.
Yep.
Mm-hmm.
And a Congress, and then elected to Congress.
Yep.
So she's been around for a while. So what's going on with those two?
Well, you know, the campaign itself has been fairly, I don't want to say innocuous, that's not the right word, but it's been fairly tame, maybe, only because, yeah, you see some ads here, you see some campaign things here, but the story that Bass received a $100,000 scholarship from USC, and the fact that the feds are now looking at that transaction as part of the Mark Ridley Thomas fraud scandal, corruption scandal. Rick Caruso had a press conference yesterday to react to it. Now, this is the first time that Rick has been kind of aggressive against Karen Bass specifically. He usually just talks about what LA needs, but he never really went after Karen directly that I could recall, and I've interviewed him a couple times. So I want to start off here. This is Rick C, Tony. This is him just giving an overview of why he was there yesterday.
Federal prosecutors say Bass took $100,000 on unreported scholarship. Prosecutors say the facts show that after receiving the gift, Bass carried legislation to make USC eligible for taxpayer dollars at the dean's request and with the dean's input. This is corruption. This is dishonest, plain and simple.
Now, the story that came out about this, Bass's camp, and they've not responded back to us, but Bass's camp, through spokespeople, had said that she, was very open about this. She sought a waiver, an ethics waiver from Congress, and that she, wanted this degree or needed this degree in social work to have a better understanding of what was going on with underserved communities. So Caruso's contention was, but emails are now showing that there was a quid pro quo, and that's not good. So in cut A here, Caruso said, you basically say, well, what is it you want her to do? And here's what he said.
Why? How about some accountability? How about saying, sorry it happened. I take full responsibility for it. I'm happy to hold a press conference and explain it. I'm happy to give you my emails. Every discussion I had with the dean. That's what leadership is about. Leadership is about taking responsibility for actions. And what she's trying to do is hide. and turn a campaign into smear attacks rather than talking about the issues that are affecting everybody in the city.
Interesting that he said this is accountability. So let's say she comes forward just like he wants, and she starts talking about what she did. That's the next ad that Rick Caruso runs.
Well, then, keep in mind what he just said there, accountability. So here in the Q&A one, Tony, I get first question, and this is how it goes. Good afternoon, Rick. You're asking Karen Bass to give up documents and to be transparent. I want to ask this to you bluntly, because that's really the only way I know how to ask, but are you afraid that you've done anything in your past, personally or professionally, that's going to come back and bite you in the ass?
Nope.
What about documents? You're asking her to release documents. How about you? Do you think there are any documents out there that you need to disclose? Any business dealings? Any conflicts of interest? Anything you think we need to see and the public deserves to see?
Nope.
So he looked me right in the eye.
Is there? Or are there documents out? You don't know.
I don't know. I'm just asking because this is the thing. Okay, you can't cast stones unless you've got a clean house too.
Yeah, I was thinking of a reason for getting her degree in social work, so she can understand underserved communities. She could just move into a tent under a freeway bridge. Is how you understand the community,
and it won't cost you $100,000.
That's true. All right. Let's take a break. We're going to come back and talk about the next segment of Unsolved tomorrow night from 8 to 10 p.m. This is KFI AM 640. Let's check in with Jason Middleton live in the KFI 24-hour newsroom.
In about 90 minutes or so, King Charles will deliver a speech that we will carry live here on KFI. The new king will speak after meeting with new Prime Minister Liz Truss. The Department of Justice is warning that Trump's team might not have returned all the classified documents the former president took from the White House. The department's a potential national security risk. The Interior Department said yesterday it's completed removing the word squaw from nearly 650 place names on federal land. The department announced last November it would do so. We will check on today's weather and get a traffic check with KFI in the sky and a look at the Newhall Pass right after this.
If you've ever wondered how personal injury lawsuits go, I get a lot of questions on Handle on the Law about this. So let me refer you to handleonthelaw.com. We have a bunch of videos that explain all of it, how the liability works, what the lawyer does, how the medical people work, what the insurance company does. And you'll understand how these personal injuries, these cases work. And if you've had an accident, let me refer you also to handleonthelaw.com. The attorneys are vetted. They know what they're doing. I've known them for years. HandleOnTheLaw.com. If you've had an accident, and you've been injured, HandleOnTheLaw.com.
Southern California weather from KFI. Hot again, some rain soon and today. This report brought to you by SaveOurWater.com. Hot and humid today and for the weekend. Humidity 42% right now and holding in LA County. For the beaches, cloudy to start with a chance of rain this afternoon. Highs in the upper to mid 90s. Farther inland, highs of 96 to 100. Slight chance of thunderstorms this afternoon as well. For the valleys in the IE, mostly cloudy this morning. Highs between 96 and 102. Slight chance of showers this afternoon there as well. From the Southern California Toyota Dealers Traffic Center, let's go places and let's check the Newhall Pass.
Getting there is quite difficult. I'm going to start with the South 14 now. We've got some unusual construction going on. Repaving, as a matter of fact, South 14, Sand Canyon to the south of there with a couple of the right lanes blocked. Then there was a plain old crash, South 14 and Newhall Avenue. So for those who are a little slow. Now here comes the good news. The Newhall Pass itself, to merge with the South 14 South 5, it's looking pretty good. As a matter of fact, down the San Fernando Valley downhill to the 118, it's good. And then the usual slowing. 118 down to the 170s. But by the way, there was a problem. If you're driving across the San Fernando Valley now, eastbound 101, there was a problem at Laurel, close to the Hollywood Freeway. It has cleared, but that's why it is kind of slow coming away from the 405. Jeff, KFI in the sky.
Water plants, not pavement. Adjusting your sprinklers and adding drip irrigation helps you water only where you need to. Visit SaveOurWater.com for more water-saving tips at SaveOurWater.com. Let's do our part. Save water, save California.
This report is sponsored by Whole Foods Market. Save on your supplements during the big semi-annual sale at Whole Foods Market. Take 25% off all supplements through September 13th while supplies last. Plus, Prime members save an extra 10%. Shop now, in-store or online. Terms apply.
It's alive and more hilarious than ever. Mel Brooks' Young Frankenstein live on stage, starring the legendary Sally Struthers. Young Frankenstein is the electrifying musical that will leave you in stitches. Playing September 16th to October 9th. Tickets at LaMaranaTheater.com.
When it's hot, when you're hungry, and when you're craving the most delicious bang for your hard-earned buck, you want Sizzler. Because summer at Sizzler means hot new flavors at cool low prices. Like grilled corn on the cob for just $3.19. Funnel cake fries, $3.19. 3 new chicken tender toppers, still just $3.19 each with purchase of entree or salad bar. It's Sizzler's new county fair menu. Summer salad toppers and sides starting at a cool $3.19. Visit locations.sizzler.com.
No one should face cancer alone. So join the fight against all cancers at the 15th Annual Believe Walk, presented by Stater Brothers Charities and Inland Women Fighting Cancer on Sunday, October 2nd in downtown Redlands. Walk and raise funds to provide life-saving treatment and support services for cancer patients in your community. Register or donate at BelieveWalk.org. Together, we can fight cancer and save lives. The 15th Annual Believe Walk, presented by Stater Brothers Charities and Inland Women Fighting Cancer. To avoid power outages, we have to do our part now to save energy. Pre-cool your home to 70 degrees, and after 4 p.m., set your AC at 78 degrees or higher, and avoid using major appliances. Sign up for alerts at flexalert.org.
The Stuff They Don't Want You to Know podcast delves into popular culture's most persistent mysteries. Now, there's something else that the guys at Stuff They Don't Want You to Know want you to know. They've got a new book coming out, packed with illustrations. The Stuff They Don't Want You to Know book is written in the same smart conversational style you love hearing on the podcast. October 11th. Pre-order now at StuffYouShouldReadBooks.com. You buy your books.
Are you hoping to fall back in love this fall? You know, seasons can impact our relationships. Some people call fall cuffing season. But get ready, because come January, it becomes divorce season. I'll explain.
Dr. Wendy Walsh, this Sunday at 4. KFI AM 640.
More stimulus talk.
KFI AM 640. Bill Handel here. And some of the big stories that we are covering: Fairview fire in Hemet, 27,000 acres now. Almost no containment. That is tough.
Well, you know what's going to be worse for that? I'm sorry to interrupt there, but
No, you're not.
I know. Is the suspected winds coming up from the hurricane? And,
yeah.
You know, they're probably going to call for a mass evacuation out there.
It's going to be tough, and the rain plus the heat. We're talking about a major
hell of a schwitz.
Yeah, it's going to be Schwitzageddon.
Did you just make that up?
No. It was made up. Actually, we did it a couple years ago when we were doing drops.
Why am I laughing? It's not that funny, but I'm laughing.
It's Rama.
It's a kid.
Yeah. All right. Steve Gregory, obviously here, and tomorrow, as always, Saturdays from 8 to 10 p.m. Steve hosts unsolved cases across the board, Southern California, and I mean it's expanded.
Yeah.
Not just police cases, but you're dealing with federal agencies, FBI. All right. So what's going on tomorrow?
Yeah. So tomorrow night is we've got 3 different elements. We're going to start off tomorrow by focusing on the case of Ruby Rubio from Santa Ana. This is just a horrific crime out of 2014. 15-year-old girl was leaving school. She's walking down the sidewalk with her sister, and she has a cell phone. And this guy walks up to her and says, you know, what time is it? She looks at her cell phone, and as she does it, the guy steals the cell phone, takes off running. She takes off running after him. The guy gets into a waiting car, and as the car's driving off, she jumps on the trunk of the car, and she wants her phone. I find out she had lost a phone before, and she's like, I'm not losing this phone. And the girl was holding on to the antenna, and then the car started swerving back and forth to get her off the car. And it did, and she fell, hit her head, and she died at the hospital. So cops want to find out who these guys were. There were 2 guys involved in this, and so we're going to focus on that tomorrow. We'll move into an update on a case that we highlighted recently with Donna Rojo Rivas. This is a 16-year-old girl that was shot and killed in the backseat of her mother's car.
a few years ago in Linwood as they sat at a red light. And we have new information, and I was able to speak with the mother. We're gonna air that tomorrow. And then on our second hour, we're gonna talk with the head of the LA Crime Lab. Now, this is something that I've been looking forward to for some time. The official name is the Hertzberg Davis Forensic Science Center. And this is a combined effort of the LAPD and the LA County Sheriff's Department. It's a big building. It's right off the 10 there. I thought for all this time driving by it for many years, it's at Cal State LA. I thought it was part of the college campus. Well, it is, but it's the Science Center. And this is where DNA is done, ballistics. So I sit down with the head of the Science Center, Jim Carroll, and we talk about what he does. He has a specialty in ballistics, but we talk DNA, and it is very interesting. And I wanted him to dispel the myths because everyone says, well, why don't you just do DNA? And he just laughs. He's like, yeah, do DNA. It's not that simple. So we start breaking down DNA and how they use DNA in forensic science. It's going to be great.
So a little confused about this. You said it's a joint effort between the Sheriff's Department and LAPD, but it's on the campus, right?
Okay, so
is the campus, is the school system also involved in this?
Yeah, because they get some of the building for criminology classes. So it's this combined effort. So here's the fascinating thing about it. So the LA County Sheriff's Department handles cases, forensic cases, for every city in Los Angeles County except LAPD, except the city of Los Angeles. So the city of Los Angeles is operating in one part of the building on all of its own cases. LA County Sheriff's Department is operating in the other part of the building for all of the other cities throughout the county. And when I asked, how many cases do you process a year? And he says, over 50,000.
How do you process
50,000 cases
How do you process, unless you have machinery that literally you throw a slide or you throw whatever into, I'm assuming there's slides that go in and then machine reads the DNA. I can't imagine how else you would do it.
Well, and you got to remember, it's 50,000 cases of all different types of severity. So you've got some that are simple toxicology screenings, and then you've got some that are really delicate, very sensitive DNA. And like we use the example of a T-shirt, how he might get DNA off of a T-shirt if you don't see any visible stains or anything. So he talks us through that, walks us through that, which is really fascinating. But more than 50,000 cases. And by the way, because of the shortage of funding, they're severely underfunded out there. They could be doing a lot more if they had more funding. And they just said that they have to sit down and always figure out where they're going to be able to fix things, because this machinery, as you talked about, this high-end machinery is very, very expensive, and they have to pay for it out of their budget. But the maintenance of those machines is also very, very cost prohibitive.
Why is the LAPD not involved with all the other agencies and it's separate? I would think that costs a lot more money in terms of staffing. I mean, literally, is it two labs that are next to each other?
Two completely different labs, because they have two completely different sets of cases. And the city of Los Angeles, being the second largest city in America, it warrants its own lab, because they're just cranking stuff out too. So literally, when I walk in, the right side is LAPD, the left is County Sheriff, and then some of the classrooms in the middle are the college.
Now, the people that work at the labs, I'm assuming they're civilians that are hired, or are they
mixed? Most are civilians, and mostly techs and forensic scientists. And then there are sworns, like the captain in charge of the LA County Sheriff's. Well, he's a captain. I mean, he's a sworn captain. So, but same thing on the LAPD side. You've got an LAPD commander on the right side there. So you've got sworn that's mixed among the civilians, but mostly it's all techs.
Who requests a DNA analysis be made? Is it the cop?
Yeah.
The detective. The detective, man.
Yeah, it's all driven by investigators. Because I asked, well, who decides how far you go with something? And he says, we really just take our lead from the investigator. But he said, what we have to do is when an investigator comes to us and says, hey, we have this evidence, and then the crime lab looks at it and says, okay, well, we can do this, that, and the other. What is it you're looking for? And then that's how they sort of determine how they're going to treat it and how far they're going to go with it. So I asked this guy yesterday, Jim Carroll, I go, what's the oldest evidence you've had to process? And because a lot of cold cases are being solved now because of this. He goes, 1957.
And they solved it?
No, and only because it was about two cops that got shot and killed back in 1957, El Segundo PD. And they found years later, a man was digging in his backyard, redoing something in his yard, and found this gun. And he turned it into the police department in El Segundo. Well, they come to find out that was the path that the guy that shot the cops ran back in the 50s. So I suspected this was the gun involved in the shooting. So they still had the rounds they pulled from the cops' bodies. And so they send it over to the science center. And so this guy, Jim Carroll, he's taking it and he's looking at the rounds and he's processing this. And he said, unfortunately, the gun was it was inconclusive. But that's the oldest evidence he's had to process. It was very interesting. I'm telling you, I geeked out.
Yeah, I'll bet, because when you think about it, a case is unsolved. Why would they keep evidence? For example, bullet fragments, clothing, for 80 years or 60 years?
Well, especially when it involves the death of a cop. You know, police departments will keep that evidence indefinitely. And by statute, it's my understanding that weapons involved in the deaths of officer and officer-involved shootings are kept indefinitely. But it's the agencies, the police departments, that keep all the evidence. The lab doesn't store evidence. It's up to the agencies to store the evidence.
So the evidence is brought to the lab for DNA analysis, and I'm assuming a report goes back saying yes, no, inconclusive, and then the evidence is handed back to the police department.
To the investigator, and then the investigator decides what to do with it next, and then if it warrants or escalates up to filing a case, then they'll hand it to the DA for the next level of the investigation.
Fair enough. Tomorrow night, 8 to 10 p.m., Unsolved with Steve. Award-winning show. I don't know what award it is.
You could say award-winning host.
I could. A non-conclusive award-winning show, but with
we're hopeful this year, because this year it will be eligible.
Yeah, I'm sure it'll be just fine. Steve, thank you.
Thanks, buddy.
All right, coming up, Handle on the News, late edition. But first, let's check in with Jason Middleton live in the KFI 24-hour newsroom.
The fire burning in and around Hemet has now covered about 27,000 acres.
About 300 firefighters have been sent to the fire. We've been able to get pretty much every resources that we listed, and that includes from the ground resources to the air resources.
CAL FIRE's Richard Cordova says weather activity from a hurricane in Mexico could either be helpful or prove a challenge in the battle. He says the system could dump rain on the flames or create winds which kick up fire activity. The fire broke out on Monday. It's killed 2 people and destroyed several buildings. Blake Trolley, KFI News.
The San Gabriel Mission will hold Mass at its church for the first time since it was set on fire a couple of years ago. Father John Molyneux says he's curious as to how the Mass will go.
I said to some of my co-workers here, some people are going to come in and say, what did you do to my mission? You know, what's different?
The church has gone through around $7 million worth of repairs. The main project was to replace the roof and ceiling. The church will close again after Saturday for more repairs. Met with many U.S. presidents in her 96 years. Her first official visit to the U.S. was in 1951 when she met President Truman. ABC's Terry Morgan says President Biden has ordered flags in the U.S. to fly at half-staff at the White House and at U.S. facilities and ships at sea.
President Biden is the 13th U.S. president who met Queen Elizabeth. That's an extraordinary span. We've only had 46 presidents, and now he will lead our nation in remembering and honoring her long service and her deep ties to America.
In 1957, she met President Eisenhower. That same year, she met Herbert Hoover, more than 20 years after he left office. In 1961, she met President Kennedy. She also met President Ford, Carter, both Bushes, Clinton, Obama, Trump, and Biden. She never met President Johnson. King Charles World at 10 a.m. Pacific time. We will carry that live here on KFI. The self-described mastermind of 9/11 is still in legal limbo nearly 2 decades after his capture in Pakistan. The mastermind and 4 other men accused of 9/11 related crimes are still in a U.S. detention center in Guantanamo Bay. Their planned trials before a military tribunal have been ceaselessly postponed. The latest setback was last month when pre-trial hearings scheduled for early fall were canceled. The 21st anniversary of the terrorist attack is Sunday. UPS says it's looking to hire more than 100,000 workers for the holidays. Holiday season volumes usually increase in October and remain high until January. While online shopping has slowed from the height of the pandemic, it's still well above historic norms. UPS announced Wednesday there will be job openings for full and part-time seasonal positions, primarily package handlers, drivers, and driver helpers. A study in the UK says older people who walk between 3,000 to 9,000 steps per day have been found to have a lower risk of developing dementia. It says people who take about 9,800 steps per day had a 50% decrease in their dementia risk. Mayo Clinic says the average American walks 3,000 to 4,000 steps per day. Gas prices in LA County have been going back up again. They rose today for the 7th straight day. The average price has increased more than 10 cents over the past week to about $5.35 a gallon. In Orange County, The average price went up for the 8th straight day. It's about $5.31 a gallon. We will check the wacky weather coming our way and get a check on traffic with KFI in the sky and get a hot check on that closure on the 5 right after Sports with Wayne.
The Rams-Buffalo Bills game at SoFi Stadium featured Ozzy Osbourne at halftime and a pair of animal activists invading the field with a smoke flare. It also featured a strong Buffalo offensive defense, leading to a 31-10 defeat for LA. The Dodgers are back after a day off. They'll take on the San Diego Padres at 6:40. Dustin May has the starting duties. You can listen live on AM 570 LA Sports. The Angels are at the Houston Astros at 5:10 with Michael Lorenzen on the mound. I'm Wayne Resnick, KFI Sports.
If your business has 5 or more employees and you manage to survive COVID, you could be eligible to receive a payroll tax refund rebate of up to $26,000 per employee. Now, this is money. It's not a loan either. It's a refund of your taxes. Challenge getting your hands on this money. Complicated, lots of red tape. So let me suggest GetRefunds.com. They are experts in this little-known payroll tax refund program, and they have already returned $1 billion to business owners. In another program, they got me a 6-figure refund. Know what they're doing. And there's no charge up front. They simply share a percentage of the cash they get for you, and businesses of all types can qualify, including those that took PPP money, nonprofits, even those that had increases in sales. So to find out if your business qualifies, go to GetRefunds.com, click on the Qualify Me button, few questions. GetRefunds.com, that's GetRefunds.com.
Southern California weather from KFI. Today at the beaches in LA and Orange counties, mostly cloudy with a 30% chance of rain this afternoon. Highs from the upper 80s to the mid-90s near the sand. Inland near the coast, highs of 96 to 100 with a slight chance of thunderstorms all day long. For the inland valleys, a little bit hotter, 95 to 102. There is a flood warning starting at 8 this morning for San Bernardino and Riverside County valleys and the Inland Empire. From the Southern California Toyota Dealers Traffic Center, let's go places, and let's get an update for that closure on the 5.
All right, you betcha. Good morning. Number one, Jason started out that news talking about that Hemet fire, boy. This is due to another fire, so if you just drawn a heads up now, this is the drive to Gorman. It's the North 5. It's still shut down, or I should say it's been open and closed, but now it is shut down again. North 5 Lake Hughes up to Templeton Highway. It's all for road repair. It's very difficult. That route fire got right down onto the freeway, so that's what it's all about. There's a U-turn up there, which is through the gates back southbound. Southbound now coming away from Gorman into the Santa Cruz, San Fernando Valley. It's open, but it's real slow. Now also, kind of headed the same way as South 14 is a new problem up around Soledad, repaving operations around San Canyon and Villa Princesa, so it's really slow all the way down. Please be careful going through. Jeff, KFI in the sky.
Window World makes new windows affordable. To learn more, dial 877-75-WORLD.
I'm attorney Darren Cavanoki from 1-800-NO-CUFFS. Think drinking coffee will sober you up to drive? Don't be felony stupid. Call 1-800-NO-CUFFS because no one looks good in handcuffs unless you're into that sort of thing. 1-800-NO-CUFFS.
At Whole Foods Market, get organic air-chilled chicken breasts for $7.99 per pound through September 13th, while supplies last. Plus, Prime members save an extra 10%. Shop now, in-store or online. Terms apply.
You wash your hands and brush your teeth, but what about your nose? How do you clean your nose? With Navage. Navage pulls saline in one nostril, around the back of the nose, and out the other nostril, flushing out allergens, mucus, dirt, and germs, and it's why nose cleaning is the next evolution in daily personal hygiene. People try Navage for lots of reasons: sinusitis, allergies, snoring, things that make it hard to breathe through your nose. But over time, they also find that cleaning their nose makes them feel better, a lot better. Nearly 3 million Navage users have written more than 100,000 reviews, averaging 4.7 stars, saying things like, best product I've ever used, and amazing, I love my Navage. That's because Navage helps you breathe better, sleep deeper, and snore less. But the biggest payoff is improved health. Here's the key point. Navage is good personal hygiene, and it's going to help you stay healthier. At Walmart, Walgreens, CVS, Rite Aid, Bed Bath, Target, and online. Navage, N-A-V-A-G-E. Clean nose, healthy life.
Get that smoking running clean with a $58 drain special from NextGen. Call 833-3NEXTGen.
Superwoman, Superlawyer, SuperwomanSuperLawyer.com.
Call service champions for their $88 professional AC tune-up at 833-777-7777 or
Portions of the following program were pre-recorded.
This Sunday on the Daily Dive Weekend Edition, schools fighting learning losses after the pandemic. The backlash to quiet quitting. Startups pushing Adderall on TikTok. And Oscar is joined by a writer from the LA Times to talk about his first street psychiatrist.
The Daily Dive, Sunday morning on KFI AM 640.
More stimulating talk.
Handle on the news. Late edition. Handle on the news. And now, here's Bill Handel.
And this is KFI AM 640. Bill. It is a Friday morning, September 9th, and it's time for a super segment of Handle on the News Late Edition, brought to you by directbuyers.com, the hassle-free way to sell your home at a fair price in 10 days or fewer. Visit directbuyers.com. And the crowd here for Handle on the News, Jason Middleton in for Jennifer today and Monday, Wayne, who is basically here all the time, and me. Remember, this is a super segment, which means no commercials at the quarter hour. We go straight through the top of the hour. So let's do it, guys. Late story. Yeah, well, that song doesn't work because it is going to rain in Southern California. Tropical Storm K has moved into Southern California, and its flood preparations are on the way. Very heavy rains, because this is coming out of a hurricane, actually. That is going up. It was pretty rare. It goes up the western coast of Baja, and so you'll see waves or whales flopping on the beach. No, you probably won't. You see just these whales flipping up and down, you know. But anyway, there's going to be a lot of water. It's very hot, and so put those two together, and what do you have? You have a
flooding.
Oh, you have a schwitz. You have a schwitz. Yep, it's schwitz again that we are going to have in the next week or two, and next day or two.
Well, they say, whales going to whale. Traffic snarled by northbound 5 freeway. We just got an update on that. It looks like the crews that went in to help the fire along on 5 at Castaic, the little construction problem in the aftermath of that, after the closures, after all the big trucks went through there. Looks like southbound is still really backed up, but it is open this morning, as of now.
Yeah, usually whenever there's a fire and they have to shut down the road, it's a bridge or something that's that has had some kind of structural damage. This is the road.
Yeah.
This is the road that was damaged by. So how does a road fall down? It doesn't.
Right.
But the asphalt, the concrete can be cracked, can be dangerous. I go, but wait a minute. We're already in the land of potholes. We're used to this. So why is this unusual?
This is a step above a mere pothole. And the retaining walls that support the roadway were compromised by this fire. Hey, you know that just overnight they placed 2,400 feet of asphalt concrete in a section of this freeway. It's pretty good.
Yeah, and incidentally, that is a great job to have when it's 110 degrees outside.
That's why they did it overnight.
Yeah, they do it overnight. Yeah, not only for the heat, because of course the driving in. I get the road closures driving in all the time, where the lanes are all of a sudden you're going to lose a lane and everything backs up, even at 4 o'clock in the morning. You know, doing that during the day rush hour, and you know, at that point I just quit and get the first job at the local Starbucks.
The second phase of this work on the 5 near Castaic begins Sunday, by the way, in case you're planning on traveling through there.
Yeah, it's great. So during the day you should be okay. No, they've closed it, right? I mean, you can't even travel there during the throughout the day or the evening.
That's right. There are sporadic closures throughout the day. Let me see here. I've got Sunday the 11th from 11:59 p.m. to Monday, and then Monday morning as well. So it looks like mostly overnight stuff.
King Charles is at Buckingham Palace for the first time as a king. And what's his address?
10 o'clock.
To the nation.
10 o'clock today.
It's going to happen at 10 o'clock our time, 6 p.m. local time there in the United Kingdom.
And it's pre-recorded, so he may very well, I'm sure he's recorded it already. And we'll see what's going to be. It's very interesting. Is he going to talk about what his kingship is going to be? I think he's probably going to talk about continuity, certainly talking about the loss of his mother and the loss of the queen, the sovereign, in sort of the same breath. And I wonder if, I don't think so, if we're going to hear anything about what his vision is for the monarchy, starting with
what vision is there to have?
Well, no, I think he can have a vision. One of them is to be more involved.
We're going to move the monarchy more into extreme sports. There's really
moving the monarchy more into social programs where he gets involved. He already does get involved a lot. Queen stayed away from everything. I mean, she would go to the appearances. She would certainly go, but she didn't push for send money our way. So it goes into, for example, the Prince's Trust, which was set up by Prince Charles, and it's now hundreds of millions of pounds a year that come into it. Also, he has written, he has spoken about sustainable farming, architecture. I mean, he ripped into a couple of buildings that were in central London. And so I think you're going to see a more activist monarch with him. Or you're not. Because you don't know.
Once he becomes king,
yeah,
he dials it all back.
Yeah, does he do? Well, it's a given that he's going to send some of it back. He's going to not get involved the way he did. Matter of fact, even he said that there were things I could do as a prince that I can't do as king. So you're not going to see as much, but I think you're going to see some activism there. He's also going to streamline the monarchy. I don't know what that means. Do they not buy new cars?
Monarchy force reduction? Reduction in staff?
Yeah, and maybe the royal staff, the equerry, does what they do here at iHeart. That is fire people and then take that job, give it to someone else for no more money.
Okay, I would say at this point we should move on.
Okay, just wondering.
Yeah, Wall Street news. What?
I thought we were going to Wall Street.
Here we are.
Oh, good. Can I take it? Because I'm just looking at the numbers right now. Dow Jones up 330, S&P's at 53, Nasdaq's at 334. Look, we're looking to try to break a 3-week losing streak this morning. Choppy trading yesterday, very heavy volume. Today, a little more stable. Opened up at the bell and continues to stay up.
And how much longer will we have to have this, assuming we could have this for much longer before we make up what we've lost?
Now, that's math on the radio. You're going to have to give me a second on that.
We're still, you don't have to do that. Just because he asked doesn't mean you have to answer.
Well, it's a super segment. I feel like I owe it.
No, you don't. Not when he asked.
It was more a rhetorical point. Because it's open higher today doesn't mean we're all back to where we were.
Yeah, let me ask you this, Jason. Relative to what it was at the beginning of the year, where is the market now?
We're still down about 11%.
Okay, so that's substantial.
Yes.
I guess the good news is jobless claims their lowest in 3 months. They dropped by 6,000 to 222,000 last week. So this is this thing where people say, oh, we're in a recession because of the consecutive quarters of GDP shrinkage, but we're not necessarily seeing the bad consequences of being in a recession, or at least we're not seeing all of the bad consequences, like massive job loss.
That's very true. Bill likes to make fun of me for saying legs on the stool kind of thing, but the labor market is a firm leg right here. And you're right, the pulling back of the GDP and, of course, high inflation rates. You've got the Fed raising interest rates as well. So this is the bright spot, if you will, in the recession, which is why they don't really call it a recession right now, just a technical recession, because it was a GDP pullback for 2 consecutive quarters. Biden is going to tell Ohioans all about that today. It's election season. I guess that happens right after Labor Day. Trying to revive manufacturing in the United States with the CHIPS Act. Intel and Micron are both opening plants back here in the United States to begin that. So we're trying to wean from our reliance on production in China when it comes to microchips.
Yeah, and it wasn't on the news. I said some Republicans are taking credit for helping do this, and they were against it. Yeah. It's almost like if you ask anybody who was old enough to vote during the election in 1960, when JFK became president, 99% of the people say, yeah, I voted for John Kennedy. Oh, yeah, absolutely. It's much like Abraham Lincoln. After he died, oh, yeah, we all voted for him, loved him, which is just bull. And so that's the same situation here. You've got people that just were fighting this tooth and nail, and once it gets into law, once we get independent or semi-independent in the chip manufacturing of it, I thought it was terrific. I'll take the job. Yeah, ask anybody who's alive that voted against Medicare. Oh, no, not me.
Prosecutors say there still may be some classified records missing even after the FBI raided Mar-a-Lago and took what they could find. This is in a court filing where they're still arguing over this, the appointment of the special master that the judge overseeing the case agreed to, and prosecutors asking for permission to continue to go over the documents that they did seize. And now they're claiming, we think their stuff's still gone somewhere.
Well, we do have it.
He's got it rolled up in his sock.
Yeah, but there are those files that were just a file cover.
File folder with nothing in them.
Yeah. I find this whole situation fascinating because the Trump supporters, and I'm talking about Senator Lindsey Graham, for example, in Congress, in the Senate, who are screaming at the FBI for overreach, screaming at the Department of Justice because it's a witch hunt. Not one of them has actually said the president shouldn't have taken the files.
Yes, and I don't know, are any of them trying to say he did have authority somehow to have those files?
I don't think so. I think they're just deflecting and saying the fault is with the FBI. Let's ignore it. The man behind the curtain. Ignore them. Don't pay attention to that. Here's where you want to look. And it doesn't really matter. If it turns out that he picked up nuclear secrets and emailed them or FedEx them to Putin personally.
Well, now we're jumping ahead to things that.
No. What I'm saying is, my point is that among his supporters, it does not matter what he is accused or proven to do. That's what I'm saying. Much like OJ. OJ, you talk to huge population that thinks OJ was absolutely innocent. And even if it turned out that there was a video of him actually committing the murders, they would say, "Oh no, what he did is it was Furman or someone else who had an OJ mask on." You just have a group of supporters that will not look at anything but the supportee.
Sometimes that's cover, though. When you say, I believe he's innocent, or sometimes that's cover for, and I know this for a fact, because I talked to a lot of people about right after the OJ thing. Sometimes when you say, oh, he's innocent and he was framed or whatever, it's actually cover for what they really think, which is, yeah, he did it, but we don't care.
Right.
We don't care. I think it was time for somebody to be acquitted.
And I think that analogy works with this scenario with former President Trump.
Yesterday, U.S. Secretary of State Antony Blinken, he wants the 29 U.S. allies to do after that trip. There have been accusations from the UN about war crimes by Russia on prisoners that they have. And he also, of course, said that they were going to donate another $2 billion in military aid to Ukraine. He said that yesterday. He's reinforcing that today in Brussels.
Yeah, and the army is doing the game. They're in the middle of their counteroffensive. And Ukraine is doing pretty well. Of course, Putin is doubling down on everything. He goes, oh, no, we've lost nothing. All of that is a lie. We're in great shape. There isn't a war. We haven't bombed any civilian targets. Well, how about this building that was a kindergarten that 30 kids died in? Oh, that was the Ukrainians that bombed themselves. It was all false flag. And the unfortunate part is if you did a poll in Russia right now, the overwhelming majority of Russians believe the state line, that Ukraine is bombing itself, that the atrocities are fake news. There is no war, actually, and the Ukrainians are doing it all, and they are torturing the Russian-speaking folks that live in the eastern part of Ukraine. Hey, why? Here's a riddle. I'll do it in the form of a riddle. Why should LA County Public Health Director Barbara Ferrer move to another state like, say, Florida? Because she likes to stand her ground. She has been asked to make the mandatory wearing of masks for 10 days indoors if you have been in close contact with somebody in COVID. This has to do with the schools, okay? This is in the school system. She's been asked to make that advisory instead of mandatory, and she is doubling down on the mandatory. She is not listening to all the people beseeching her to back it down to being strongly encouraged instead of required. So these are the students and these are the staff in the schools. If somebody was exposed, you got to wear the mask for 10 days indoors.
And talking about nope, and moving to Florida, where it is against the law for anybody to wear a mask. That is a violation. $25 thereafter, it's $100 per day.
Small theaters and lawmakers are calling on Governor Newsom to sign the bill that's on his desk to help them thrive. Quote, we have to make sure we do everything we can to make theaters thrive. That's from State Senator Anthony Portantino. SB 1116, which is sitting on Governor Newsom's desk right now.
Yeah, in any place other than California, this would stand no chance. Nobody would even suggest such a thing. No, anywhere else. And what it does is it creates a payroll fund to support small nonprofit performing arts venues. In other words, you've got a puppet troupe, and you, for whatever reason, and I love the arts, so I'm not spritzing all over the thing, but you've got your little puppet troupe, and you can't get people to come and pay to see your puppet troupe. So the idea would be the state should give you money to continue to have your puppet troupe.
Now, during the Great Depression, that's exactly what did happen. The federal government did pay for stage plays to be written and performed, traveling around the country, poets, writers.
Was that the people in the midst of all the...
It was a combination of during the Depression and then just manufacturing work so people could get paid. That's where that was. FDR was a big believer of people going out and actually working. The Civilian Conservation Corps, for example, the WPA, Works Progress Administration, that ended up building the dam over here. Sepulveda Dam, that was part of it.
Okay, a bankruptcy judge has approved a reorganization plan for the Boy Scouts of America. It's just a hair under $2.5 billion. There's still a lot of steps and a lot of moving parts, but this is at least one hurdle that has been cleared in that the bankruptcy judge has said, this looks good to me. It's going to require the Boy Scouts of America National to put a bunch of money into a victims fund, local Boy Scout councils to put money into the victims funds, insurance companies, some of them, to put money into a victims fund, and organizations like, say, a Catholic parish, for example, that sponsored Boy Scout troops, they're going to have to kick in money. All of this to help out the more than 80,000 men who have filed claims saying they were abused by troop leaders.
Now, I have a question about that. 80,000 men have filed. By the way, I believe it. I'm not arguing that 80,000 men weren't abused. My question is, did these scout leaders have time for anything else?
Bankruptcy claims, maybe? Ex-employee testifies he now doubts R. Kelly and his abuse denials. An ex-business manager for R. Kelly testified for the second day in a row yesterday, and he says that he does not believe that R. Kelly was telling the truth when he denied those allegations.
Oh, you think since he's already been convicted? What kind of mishigas is this? You know, when he denied it back then, I believed him, but now, gosh, I'm not so sure. By the way, I don't even think he's saying, oh, I don't believe him anymore. If I'm on record from the past saying I believe him, that's all gone. He's saying, I don't know.
Has he been sentenced already?
Well, he's got like 3 cases that he's got to work through.
So there may be some, I would say, conversation between
like a weird. Why are you bringing a guy on the stand to testify that he used to believe R. Kelly, but now he's not so sure?
Right. Asked that by his own lawyer too. You're in a different position now. And he says, because I used to love and believe in him.
Okay. Oh, no. Sports moms. A mom in Houston is in big trouble. She was at a Little League football game, and she's chasing one of the players from the other team, threatening to slap this kid. Why? What did he do, this kid, that was so awful? He tackled this mother. Imagine, Bill, he tackled an opposing player in a football game, and she couldn't handle it.
Yeah, that's a hard.
She's in huge trouble. She has been banned from all of the youth. They call it the Youth Football and Cheerleading Federation. All of those events. The rest of the family is banned. She has to pay a fine. The son's former team, because he's not allowed to be there anymore, they have to pay a fine. All of this because this woman lost her temper and chased a kid.
Also says nobody has apologized for it. Yeah, for the victim or family.
All right, we're done. We're done. We end on a nice note where a soccer mom or a football mom goes crazy. Coming up, Abby Bunnell, who is the news director and anchor at a station in Utah, and she's in the UK because she grew up in the UK. I'll talk to her when we return. This is KFI AM 640 live everywhere on the iHeartRadio app. Drought restrictions on moisturizing your brain have been lifted.
KFI.
And KOST HD2.
Los Angeles, Orange County.
Live everywhere on the iHeartRadio app.
Fire and possible flood. I'm Jason Middleton, live from the KFI 24-hour newsroom. The fire in Hemet has now grown to more than 27,000 acres. It's 5% surrounded. CAL FIRE Captain Cordova says weather activity from what is now Tropical Storm K in Mexico could either help or hurt the fight.
Rain can fall over the fire. The bad is that this fire states, or the system states the east of the fire, all will get us some downdrafts, which that's going to create a lot of wind.
The fire started Monday. It has killed 2 people and damaged several buildings. Thousands of people have had to leave their homes. A flood watch and high wind warning have been issued for Riverside County. The National Weather Service predicts up to 7 inches of rain in parts of the county, which could cause flooding and mud and debris flows. Forecasters say the most susceptible areas include the Coachella Valley and recent burn areas. The high wind warning is in effect all day. The flood watch is in effect until tomorrow evening. The LA County Sheriff's Department says there's new information on the unsolved shooting death of a 16-year-old girl in Linwood.
Investigators say a recent tip led them to the actual car used by the shooter near the intersection of Long Beach Boulevard and Euclid back in 2016. The totality of the information received from tips, interviews, and investigation thus far has allowed investigators to narrow down the persons of interest. Lieutenant Mike Gomez says Donna Rojo Rivas was randomly hit by gunfire while she sat in the backseat of her mother's car. Deputies have begun handing out flyers door to door near where the shooting happened. There's a $20,000 reward for the capture of the shooter. In Linwood, Steve Gregory, KFI News.
Federal investigators are looking into a plane crash at Santa Monica Airport that killed 2 people. A flight instructor and student were aboard the small engine plane yesterday. The Santa Monica Fire Department says the plane was about to land when it touched down, made an abrupt upward maneuver, and then crashed. The airport will be closed during the investigation. The number of homeless people counted in LA County has increased slightly despite a historic amount of housing made available during the pandemic.
The almost 70,000 homeless people tallied during the point-in-time count represents a 4.1% increase from 2020.
Last year, Los Angeles community partners made 21,213 permanent housing placements.
LA Homeless Services Authority co-director Christina Dixon says historic housing programs during the pandemic made that possible. Still,
we have made over 84,000 placements in the past 5 years, which is enough to fill Dodger Stadium 1.5 times. However, the growth in homeless count tells us people are still falling into homelessness faster than our system can move them out.
In LA, Corbin Carson, KFI. The state of Michigan's election board says it will obey the state Supreme Court order which puts abortion rights proposals on the November ballot. The amendment would allow women the right to make pregnancy-related decisions without state interference. Decisions include abortion and reproductive services like birth control. A poll published by the Detroit News and WIV-TV this week says abortion and women's rights are top issues motivating Michigan voters in November. A federal judge in Florida has dismissed former President Trump's lawsuit against Hillary Clinton, accusing her of working with the FBI to invent the Russia investigation. ABC's Aaron Katursky says Trump argued the Russia investigation was prolonged and exacerbated by Clinton and her allies inside the Justice Department.
The judge said Trump's lawsuit was rife with glaring problems, claims not warranted under existing law, and audacious legal theories lacking factual support.
Katursky says Trump wanted to flaunt a 200-page political manifesto outlining his grievances against those who disagree with him. Trump's attorney said she would appeal. We'll get a look at your drive with KFI in the sky, but first it's Sports with Wayne.
And the Rams lost their season opener against the Buffalo Bills by a score of 31-10. Coach Sean McVay had this to say about his quarterback, who suffered 3 interceptions and 7 sacks.
I love Matthew Stafford. There was a couple unfortunate balls that get tipped up. You know, those are some of those things. I know he's going to continue to compete. Love Matthew, and we're going to keep riding.
The Dodgers are back after a day off to play the San Diego Padres at 6:40. Dustin May will start, and you can hear every play live on M570 LA Sports. The Angels are at the Houston Astros at 5:10 with Michael Lorenzen on the mound. I'm Wayne Resnick, KFI Sports.
Check up right now on Wall Street. The Dow is still 90 points. The S&P is up 47. The NASDAQ is up 198 points right now. That's good enough for 1.6% in the black. Southern California weather from KFI today at the beaches in LA and Orange counties. Mostly cloudy with a 30% chance of rain this afternoon. Highs from the upper 80s to the mid-90s. San Fernando Valley, 20% chance of rain this afternoon as well. For the inland valleys, mostly cloudy, a slight chance of showers and thunderstorms all day today. Highs a little bit more, up to 102. There is a flood warning starting this morning for San Bernardino and Riverside County valleys and the Inland Empire. From the Southern California Toyota Dealers Traffic Center, let's go places and let's check on the 605.
Hello, that's for sure. If you're just on us coming down from the 210, it's been kind of busy all morning. The drive to the 10 is okay, but that's where it gets kind of slow going through Valley. Oh, by the way, I want to warn you about a problem with very popular street, Valley Boulevard itself. Valley at Puente, there's been a crash. I just had a look at it. Fire department was there. Now, you can get through. There is a little bit of traffic control going on, so be careful. Now, back to the 605. Once you get past the 60, it's okay. It's kind of slow going through Whittier Boulevard. There was an earlier problem, but after that, well, let's just call it slow the morning drive down to about the 5, then things improve a whole bunch. Now, no improvement at all. Now, Jason was telling you about some fire-related problems at the top of the news there, but this is all due to a much earlier fire going towards Gorman. The North 5 is shut down again. Lakeview's up through Temple and Iowa. They're trying to fix the roadway. The fire got right down to it earlier. The fire's long out if you just done it, but it is shut down completely. Southbound Gorman to the Santa Clarita, that's all open, but there are long time delays if you start that northbound drive. Jeff Barr, KFI in the sky.
This hour of the Bill Handel Show brought to you by Jacoby & Myers. If you get hurt in an accident, choose a law firm with the experience to win. Choose Jacoby & Myers.
Hey everyone, Mario Lopez here. I am a native Southern Cali boy, so I know a little bit about hot temperatures and drought, unfortunately. But now that we're in our 3rd consecutive year of it, Lopez Fam Bam is stepping up to make water saving a way of life. We even made it fun, planting water smart plants with our kids and adjusting our sprinklers so we only water where needed has totally changed our yard game. And we're doing other things too, and so can you. Visit SaveOurWater.com for more tips, and let's save California's water together.
Every search you make, every click you take, they'll be watching you.
Tired of companies like Google and Facebook watching everything you do online? There's actually a simple solution. DuckDuckGo. It's an all-in-one privacy app with a built-in private search engine, web click data clearing, email protection, and more, all for free. Today and get the most comprehensive privacy protection with a push of a button. Let's go. Privacy simplified.
The roar of our engines, the pump of our heartbeats, the pedal to our metal, the sparks that ignite us, the pistons that push us, the passions that drive us. From the feelings that move us to the places that pull us on the roads that unite us. With nearly 6,000 stores and over 17,000 auto care centers, Napa has America's largest network of parts and care, here to keep you firing on all cylinders.
It's alive and hilarious. Mel Brooks' Young Frankenstein live September 16th to October 9th. Tickets at LaMoradaTheater.com.
KFI.
More stimulating talk.
An iHeart radio station.
KFI, AM 640, Bill Handel here. It is a Friday morning, September 9th, and Tropical Storm K moving up the western coast of Mexico, Baja California. It made landfall in Mexico, and it's on its way here, and it's going to be rainy, it's going to be stormy, it's going to be hot. Put all that together, and you've got a monster schwitz on your hands. And then, actually, with the death of Elizabeth II yesterday, and the ascendancy of Prince Charles, now King Charles III, the whole world is watching that one. And with us, Abby Bunnell, news director and anchor at a iHeart sister station, 105.9 KNRS in Utah. And she's in Great Britain right now. Good morning, Abby. Thank you for joining us.
Oh, thank you, Bill, for having me on the show.
Oh, absolutely. Okay, I have two questions. Number one, you clearly have, you grew up in Utah, I can tell with your accent. And how does, and this is just inside baseball, right? How does a radio station in Utah send someone to England when I can't get a ride down to Orange County here?
Well, I think it's just connections. I have a lot of family here, and I just happened to be home when this all happened. I was just visiting from Salt Lake City. So here I am speaking to you.
Well, I love it. Thank you. And that's so much. That's a good answer, by the way. One of the things I want to talk to you, obviously you're in the middle of it. You grew up in the UK, clearly. You went to school in Wales. You know, since Prince Charles was the Prince of Wales, and that was part and parcel of who he was, is there a special connection between the people of Wales? It really is a separate country almost.
It's a principality. So, but yes, there is a connection. I think with Scotland, England and Wales, and obviously Northern Ireland too. You know, we think very highly of the Queen. The Principality, you know, Prince Charles, and I actually met Diana when they came to the University of Wales where I went to school. And they were remarkable that enemy crowds would just turn out to see them. So there is a close affair, there really is. There's something about the Queen that everybody loved, Bill. It was just a humble commitment to duty that she had, and this incredible sense of service. Just birthday that she would serve the nation. And she saw it through to the bitter end. And that's why I think everybody really has this profound sadness now at losing something that most of us, anybody under the age of 80, has only ever known in Britain. We don't know another time. That is the monarch. So it's a massive time of adjustment and change here.
Okay, with that being said, you now have King Charles, who's gone through his stuff up and down, Diana, the divorce, the affair with Camilla Bowles, and it's changed. Obviously, the public perception has changed. Do you ever see him even approaching the stature of his mother in terms of the view of the English people?
You know, I think this afternoon was an incredible time in London. He arrived with the Queen Consort outside of Buckingham Palace, and everybody did not expect him. And he went along the crowd, shaking hands, direct, you know, eyesight, just like the Queen did, and went down the entire line of people there, and they just broke out in chorus and loved it, absolutely loved it. It's the first. We've never kind of seen that approach, and I think, you know, he had a front row seat watching his own mother do it the right way, and he must have picked up some great examples along the way, and it certainly went down well this afternoon when he arrived in London from Scotland.
Yeah, I was certainly impressed, and I was watching this as it was happening, and I said, this is going to be a very different king than his mom being a queen. Also, I noticed that people along that line were not only shaking hands, but hugging and kissing him. I couldn't see that. That wouldn't have happened with Queen Elizabeth.
She loosened up as she got older, there's no question about it. And she did have an absolutely cracking sense of humor. And I think we saw it coming out in the Jubilee celebrations and at Paddington, and also when James Bond, and, she jumped supposedly out of the helicopter. But, you would never have seen the Queen doing that in the 50s. So it was she modernized the monarchy, and she moved with the times, and she realized she had to do that. Otherwise, they would no longer be relevant. And I think Prince Charles is acutely aware that he needs to move forward. He can't step back now. And you could see he was very warm with the crowds outside, and that was interesting to see.
Abby, when you talk about he has to move forward, what does he do to move forward? What's the consensus? What do you think is going to happen?
Well, I think tonight, and actually within the hour here at 6 p.m., I believe that's 10 a.m. in California, he is going to be addressing the nation. And at that time, clearly, I'm sure he is going to talk about his beloved mother and the sadness of losing her. But also, he is expected to talk about his vision. And we'll find that out within the hour here. But clearly, he's always been a big supporter of organic farming. So we'll see what he has to say, but we'll know very shortly.
Abby, thank you for taking the time. I know you're pretty busy reporting for your station. We'll all be watching together, about 45 minutes from now, give or take. Thanks, Abby.
Hey, thank you, Bill.
All right, coming up, the difference between the United States and Great Britain. I know we're close. We're cousins, hand in hand. Boy, is there a difference when a change occurs. And I'll explain that to you when we come back. In the meantime, here's Jason Middleton live in the KFI 24-hour newsroom.
Just being discussed, the new king of Great Britain, Charles III, will deliver a speech later this morning at 10 a.m. Pacific, and we will carry that speech live here on KFI. The stormy Eye of K came ashore as a hurricane near Mexico's Bahia Asuncion in Baja California yesterday afternoon, but by this morning, it is a tropical storm with maximum sustained winds of 50 miles an hour. U.S. Secretary of State Antony Blinken is visiting Brussels today to rally support among allies for Ukraine. Today's visit comes after Blinken's stop in Ukraine yesterday, where he promised an additional $2 billion in aid. We will have a check on today's weather forecast, as well as a check on this morning's commute with KFI in the sky, but those are right after this.
Getting a good night's sleep is critical. I mean, you're aware of that, because a bad night's sleep, you have a miserable day in the next day. And if you do this continuously, boy, what a difference that makes. So let me suggest a Sleep Number 360 smart bed, the bed I have. This is proven quality sleep. You can adjust either side of the bed, which is great for couples, and you adjust it to your firmness, your comfort level. That's your sleep number. Mine happens to be 100. I like a very firm mattress. And now through September 12th, all the smart beds are on sale. You can save 50% on the Sleep Number 360 limited edition smart bed, half off. And also special financing and free premium delivery when you add a base. Now that ends Monday, September 12th. Subject to credit approval, minimum monthly payments required. Go to sleepnumber.com for details. 30 locations in Southern California: Cerritos, Victoria Gardens, the Oaks Mall, Redlands. Sleep Number is the official sleep and wellness partner of the Los Angeles Rams. They were not particularly happy last night. Visit sleepnumber.com.
Southern California weather from KFI. Hot again today, and of course some rain. This report brought to you by Whole Foods Market. Hot and humid today and for the weekend. Some sprinkles already reported around the LA area. Highs in the upper 80s. For the valleys and inland empire, mostly cloudy to start. Highs between 96 and about 102. A slight chance of showers this afternoon across the board and into the weekend, and some wind as well, courtesy of Tropical Storm K. From the Southern California Toy Dealers Traffic Center, let's go places and let's check the 101.
Yeah, well, you need a highlighter for that hot humid show, that's for sure. Good morning to you. If you come out of the San Fernando Valley, now it's really quite to pass. All is well, but boy, if I'm on the hill, if you're running late for jury duty or something, this is not going to help. It's pretty much running a little bit south of Sunset. We've even got some Caltrans work going on the northbound side, so rather slow down to the 4 level. I think about maybe 15 minutes will get you down there. All lanes are open right now, no questions. The 5 has been busy all morning. In between the 134 and the East Atlantic change, still is, especially on the northbound side. You have to wait till you get through the Glendale Freeway until things improve. And a little bit of a wrinkle getting through the East LA interchange, going to West 10. Alameda off is temporarily blocked. Caltrans is working there. It's making Central and San Pedro and all that kind of busy. So just be careful going through. Jeff KFI in the sky.
Save on your supplements during the big semi-annual sale at Whole Foods Market. Take 25% off all supplements through September 13th while supplies last. Plus, Prime members save an extra 10%. Shop now, in-store or online. Terms apply.
This report is sponsored by Catalina Island Company. Looking for a couple's getaway now that the kids are back in school? Look no further than Catalina Island, California's island escape. Avoid the hassle of high fuel costs for your quick, easy getaway and enjoy some quiet relaxation with fewer crowds. Book your next vacation at visitcatalinaisland.com.
I accident lawyer, actual client.
I was hit on a motorcycle by a truck, resulting in serious leg injury. My first lawyer downplayed it. Then I called iaccidentlawyer.com. They got me $8 million, got my first home in cash, and I got savings for the rest of my life. Thank you, iaccidentlawyer.com.
Attorney Robert Koenig, results vary, not a guarantee.
Adventurers Wanted at Lisa and Wreckman, where your search for a sweet, maneuverable adventure van is made in. Our selection of top names like Winnebago, Pleasureway, Road Track, Tiffin, Integra, and Jayco are in stock and ready to go. Get off the grid comfortably in a Mercedes, Ford Transit, or ProMaster powered adventure van, equipped with a range of amenities. Save thousands and drive away in the adventure van you've been searching for. Your adventure van source is an easy drive to San Diego at La Mesa and Wreckvan.
Hey, all, it's I both know need replacing. No matter how much you need them, it's not going to happen. You can't afford it. That's why you call Gene and Karen at Window World. Window World specializes in windows perfectly positioned at that intersection of quality, beauty, ease of install, and yes, affordability. Window World makes beautiful new windows affordable. To learn more, dial 877-75-WORLD, 877-75-WORLD, or go to windowworldsocal.com.
A typical morning here in the neighborhood buzz, but today's seems sweeter, and I'm sure it's because I'm getting boosted, boosting my immunity, getting boosted, protected from COVID-19. Go to myturn.ca.gov to find boosters for ages 5 and up. Stay healthy and strong. Get boosted.
Brought to you by the California Department of Public Health. The Stuff They Don't Want You to Know podcast delves into popular culture's most persistent mysteries. Now, there's something else that the guys at Stuff They Don't Want You to Know want you to know. They've got a new book coming out, packed with illustrations. The Stuff They Don't Want You to Know book is written in the same smart conversational style you love hearing on the podcast. Available October 11th. Pre-order now at StuffYouShouldReadBooks.com or wherever you buy your books.
Right now, KFI is your chance at $1,000 and a trip to our 2022 iHeartRadio Music Festival. Text the nationwide keyword VEGAS, VEGAS, to 200-200. Right now, you'll get a confirmation text and info. Standard data and message rates apply in this nationwide contest. That's VEGAS to 200-200. Powered by Sweet James Accident Attorneys. If you're hurt in an accident, winning is everything. Call the winning attorneys at Sweet James, 800-500-5200 or sweetjames.com. Good luck from KFI AM 640. More stimulating talk.
KFI AM 640, Bill Handel here on a Friday morning, September 9th. Boy, we have weather news. Tropical Storm K made landfall in Mexico. It is now heading north off the western coast of Baja. Now, it's not going to hit us directly, but the moisture that it carries, we're looking at a ton of rain and strong winds and possible flash flooding, plus the heat. So you put all that together, and man, we have not yet even begun to understand the term mugginess. Also, today, first day of the reign of King Charles III. In about 40 minutes, he will be addressing the nation and the world, talking about his mom, talking about, we don't know, his vision maybe. And it's a pre-recorded speech, so it should come right out at 10 o'clock, I would guess. Now, I want to compare the United States with Great Britain in some practical ways. So when a president leaves the office of presidency, it's pretty straightforward. It's okay. New president is in, sworn in, thank you, conversation over, and starts to work. New cabinet, and etc. What changes? Well, photographs in the post office change. Photographs in federal buildings change. And that's basically it. Let me tell you what happens in England. Oh, man. Cash, stamps, flags. I mean, you talk about changes. Thousands of flags around the country that are emblazoned with E2, as in Roman numeral 2R, that's Elizabeth II, Regina, will have to be replaced. Military regiments fly her colors, the Queen's colors. A lot of them embroidered with the E Roman numeral 2R. The insignia includes her initials across the countries, the Commonwealth countries where she remains head of state. You've got Australia, Canada, New Zealand, for example, have E flags, personal flags for the Queen when she visits. And how about the Royal Standard, the flag of the Queen, which is flown by her and wherever she goes. That is a flag that has four quarters, one representing Scotland, one representing Ireland, two representing England, none for Wales. And Charles has been the Prince of Wales since he's been 20 years old, 53 years ago. Here's one. How about all those banknotes? You ever seen a British banknote? It's the Queen's face on the British banknote. And now it's the King's face on the banknote. And about 4.5 billion banknotes out there in circulation with the Queen's face on them, worth about 80 billion pounds. And replacing them, featuring the head of the new monarch, King Charles III, which is going to happen, is going to take 2 years maybe, and a lot of money. When the latest synthetic 50-pound notes were issued, I don't know if you've ever seen the new 50-pound notes. They are neat. I mean, they're actually plastic. It's a really interesting process. Very difficult to counterfeit, we think. Anyway, that took a couple of years to do. Now, up to 1960, the monarch was not featured on the notes. I mean, our notes don't change. Benjamin Franklin is on that 100, has been on the 100, will always be on the 100. I mean, a couple of changes may be made in terms of coins, but that's basically it. Ours don't change. There it changed. Starting in 1960, her face began to appear, and she's the only one that's had her face on currency, but it's her face on everything. And you also have the banknotes in Canada and in New Zealand and the Eastern Caribbean, all members of the Commonwealth. The national anthem, that's going to be easy. Instead of God Save Our Gracious Queen, it becomes to God Save Our Gracious King. That anthem, by the way, God Bless America, same tune. The anthem in England has been used since 1745, when it was first used for King George. Now, a couple of interesting facts. The Queen was, quote, the defender of the faith and supreme governor of the Church of England. We have separation of church and state there, because it's one and the same. The Queen, the monarch, is the defender of the faith, although, of course, there's freedom of religion there. There are prayers to her in what's called the Book of Common Prayer, which goes back to 1662. That has to change. And so that has to be amended. And it can only be amended by legislation or royal warrant. That was last done by her mom, Queen's mom. And then the royal arms, coat of arms. Is that going to change? And consider where that is all over the country. Featuring a lion and a unicorn against a shield, used on government premises and stationery all over the place. And any change would cost a ton of money, but that only is going to change if the new monarch, Charles, decides to represent Wales on the shield, which he probably won't, because this is really money. And then a couple of fun ones. Royal warrants. This is where you have plumbers and suppliers to the royal household. People that sell gin and serve up the chickens, and whoever delivers food, pizza there. Those are royal warrants. About 600 businesses. They have a history of supplying the household, every way from Steinway pianos, Jordan's cereals, Gordon's gin. It goes on and on and on. Well, after the death of the Queen, they lose their warrant, which means they have to be granted a new warrant by the new monarch. Royal Mail post boxes, if you ever seen those, they have a sort of, in bas relief, I won't use the word embroidered, but I don't know what they call it when you put that on metal. I guess, a metal attachment with the letters ER, which stands for Elizabeth Regina. She is Elizabeth the Queen. They don't have last names, by the way. If you ever look at her signature, it's Elizabeth R, standing for Elizabeth the Queen. Is that going to change? No, that's just too much money. Matter of fact, they have some out there with King George's VI cipher still in use, and that's 70 years on. That was her dad's. And then, guess what? Members of Parliament, now not allowed to sit in the House of Commons, speak in debates, vote, receive salary unless they pledge allegiance to the crown. They're going to have to re-pledge allegiance. New British citizens will have to bear true allegiance to Her Majesty Queen Elizabeth. That changes. So it's a big, big deal when they change monarchs in Great Britain. Much easier here. President leaves, becomes a private citizen. Congratulations, the big mazel tov, and we're done. Coming up, Foodie Friday with Neil Saavedra. We have a lot to cover. And we'll do that after talking to Jason Middleton live in the KFI 24-hour newsroom.
Expected to bring clouds, rain, and wind over the weekend, and that's creating other challenges in demand for electricity in California.
Triple-digit temperatures are still prevalent throughout much of the state. At the same time, we also expect our solar capacity to be somewhat diminished from the impacts of Hurricane K moving up the Baja coast.
CalISO Chief Executive Elliot Meinzer says public safety power shutoffs may also be needed in some areas because of the fire danger created by the storm's winds. He says that while conservation is still key, a 10th straight flex alert will be in effect from 4 to 9 p.m. today. And this weird weather is not what we typically get in Southern California in September.
Oh, it's not.
Forecaster Ryan Kittle with the National Weather Service says Tropical Storm K is expected to bring quite a bit of wind and rain this weekend.
Most of it will happen tomorrow on Saturday. And not very light. Somewhere between maybe a third inch and 2/3 of an inch, but in total over the course of the next 2 days, with the bulk of it on Saturday. But up in the mountains, you could see a little bit higher mountains, between 1 and 2 inches.
And despite the rain, temperatures could still be just as hot as yesterday, hitting 100 degrees in some areas. Prince Charles is now king. He is the oldest son of Queen Elizabeth II. She died yesterday. He's 73 and the oldest person to ever assume the British throne. No date has been set for his coronation. King Charles III addresses the world in about 30 minutes from now, and we will carry that live on KFI. The late Queen's dietary starting every day with pot.
Okay, fine. A pot of Earl Grey tea. Darren McGrady was a personal chef to the Queen, as well as Princess Diana and her sons William and Harry. In his book, Eating Royally, Recipes and Remembrances from a Palace Kitchen, McGrady says the Queen's diet was simpler than most people would expect. She apparently hated stuff with garlic or too many onions. She preferred smoked salmon and cream cheese sandwiches with the crust cut off for her afternoon tea. McGrady says despite rumors, she didn't love gin enough to have 4 gin cocktails a day, but she did have her own gin made from ingredients in her garden. Michael Crozier, KFI News.
The head of the United Nations Atomic Watchdog has called for an immediate safety zone at Ukraine's nuclear power plant to prevent a disaster. Director of the International Atomic Energy Agency, Rafael Grossi, says the Ukrainian operator is considering shutting down the only remaining operating reactor. He says the plant has no off-site power. He says once infrastructure is repaired, it gets damaged again. And that is completely unacceptable. 1 more year of red dresses.
Premiere on September 14th, showrunner Bruce Miller said it's been a true honor to bring Margaret Atwood's books to life, and he's grateful to Hulu, MGM, and all of the show's fans for their support. Miller is also the creator of The Testaments, a show based on Atwood's book of the same name, which will pick up several years after the events of Season 6. Mark Ronner, KFI News.
Southern California weather from KFI. Today at the beaches in LA and Orange counties, mostly cloudy with a 30% chance of rain this afternoon. Highs from the upper 80s to the mid-90s. The San Fernando Valley has a 20% chance of rain this afternoon. For the inland valleys, mostly cloudy. Slight chance of showers and thunderstorms all day today. Highs 95 to 100. There is a flood warning today. Riverside County.
From the Southern California Toyota Dealers Traffic Center, let's go places and let's check on the 405. Down from the, hello, there you go. Coming up from the 118, it's a pretty good drive all the way down south of Victory Boulevard. Gets a little slow at Burbank Boulevard. I feel take that every morning, huh? Not too bad at all going up and over the hill. On the downhill side of West LA, matter of fact, if you're going down to LAX, all is good. The Ventura Freeway, just want to give you a little heads up. It was really snarled up earlier eastbound. There was quite a problem in Laurel. That is cleared, so it's a little slow approaching Laurel. That's about it. The big problem, though, I really want to give you a heads up. You don't want to get involved in this. Going towards Gorman, North 5. North 5, Lake Hughes, Templeton Highway shut down. Road repair due to that earlier fire. Fire is out. It's just road repair now. Southbound is open. You can get through from Gorman into Santa Clarita, but there are certainly delays. It depends what you're driving, actually, I guess. But if you want to go North 14 and then west on the 138 towards Gorman, I think that'll get the job done for you. But that's going to take a while. Jeff, KFI in the sky.
Hey y'all, it's Dean Sharp. Remodeling your kitchen is a big deal. It's the heart and soul of your home, which is why you're not ready to start until you've been to the kitchen store. I send my clients to the kitchen store and I always hear, Dean, we had no idea how much storage we could achieve or how many styles and options there are. That's why a great kitchen store. Start your new kitchen right with a free in-showroom consult at the kitchen store. Just 310 Kitchen, that's 310 Kitchen, or find them on the web. 310kitchen.com.
At Ralph's, no matter where you order free pickup, you get the same great deals as you get in store. So you can save when you order during band practice, or at the dog park, or wherever. Start your cart with the Ralph's app and save from wherever today. Ralph's, fresh for everyone. $35 order minimum. Restrictions may apply. Subject to availability.
You can save an extra $10 when you spend $40 or more on a great selection of participating items. Just look for the signs and save at Ralph's. Dragons are coming. Step back into the world of Game of Thrones with the new HBO original series, House of the Dragon, now streaming on HBO Max. Each week, return to Westeros for the inside scoop with the official Game of Thrones podcast, House of the Dragon. Dreams didn't make us kings. Dragons did. Listen to the official Game of Thrones podcast, House of the Dragon, on the iHeartRadio app or wherever you get your podcasts.
At Uline, the prevailing opinion is, if you don't live it, you don't believe it. The people at Uline believe in hard work, and they live it by being there 24/7 to answer your call, having 38,000 items in stock, and offering same-day shipping from 12 locations across North America. Business owners, sellers, buyers, shippers, and packers believe it. Uline is the hard-working, dependable source for your shipping and industrial supplies. Visit uline.com.
The difference between Prop 26 and Prop 27? Let's get real. Prop 26 means no permanent funding to fix homelessness, no strict regulatory oversight, no support for small disadvantaged tribes, and no protections to keep minors from betting or to prohibit gambling on youth sports. But Prop 27 is completely different. Prop 27 generates hundreds of millions towards priorities like new housing units in all 58 counties so we can get people off the streets and into housing. 27 supports non-gaming tribes, includes strict audits, and includes a Justice Department enforced ban on youth sports betting. That's why local leaders agree there's only one real choice. Yes on 27. Ad paid for by Yes on 27, Californians for Solutions to Homelessness and Mental Health Support, a coalition of housing and mental health experts, concerned taxpayers, and digital sports entertainment and gaming companies. Committee major funding from Betfair Interactive US, DBA FanDuel Sportsbook.
Save on your supplements during the big semi-annual sale at Whole Foods Market. Take 25% off all supplements through September 13th, while supplies last. Plus, Prime members save an extra 10%. Shop now, in-store or online. Terms apply.
Get a full 28-point AC and heat tune-up and safety inspection for only $88. 833 next year.
Before the rolling blackouts happen, do this. Make sure your mobile devices are fully charged and have some batteries on hand. And download the iHeartRadio app to listen for updates on KFI and AM 640. Let's start. Food. Glorious food.
Do you know how to cook, or do you just know how to put trash in the oven and then put it on a plate?
It's Foodie Friday with Neil Saavedra on the Bill Handel Show.
And good morning, KFI AM 640 Handle Morning Crew on a Friday, September 9th. Coming up in half an hour, 10 o'clock, King Charles III is going to be delivering his first address as king, and we're going to be carrying it live. And at the same time, I'm going to be taking phone calls for Handle on the Law, but you can listen to the radio while you're waiting for my phone call or while you're waiting for me to answer your legal questions. That's coming up at the top of the hour. As Gary and Shannon show, and they're going to carry, of course, the King's speech. And I'm looking forward to that. In the meantime, it is time for Foodie Friday with Neil Saavedra. Neil, our Fork reporter, heard tomorrow, Saturday, from 2 to 5 on the Fork Report. And his address is Fork Reporter. Good morning. What?
I thought you were going to give out the address. Thank you. I appreciate
yeah, you know what? I have it on my phone, but I don't have it by memory. Okay. We've got, just a lot of stuff to talk about here.
You want to start with Everything Bagel?
Yeah, let's start with Everything Bagel. Here's the problem with the Everything Bagel, is it's not a bagel.
Well, okay, but I'm going to say it here, and I've been saying it for a while. But what we always talk about right about now is pumpkin spice, right?
Yes.
That it is proliferated and gone into everything.
Yes.
Sweet, savory,
yes.
Foods, whatever. It's everywhere, right?
Mm-hmm.
I'm telling you now, Everything Bagel seasoning is on the same trajectory. And I'm going to show you. So, Burger King, and this is usually where it starts, Burger King is releasing buns. These are brioche buns, so it's a heavy eggy, more like a challah. And it's covered with all of the seasonings that make an Everything Bagel. Because if you remember, pumpkin spice doesn't have pumpkin in it. It's the spice that goes into pumpkin, right? So an Everything Bagel is not a bagel. It's the spices, the everything, right. Like the kitchen sink. So you're talking about garlic, onion, salt, poppy seeds, sesame seeds. That's what this is.
A couple things about that. First of all, you can have a rip-roaring good time with pumpkin spice, but when you talk about a bagel, that's sacrosanct. This is a bagel to Jews is like a wafer to Catholics. Okay, it has to be a certain way. You can't have a Ritz cracker. You can't put cheese whiz on it. You can't do it. You have to be a purist when it comes to that wafer.
I hate to break it to you. Our Jewish brothers and sisters didn't create the bagel.
Oh, that came from, what, Germany someplace?
Yes.
Okay, fine, but it doesn't matter. We've accepted it as ours.
I see.
In the meantime, the Everything Bagel isn't really a bagel. I mean, it's there's only one real bagel, water bagel. And then there's egg and onion. Okay, those are quasi-bagels. The rest of it's all crap.
It's hurtful because, you know, the bagel's German. You guys embrace it. Jesus is actually a Jew.
Yeah, so it's
you don't.
Yeah, a lot of conflict there.
Sad, really.
Yeah, really.
Anywho, so this is it looks delicious. It's a brioche bun, and it has all of the toppings from an Everything Bagel, and it's going to be going on their burgers. Now, they're only trying it right now through a couple test locations, and none of them are here as of yet. This is all going on in New Mexico. For this time, but I think on top of one of their their fried chicken sandwiches might be extra special. The reason why I told you start looking at it everywhere for it, because you already have the seasoning by itself. You can buy
Everything seasoning.
Yeah, well, it's called Everything But the Bagel seasoning.
Okay, in that case, and you're right, by the way, on the Everything seasoning. I just bought those really neat crackers.
Yeah,
those flatbread crackers.
And they have it on it.
Yeah, one of them is Everything seasoning.
Yeah, and then you can get Everything Bagel smoked salmon. You can get Everything Bagel ice cream. You can get Everything Bagel Bloody Mary mix. Everything Bagel nut butter. Even Everything Bagel popcorn mini cakes. So the fact is, we make fun of all of the stuff that comes out with the pumpkin spice around this time. But Everything Bagel is running alongside, and I think we're going to be seeing that more.
So that's a new one. Now, how about pumpkin spice bagels? You go to Western Bagels during the fall season. There they are, pumpkin flavored bagels, which that's horrible. I mean,
they're listening right now, and they're going to have an Everything pumpkin spice bagel, and then the world, that will be the last thing before Armageddon.
Yeah, and do you think
it's knocking on our door?
So you're prognosticating that everything bagel seasoning is going to take off the way pumpkin spice did.
Well, we're pretty far along. It's not like I'm, guessing at its, infant stage. This is already on a trajectory, and yes, I will say that it will equal the craze at some point.
Okay, real quickly, I want to take a break and then come back to something that you and I have talked about, and that is the big deal that's being made by Kellogg's on you just add water and you get milk. It's powdered milk. That's all it is.
Yes. Well, we'll talk about when we come back as to what they're trying to do.
Okay, we'll do that, and I really want to get into the worm burgers. We have
absolutely.
That is a great topic, and that one actually makes sense, as disgusting as it sounds.
Oh, and I'm filling in for Tim Conway Jr. tonight.
Oh, that'd be cool. So you got a busy weekend ahead.
Oh, yes, indeed.
Yes, indeed. Yes, you do. All right, we'll be back. Finish up with Neil, our pork reporter. First, let's check in with Jason Middleton live in the KFI 24-hour newsroom.
In about 17 and a half minutes, King Charles III will deliver a speech that we will carry live here on KFI. The new King's speech comes after his meeting with UK Prime Minister Liz Truss. The Department of Justice is warning that Trump's team might not have returned all the classified documents the former president took from the White House. The department says it's a potential national security risk. The Interior Department said on Thursday it's completely removed the word squaw from nearly 650 place names on federal land. The department announced last November it was going to do just that. Southern California weather from KFI. Hot again today. Rain, of course. This report brought to you by Goal Zero. Hot and humid today. For the weekend as well. Cloudy at the beaches. Some sprinkles already reported this morning. Highs in the upper 80s to mid 90s. For the valleys and IE, mostly cloudy to start. Highs between 96 and the low 100s today. Slight chance of showers this afternoon across the board and into the weekend. Courtesy of Tropical Storm K from the Southern California Toyota Dealers Traffic Center. Let's go places. Let's check on the morning commute and those closures on the 5.
Waiting for stake on the north and southbound side of the 5. We've got the closure in place for cleanup and repairs from the round fire. We've had all lanes shut down on the northbound side, only one lane open on the southbound side. The good news is it looks like they're finally starting to wrap up these closures and pick up the cones. We will still have a couple of lanes taken away on the northbound side for actually until further notice, but at this time, we still seeing a really heavy backup on the northbound 5 starting at about Hasley Canyon Road. Southbound side really jammed at 4 Templin Highway. Crash in Loma Linda on the westbound side of the 10 just past Mountain View in the left lane back up there to Alabama Street. KFI in the sky helps get you there faster. I'm Robert Bucky.
This September, make sure your emergency plan includes clean, affordable solar power from Goal Zero. Goal Zero generators and home backup systems can power your fridge, freezer, lights, Wi-Fi, TV, and more. Learn more at Goal Zero.
Report is sponsored by Whole Foods Market. Save on your supplements during the big semi-annual sale at Whole Foods Market. Take 25% off all supplements through September 13th, while supplies last. Plus, Prime members save an extra 10%. Shop now, in-store or online. Terms apply.
You wash your hands and brush your teeth, but what about your nose? How do you clean your nose? With Navage. Navage pulls saline in one nostril, around the back of the nose, and out the other nostril, flushing out allergens, mucus, dirt, and germs, and it's why nose cleaning is the next evolution in daily personal hygiene. People try Navage for lots of reasons: sinusitis, allergies, snoring, things that make it hard to breathe through your nose. But over time, they also find that cleaning their nose makes them feel better, a lot better. Nearly 3 million Navage users have written more than 100,000 reviews, averaging 4.7 stars, saying things like, best product I've ever used, and amazing, I love my Navage. That's because Navage helps you breathe better, sleep deeper, and snore less. But the biggest payoff is improved health. Here's the key point. Navage is good personal hygiene, and it's going to help you stay healthier. At Walmart, Walgreens, CVS, Rite Aid, Bed Bath, Target, and online. Navage, N-A-V-A-G-E. Clean nose, healthy life.
I'm Mario Lopez here, and saving California's water starts with a few simple things in and outside your home. And you know the Lopez family's doing what we can do to help. Like, did you know fixing water sprinkler leaks can save 27 to 90 gallons of water per day? Or that adjusting your sprinklers to water plants and not pavement helps a lot. Let's do this, Cali, and make water saving our way of life. Find more water saving tips you can use at home at saveourwater.com.
Are you a real estate investor looking to refinance one or more of your properties? Most lenders only work with
cookie-cutter W-2 borrowers, not cash call mortgage. At Cash Call Mortgage, we have loans designed specifically for investment properties. We qualify customers based on the cash flow from the investment property, and no tax returns or employment verification needed. Cash Call Mortgage does not charge any broker fees. If you're a real estate investor looking to refinance one or more of your mortgages, give Cash Call Mortgage a try. You can start your application online at cashcallmortgage.com or call now. Call 800-741-9961. That's 800-741-9961. 800-741-9961. Cash Call Mortgage is a DBA of Impact Mortgage Corp. NMLS ID 128231. Not all applicants will qualify. Equal housing lender licensed by California Department of Financial Protection and Innovation. Residential Mortgage Lending Act license number 4131083. Not licensed in all states, including New York. These loans may have higher interest rates, higher points, and/or higher cost than a full documentation loan.
This is an important notice to all U.S. taxpayers. The IRS is giving away billions of dollars in tax savings through a federal program called the Fresh Start Initiative to aid delinquent taxpayers. This initiative was established for anyone facing financial hardship and unable to pay their back taxes. Qualifying and enrolling in this program will stop all collections, settle your delinquent tax problem, and even reduce what you owe by thousands of dollars. Call the hotline at People's Tax Relief to see if you qualify and get this free information by dialing 800-727-9105. If you have unfiled tax returns or cannot afford to pay your personal or business back taxes, you can now get the help you need. One simple phone call to resolve your tax problem and save you thousands of dollars. To see if you qualify and to get this important free information, call 800-727-9105. 800-727-9105. 800-727-9105.
Get ready to win your way into our 2022 iHeartRadio Music Festival, September 23rd and 24th at T-Mobile Arena in Las Vegas. Stream it free on the CW app and CWTV.com. Keep listening for the next chance to win your way and $1,000 spending cash. See you there. The iHeartRadio Music Festival is connecting all of us.
Brought to you by the CW's new hit series, All American Homecoming. Every episode now for free, only on the CW app.
You know, we live in Southern California, and we are always worried about water, electricity, worried about how we can or can't walk to the front lawn. Can you charge your car? Can you keep your air conditioner on? We live in California, the richest state, and yet we're telling people to not water their plants.
The Tim Conway Jr. Show.
What the hell happened?
Weeknights at 6 on KFI.
KFI Handle here on a Friday morning, September 9th. Coming up in 10 minutes or so, King Charles will be addressing the nation and the world in his first address as the king. And obviously we'll be carrying that. At the same time, I'm also taking phone calls, Handle on the Law, off the air. And you can listen to the radio while you're waiting for my phone call. And that's 877-520-1150 for marginal legal advice. Neil Saavedra is with us, which always happens on Friday at this time. Foodie Friday. And Neil, a quick one about tonight.
Oh, yes, filling in for Mr. Tim Conway Jr. tonight. And we call them Nalgas Fridays when I'm on Friday. And it's going to be good fun.
Yeah, it always is. Okay, so what were we talking about? I was going to talk about the... Kellogg's, that was it. Yes, thank you for reminding me because I was already on to the next topic in my head. And that is the new cereal where you put in water and magically milk happens. And gee, it's powdered milk.
And I remember decades ago when the idea came up, someone said, why don't we cross a Jewish lawyer with a squirrel and see if we can make the greatest talk show host ever. It was crazy. I remember the day. And then finally we made it, and here he is, successful and everything. Anywho, so this is funny because if you grew up broke, then you've already had this, except the milk was blue. It was the dehydrated, non-fat milk that your mom would pull out when there was no milk, and then she would add water and chill it and put it in a bottle and make it look like it was regular milk, but you knew it wasn't. And she'd put it in your cereal. So basically, Frosted Flakes and other Kellogg's Delights are in these containers called Insta Bowls. And they're just little bowls with a vacuum sealed lid on there. And they just have powdered milk in it. And you just add cold milk.
Cold water.
Or cold water, yes. And it becomes a bowl of cereal. Now, as ridiculous as this seems, and it kind of is, the cool thing is you can take them camping, you can take them in places, they're shelf stable, and in all of that, I think actually it's pretty cool and good to have.
Hey,